Welcome to my channel. Warning: this fiction contains gore, profanity, traumatizing content. Viewer discretion is advised. Have fun. They Who Slither Through the Stars. Authors: Emilie, Millie. Genres: anti-hero lead, tragedy, action, adventure, high fantasy, magic. Summary: in the dreaming world of Anarax, where divine remnants of a long-forgotten battle between gods and dragons have fallen, the land, sky, and sea are now inhabited by humans, monsters, awakened and enlightened mythical beasts, whose paths and destinies are carved out by the remnants of fallen gods. Those born striding a path laid ahead for them, chosen to fight for a purpose that isn't their own, are known as the gods sent by their mundane brethren. Among them, some are born, spawned only to be slaves to the path that has been carved out for them, slave to the dream that isn't even theirs, while others will be cast aside, betrayed by the very path the divine has set them onto, only to fall, in turn, and be forgotten. Only a chosen few will set themselves on a path carved by them and themselves alone. This isn't a tale set in the aftermath of an apocalypse, but rather, a story that unfolds on the brink of one. How will our protagonist prevent it from happening? Wait, why would he do that? Follow the journey of our protagonist, a lord of old, as he sets the world ablaze. Prologue. As Ninja Ura's eyes fixated on the hidden plate of food nestled within the drawer, a longing surged through her, causing her stomach to growl in protest. The dimly lit room offered no solace, and the meager portion of sustenance before her hardly sufficed for a young girl on the cusp of growth. Yet it stood as the sole ration bestowed upon her each day, and the fifth one she would consecutively refuse. Despite the hunger that gnawed at her, Ninja Ura clung to the conviction that had kept her going. She bit her lip until a bleeding point, staring at the plate of food with a mix of longing and determination, hoping that today would be the last day she had to go through this. Waiting, she heard footsteps approaching from the other side of the door, and soon knocks reverberated through the thick, metallic jail door. Ninja Ura's prison door had a drawer, and on this particular hour of the day, it was pulled open by the warden from the other side of the large metallic door for him to deposit her daily ration. "You didn't eat again yesterday, huh?" a voice grumbled from the other side of the door. "Why?" the person from the warden growled, knocking at the door. "You don't plan on dying on us, do you?" Ninja Ura didn't answer. "You hear me in there?" the voice asked, banging several times on the door. Despite the man's imperative and inquiring call, Ninja Ura stood her ground and spoke not a word. As the silence remained, a certain unease was palpable to Ninja Ura, even though she knew nothing of what was happening the other of the door. She kept staring at it, hoping that the golden matriarch, and the goddess Zara would grant her the opportunity to finally leave this place. A long, tense moment of silence passed, and just as she was about to lose all hope, her prayers were answered. On the massive door that was her prison's door, there were only three things that gave her a glimpse of the outside world: the door itself, the drawer which was used to deliver her food, and a peephole that wardens could use to peek in on how she was doing in her cell from time to time. She was mostly expecting something from the latter, and it did eventually pan out. The man, curious about Ninja Ura's whereabouts, opened up the small window to check on her for the first time in 6 days, only to realize that, unlike what it should have been, the layer of glass that should have separated him and Ninja Ura was gone, broken and carved out by none other than Ninja Ura herself. What the? Before the man could utter another word, a golden, vine-like appendage flew out the peephole, darting at him, only coil itself around his neck, violently choking him. The warden from the other side of the door attempted to fight back, but this only prompted Ninja Ura to increase the strength with which she choked him. For more than a minute, the man let out choked and drowning noises until he became completely silent. From inside her prison, Ninja Ura was certain that the man was either unconscious or, in the worst case, dead. But at the moment, she didn't let herself dwell on the guilt of those thoughts. Instead, she used her golden appendage to blindly search the door for something that would open it. Yes, yes, yes. Ninja Ura rejoiced quietly, feeling her appendage latch onto something that felt like a hatch wheel. After a brief but intense struggle, Ninja Ura successfully manipulated the hatch wheel, resulting in a liberating clang as the door yielded. She retracted her gilded limb and embarked on the daunting task of pushing open the colossal and weighty door. Despite her exhaustion and gnawing hunger, Ninja Ura summoned her last ounce of strength to exert herself. As the massive door emitted a prolonged and grating groan, Ninja Ura, trembling, ventured forth from her confining cell. Inhaling deeply, she savored her first taste of revitalizing fresh air. As Ninja Ura surveyed her surroundings, she found herself standing in the middle of a sprawling corridor, stretching out before her. Casting her gaze downwards, she noticed the unconscious figure of the warden lying at her feet. Though she refrained from checking on him, she knelt down beside the ration of food that had been intended for her. Consumed by an unseemly haste, she devoured the entire provision, barely acknowledging the potentially lifeless person beside her. Midway through her ravenous feast, Ninja Ura detected faint signs of life emanating from the man. Without halting her meal, she exhaled a sigh of relief. In recent days, Ninja Ura had experienced a peculiar and drastic transformation in her Odo, rendering it challenging for her to acclimate and wield it with mastery. Having completed her repast, Ninja Ura rose to her feet and proceeded down the corridor, only to catch sight of a man who had also noticed her presence. "Oh, crap!" The man cursed before running back in the direction he came from, screaming. The Diodo girl escaped. TSK. Recognizing the potential danger of pursuing the man who had fled for help, Ninja Ura opted to venture in the opposite direction down the corridor. Her primary objective remained unchanged, to escape the facility that she could only assume was a prison or dungeon, given her disoriented state upon arrival. Swiftly passing numerous doors resembling the one she had recently liberated herself from, Ninja Ura curiously peered through each peephole, hoping to catch a glimpse of the familiar faces her heart yearned for. Yet, every time she looked, she encountered either vacant cells or detainees who were clearly not the individuals she sought. Upon reaching the final door in the corridor, an alarming sight greeted her: prison wardens closing in from both ends, accompanied by heavily armed knights. "Hey, you there! Halt!" Their voices resounded in unison. Frantically scanning her surroundings for an escape route, Ninja Ura's eyes landed on a stairwell corridor leading to a lower level. Recognizing it as her sole option, she dashed down the stairs. "No, no, no. Don't go there. Damn it!" she heard the men shout as she descended. Though they pursued her, their hesitation to take the stairs worked to Ninja Ura's advantage. Clutching onto a glimmer of hope, Ninja Ura continued her descent, desperately seeking an exit. However, her confusion grew when the stairs failed to lead to a lower floor or any discernible destination. Instead, they abruptly terminated at an imposing sealed door, devoid of any openings for observation or communication. Before her stood a plain, massive, almost even sealed door. "Enter." Ninja Ura didn't know what lay beyond the door, but she understood that there was no other path from here. To backtrack would mean having to fight the guards and prison warden. There was no other way out for her. Using her golden appendages, she turned the hatch wheel open and stepped into a room unlike any of the previous cells she had seen. As the sound of knights and wardens grew louder, shouting at her to stop, Ninja Ura made the passive decision to close the door behind her. Upon doing so, she understood as she gazed ahead that the room was not a cell, as the door had suggested, but a large, dimly lit laboratory. Flasks, hammers, saws, and syringes lay scattered around, along other tools that Ninja Ura left Ninja Ura but wondering about their possible purpose. She felt a sense of foreboding emanating from the room, but she pushed those thoughts aside, sensing that there might be something here that would lead her out of this place, wherever it is. "The guards didn't want me to enter this room, so there must be something As Ninja Ura searched for an escape route, her eye caught a giant cubic structure made of transparent, magical glass in the corner of the room. It appeared to have been conjured by a gigantic sphere hanging from the ceiling, oozing with strange and mystical energy. The glass structure was built around a marble-like crystalline that one could reasonably call a coffin. Why so? For the simple reason that within the marble-like crystal one could see the body of a boy, an Arbian, huddled up into a fetal position, with his eyes closed as if in a deep sleep. He had short, dark hair that resembled the shiny black material ebonite. With the way he curled into, it was hard to tell his age, but he looked no older than 8. Overcoming her initial fright at the sight of the giant cubic object, Ninja Ura reached out to touch it. Despite its magical appearance, the cube did not react aggressively upon touch. Although she saw no sign of movement or any reaction, she had a strange impression that freeing the boy inside would bring them back to life. Ninja Ura wondered how the boy ended up inside the cube. "Who are you?" she asked. "Free him. Are you a prisoner like me? Break the sphere on the ceiling." She felt herself overcome by a strange desire, the one to break the container. Her desire to break open the container was interrupted by the sound of the room's door opening and the sight of wardens and knights swarming in. "Get away from that container," one of the leading knights ordered from a distance. Noticing the knight's anxious stare at the boy in the tube, an idea came to Ninja Ura. "You are being surrounded. Even your Oda won't help. Surrender and no harm will be done to you," the knight suggested. Ninja Ura noticed the man's face beaded in sweat as his eyes darted between her and the cubic container. Summoning her Odo, Ninja Ura's skin glowed and revealed gold scales all over her arms. Dozens of snake-like golden appendages emerged from her arms and she molded them into a scythe-like shape. She pointed them not at the wardens and knights but at the container in which the boy was confined inside his crystal prison. "You fool! What are you doing?" the leader screamed the moment she summoned and bared her scythe at the container. "I don't know who he is, but he is important to all of you, right?" Tapping her scythe twice onto the container, Ninja Ura added, "You don't want me to break this container, do you? You. Get away from that container, you'll regret this," the man mumbled, more quivering than ever. "Who is he? Why is he kept here?" Ninja Ura asked. The boy was young, very young, and in spite of herself being young, she couldn't find what reason they would have to keep a child like him in a prison like this. He was not Diodo like her, for them to wish to exploit her. The man hesitated, taking a nervous look around him. Ninja Ura bared her scythe more threateningly. "I have no right to speak about this," the man screamed. Feeling that she wouldn't get much of an answer out of him, she instead chose to ask what was most important to her. "Where are my parents? I didn't see them in any of your cells. Where did you send them?" "I don't know." "You're lying." "I am not. You were on your own when you were sent here. If your parents had been sent here, I would have known it. Free him. Break the container." His answer made Ninja Ura tap the surface of the container even more furiously. "Then who does?" The silence with which the man answered her, the anger she felt from it, and the short glance the man anxiously threw at the boy trapped within the container prompted her to make a rather rash decision, one that she herself was not sure was her own. With her scythe, she took a swing at the container, breaking it and freeing the liquid contained within. "Stop this little boy!" screamed the leading knight, bracing himself as though expecting an explosive impact. And yet, anticlimactically, that was not what happened next. Instead of exploding or displaying any fancy reaction, Ninja Ura's scythe swing simply bounced off its surface, without even leaving behind a single scratch. "What?" Relief was painted all over the knight's face, but just as he took steps toward Ninja Ura, he froze in place when he noticed Ninja Ura's next course of action. "What are you doing?" No, don't. You're going to break the sphere on the ceiling." Ninja Ura took a few steps back and adjusted her scythe, adding some length to it, before once again taking a swing, but this time not at the cubic container but instead at the large orb hanging just above it. The orb manifests the container. Break the sphere on the ceiling. Break the container. Unlike the container, a single swing was enough to shatter the orb into a myriad of glimmering colors. Ninja Ura's gut feeling that the orb was somehow connected to the container was proved right when it vanished almost instantly along with the shattering of the orb. The cubic container was gone, but the spherical crystal remained, suggesting that it was not connected to either the container or the orb on the ceiling. "Oh, God!" the knight frantically lamented. "Quick, restrain her before she do." He stopped mid-sentence upon hearing a strange noise. The gentle sound of glass cracking rang loudly throughout the otherwise silent room before the crystal-like container burst apart in a dramatic fashion, completely destroying itself. Released from the container, the boy's body plummeted towards the ground, but Ninja Ura quickly extended her appendage and caught him, cradling him in her arms. Although while holding onto she felt from him no pulse or any signs of life, she felt that this was not a lifeless body she was holding. He's free. What have you done? Do you have any idea what you've done?" Ninja Ura stood up and gently placed the boy's body down. Although she never used her Odo to fight, she refused to give up without a fight. She couldn't accept the idea of spending any more time in those putrid cells. "Get out of my way, I'm leaving this place," Ninja Ura said, baring her appendages menacingly. The men who, in spite of her warning, approached her suddenly halted their steps, as though they were paralyzed by a sight of something. Ninja Ura realized the reaction wasn't for her, but for something behind her. Following their gaze, her eyes fell upon the boy who a few seconds ago was almost as lifeless as a dead man but was now standing on his own 2 feet. The boy looked at her. His eyes were an otherworldly blue color, and he looked utterly confused. But in the next instant, his eyes rolled to the back of his head, and his mouth opened in a silent scream. His entire body stiffened before experiencing convulsions as bolts of blue lightning danced uncontrollably across his skin. From that sight, Ninja Ura understood that the boy was a mage, or at least something of one, but still couldn't find a reason for him being trapped here. Shit! It's awake, get everyone out of here!" one of the knights shouted. As they rushed to evacuate the room, lightning continued to course through the boy's body, causing his muscles to spasm and contort uncontrollably. Ninja Ura stood frozen, unable to move, as the lightning produced by the boy thrashed around the room, causing destruction wherever it struck. Arg! Amidst the chaos, a cry abruptly ended the lightning rampage. Untouched, Ninja Ura stood at the same place she had been standing, the only one among all the people who had been inside the room to see the end of the lightning rampage. The room was filled with the smell of burnt flesh and the sound of crackling electricity. She cast a glance at where the knights and the wardens had been, but immediately averted her eyes from the amber, smoldering sight of what was left of them. She looked at the boy and saw that the convulsion had ended, but the lightning was still dancing across his body, now apparently under his control. "Even in this state, you refuse to yield even a bit to me. Humphrey. There should be a limit on how stubborn one can be. In any case, it is time for you to wake up. You've slept for way too long, Alexei." He stared at his hand before lifting his gaze to Ninja Ura. It was then, as their gazes met, that she noticed his eyes had changed from their previous strange blue to a golden, beast-like yellow. The boy approached Ninja Ura, his gaze fixed on her like one would stare at an invading roach. Upon closing the distance, he reached out his hand to her chest level. Ninja Ura couldn't tell what was happening to her, but she knew she was in a very dire situation, and yet something was forbidding her from making any move. Perhaps he was hesitating, or perhaps he was not, but for a moment, he remained like that, arm held out as though to reach for something. "If only he'd learned to be as obedient as you are, none of us would be here," he declared, lowering his hand before walking past her and announcing, "Come with me, I'll get the 2 of you out of here before he regains control." 1. The confused boy. "Even in this state, you refuse to yield even a bit to me. Humphrey. There should be a limit on how stubborn such a little being can be. In any case, it's time for you to wake up. You've slept for way too long." A faraway voice resonated in his mind. "You've slept for way too long. Time has come. Now wake up." As though responding to this order, the boy snapped out of his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, but that course of action turned out to be one he would soon come to regret. The moment he opened them, eerie colors stung his eyes. Arg! Clutching his eyes, he curled up into a ball and let out a piercing scream that echoed through the room. Curiously, the pain subsided as soon as he closed his eyes, but the sensation lingered. Amidst all he went through, the boy felt and heard a presence approaching him. "What's happening? Are you okay?" a voice asked, as a hand reached onto his shoulder. The voice sounded erratic and panicked, but the boy couldn't identify who it belonged to. He glanced over his shoulder and, despite the strange impression that he would soon come to regret it, opened his eyes to a blinding light. Arg! Once again, the pain vanished as soon as he closed his eyes. "Did something happen? Your eyes, they're blinding. What's going on?" the voice asked again. With a stubborn resolve, the boy opened his eyes once again, enduring the sensation of his eyes being poured with boiling water amidst the blinding light. Finally, he noticed some outlines. A quick glance beside him revealed the shadowy outline of a tall figure, with broad shoulders and long hair that obscured their face. Withstanding the pain, he noticed the lights gradually losing their intense brightness and becoming less blinding. Glancing around, he realized he was curled up in a small alcove tucked away in the corner of a rundown alley. He looked beside him, but immediately averted his eyes, not wanting to see the person next to him. Looking up at the sky, he was even more confused as he saw the world as a wobbly, chaotic mesh of dancing colors. He saw 4 distant horizons, each filled with visible threads, hundreds of blinding pillars of light as radiant as the light that had earlier blinded him. As if his eyes were adjusting themselves for his sake, the light gradually became less painful to look at. He no longer saw the world as chaotic, but he could still see it as wobbly. The dancing colors were no longer present, instead, they seemed to be refining themselves. The colors turned into colorful strings, some as thin as a string, others as thick as a rope, that for some reason were attached to him and spread across the 4 horizons. He reached out to touch the colorful strings, only to realize that they were not real or tangible. They were incorporeal and ethereal, existing only in a mysterious and intangible form. "What's happening?" he wondered out in confusion. As he attempted to touch the strings, he noticed one of them connected to something that was not far away from him. Following where it ended, the boy found himself next to a silhouette that turned out to be a girl around 12 years old with warm undertones in her dark skin. She had large, almond-shaped eyes that were filled with confusion and concern as she looked at him. The string found its end in her chest, like it had for him. Unlike him, however, who had countless colorful strings coming out of him, she only had one, a golden one. "You're okay?" the girl asked, concerned. The boy didn't answer, merely distancing himself from her. He didn't know the girl, but he knew from her darker complexion that she was definitely an Odo. However, something about the bright golden pillar he had seen earlier and the golden scales on her arm told him that she was not a common Odo. How he knew that, he wasn't sure, he just did. Looking even more confused, she uttered, "Alexei?" Hearing the name he'd been called, something within the boy resonated. "Alexei?" he repeated a few times to make sure the name was indeed his. After a few attempts, he realized that the name was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Though he couldn't recall ever being called it before, he had the lingering impression that the name indeed belonged to him. To answer the girl's question, the boy, now allegedly named Alexei, nodded and approached her, pointing at her. Who are you?" "Phew, I thought you would never ask," she replied with relief before introducing herself. "My name is Ninja." Her hands held onto Alexei, he once again came to obviously take note of the golden scale on her littering her forearm. He wasn't sure where this knowledge came from, but Alexei was aware that those golden scale-like properties on her skin were normal for Odo, at least not Odo of this continent. Noticing how Alexei didn't take her hand, but instead was just staring at it, she proactively reached out onto his, not a single second of the eyes. Alexei was confused by her action but didn't utter a word nor displayed any form of reaction to her, So for a moment, the two of them remained still, stuck in silence. It was then, as he stared at her who now gleamed with a vibrant gold halo covering her whole body, that Alexei saw a strange golden screen appear in a corner of his eyes, just beside her face. Name, H. P. E.P. EMP, Race, Class, Ninja Era, 1314, 156, 37, Diodo, Scaled. As the girl noticed Alexei's gaze not being directed towards her, she followed it, becoming even more confused as to what exactly he was staring at. "Is there something on my shoulder?" she asked. She seemed unaware of the floating golden screen beside her face. Alexei was uncertain of how it appeared, but as he stared at the screen, a feeling of familiarity washed over him. He was certain that this was not his first time seeing such a screen. To answer the girl's question, Alexei wanted to explain the presence of the floating screen, but before he could do so it vanished away. So he instead settled on just shaking his head. "You're sure? I see. I guess that doesn't matter. First the blinding light, then the color, then that strange golden screen." As of now, there were a lot of things actually confusing Alexei, but taking a circular look at the place they were in, he ventured out the question he was most curious about: where is this place? The run-down alley was narrow and winding, lined with crumbling mud brick buildings. The walls were blackened with soot and grime, and the air was thick with the smell of rotting food and sewage. Alexei was confused about many things, but he was certain he did not recognize this place. "Here? This is the place I thought we could find some rest. I figured we both needed that. Sorry I couldn't find a better place to sleep than on the ground, but you can't blame me, right? Especially after you." "No," he collapsed so suddenly. "Who's he?" Alexei asked. Upon being asked that question, the girl covered her mouth in surprise, realizing she had made a mistake. She quickly attempted to brush it off. "Don't worry about that. He told me you would wake up a bit confused and that it would take you time to gather yourself. But it's okay, we're safe here. And don't worry about the knights. While more might come after us because of what happened, I don't think they'll find us here." "Well, they might, but not easily." "Knights? Wardens?" The names sounded familiar to Alexei's ear, but he could not ascertain where they came from. "Yes, the knights and the warden. The same people who had you locked inside that crystal thing. You don't remember?" As Ninja voiced her question, a flood of chaotic and static images flooded Alexei's mind at an almost instantaneous speed. In these images, he caught a glimpse of the people Ninja referred to as the knights, but he also saw what appeared to be the same enclosed room he and Ninja had first encountered. Alexei remembered the crystal she was referring to. He was trapped in it, and it was she who freed him from it. However, after that, his memories were missing. He could not remember anything from before. Everything was pitch black. He struggled to make sense of it all, trying to piece together the fragments of memories that seemed just out of reach. The girl tilted sideways, trying to recall Alexei's mind from the errand it went off to. Unsure, Alexei mumbled, I'm not really sure." Just as Alexei finished speaking, his stomach let out a loud rumble, reminding him of how hungry he was. He hadn't even noticed his hunger earlier, as he had been preoccupied with everything that had happened since he woke up. He had been through so much in such a short amount of time, it was hard to keep track of everything. He had been so focused on trying to understand what was happening that he had completely forgotten about his own needs. He wasn't sure which part of his being hungry amused the girl, but a smile took shape on her face as she let out a chuckle and said, "You should have told me you were hungry." Reaching out to him, revealing once again the golden scales covering her arm, she dragged Alexei towards the exit of the alley where they apparently slept. "Follow me." "Where to?" Alexei asked, harboring doubts but allowing himself to be dragged without much resistance. Looking back at him with a radiant smile on her face, she answered, "I don't know yet, but somewhere we can satisfy our hunger." 2. The Little Mage. Following the girl, Ninja as she introduced herself, Alexei was dragged through the streets of the unfamiliar city. Ninja Ura suggested halfway through that Alexei keep his gaze down and do his best to avoid people's gaze, which he did without complaint. With his gaze set on the ground, he, through a discreet glance up, saw the streets teeming with people, vendors selling their wares, and animals roaming freely. The scent of spices, herbs, and freshly baked bread filled the air as they made their way through the bustling marketplace. As they walked, Alexei's eyes widened in wonder at the colorful buildings, adorned with ornate tile work and intricate carvings. Everywhere he looked, there was something new and fascinating to see. Ninja Ura, meanwhile, weaved expertly through the crowds, her small hand gripping tightly onto Alexei's as she led him deeper into the market. The noise was overwhelming. The vendors shouted at their wares, the sound of haggling and bargaining filling the air. Children laughed and ran through the streets, goats and chickens clucked and bleated. A choir performed high-pitched song could be heard in the distance, adding to the cacophony of sound. Despite the chaos, there was an energy and vitality to the market that was infectious. Alexei found himself caught up in the excitement, his short legs struggling to keep him to the rhythm of the city. And Ninja Ura, too, seemed to be in her element, her face alight with excitement as she pulled him from one stall to the next. They passed vendors selling silks and spices, jewelry and pottery. Alexei's eyes were drawn to a group of men gathered around a rooster fight, shouting and gesturing animatedly. A few meters down, an old man sat on the ground, smoking a strange green smoke through a strange straw and watching the people go by. Finally, Ninja Ura led Alexei to a small stall at the edge of the market. The stall was piled high with trinkets and knickknacks, but as they approached, the vendor, an old man, scowled at them and gestured for them to leave. It was clear that he could tell by how they were both dressed that they didn't have any money to buy anything. Alexei wore a threadbare tunic that had clearly seen better days, with frayed edges and holes in the fabric. He had on a pair of loose-fitting pants made of rough linen that were too big for him and were held up by a rope belt. His feet were bare, his sandals having worn out a long time ago. Meanwhile, Ninja Ura was dressed in a soot-covered long robe made of a coarse cotton fabric that had faded with washings. The hem of her robe was frayed, and it was clear it had been mended several times. At the man's cold welcome, Ninja Ura quickly dragged Alexei away from the stall. They walked a little further down the street until they came across a shop selling fruits held by a woman. As he stood with Ninja Ura in front of the stall staring at the colorful fruits, Alexei slightly stepped forward, raising his hands, seemingly to reach onto an apple, but was stopped by a strange feeling of déjà vu that only strengthened when his stomach let out yet another rumble. The growling of his stomach was noticed by Ninja Ura, who turned to him before dragging him away from the stall. She led him to a corner of the marketplace nearing a narrow alleyway, hidden from view of the marketplace. The alley was dark and dingy, with crumbling mud brick walls and debris littering the ground, much like the one he woke up in. "Wait for me here," she instructed Alexei before apparently about to take her leave. "Where are you going?" he asked. "You're hungry, right?" Alexei nodded. "So I'm going back to the fruit selling stall, and getting some for you and me," Ninja Ura said. Alexei was well aware that they couldn't afford to buy anything from the woman's stall. But when Ninja Ura spoke those words, he didn't object. "I'll be back shortly," Ninja Ura said with a smile. "Just wait for me here." Then she disappeared into the crowd. Alexei waited for what felt like an eternity, scanning the alley for any sign of Ninja Ura's return. It was while doing so that he noticed people approaching from the alley. He almost mistook them for the people Ninja Ura had referred to as the Knight and Warden, but quickly realized they were different. There were 4 of them, dressed in simple yet functional uniforms made of sturdy cotton, with leather belts holding scabbards for their swords. They wore round felt caps to protect them from the sun and carried large wooden shields with the symbol of the city's ruler emblazoned on them. Although Alexei knew there was little reason to be afraid of these people, he remembered Ninja Ura's advice to avoid meeting anyone's gaze. He leaned against the wall and looked down as they walked past him without a glance, disappearing into the market's crowds. Alexei let out a sigh of relief when he saw Ninja Ura emerge from the crowd, her arms full of fruit and her face flushed with excitement. "Come on, we have to go," she said, urgency in her voice as she handed him a couple of fruits. What's happening?" Alexei didn't even have time to process the situation when he saw the guard from earlier emerge from the crowd, shouting at them, "Hey, thieves! Halt! Now come on, Alexei, what are you waiting for?" Having heard what they were being accused of, Alexei, just like Ninja ran for his life. Alexei's heart pounded as he followed Ninja through the winding streets of the city, the sound of clanking armor growing louder behind them as they pushed their way through the market. He could barely keep up with Ninja fast pace, his legs feeling like lead as he struggled to keep up. And yet, as he looked at the girl before him, he saw a large smile on Ninja face along with an expression he couldn't quite pinpoint. "Come on, Alexei!" she shouted, most likely to cheer him on and urge him to pick up the pace. "We have to keep moving." Alexei nodded, determination in his eyes as he forced his short legs to move faster. The guards were getting closer, their voices growing louder as they shouted for the thieves to stop. They turned down an alley, hoping to lose the guards in the maze of streets, but it ended in a dead end. Crap! A dead end, Ninja panicked. Ninja skidded to a stop, her eyes wide with panic as she looked around for a way out. Alexei's heart sank as he realized they had nowhere else to run. The guards, whose shouts and footsteps were growing louder, soon came into view, trapping Ninja and Alexei between them and the dead end. "Come on, we have to go," she said urgently, handing him a couple of fruits. What's happening?" He didn't have time to process the situation before the guard from earlier emerged from the crowd, shouting at them, "Hey, thieves! Halt! Now, come on, Alexei, what are you waiting for?" Ninja said, already taking off. Alexei's heart pounded as he followed Ninja through the winding streets of the city, the sound of clanking armor growing louder behind them as they pushed their way through the market. He struggled to keep up with Ninja's fast pace, his legs feeling like lead. Despite the danger, Ninja wore a large smile on her face and an expression he couldn't quite decipher as she darted through the crowd, her arms still full of fruit. "Come on, Alexei!" she shouted. "We have to keep moving." Alexei nodded, determination in his eyes as he forced his short legs to move faster. The guards were getting closer, their voices growing louder as they shouted for the thieves to stop. They turned down an alley, hoping to lose the guards in the maze of streets, but it ended at a 3-meter wall, a dead end. Crap! A dead end, Ninja panicked. Ninja skidded to a stop, her eyes wide with fear as she looked around for a way out. Alexei's heart sank as he realized they had nowhere else to run. The guards, whose shouts and footsteps were getting louder, soon came into view, trapping Ninja and Alexei between them and the dead end. Alexei could see the determination on the guards' faces. They were not going to let him and Ninja escape. He quickly glanced at Ninja who had dropped to the ground, but then refocused his attention on the approaching guards. "You're not running anywhere," one of the guards said as they tried to restrain Alexei. Alexei felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he had been in this situation before. As one of the guards reached out to grab him, Alexei reflexively raised his arm as if aiming something at the guard. Ninja reached out to support him and drop-kicked the guard into the distance. The second guard exclaimed in shock, "What?" as he saw his comrade being thrown. Without hesitation, the guard swung his curved blade at Ninja. She threw an object at his chest, causing him to stumble backwards like the first guard. The two remaining guards, each carrying a spear, looked at each other uncertainly, but both pointed their weapons ominously at the duo. Seeing the guards charging at them, Alexei stretched out his arm again, closed his eyes, and allowed something to happen. He heard a windy, whistling sound followed by a loud thud. When he opened his eyes, he saw both guards lying unconscious against a wall. Though he wasn't sure what had happened, he knew it was something he had done. Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Alexei, 11, 267/270, RBN, Mage. The screen appeared again beside the girl's face, but unlike hers, which was golden, this one was see-through, highlighting only the written inscription. Alexei noticed another difference between this screen and the one he'd seen with the girl. This one had his name inscribed on it, along with other details that felt very familiar to him. Still dazed and confused, Alexei was called by his name, Alexei. He turned around and saw Ninja stuffing fruits that she had apparently dropped into her handmade pocket on her clothes. She then approached Alexei and handed him more fruits before summoning Odo and climbing up the wall with her appendages, using them as hooks. In no time, she arrived atop the wall. "Climb," she said, standing on the wall that had been a dead end, and extending vine-like appendages to Alexei. Without much hesitation, he reached onto them and was brought up to her side. After casting a last glance at the four knocked guards, Alexei, with the help of Ninja and her golden appendages, jumped to a nearby roof and made their escape. They stopped on a rooftop where laundry was hanging out. "Phew. I think we're far enough, don't you think?" Ninja asked. Still processing everything that had happened, Alexei simply nodded. With an erratic breathing and a large smile on her face, Ninja took a seat at the edge of the rooftop. "Good thing you acted quickly with that magic thing," she said, outstretching her arm, mimicking Alexei's earlier gesture. "Shoo! Was that the power of the wind?" Looking at his own hands, which had conjured a gust of wind that had sent a man flying, Alexei confessed, "I'm not sure, but I think it is. I'm not even sure. I see. I know what that is." Ninja looked at him silently, then quickly wiped her hands and patted the floor beside her, inviting him to take a seat. "Weren't you hungry?" she asked. Before Alexei could respond, she reached into her pocket and retrieved a huge fruit that she ravenously devoured. Envious, he accepted her offer and took a seat beside her, sinking his teeth into the fruit he had been handed. The duo ate silently until there was nothing left of the presumably stolen fruits. Although they might have been stolen, those fruits felt as though they were the tastiest Alexei had ever eaten. 3. The Odo Girl. Alexei finished savoring the last of the delicious fruits Ninja had brought back from the market when he noticed her reaching into her pocket. Hoping for more food, his heart skipped a beat with anticipation. But his hopes were quickly shattered as she pulled out a clinky purse. Curious, he watched as she dug through the dozens of coins inside, finally retrieving a small golden ornament. Where did she find that thing? Alexei could guess where, just like with the fruits. "Did you steal it?" he asked straightforwardly. "Of course not," she replied, her eyes widening with a shocked yet teasing expression. "I prefer the term borrowed without permission," she said with a sly grin. Hearing her excuse, Alexei couldn't help but wonder if it was the coin purse, rather than the stolen fruits, that had caught the attention of the guards. Despite this, he simply replied, "I see," and decided not to press the issue further. Perhaps misunderstanding his intent, Ninja continued. "Okay, let's not get all upset about it," she said, trying to sound cheerful. "We've got some money now, so that's good, right? We don't have to steal anymore, at least for a while. And look," she said, holding up the golden ornament. "It's so pretty and shiny, and it looks super cute on me, don't you think?" Before putting it on. "Yes, it does," he replied. "Really?" "Yes. It reminds me of the golden thing you summon out." "You mean Odo?" she asked, casually summoning the strange golden vine-like appendages out of both of her arms. "Yes, this," Alexei said, reaching onto the strange matter that, after a while of him staring and touching, withdrew back into her arm. He couldn't help but once again notice that her arms were covered in golden scales. "Can I?" he asked, and upon receiving a nod from her, he reached onto both of her arms. "It's smooth," he remarked, caressing her arms, which had a smooth, almost lustrous texture. Looking her straight in the eyes, he asked, "What are you?" "I could ask the same thing about you. What are you? But since you asked first, I guess I am what people call a diodo." "A diodo?" Alexei remembered having seen that written on the strange golden screen. Yes, Odo. There is the common Odo, which is also commonly known as just the Odo, and then there is the other, the Odo. In other words, Odo people who can wield Odo. These words unlocked new memories for Alexei. Are you from the northern continent? He asked, having come to learn for a fact that there were no Odo on this continent. The northern continent was the only continent of the three that made up the land of Anarax that had Odo wielding Odo. That continent was also known to be the homeland of all of those of the Odo race. Unexpectedly, the girl shook her head. I was born and raised here on this continent by my parents. I have never seen our motherland. Then how did you get those golden scales? Alexei asked. I don't know. I was born with them. But it was only 6 months ago that I developed the ability to summon Odo. Odo, alongside Prana and Arcane, was acknowledged as one of the three fundamental powers that possess the capability to summon, conjure, and alter inner or outer elements of this world. Odo was a power exclusive to members of the Odo race, but not all of them possessed the ability to wield it. The ability to do so was based on specific criteria, which none of the Odo born on this continent happened to meet. It happened just like that? Alexei asked. Yes, just like that. Neither my mother nor father know why it happened. It just did. Having heard mention of her parents a couple of times but noting their absence, Alexei ventured a question he had been wanting to ask. Your parents, where are they? Upon being asked that question, Ninja Ura's expression changed from her usual cheerful demeanor. I don't know. They were taken from me. I don't know where they are, but I will find them and set them free, she responded resolutely. Her words reminded Alexei of his memories of not so long ago, and quite possibly just yesterday, when he was freed from the mysterious crystal prison he could not, even now, understand the purpose of. He just knew that he had been trapped there for a very extended period of time and that the person who had liberated him from it was her. Alexei was so absorbed in his own thoughts that he was startled when the girl approached him and asked, And you? And me? I'm going to free my parents. But you, what are you going to do? I don't know. Your parents? What about your father or mother, or do you not remember them? Ninja Ura asked. The next words came out of Alexei's mouth so smoothly that they surprised both him and Ninja Ura. I don't have parents. Are they dead? Ninja Ura cautiously ventured, seemingly hoping to avoid a sensitive subject. Upon being asked that question, Alexei remembered the guard's words from earlier. A mage. Nobles. Just like how he knew things such as the Odo's race situation and how Ninja Ura, as an Odo born on this continent, was not supposed to be able to use Odo. He knew what nobles and mages were. He, therefore, also knew that to be able to do what he earlier did, he had to be either. Yet something was missing. I don't know. I can't remember. As he thought about it, Alexei realized that he couldn't remember anything about his parents. He couldn't recall their faces, their names, or even what they were like. He knew he must have had parents, just like everyone else, but trying to imagine them was like trying to remember something that never existed. Perhaps, that's why he had so easily announced that he did not have parents. Anyone close to you? A family member perhaps? Ninja Ura asked, cocking an eyebrow and forming a tight U shape with her lips. Let me guess, you don't remember? Alexei nodded. Ninja Ura chuckled. You seem to have forgotten a lot of things, haven't you? She said before proposing to Alexei, why don't you tag along with me for some time while I search for my parents? I don't know. I can't remember, Alexei replied. Whilst she did suggest to Alexei that he could choose between accepting or refusing her proposal, for the time being he saw no other path than to tag along, as she had said. I mean, you're pretty clueless about a lot of things, and I know a lot. We can help each other. I with what I know and my Odo, and you with your magic, Ninja Ura explained, as if Alexei still needed to be convinced. So, what do you think? I'll tag along, Alexei replied, but as he did, he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon with his vision. Interrupting himself mid-sentence, he saw vibrant, colorful, ethereal threads emanating from his chest and overlaying the world around him. These threads seemed to stretch to the four corners of the globe. "You okay?" Ninja asked, noticing his sudden silence. Looking at the girl, Alexei noticed one of the many threads that stemmed from him linking him to her, but he also noticed a strange golden screen floating beside her face. Once again, a golden halo covered her entire body. Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, Race, Class, Ninja 1214, 171, 38, Diodo, S. Alexei noticed a similar screen in front of him with a name and numbers that he couldn't understand. Now, the screen displayed Ninja Ura's name. Despite himself, he felt unbothered and unintrigued by its presence, as if it were natural for him to understand what the numbers and writing on the screen represented. However, this time he wished to know what the strange numbers meant, especially since he realized that they were different from the initial data. Before he could ponder more about it, Alexei noticed that four of the threads weaving out of him looked more lively than the others. He realized that these threads were closing in on whatever they were connected to at the other end. He felt it and hated it. Alexei didn't bother asking himself why he felt this way, as he knew he wouldn't get an answer, at least not at the pace his questions kept piling themselves up. Alexei stood up, and Ninja asked cluelessly, "Did something happen?" While looking in the direction of his gaze. "There are people approaching," Alexei pointed in one direction. "People?" Ninja mumbled, looking to where he was pointing before asking, "Who?" Alexei wasn't even given the luxury of answering her question before the answers came to them. The least that could be said was that their entrance came out of nowhere. First, it was a single man, closely followed by his comrades. Just as Alexei had foreseen, there were four of them, four cloaked individuals, each connected to a thread and glowing with a strange colored halo. And just as it had for him and Ninja a screen appeared beside their faces. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2327. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 4, 3031. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2126. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 1921. Four hooded men, each with a screen floating beside their head, appeared in front of Alexei and Ninja "Is this her?" one of the four cloaked men asked, pointing towards Alexei and Ninja Ninja Ura's face turned dreary, noticing how the man was pointing specifically at her. The man glanced at her hands and continued, "Yes, look at those scaled arms, no doubt that's her." From the brief exchange, Alexei realized that the men were pursuing Ninja not him. He slid a glance to her side and saw that she seemed to have come to the same conclusion. "You? Who are you?" Ninja asked the men. We're friends," one of the men said, approaching a few steps but halting himself when Ninja summoned her golden appendages. "Wow! You were after me. Why? Are you with the Citadel?" Ninja asked, pointing her appendages at them. "The Citadel? No, there seems to be a misunderstanding here, Missy," the man said, raising both arms and shaking his head. "We were just looking for you, at the request of a friend of yours." "A friend? Looking for me?" Ninja asked in surprise. "Yes, he's been looking for you. He's been very worried about you since you were abducted and made a prisoner by the Citadel. He's eager to see you now, which is why we're here." "This friend you're talking about. Who are they?" The men looked at each other, then said, "I'm afraid I can't reveal that information, Missy. How about I take you to the person who sent us, so you can speak with him directly?" "You want us to follow you?" Ninja asked. "I was only thinking about you, but your friend can come along," the man said, giving a quick glance at Alexei. The man speaking and the one whose screen showed PP at 3031, who happened to be the oldest looking one of the four, both seemed to have noticed something about Alexei and fixed their gaze on him. Ninja sensing their scrutiny, stepped forward and positioned herself between Alexei and their staring gaze. "May I ask who that friend of yours is?" the older man asked, pointing at Alexei. "I don't think I have to tell you," replied Ninja Ura with a hint of defiance. "As for your invitation, I don't know who this mysterious friend is that you speak of. And since you won't tell me who they are, I have no reason to follow you to them." "Missy," that what the man started to say, but was interrupted. "Hey boss," said one of the two men who had been silent since the beginning. "Why don't we just restrain her and take her to the big boss?" The other three looked at him as if he had made a foolish suggestion, but their expressions soon changed as they realized it could be a practical solution. Their gaze returned to Alexei, clearly intending to carry out the man's previous proposal. "Back off," Ninja Ura warned as she felt the tide changing. "Alexei, we're leaving." "Listen, miss, we don't want to harm you," the group leader spoke, demonstrating his magic as he appeared to specialize in ice. "But if you refuse to come with us peacefully, we have no choice but to use force." With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a pair of bright blue orbs that glowed with a chilly energy. "Hey, go easy with that. We're supposed to restrain her, nothing more, nothing less. We don't want to hurt her," warned one of his companions. "I know that," the leader retorted, joining his two orbs to form a single, even more frigid orb. "But let's not forget that we're going up against a Diodo in the flesh. Name, H.P. P.P. 3:16/26. Noticing the change on the screen, Alexei was struck by a strange sense of déjà vu, just as he had been with the guards. Apparently determined to follow through on his threat, the man was about to unleash his magic attack when a sudden blast of cold air accompanied by the sound of shattering ice erupted on their side. A white fog was released, within which one could hear a surprised, "Eh?" It was soon followed by a strident "Eek! My arms! My arms!" As the white fog dissipated, the man and his comrade came back into view. The man, whose arms had been intact an instant before, now had both arms falling apart into frozen pieces. "What?" one of the men exclaimed. "What happened?" another asked. As the men attended to their comrade who fell on the floor, panikedly hugging his frozen arm, their eyes turned toward Alexei, who still had his arm outstretched. Having seen it during the short window within which it happened, he had directed gusts of wind toward the man's orb. From the moment the man summoned his magic and voiced his threat, Alexei experienced a strong sense of déjà vu, as if he had been in a similar situation before. He didn't brush off the feeling, instead, he embraced it and acted on his instincts. "A mage?" one of the men mumbled. "No, that's a child. Besides, look at his eyes. That's a damn noble," another said. The words elicited panicked reactions from the trio, and even the injured man was struggling to keep his composure. Taking a step forward, the oldest looking man raised his hands in a gesture of submission as Alexei aimed his arm at him. "It's okay. I won't do anything," he said, not breaking eye contact with Alexei as he positioned himself between Alexei and his comrades. "She called you Alexei. That is your name, right?" Not wanting to utter a single word to the man, but also not seeing a reason to deny it, Alexei nodded. "I see," the man mumbled. "May I ask another question? Did you escape the Shadowhold fortress together?" Though Alexei wasn't sure of the name of the fortress, he was more or less certain about the together part, so once again he nodded. "And your name is?" "Alexei," the man stammered, his voice trembling. He even backed off a few steps. "You know me?" Alexei asked, noticing the man's reaction. There was a pause between Alexei's question and the man's answer. "I don't know you, but I've heard of you, Ethereal Breeze." "How could I not?" Hearing that name, which elicited no recognition from Alexei, must have brought upon them some sort of realization, since the expressions of the three other men upon hearing its mention darkened ominously. Alexei wanted to ask questions about that name, but the man first spoke, addressing the following words mostly to Ninja Ura and Alexei: "Listen, let's forget about what just happened. We'll take our leave here. We don't want trouble, not with you, Not with the citadel, and certainly not with the nobility. Without waiting for Alexei's response, the two men carried the injured man and took their leave. The oldest man was about to do the same when Ninja called out to him, "Wait, the person who sent you after me, who are they? Do you know where my parents are? You came for me, surely you know where my parents are." Though hesitating, the man answered, "I'm afraid, as I said, I cannot reveal their name, nor can I say anything about your parents as I know nothing. I have only been here to look out for you, so I have no way of knowing what could have become of them after you were separated. But surely the one who sent us knows. If you wish to meet them, you can follow us. We'll take you to them." The man uttered made it clear that his invitation only extended to Ninja. Seeing the expression on her face as she cast a gaze at Alexei, he knew that she was considering the offer. "Despite what happened earlier, you have my word that no harm will be done to you. The person who sent us cares a lot about you and your safety." With these words, Ninja was left with a choice to make. 4. The Diodo Girl. Alexei and Ninja walked side by side, their steps echoing on the pavement as they made their way through the bustling city. Alexei's gaze kept darting towards Ninja, taking in her every move. Alexei had been stealing glances at Ninja, who, like him, had been lost in her own thoughts since they left the man and his comrades. It wasn't until they reached a quiet street that she snapped out of her daze, her gaze meeting Alexei's. "Say, why did you say no?" Alexei asked. Ninja intoned, tilting his head to the side. "The man from earlier's who said he would take you to the one who sent him. You told him no, why? Weren't you looking for your parents? That person could have known." "Well, I am, but," she said, scratching her head, "do you think I should have accepted? I don't know. Well, I suppose it was the same for me. Back then, I didn't know if they were telling the truth. The fact is, even now, I still don't think I do. But I do know, after thinking it through, that whether or not they were trustworthy or not, I think I feel safer with you than I would have with them." "You feel safer with me?" Alexei repeated, sounding surprised. The truth was, when the man made Ninja the offer to take her to someone who could help her find her parents on that roof, Alexei felt a sense of loss at the thought of her departure. The presence of the girl whom he had only met a few days prior and learned the name of only this morning had already become a source of comfort and stability for him amidst all the strange things happening to him, the confusion born of it, and his foggy memories. It was something he could tell he must have never had before, given the sensation of relief he felt washing over him when she declined the man's offer. "Yes," she replied, raising her hands to compare their heights. "I mean, you may be small, but the reaction of others to you is telling. They were afraid of you, cowering and running away with tails tucked between their legs." "Ethereal breeze," Alexei mumbled, repeating the name the man had called him. "That's what he called you, right? Do you know it?" Alexei shook his head. He didn't feel familiar with the moniker the man called him. To be fair, in his current state, it was difficult for him to determine if he was familiar with something or not. Despite the moniker not sounding as familiar as he felt the name Alexei did, he was fairly certain he had heard it before, from someone's mouth. He surmised that the breeze part of the name was probably related to the power he wielded, which allowed him to summon winds. However, he couldn't find a reason for the ethereal aspect. In the end, Alexei remained a mystery even to himself, leaving him shrouded in doubt about who he was, or perhaps, what he even was. The strange reaction of the men, who seemed to have known about his past, didn't help either. Glancing at the girl, whose attitude toward him hadn't changed even after what she had seen, Alexei asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Afraid of you? Why?" She replied. "Earlier, when the man spoke and, as you said, cowered in front of me, I could have asked him questions about who I was. I'm not saying that I don't want to, but when I thought about asking, I hesitated. I had the feeling that if I were to ask him questions, I would have gotten an answer, if not answers, but I wasn't sure I would be pleased with those answers. So you think you might be a horrible person? Though she wasn't particularly sure what being a horrible person could encompass, Alexei nonetheless nodded. At this point, isn't it a little too late to care? I mean, in the span of less than a week, you've already saved me. Not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row. It's a little too late for me to be afraid. Now that I think of it, I haven't yet thanked you for the last 2, so thank you. Twice. Not knowing how to respond to her sudden thanking, Alexei simply replied, "You're welcome." They walked silently for a while before Alexei asked, "What will you do now about your parents?" "The man gave us a city where I could meet the person who sent them, the city of Azerwal. I have to get there. That's the only clue I have for now, but I suppose that's already a beginning." Alexei nodded, agreeing that it was indeed a beginning compared to her situation earlier that morning. "That being said, I think our focus for now should be finding a place to sleep. The night is coming, and I don't want to sleep in the streets again, like we did yesterday," Ninja Ura said as they left a street and arrived at an intersection, where she came to a halting stop. "Did something happen?" Alexei asked. "Do you hear that?" Ninja Ura asked, tilting her head to the side as if to better listen to the distant sound. Alexei followed her gaze and listened closely. A soft, melodic singing could be heard on the dusk breeze. "This is..." Ninja Ura trailed off. "The Celestial Symphony. I see it was today. Look up there. A lunar harmony," Ninja Ura said, pointing at the sky. Lifting his gaze to the sky, Alexei saw beyond the dusky veil of the moons. 7 of them hovered in the night sky, each one different in size and appearance. The first, the new sun, was the largest and brightest of them all, its warm yellow light casting a glow over the land below. Next was Luna, the moon of night, with its deep blue hue and star-white craters. Selene, the moon of silver, was the next largest, its surface reflecting the light of the other moons like a mirror. Cytherea, the moon of Venus, had a delicate pink hue, and its surface was dotted with small craters and valleys. Phoebe, the moon of brightness, was a pale green, its surface pocked with small craters and long ridges. Atlas, the moon of strength, was the smallest of the large moons. Hera, the moon of snow, was the whitest of them all, and its surface was covered in snow-like craters. The last of the 7 moons, Nox, the moon of darkness, was the smallest but also the most ominous. Its deep purple hue and visible cracks gave the impression that it was on the brink of shattering into a million pieces. Gazing up above at the moons, Alexei was captivated by the uniqueness and beauty of each of the 7 moons. Most importantly, he came to a realization. He knew the names of each moon, their attributes, and the exact way they were positioned in the sky. Although he couldn't recall ever studying the moons, he felt as though he had known about them his entire life. Despite not being able to recall the face of the person who had imparted that knowledge to him, Alexei was convinced that it was more than just a coincidence. He believed that the knowledge had been taught to him for a purpose. Staring at each of these moons stirred a feeling that each had a particular and very personal meaning to him, one that still eluded him. "I think we won't have to worry about a place to stay for the night," Ninja Ura said, reaching for Alexei's hand and leading him towards the source of the sound. The duo followed the sound down an alley and arrived at a plaza that had been transformed into a makeshift outdoor gathering space, with many people present. People of all ages and genders, with a predominant number of children, were seated on the ground in a circular formation around 7 women whose singing was the source of the melody they had heard across the city. Despite Alexei's initial reluctance, Ninja Ura, with a reassuring smile, pulled him into the crowd and took him to an empty corner of the plaza, where naturally people started to take notice of them. The singing of the women and the prayers of the people had created a fragile atmosphere of intense concentration, and the arrival of 2 outsiders drew the attention of many of the people in the plaza. But that was not the only reason their arrival drew so much attention. The reason for Alexei's initial reluctance was that he felt like the only one who did not belong. All the people present in the plaza were like Ninja Ura, part of the Odo race. His presence in the plaza, and even more so his entrance into it, with his fair complexion compared to their warm dusk complexions, could hardly go unnoticed by the crowd. Although their arrival caused a small disturbance, after a while, and a few curious glances, Alexei and Ninja blended in and stopped drawing attention as the focus shifted back to the singing women. Like everyone in the plaza, Alexei's attention was immediately drawn to the center, where 7 women stood singing in unison. The women were dressed in golden and black gowns, with 2 of them wearing glittering golden gowns while the others wore sleek black gowns. Alexei also noticed the scale-patterned golden painting they had, some on the face and some on the sleeve, which he realized had to do with the golden scale Ninja developed on her arm, a characteristic unique to her and her fellow Diodo. The women stood in a circle, their voices rising and falling in perfect harmony as they sang, which, despite his cluelessness, Alexei realized was a prayer, and it sounded very soothing and lullaby-like. Although some words were unfamiliar to Alexei, he felt intrigued as he listened to their song. The surrounding people, old and young, sat on the ground, completely engrossed in the prayer, still, their faces peaceful and serene. The women took a break after singing for several minutes, only to resume singing less than a minute later. "This one is my favorite," Ninja murmured, leaning in on Alexei so as not to disturb the others. "It is called A Mother's Lullaby." With a nod, Alexei, who had not comprehended much of the previous prayer's lyrics, concentrated on listening to the ongoing one. However, despite his attempts to grasp its meaning, the prayer ended without him even understanding what it was about. Having most likely noticed Alexei's confusion, the girl chuckled and said, "It's hard to understand with all these Odo words put in it, right?" Alexei nodded. Although the prayers were sung in a common language, they also came accompanied by what sounded to Alexei like random words thrown in, which he now realized were Odo words. Ninja closed in on him and began to explain. "The prayer is about a woman who is blessed by a golden deity," Ninja began. "She was filled with love and hope, and her heart was overflowing with joy." Alexei listened intently as Ninja continued to weave the story of the prayer. This woman was chosen to become a mother, to bring 2 beautiful children into the world. And so she gave birth to twin gold-blessed children named Fan and Jenny. "The story of the woman and her children is deeply ingrained in our heritage," Ninja explained, concluding, her head now resting on Alexei's lap. "My mother told me it represents the connection we have to the divine and the blessings that Odo has bestowed upon us, the Odo people." Looking up at the now starry sky, Ninja explained, yawning, "Which is why every time the 7 moons are visible, we gather to pray, to sing lullabies, but also to fall asleep." As Alexei gazed down at the girl, whose head was resting on his lap, her eyes closed, and her fists tightly clenched, he realized she had fallen asleep. He surveyed the area and noticed that fewer than half of the people present, mainly children of a similar age or younger, had also drifted off. The remaining awake individuals were older children or adults who rose to collect the slumbering children before departing. "So that's what you meant by somewhere safe to sleep for the night." 5. She who is blessed with Odo. Just as she had claimed, Ninja was born on the continent, the Iris continent, also known as the Central Continent. Her parents were, in all occurrences, normal people, though perhaps it was fair to say that it was not entirely the case. They were Odo, a race of people born of individuals who encountered a golden deity that imparted upon them a power called Odo, which manifested in a gold-like substance they could bend to their will. The Odo, as a race, were easily recognizable from the rest of Arbianity by their darker complexion. Odo legends have it that the first of the Odo were just like everyone else but later developed a warm dusk complexion after their encounter with the deity that granted them Odo. Some legends have it that the first Odo was simply born with that complexion. In either case, along with the ability to control Odo, it set them apart from everyone else, especially on the Iris continent, which was a gigantic ocean away from the southern continent, the birthplace of the Odo race. Most of the Odo's faith centers around the worship of a gigantic golden tree with branches reaching towards the sky, said to strive to reach the stars. This tree is referred to as the Mother Tree and is believed to be a testament left by the golden deity that the first Odo encountered. While all legends corroborate that the darker complexion of the Odo race was an everlasting gift from that deity, spanning over generations, the blessing of Odo wielding did not come with such a hereditary characteristic, resulting in some being born with the ability to wield it and others not, thus creating the clear distinction between the Dai-Odo, who were blessed by Odo, and the common Odo, who were not. Even if an Odo child were born to both Dai-Odo parents, as long as he or she was not born under the right condition, they would be born a common Odo. It was not a matter of luck or predisposition but rather a simple condition that had to be met, being born in the vicinity of the Mother Tree. This partially explains the cult built around the Golden Tree. The Mother Tree cult is still alive and well among the common Odo of the Iris continent, as evidenced by their celestial symphony, which is a way to rejoice for the day when the Mother Tree's branches will reach the stars. Despite having grown estranged from their homeland, Odo, and the Mother Tree, the two continents were separated by an enormous ocean, and to reach the shores of the said ocean required a long and treacherous journey through monster-infested no man's land, making the journey nearly impossible for just anyone. But even so, it was a journey some common Odo were willing to make to leave this continent for their homeland. It was the case of Ninja Ura's parents, though their motives for going back to the continent were different from those of most common Odo. They wanted to return to their homelands so that their children and future generations would know the glory of Odo. Ninja Ura's parents, on the other hand, wanted to make the journey not for themselves or for any future generation, but because they believed it was something that had to be done. Their daughter was born a Dai-Odo without being in the vicinity of the Mother Tree. It was a miracle, but even so, they did not shout it from the rooftops. Instead, they kept it a secret. For most of Ninja Ura's early life, from her newborn days to her middle childhood, she and her parents would live hiding her golden scales on her arm, which happened to be the only Dai-Odo characteristic she displayed. Unlike a Dai-Odo, she was unable to properly wield Odo, and summoning even a small quantity would have her bedridden for days. So for 10.5 years, her life went on like that, with her, a Dai-Odo, pretending to be a common Odo. But that soon came to an end with an event. Ninja Ura, who so far struggled to even summon a cupful of Odo, developed the ability to summon more of it without having to pay the usual exhausting price. The unexpected revelation of Ninja Ura's identity as a Dai-Odo, combined with other factors, prompted her to leave the city that had always been her home. She and her parents moved to another city where they hoped to earn money to finance their journey to the southern continent, the birthplace of the Odo race. They believed it was the best place for a Dai-Odo like their daughter. However, the move was a particularly difficult burden for the family of three, as they, like many in the Odo community, were struggling financially. The Odo community's situation on the continent was somewhat complicated, if not utterly dire. It was a well-known fact on the Iris continent. Common Odo were victims of prejudice and discrimination. The social hierarchy placed noble, Raj, citizens at the top, followed by ordinary citizens, and finally the Odo community. Common Odo faced the greatest discrimination and were considered second-class citizens. This situation could be explained by several factors, including their easily recognizable complexions, but two main factors were to blame. The first was that the Odo community's situation has always been bad, from the get-go, possibly because being so far away from their homeland, the homeland that granted them the power their race was known for, has meant that they've been deprived of all forms of support since the first Odo moved up to the Iris continent around 1,500 years ago. The second reason is closely related to the former, namely that since the situation offers no alternative to patching things, all it could do is go on and on spiraling down into the abyss. The Odos have little political representation on the Iris continent, making it difficult for them to advocate for their rights or address issues that affect their community. All seats or positions in which they should be able to advocate for their rights are inaccessible to them, these seats belonging to Rajs and members of the Citadel. The former being beyond reach for an Odo. The best an Odo can do to improve the actual situation of the Odo community is to climb up the ladders of the citadel, but not only is the likelihood of an Odo managing to join it very low, as the positions are to be battled with regular citizens whom society as a whole tends to see as superior compared to them. There would be a point within the hierarchies where the Odo would, because of their roots, not be allowed to climb further up the ladder. Ninja Ura's parents were among the many Odo community members who had humble but stable jobs as laborers, allowing them to maintain a decent standard of living. However, their recent move to a new city and their ambition to save enough money to return to their homeland proved to be more challenging than they had anticipated. For 10 long months, the family struggled to make ends meet, often going without food. Despite their efforts, they barely made a fourth of the money they needed, and it felt as though it would take an eternity to reach their goal. During this time, Ninja Ura returned home one day with a purse full of money that she had stolen from a man in the market. Her parents were initially upset with her actions, as they were law-abiding citizens. However, Ninja Ura explained how she used her Odo to complete the task efficiently, saving them time and effort in the long run. With her thieving skills, they could reach their goal faster without having to go through such hardships or spend their resources sparingly. Initially hesitant, Ninja Ura's parents eventually came around and allowed her to continue her thieving activities. The trio gradually shifted their focus to wealthy individuals in the city to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Over the course of 3 months, they managed to accumulate enough money to fund their journey and even more. The long and grueling journey across the no man's land between the cities of the Iris continent and the outskirts of the ocean separating the continent was not for the faint of heart. However, there were men who made it their business to facilitate the journey for common Odo who wished to return to their homeland. Of course, their services came at a steep price. These men were rumored to be prana-wielding mercenaries, tasked with ensuring the safety of their clients during the journey between the cities and the shore of the ocean. Once their clients reached the ocean, the mercenaries would relinquish their duties to a navigation crew, which would transport them across the sea. It was to pay for the services of these mercenaries that Ninja Ura and her family went to such great lengths to secure the necessary funds. After finally securing the required amount, thanks to Ninja Ura's efforts, they contacted the representative of the mercenaries and made a reservation for the 3 of them. They paid up front and were given a departure date by the representative. After having waited for nearly a year and a half for that day, Ninja Ura, along with her parents and several other Odo, set off on their journey to the southern continent in a carriage. However, the convoy had barely reached the no man's land between the central continent and the shore of the sea separating the 2 continents when they were stopped by mages who were searching for a specific individual, an Odo-wielding girl. Who else could it be but Ninja Ura? Despite their efforts to fight back, Ninja Ura and her parents were no match for the mages, who were experienced fighters and had proper techniques for using magic. Ninja Ura had her Odo, but she lacked the experience and techniques to use it effectively against her opponents. As a result, Ninja Ura was separated from her parents and woke up in a cell within the Shadowhold Fortress, which was owned by the Citadel, which also happened to be the place she stumbled upon Alexei, in his crystal prison. "Are you sure this is going to work?" Alexei asked. The duo, Alexei and Ninja Ura, were dressed in new, more presentable outfits that Ninja Ura had purchased with money acquired from their last stunt that had led them to be chased by guards. "Yes, I am. When I traveled from town to town, I saw people doing that. Now, give me that, and you take this," Ninja Ura said, handing Alexei a bundle while taking a bigger-sized one that she carried herself from his hands. "Remember to leave everything to me and avoid eye contact." Alexei nodded. With confident steps, Ninja Ura walked towards the carriage parked on the side of the road, followed closely by Alexei. The 2 coachmen stood outside, one leaning against the carriage door, and the other busy charging the carriage. "Excuse me, sir," Ninja Ura called out, approaching the first coachman, a man who was well into his 50s. The man, upon being called out, looked around as if unsure if the girl was speaking to him. "We were wondering if you could take us to the nearby city, the city of Azerwal," Ninja Ura said. May I ask, young girl, what is telling you that I'm going to do that, go to the city of Azurwal? The coachman asked. You're about to leave, and from that bandage attached to your carriage, Ninja Ura pointed out, indicating a blue bandage attached to the side of their carriage. I can tell you're going east, exactly where the city of Azurwal is. What is telling you, young girl, that we're taking people with us? Instead of answering his question, Ninja Ura simply asserted, we can pay. Esh, the second coachman spoke, leaning in to whisper to the first coachman. Do they look like they can pay much? Ninja Ura reached into her pocket and pulled out a miserable-looking pouch. I have what you need, she said, opening the pouch to show the coachman the contents. That should be enough to cover the fare, right? The second coachman's eyes widened in surprise as he caught a glimpse of the pouch's contents. The first coachman nodded, his eyes still fixed on Ninja Ura and Alexei. Indeed, that should be enough, but, I have to ask, where are your parents? What does that matter to you? It doesn't. I just want to know. They're in Israel, Ninja Ura replied before adding confidently, that's why I'm going there. And the boy's parents? The coachman asked, glancing at Alexei, who, just as previously instructed by Ninja Ura, had left everything up to her and remained silent. They're in Azurwal as well, Alexei answered, avoiding the man's gaze. So, you do speak. I thought you were deaf or mute or something. He's just shy, Ninja Ura said, standing before Alexei to cover him. So will you take us or not? If not, we'll find someone else. The two coachmen exchanged a look, then turned back to Ninja Ura. All right, the first coachman finally said. Once we're done charging the carriage, we'll take you to the nearby city. But if anything happens, we're not responsible. Deal. After reaching a compromise with the coachman, Ninja Ura and Alexei sat patiently as the coachman finished loading their carriage, as agreed. Once the loading was complete, they climbed aboard. Despite feeling cramped amidst the stacked crates, neither Alexei nor Ninja Ura voiced a complaint. The sound of horse hooves clattering on the pavement signaled their departure. However, before Alexei could even get used to the carriage in motion, it came to a halt at the city's wall. Good day, friends, one of the guards said. Good day, sirs, the first coachman greeted the guards with a nod. We're just headed out to deliver some goods to the next city. The usual then, the guard said, nodding. Yep, the usual. I see, the man mumbled before asking, and who are these two? His eyes settled on Ninja Ura and Alexei. The guard who had called out looked over at the carriage. The coachman cleared his throat, and with practiced ease, he introduced Ninja Ura. The girl is one of my boss's servants, she's being moved to Azurwal. And the boy? Knowing that avoiding eye contact was the best course of action as it was bound to attract attention, Alexei kept his gaze fixed on his feet. The boy? He is the son of a friend of mine, the coachman unhesitatingly lied. Since the little lad's father isn't around, I thought this could be a perfect opportunity to teach him about this line of work. It's best to start teaching them young. Yep, I couldn't agree more, the man said before bidding Alexei farewell. Well, good luck, son. Still avoiding eye contact, Alexei merely nodded in response. However, he soon realized that this was not a wise move as the guard continued to stare at him instead of moving on. Had it not been for the coachman's intervention, things might have taken a sour turn. You'll excuse him, mister. The little lad is shy. Shy and most likely intimidated by your presence. I see, the guard mumbled, finally letting go of the matter and allowing them to pass. All right, you may pass. But be careful on the road, of bandits or, worse, monsters. We will. The guard nodded, then looked to his colleague for confirmation. The second guard nodded, and the two guards stepped aside to let the carriage pass. Safe travels, one of the guards said as the carriage rolled past them and onto the road leading out of the city. Thank you, the coachman replied with a smile and a tip of his hat. As the carriage rolled down the road, past the guards, Ninja Ura let out what could only be described as a sigh of relief. It had been a close call, But they had at least made it out of the city. 6. From a city to another. Upon leaving the city, Alexei and Ninja Ura's journey to the next city progressed smoothly. "Thanks for lying for us earlier," Ninja Ura said to the coachman. "I wasn't expecting that from you." "Don't expect me to do it again," the coachman replied. "The next time you need me to lie, you'll be on your own." "Don't say that," Ninja Ura said, handing the coachman 2 coins. "One is for lying earlier. One is for my friend and me. So, if we run into any guards on the road, I'm counting on you to lie for us again." The coachman looked at Ninja Ura skeptically. "You seemed unfazed by the lie I came up with earlier, so I'm starting to doubt the truth of the story we've been told about your parents being in that next city." "I'm not lying," Ninja Ura insisted. "My parents are in that city." "Is that so?" the coachman asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, it is," Ninja Ura replied firmly. "And what about the boys' parents?" asked the coachman, turning to Alexei. "They're in that city too," declared Alexei, sticking to his lie. "I see," sneered the coachman. "As long as he hasn't been abducted or something." As the carriage continued its journey along the gravel road, Alexei noticed the ground shaking. Glancing at Ninja Ura, he saw that she shared the same reaction. "What is that?" wondered the second coachman aloud. "Monsters?" Hearing these words, both Alexei and Ninja Ura stood up to see a column of dust approaching in the distance. "No, that's not a monster," corrected the first coachman. "That's a cavalcade." The coachman pulled the carriage to the side of the road and came to a halt, and soon a cavalcade of at least 200 knights rode past without even giving the carriage a glance. "That was a cavalcade of at least 200 knights," marveled the second coachman. "Yes, it was," confirmed the first coachman. "And from the look of it, they were heading to the city of Blue Haven, the city we just left." "But we just left. What could have happened there to attract so many knights?" asked the second coachman. "It couldn't have happened after we left," replied the first coachman. "It had to have happened before we left." "So, what do you think it could be?" asked the second coachman. "Why are you asking me?" retorted the first coachman. "How would I know the answer to that?" While the 2 coachmen argued, Ninja Ura and Alexei sat in silence. They both knew what must have happened in the city to attract so many knights. They had broken out of prison, and no doubt they had been given the status of fugitives. With the number of knights dispatched, they were not just any fugitives, but high-ranking ones. "Are you okay?" asked Ninja Ura in a low voice, so as not to be overheard. As Alexei struggled to keep the nausea at bay, he noticed Ninja Ura's eyes on him. From the way she stared blankly at him, he knew she was aware of his discomfort, and he braced himself for her to draw attention to it. But instead of pointing it out, she gave him a soft smile and began to tell him a story. "My parents and I traveled a lot in carriages like this one. I love those times, and I'm sure my mother did too. The only one who didn't was my father," she said, "for he had something called motion sickness." "Motion sickness?" "Yes, carriage riding made him dizzy, sick, and nauseated. Unlike my mother and me, he never got to enjoy any of our journey until someone taught him a trick that allowed him to get through it," Ninja Ura explained. "What trick?" Alexei asked, desperate for any relief from his discomfort. "He said that focusing on a fixed point in the distance and taking deep breaths would help calm his stomach, and it worked for him every time," Ninja Ura replied. Alexei looked around but realized that the crates around him and the coachman driving the carriage obstructed all views to a fixed point in the distance, unless he stood up, which he knew was not a wise alternative. As Alexei was trying to find something to replace the fixed point, Ninja Ura waved her hand at him and motioned for him to come over to her. She spread her legs apart in a V shape, apparently for him to sit between them. Initially somewhat reluctant, Alexei looked at her warily, but at the reassuring smile she gave him, he scooted over and went to sit down in front of Ninja Ura, leaning back against her chest. From where he sat, Alexei looked around but saw nothing to anchor his sight on, no faraway mountain or anything. Around there was just a wildflower-dotted grassy field. It took Alexei some time to realize that there had been something fixed in the horizon, something fixed, ominously motionless. Nox, the moon of darkness, also known as the shattered moon, hung motionless in the sky that day, just like every other day before. Fragmented as ever, its jagged edges stood out against the blue sky. "So, how is it?" Ninja asked. "I think I'm feeling better." Only then did Alexei realize that she had gotten him to confess his motion sickness without even mentioning it. "Is that so?" she said, wrapping her arms around him, holding him securely in place, and resting her head on his. "Then that's good." "Ninja he said. "As I thought, you smell like a tree," she softly murmured in his hair. "Smelling like a tree?" Alexei mumbled, wondering how weird he must smell to be compared to a tree. "Not literally, of course, but still, you smell like a tree. I've noticed it since the day we escaped. You smell like a tree in the penumbra, in midday sun. Warm but fresh at the same time. It just makes me want to lay my head down and rest." "I see," said Alexei, not really knowing what to do with that information. As the horse trotted and the wheel turned, he allowed things to remain as they were for the rest of their journey. In spite of his motion sickness, Alexei fell asleep in Ninja arms amidst the carriages jostling and swaying. He couldn't tell when exactly he fell asleep. He just knew that he was surrounded by the boundaries of what he recognized as a dream, or perhaps it was more accurate to call it a nightmare. It was a dark and misty world with ghostly figures surrounding him, each one staring at him with accusing eyes. The air was filled with their screams, spoken in a chorus of whispers and moans. "Why me? Back off from me. No. You'll pay for this." The words echoed around him, attempting to fill him with fear. Standing amidst the chaos, Alexei felt something that made him reach for his chest. It was a familiar sensation, one that he was fairly certain he was good at suppressing. Before he was even made aware of its presence, his heart had already been diligently suppressing it. While Alexei stood there trying to figure out what that feeling was, the ghostly figure's whispers grew louder and more insistent until they were a cacophony of sorrow and anger. It was then, amidst that confusing chaos, that Alexei noticed two particular silhouettes stepping toward him. Two things set them apart from the others: not only had they stepped toward Alexei, but they were also clearer than the others, which allowed Alexei to see that one was a woman and the other a man. He could see with a clear and vivid clarity the hate-filled gaze they directed at him. The sight made Alexei's heart beat frantically. He felt something pouring out of his chest, and his hand instinctively went to his chest to feel his heart, which was still vigorously beating and pumping blood out, pouring out at his feet. Wind and lightning traveled up his arms, hurting the heart he held in his hands. But no matter how much it was hurt, it kept beating, healing off the injuries it received, pumping out increasing amounts of blood. In no time, the pooling blood filled the room, surprisingly drowning all the shadowy figures before Alexei. But soon, it was his turn. The blood filling the room soon reached his throat level, drowning him whole. Though his drowning stimulated Alexei's reflex of swimming to the surface, he put no effort into doing so, for two reasons. First, he knew this was a dream, and second, a dream does not dream. Alexei woke himself back to reality, only to immediately be confronted with the carriage's nauseating swaying. Hurrying himself up, he gazed towards his lifeguard, Nox, who was now veiled by a dark and nightly veil. As he gazed into it, a face came into view and greeted him. "Good evening. Did you sleep well?" Realizing that he had fallen asleep on her, he immediately wanted to return to his place, but she held him firmly around his waist. She only responded with a smile, leaving Alexei with nowhere to escape. He nodded in response to her question. "I see. I was worried for a moment. I heard you speaking in your sleep earlier, and it was really weird. A dream does not dream, was it?" "Sorry, I must have been dreaming." "Dreaming? What's that?" Ninja asked, tilting her head to the side. It's like when you're asleep, but your mind is still awake," Alexei explained slowly. "Sometimes you see things, like images or stories. And they feel really real, even though you immediately know they're not. Ninja Ura's eyebrows furrowed as she repeated, images in your mind when you're sleeping? She still didn't understand. Alexei nodded. It looks real. Like everything, but it isn't. Ninja Ura gazed at him, her face pensive as she tried to imagine what dreaming would be like, and most likely succeeded. It sounds strange, she finally said. I can't really picture it, but I sure would like to try it. At her wishing words, Alexei, instinctively, intended to warn Ninja Ura against it, but before he could even utter a word, the coachman's announcement interrupted him. Well, children, I think we're nearing the end of this journey, the coachman announced. The city of Azurwal is just ahead. As the carriage approached the outskirts of the city, Alexei could see the towering walls of the city looming in the distance. They were massive structures made of gray stone that shimmered in the moonlight. The walls encircled the entire city, stretching far into the distance in either direction and seeming to touch the stars themselves. As they drew nearer, the travelers could discern the guard towers that dotted the walls at regular intervals, as well as the flickering torches that illuminated both the walls and the roads leading up to the city's massive gates. The gates themselves were imposing structures made of bluish-gray stone. 7. The city of Azurwal. It was early morning in the city of Azurwal when Ninja Ura said to the two coachmen, "Thank you very much for your assistance." The first coachman was about to board while the second was already sitting in his seat, ready to attend to their duty. Approaching them, she handed something over and said, "We couldn't have done it without your help." "What is this?" asked the first coachman. "A small gift for last night," Ninja Ura replied. "Last night?" queried the second coachman. "You provided us with a place to stay," she explained. "Well, you wouldn't tell us where your so-called parents lived. We couldn't simply leave the two of you on your own. This is a big city, and it can be dangerous for children, especially at night," said the first coachman. The night before, Alexei and Ninja Ura had entered the walls of the city of Azurwal. However, since it was late at night, the duo had lied about having a home to go to. In response to Ninja Ura's insistence on being dropped off somewhere in the city, the two coachmen suggested that she and Alexei spend the rest of the night in their carriage, which they did. Ninja Ura said, "That's why I insist that you take this," as she handed a few coins to the man. As Ninja Ura gave him the coins, the two coachmen exchanged a wordless but meaningful glance before saying, "Well, little girl, if you insist," and accepting the coins. "Anyway, do you really think you'll be fine out there?" Ninja Ura smiled confidently. "We'll be fine. We're used to looking after ourselves." "I see. If you say so, I won't pry any further," the first coachman said as Ninja Ura turned around. However, she turned back to them and asked, "And, I almost forgot to ask, mister, what is your name?" The first coachman shrugged and climbed to his seat. "Just call me old man, or whatever you like. It's not important." The second coachman noticed Ninja Ura's glance at him and answered, "I'm Samir. And, as you can see, unlike the old man here, I have no issue revealing my name." "Humph," the coachman grunted. "Anyway, kids, I think it's about time for this old man and Samir to get moving. Good luck finding your parents. Take care of yourselves now." On these final words, the duo's carriage slowly drove away, leaving them standing alone in silence. "I think we should get going too," Ninja Ura said some moments later. "How about we visit the city first?" Alexei responded with a nod. Ninja Ura and Alexei had been wandering aimlessly around Azurwal for a while when they finally arrived at what appeared to be the city's mercantile district. The air was alive with the sounds of haggling and the clatter of hooves as horses and mules carried goods in and out of the district. The ground beneath their feet was made of cobblestones, just like the rest of the city. The buildings in the district were made of stone and lined the narrow alleyways, with their stalls and shops spilling out onto the street. Large pieces of fabric were strung up overhead between the buildings to protect the shoppers from the hot sun. The colorful material cast a vibrant, dappled light across the alleyways, illuminating the merchants' wares. As they squeezed past the crowds, admiring the bolts of silk and satin that hung like rainbows from the stalls, Alexei saw people from all walks of life mingling together and browsing the wares. Merchants, with their keen eyes and quick tongues, shouted at each other in a medley of languages, trying to outdo one another with the quality of their goods and the cleverness of their bargaining. Customers bartered with merchants, and the sound of coins clinking together filled the air as deals were struck. The vendors were a blur of colors and smells, calling out their wares and haggling with customers. Amid the hubbub, the heady aroma of exotic spices mingled with the sharp tang of cured leather and the sweet scent of flowers, creating a sensory overload that left Alexei feeling dizzy. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel invigorated by the energy of the mercantile district and that of Ninja Ura, who seemed fiercely in her element, darting from one stall to the next. Ninja Ura was one of many members of the Odo community who came from humble beginnings and were accustomed to the hustle and bustle of street life. As a result, it came as no surprise that she felt at home in the market. Alexei was aware that long before Ninja Ura's parents undertook the endeavor of taking their daughter to the southern continent, they worked in markets like this one. Furthermore, the latter part of this endeavor implied, if not outright required, that Ninja Ura be familiar with marketplaces like this one. Ninja Ura and Alexei continued to make their way through the bustling mercantile district, following the throngs of people as they wound their way deeper into the market. The vibrant sounds and smells of the market slowly began to fade, and the crowd started to thin out until they found themselves at the far end of the market, where the stalls and shops seemed to cater to a different class of customers. The narrow alleyways here were lined with shops and stalls selling fine silks and furs, delicate jewelry, and gleaming gold and silver. The stalls were more lavish, with ornate carvings and fine silks draped over their wares. Golden trinkets and sparkling jewels glittered in the sunlight, and rare ivory pieces were prominently displayed. The air itself was thick with the smell of wealth. The stalls were manned by well-dressed merchants, and the customers browsing the wares looked just as prosperous. It was clear that Alexei and Ninja Ura didn't belong in this part of the market, but their curiosity got the better of them, and they pressed on nonetheless. As they made their way deeper into this corner of the market, Ninja Ura and Alexei began to feel increasingly out of place. They were dressed in plain, simple clothing, and their pockets were empty. They stuck out like sore thumbs amongst the rich merchants and their even richer looking customers, with no hope of blending in. Despite this, Alexei followed Ninja Ura, who didn't seem to mind their out of place presence. She marched confidently ahead, scanning the stalls for anything that caught her eye. As they walked past a stall selling ivory carvings, Ninja Ura suddenly came to an abrupt halt, causing Alexei to nearly bump into her. "What's going on?" Alexei asked, his curiosity piqued. She didn't answer, her eyes were fixed ahead. Sensing her unease, Alexei followed her line of sight to see what had caught her attention, an ivory selling stall. The stall itself was unremarkable, but the customers in front of it were another story. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2829. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 4, 3131. Once again, just as it had happened with the four men from that day, a screen appeared beside their heads. One of them was a man in his 30s, and the other was a woman in her late teens. They stood in front of an ivory stall surrounded by servants and guards, and the man, judging from his nightly outfits, seemed to be leading them. "Who are they?" he asked in a low voice. Ninja Ura hesitated before muttering something under her breath. Alexei strained to hear her, but her words were lost in the din of the market. Just as he was about to ask her to repeat herself, the man, the girl, and his guards finished their business at the ivory stall and began to make their way out of the area. Ninja Ura started to say, but just at that moment, the man and his entourage moved away. Before he could receive an audible answer from her about who the man was, Ninja Ura began marching towards them with the apparent intention of engaging. Alexei positioned himself in front of her, firmly clutching her arm. Through the sleeve of her dress, Alexei could feel the wobbly movement of her summoned dodo. It confirmed his suspicion that she was planning something nefarious. From the moment they met, Alexei had looked up to Ninja as she was much more knowledgeable and resourceful than he was. In the past few days, he had been confused and unsure about what was happening and what should be done. But seeing her in that state for the first time today, he was certain that he had to step up and take action. Who is he? Alexei pressed, more or less convinced that it was the man that Ninja was after. He's one of them, Ninja finally muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. The ones who attacked my family. Ninja pressed forward, but Alexei, despite being shorter than her, wedged himself insistently in front of her. Ninja wait, he said firmly, his voice calm but stern. You can't just charge in there, he whispered urgently, before suggesting, let's follow them from a distance and see where they're going. We'll decide later. For a moment, she glared at Alexei, who was standing in her way, but after heaving a loud, heavy sigh, she nodded. You're right. I think we should do that. As Alexei and Ninja tailed the man, the girl, and the guards through the busy marketplace, they took care to keep their distance and blend in with the crowds. But in this part of the market, they found it challenging to avoid looking like suspect thieves. They carefully observed the group as they moved from one stall to another, pausing occasionally to inspect merchandise or chat with vendors. As time passed, the group eventually wrapped up their business and headed towards a waiting carriage. Alexei and Ninja followed at a safe distance, making sure not to arouse suspicion. Despite its extravagant decoration, the carriage moved slowly through the congested streets, which allowed the duo to keep up. As they trailed the carriage through the city, Alexei and Ninja stayed close behind, keeping a watchful eye out for any signs of detection. Eventually, the carriage disappeared into a sprawling estate in the middle of the city, encircled by towering walls and protected by vigilant knights, causing Alexei and Ninja to lose sight of it. Ninja, frustrated, stomped her feet and let out a tsk, watching helplessly as events unfolded. She suddenly left the alley they were peering from, but Alexei ran to wedge himself in front of her. What are you doing? He asked. You can't see. He went to hole himself up in that mansion. So I'm going to find him and ask him where he and his friends took my parents. But, there is no but. If need be, I'll fight them off, no matter how many guards there are in there. While Ninja presumed that Alexei was referring to the guards, what concerned him the most were the presences he felt, specifically, the presences linked to the thread that was tethered to his chest. Up to this point, he was fairly confident that each thread was linked to a mage or Nodo user like Ninja on the other end. Besides the man and the woman, he felt at least 10 other presences connected to the thread in the mansion. My parents are probably in prison, just like I was. I will find them. I have to. So move aside, Ninja asserted, walking past Alexei. Alexei had a very bad feeling about breaking into a place with so many mages. He felt it to the bone, so much so that stopping Ninja from trying was more instinctual than anything else for him. But considering the motive for the charge, he couldn't help but understand. This prompted him to call out, Ninja wait. Ninja halted in her steps. Taking a deep breath, Alexei proposed, if you insist on doing this, let me help. And if you, before stopping mid-sentence as Ninja turned to face him. She had a confused expression on her face, and she reached out her nose, from which an unnatural colored liquid dripped. She looked at the strange liquid and then at Alexei, saying, Alexei, I don't think I feel good. With a puzzled expression on her face, Ninja brought her hand up to her nose and noticed the odd-colored liquid dripping out. She examined the strange substance with her fingers, most likely having come to the same assessment as Alexei. It was golden-colored, so what else could it be other than Odo? Ninja then looked at Alexei and stated matter-of-factly, I don't think I'm feeling very well, before collapsing. Ninja Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, Race, Class, Ninja 1014, 226, 40, Die, Odo, 8. Breaking in. With her head resting on his lap, Alexei breathed a sigh of relief as Ninja finally stirred awake. Her eyes flickered open, confusion etched across her face, and she appeared weak and disoriented. "Are you okay?" he immediately asked, the worry in his voice palpable. Ninja slowly nodded, her gaze focused on him. "I think so. What happened to me? Odo came out of your nose like a nosebleed, and then suddenly, you fell unconscious," Alexei explained, his voice laced with concern. Ninja's eyes widened, and she appeared taken aback by the news. "That's never happened to me before," she said, still looking bewildered. "I see," Alexei murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "So, I suppose you don't know what caused it?" Ninja shook her head, confirming his suspicions. "You really took me by surprise earlier. I thought you were going to." He trailed off, unable to voice his thoughts. Ninja's gaze softened, and she looked at him gratefully. "Thank you, Alexei. I'm okay now, thanks to you." But as she tried to sit up, her legs gave way, and she almost crumpled to the ground. Alexei swiftly moved to catch her and help her balance. "Are you really okay?" he asked again, studying her closely. "You don't look it to me." "I'm okay. I just have this strange headache here and here," she said, touching the corners of her forehead gently. "Perhaps we should find someone to help you," Alexei started, but Ninja interrupted him. "If I really bled Odo, then no one can help. No one from this continent," she said resignedly. Hearing her words made Alexei bite his lip. She was right. If what caused her to bleed Odo was Odo-related, then there was no one in the central continent who could help her with it. "Where are we?" Ninja asked, looking around. "We're near an out-of-the-way alleyway, close to the mansion where the person we're tailing holed up," Alexei explained. "What about him?" Ninja asked immediately at his mention. "He's still there," Alexei reassured her. "You're sure he didn't leave when I was unconscious?" Ninja pressed, scanning his face. "Yes, I'm sure. I have a way to confirm that," Alexei replied confidently. Somewhere in his heart, Alexei hoped that she wouldn't ask him what that meant. He couldn't explain to himself what these threads tethering him were, let alone explain them to her. Ninja let out a sigh of relief, and a moment of silence set in before she spoke again. "I'm sorry I was rude to you earlier. I know you were trying to help me, and I reacted badly," she said, looking contrite. Alexei shrugged, feeling a little embarrassed. "It's okay. You were just worried about your parents, after all. I should have offered you my help instead of just standing in your way as I did. It was not your fault, and you have nothing to reproach yourself for," Ninja said firmly. She tried to stand again, and this time she managed to stay on her feet. "But I really need to ask that man questions about my parents," she said, determination clear in her voice. Alexei watched her, his heart swelling with admiration for her bravery and grit. She took a few steps, but stumbled again. Alexei, who had been prepared, swiftly caught her. "I understand. I won't get in your way anymore, but let me help you." It was even later into the night, and 3 moons were shining up above. Alexei crept along the wall surrounding the property on his own, looking for a way to squeeze through and into the mansion's inner perimeters. He knew his small stature could easily make it possible, but on the tall and imposing wall, he found none. Alexei scanned the towering wall, searching for any cracks or crevices he could use to climb up, but he found none. He paused at a particularly dark corner, looking up above, before letting out a sigh. He looked down at the ground and searched for a rock. Once he found one, he picked it up and threw it over the wall before listening carefully for any reaction, but there were none. "It has come to this, I suppose there is no backing off now," he murmured to himself. Alexei looked down at his hands and feet and saw them enveloped by a visible swirling wind. The gusts of wind circled around his palms and fingers, creating a mesmerizing dance of air and movement. With a burst of energy, he sprinted towards the wall, only to realize midway through that he was doing something wrong. He was too close to the wall. He attempted to adjust his approach, but it was too late. He couldn't reach the top and fell back down to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his foot as he landed. He got back up and backed away from the wall, creating some distance to give himself more room to jump. After taking a deep breath, he ran towards the wall once again. This time, he jumped with all his strength, but it wasn't enough. He hadn't put enough force into his wings to propel him high enough, causing him to fall back to the ground for the second time. Alexei took a few moments to catch his breath and gather his thoughts. He knew he was getting closer and wasn't going to give up now. Backing up even further this time, he took a deep breath and sprinted towards the wall. Focusing all of his energy on his wings, he used them to propel himself higher and higher. He felt the wind pushing him up as he soared over the wall. However, for the short moment he was above it, he came to the mildly painful realization that the landing was going to be rough. Just as he thought, he instantly adjusted his wind to allow him to land with a soft thud on the other side. He lay there for a moment, not particularly to catch his breath but instead to briefly ponder a certain realization about himself. The reason he offered, demanded, and insisted on taking on this task alone was that he was quite confident in his ability to succeed. How? He did not know. It was similar to when he used his wind to jump over the wall earlier. He simply knew it was within the realm of his capabilities. Shaking his head, Alexei set aside his self-questioning thoughts and focused on the task at hand. He looked around, searching for anyone who might spot him. Luckily, there was no one in sight. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Alexei dashed to the main mansion. He scanned the mansion for any signs of weakness, such as an open window or an unlocked door through which he could slip. Finally, despite the lack of light making it difficult to spot, he found it, a slightly ajar window on the second floor that appeared to invite him inside. Alexei moved like a slithering arboreal snake, cautiously making his way to the window. Once he reached it, he carefully peered inside to assess the situation. Although the room was dark, with only the faint light of the moon filtering through the window, Alexei was able to determine that it was safe for him to enter. With quiet grace, Alexei slipped through the window and found himself in a large, opulent hallway. After closing the window behind him, he was enveloped in darkness, and the only sound was the echo of his footsteps on the marble floor. The noise was so loud that he removed his shoes to avoid drawing unwanted attention to himself. With his shoes in hand, Alexei proceeded forward cautiously, keeping his senses sharp for any signs of danger. The darkness was thick, and he could barely see his own hand in front of his face, but he knew that he had to press on, even if it meant facing his fears and braving the unknown. As Alexei moved forward, his eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, allowing him to make out the shape of the room and notice the grandeur of the space, from the high ceilings to the ornate furnishings. It was clear that he was in a place of great wealth and power. Although the furnishings were appealing, they weren't enough to keep Alexei from his mission, to find the man. Using the threads that allowed him to know the man was still somewhere in the mansion, Alexei followed them. As he walked deeper into the mansion, he counted 12 threads, each of which were most likely attached to mages like the man and the girl. As Alexei followed the threads, they led him deeper into the mansion and through a large hallway where he heard approaching footsteps. Without wasting any time, he searched for a place to hide and stumbled upon a small alcove down the hallway. In a hurry, he darted into the alcove and pressed himself against the wall. The footsteps grew louder and closer, accompanied by a humming sound that Alexei only recognized at that moment. Soon, the person to whom the footsteps and humming belonged walked down the hallway, passing by Alexei, who was still holding his breath in the corner. It was an old maid humming to herself, holding a lamp, as she went about her business. After the maid disappeared somewhere in the mansion, Alexei finally came out of his hiding place and resumed his mission. As of now, Alexei had identified 12 mages in the mansion, but only 3 of them had threads similar to that of the man's green-colored thread. The other threads, including the one he remembered of the girl, were of a different color. The threads, as Alexei referred to them, behaved a lot like thread, easily intertwining. With 3 of them around, he couldn't even say which one belonged to whom. Fortunately, 3 of these threads were on the same floor, allowing Alexei to use yet another unusual method to identify the man. Upon climbing a stair that led to the 3rd floor, Alexei found himself walking down a corridor that appeared to be a personal room. In each room, he could feel the presence of a person connected to a thread. There were 7 doors in total, 5 of which had someone connected to a thread inside. However, since the person Alexei was after had a green-colored thread, he approached only the door where the room was occupied by a gray-threaded individual. Alexei closed the door behind him. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2626. Isolating the thread from the other, Alexei got confirmation from the different information provided by the screen that the first door did not lead to the one he was looking for. Alexei shifted to the second door, name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2728. Strangely enough, instead of one, Alexei felt a second, gray-threaded presence inside the room. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 2, 2323. Feeling that the presence behind the door didn't belong to the one he was after, Alexei left and went for the last room he could feel a blue-threaded presence from. It was the one at the end of the hallway. The screen popped up granting Alexei the confirmation he was seeking for. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2828. After confirming to whom the room belonged, Alexei gently reached for the door handle, only to discover that it was locked. For a brief moment, he stood in front of the door, his gaze fixed on the handle, invaded by yet another sense of déjà vu, the sensation of having been in a situation similar to this before. Allowing himself to act on that sensation, Alexei let the wind from his hand fill the keyhole of the door with a subtle whistling sound. With a flick of his wrist, the sound of a latch clicking reverberated. The door was now unlocked, and Alexei pushed it open with silent grace, entering the room and locking it behind him. Although Alexei had put effort into not making a sound, it was revealed to have been insufficient, as the person within, whom he was fairly certain was the one he was after, sat up on his bed, meeting Alexei's gaze. 9. A familiar name. Alexei's eyes met the man's as he stood up on the edge of his bed and lit a candle, trying to make out the young intruder in the darkness. The man was wearing a long-sleeved pajama, and his first words were to ask, "Who goes there?" while trying to make out the intruder's face. Alexei didn't answer. Instead, he took the room key from the man's nightstand and slipped it into his pocket. The man stood up, candle in hand, seemingly trying to make out Alexei's face in the dimly lit room. "A child?" he mumbled, clearly taken aback by the young boy's presence. Having most likely taken notice of Alexei's blue eyes, the man muttered, "Araj," before stepping a few paces closer to him. "May I ask whose child you are, little boy?" "I've never seen," but before the man could ask any more questions, Alexei interrupted him. "Stand where you are and don't move," he ordered, his voice firm and authoritative. Although clearly confused, the man obeyed Alexei's command. 2 months ago, you and your comrades attacked a convoy meant to head for the southern continent, Alexei said, his voice unwavering. The man feigned innocence. "Huh? What are you talking about?" he asked, his tone convincing enough to make Alexei doubt himself for a moment. Alexei was not easily fooled. He took a step closer to the man and summoned his winds, causing a small whirlwind to form around his hand. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. The girl you were pursuing was separated from her parents and has not seen them since." "I want to know where they are," Alexei demanded. The man's expression darkened, and Alexei sensed the tension in the room increasing. "You're with her. You're with the Diodo girl," he muttered, his eyes narrowing. "Her name is Ninja Ura," Alexei corrected him sharply. "I won't repeat myself a third time. Where are her parents?" The man's lips twisted into a snarl. "I don't know who you are, little boy, or what you think you're doing here, breaking into my room, but you are out of your depth," he warned menacingly. Alexei remained composed, his gaze steady. "I know what I'm doing," he replied firmly. "And I won't leave until I find out what happened to the girl's parents." In appearance, It looked like the man was considering his options, but Alexei understood from the change on the display beside his face that it was not his options that he considered but something else. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2328. He was scheming against Alexei and knew it. He wouldn't give him the chance to make a move against him. The moment the man extended his arm to unleash his plot against Alexei, the latter, one step ahead, quickly unleashed his own winds. What? The man barely had time to react before being hurled backward and slammed against the wall. As the man lay on the ground, clutching his chest, Alexei felt his adrenaline surge. He had used his winds to knock the man against the wall, and he was prepared to use it again if necessary. He didn't know who this man was or what he had done, but he knew he was responsible for separating his friend Ninja from her parents. The man groaned and attempted to charge at Alexei, but he was no match for the young boy's powers. Alexei unleashed another gust of wind, and the man fell to the ground once more. He was breathing heavily, and Alexei could see the fear in his eyes. "Are you finished?" Alexei inquired, his arm outstretched towards the man. "Because I can keep this up all night." The man shook his head, his breathing erratic. He looked at Alexei with a mixture of incredulity and terror, muttering under his breath. "A blue-eyed child. Wind elementalist. You. This can't be." He was. No, it can't be. Standing there, Alexei was left perplexed by the man's reaction. "What's happening? Who or what is Ethereal Breeze?" "My name is Alexei, the Ethereal Breeze," the man interjected, his face contorted in horror. Alexei recoiled, feeling crawled by an uncomfortable feeling. "How do you know the name? Do you know me?" "Stay away from me," the man murmured, crawling away from Alexei. However, as he tried to retreat, he realized that he had trapped himself in a corner. There was nothing but a drawer behind him. Alexei observed the man's terror escalate, and he couldn't comprehend why. But then, a series of images started flashing before him. Awaken Anarax from her dreaming slumber, devour the suns and the moons. As the headache began to subside, Alexei couldn't help but ask the man, "What do you know about Ethereal Breeze? How do you know about him?" He put his outstretched hand down and demanded, "Tell me," backing off a few steps to give the man some space. Though hesitant and seemingly frightened, the man spoke. "As a mage, I've heard rumors and legends about it, just like everyone across the continent. A child with blue eyes who wields both wind and lightning." Hearing the man's words, Alexei still held no reservations about the fact that he could really be Ethereal Breeze. But that was until he heard the man's next words. "The mage-eating beast. A kinslayer like never seen or heard before. That can't be. That can't be. Me," Alexei mumbled, but he couldn't make out the last words. Along with a terrible headache, images, sounds, and smells all simultaneously flooded his head. Yet they were nothing compared to the sudden weight he felt in his chest. Alexei hugged his head, clutched his chest, feeling as though they were both about to explode. His heart raced at a pace it never did before, or perhaps once had. He wasn't in a position to tell the difference because it was difficult to tell apart with everything rushing through his mind, memories. Alexei bit his lip and let out a muffled but abysmal cry. As he did, he noticed something. He partially came back to his senses just in time to see the man hurling wind at him. Unlike earlier, it left Alexei with no time to react before the wind was hurled toward him. Arrow, gust shield level. 3, instinctively, he braced himself, but then a screen appeared, along with an instantly summoned shield of wind. Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Alexei, 11, 243/270, RBN, Mage. The man's wind violently bashed against his shield, and although unharmed, Alexei was moved several meters backward. By the time he had more or less recovered from the blow, the man was at the door, trying to open it. However, since it was closed, he was unable to. The man cursed, panicking, "Shit, shit, shit." Moronically, instead of yielding, the man's next course of action was to unleash yet another of his wind against Alexei. But Alexei, fed up with the man's stunts, replied in kind, unleashing yet another wind that cancelled out the man's. Again? Fed up and understanding that repeating this process over and over won't get him anywhere, Alexei took it to a whole new level by unleashing, this time, white lightning that blew the man away and shattered the door he stood in front of. As soon as Alexei realized what he'd done, his heart was filled with a foreboding feeling. At slow steps, he approached the now blown to pieces door. Standing by the doorstep, Alexei saw the man lying on the floor. He let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the man, letting out a groan. However, his relief was short-lived as people stepped out to see what the commotion was about. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2626. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2728. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 2, 2323. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2324. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2323. 10. What became of them? After gathering enough money for their journey to the southern continent, Ninja Ura and her parents moved to the city of Skyline, which was not only one of top 5 southernmost city on the continent but also home to the Odo race from the central continent, who either were or dreamt of returning to their homeland. For Ninja Ura and her parents, Skyline City was the starting point for their journey back to their long, but never forgotten home. Once they arrived, they made contact with the people in charge of the journey that would take them to the shore of the ocean separating the 2 continents before embarking on their sea voyage. However, just as Ninja Ura and her parents were leaving the city by carriage, they were ambushed by mages. Among those mages was that man. Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Alexei, 11, 211/270, RBN, Mage, Ninja Ura. I don't think that's a good idea, Alexei said as he returned from an errand on her behalf. The duo stood in the middle of a dimly lit cul-de-sac, looking at a man lying unconscious against the wall, his hands and feet bound, and a piece of cloth stuffed into his mouth. Looking down with little to no compassion, Ninja Ura's eyes flashed with determination as she replied, I personally think it is, which is why I will do it. With that, she stood up and strode over to the man, delivering a swift kick to his face as she approached, causing him to stir and groan while seemingly regaining consciousness. Well. See? If that didn't wake him up, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. He did wake up, but. Alexei began with a thoughtful expression on his face before asking, Are you feeling okay? I'm fine, Ninja Ura replied, but despite her words, Alexei still harbored doubts. She'd been acting weird, and the reasons behind it were understandable, but there was something else entirely that had him worried. I don't know what happened to me earlier, but I couldn't be any more fine. Forget about that. Besides, I'm more impressed that you brought him over. I thought you would, as you said, extract my parents' whereabouts from him instead of taking him to me, Ninja Ura praised. Sorry, there were complications that prevented me from doing what I said I would, apologized Alexei. I had no other choice but to bring him here for questioning. No need to apologize. In fact, I should thank you. I'm glad you brought him to me, replied Ninja Ura. The man's pained, muffled groan indicated that he was regaining consciousness. When you mentioned complications, were they related to the guards? Asked Ninja Ura. No, they were not related to the guards, Alexei replied matter-of-factly, looking down at the man. He was the only trouble. He refused to cooperate. I understand, Ninja Ura said before turning her full attention back to the man. The man was tied up with all 4 limbs, and a piece of clothing was stuffed into his mouth. He squirmed against the wall, making unintelligible sounds. His eyes darted nervously between Ninja Ura and Alexei, lingering on the latter for a long pause. The man started making a muffled ruckus. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 1, 4/28. The man's status had slightly improved since Alexei had knocked him down in the corridor and dragged him here. However, Alexei believed he could still be a source of potential trouble. "Don't even think about trying anything," warned Alexei. "Let me go," mumbled the man through the gag in his mouth. "You're in no position to order anyone around. Do you remember me? I'm sure you do. There's no way you could forget me after what you and your friend did to us. Where are my parents?" Ninja Ura reached out and removed the cloth gagging the man's mouth, but he remained silent and averted his eyes from both Alexei and Ninja Ura. "I said, where are my parents?" demanded Alexei. After a stiff pause, the man shook his head. "So you don't know? That's it?" The man nodded. Glancing at Ninja Ura, Alexei saw her biting her lips with clenched fists, boiling with understandable anger and frustration. In the next moment, Alexei noticed that Ninja Ura had taken a couple of steps back. He intended to leap into action, but it happened too quickly for him to stop it. As she raised her left arm towards the man, a massive, golden wave-like force erupted from her, slamming the man heavily against the wall and lifting him up. "Don't take me for an idiot." Ninja Ura spat. "Since the moment I woke up in that cell, they weren't with me. They weren't even in that prison anymore. It was because of you people that I got separated from them. Where did you take them?" The man pressed between the wall and Ninja Ura's golden pressure opened his mouth, apparently to scream, but Ninja Ura's Odo crawled to cover his mouth, cutting his scream short. "Ninja Ura," Alexei called out, but the voice didn't seem to reach the enraged girl's ears. "You and your friend ganged up on me last time. Tonight, there is no one here to help you. You are on your own, with just me," Ninja Ura said, tightening her grip even further, causing the man to let out a strangled gasp and a bone-breaking macabre noise. "Ninja Ura." Seeing the man's condition deteriorating, Alexei, who had remained silent until then, stepped between the man and Ninja Ura. "Ninja Ura," he called out, though it didn't seem to have reached her heart at first. After a stiff and heavy standoff, she eyed him at the corner of her eyes. "He's going to die if you keep going," Alexei said, trying to bring her back to her senses. "Name, H.P. P.P. question mark, 04/28. He would deserve it for attacking us like he did and separating my family and me," she said as the man seemed to be getting closer to death with each passing second. "Perhaps he does, but if he dies, you won't get the truth from him," Alexei reasoned. "Please don't do it like that," she begged, reaching for the girl's shoulder. For a moment, Alexei's words didn't seem to have any effect on the girl, but after some pondering, she finally withdrew the golden Odo mass, causing the man held up by the wall to fall down against it. He cathartically coughed, gasping for breath, his chest heaving. He looked up at Ninja Ura with hate-filled eyes, fury burning in his gaze. "You little bitch!" he murmured under his ragged breath before spitting out, his voice hoarse from coughing. "You tried to kill me." Ninja Ura took a step forward, intending to speak, but Alexei moved in between her and the man and approached him instead. As he drew closer, the man's face twisted in distress as he mumbled the words "ethereal breeze." Throughout the interaction, Alexei had noticed the man's gaze, now and then, thrown at him. It was the same gaze that he had seen from many people before, fear. Alexei understood what he alluded to those people. "I remember now," Alexei said, looking at his own arm. "I remember where that name, Ethereal Breeze, came from and what I did to earn it." Awakening Arax from her dreaming slumber, devour the suns and the moons, the man scrambled away until he was backed up against the wall. "Stay away from me," he warned as Alexei reached out his arm towards his face. "You know about me, don't you?" Alexei said. "You've heard the rumors about what I've done, what I'm capable of. Well, now's your chance to see for yourself. Could you hold still, please, for you have something I need. Wait. I will speak, please. Everything but that." The man mumbled as Alexei was about to touch his forehead, stopping only inches away from his skin. "Speak," Alexei commanded, his voice stern and unwavering. Alexei narrowed his eyes, studying the man's face for any sign of deception. Ninja Ura stood just behind him, her presence palpable as the air thickened with tension. The man let out a nervous sigh, his eyes darting between Alexei and Ninja. I said speak. I was going to, the man anxiously replied. He swallowed hard, the sound echoing in the quiet room. That day, under the order of Lord Corvoy, he is the Raj whom we work under the vassalage of, we were tasked with intercepting a convoy that was transporting a Diodo girl and bringing that girl back to him. It wasn't meant to go that way. It was meant to be a mission of interception and recuperation. Our Lord just wanted to talk with you. It didn't have to devolve into the fight it was, we were just there to intercept you. And bring you to him. It was because you wanted to separate me from my family. Ninja's voice rang out, seething with anger. The man flinched, his eyes flickering with fear. The man bit his lip, his expression pained. He continued, after neutralizing you, we were instructed to bring you back to the master. We left your parents unharmed with the others. But, he trailed off. But what? Speak. Ninja urged impatiently. But once again, it did not proceed as it was meant to. On our way, we encountered the knight of the citadel, who, like our master, had caught wind of the girl's existence. We were left with no other choice but to forfeit you to the citadel, where you remained for the rest of the time, and proceed with what was meant to happen if we failed to recover the girl. To ensure our safety and that of our master, we were to erase all proof of our involvement in this matter. Alexei took a few moments to process the information and connect the dots before arriving at a chilling realization. With a glance behind him, he understood that Ninja had already reached the same conclusion. You came back for them, she seethed through gritted teeth, and the man shrank back, confirming Alexei and Ninja's grim suspicions. Did you kill them? Ninja let out a strange, despairing sound, close to a chuckle, before asking again, did you kill my parents? My mother and my father? It wasn't supposed to end up like this, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, before starting to plead his cause. But I didn't take part in it. I swear only. Little did the duo have to care about his plea, for hearing the man's words was more than just a confirmation, it was a blatant confession. Alexei knew that losing one's parents was an experience that couldn't be eased with mere words. The only thing he could think of doing was to step aside if she were to come to the man and offer comfort to the girl if she chose to come to him instead. Her eyes set murderously on him, she took steps toward the man. However, 2 steps in, she suddenly came to a halt, clutching her head and groaning in pain. Ninja, what's wrong? Alexei asked, stepping closer to her. Is it the headache again? He remembered what had happened earlier in the evening. At first, she nodded, but as she did so, her face contorted intensely in pain. She then shook her head, seemingly trying to ward off the headache, but it only intensified. As she stumbled and nearly fell, Alexei caught her just in time to prevent her from hitting the ground. Ninja, he exclaimed, holding her up. She gasped, clutching her head harder, and then suddenly her eyes rolled back in her head, and she went limp in his arms. Alexei caught her before she fell to the ground and laid her gently down. He looked around for any sign of what could have caused this, and it appeared. Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, Race, Class, Ninja, 714, 278, 49, Diodo, Crowned, and as it did, so also did something else. 11. Remembering one's crimes. Rays of sunlight reached the penumbra of their small shelter in the corner of a quiet street, slowly waking Ninja who had been lying beside Alexei with her head resting on his lap. She stirred and blinked slowly, and Alexei immediately asked how she was feeling. Ninja responded weakly, I'm fine, as she tried to sit up. Alexei placed his hand gently on her shoulder, holding her down. I think it would be better if you stayed like this for a moment, he said softly. Ninja furrowed her brow, confused. Why? She asked. Alexei hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to explain. He decided to show her instead. Taking her hand, he guided it to her forehead, where she now had something adorning her skin. Ninja Ura sensed its presence and asked, "What is it?" Alexei took a deep breath before responding, "It's a pair of small golden horns that grew overnight on your forehead after you passed out." Ninja Ura stared at him for a moment, then looked away, not showing much reaction to the appendage that grew overnight on a place on her head. Alexei was just about to question her lack of response when Ninja Ura interrupted him. I had a dream," she said, her voice trembling. Alexei's eyes widened, and he leaned in closer. "What did you dream about?" he asked, clear concern in his voice. Ninja Ura hesitated before saying, "I dreamt that we stumbled upon a man. We followed him, kidnapped him from a mansion. He told us that my parents, whom I had been looking for, had been killed by them." She took a deep breath, her voice growing more emotional. It felt so real. Alexei's heart sank. He knew what she was about to say before she even said it. At that moment, two choices were offered to him. One was painful, he believed, and the other was perhaps comforting or reassuring. For a moment, he pondered, but as he remembered how he had to make a choice that he could relate to the one he was currently facing and remembering its final outcome, Alexei made his decision. "Ninja Ura, I have to tell you something," he said solemnly. "It wasn't a dream. It was reality." She didn't say anything at first. She just stared at Alexei, her face twitching with a variety of conflicting emotions. After a while, she turned around to avoid meeting his gaze. As she did, Alexei felt the warmth of tears on his lap, and his heart ached for Ninja Ura. He could sense her pain and longed to comfort her, but he was unsure of how to do so. He knew that he lacked the words to express his sympathy and understanding. So, instead, he let her cry in silence, not wanting to draw attention to her tears. He could hear the soft sound of her sniffling as she tried to suppress her sobs, but he did not make a move to look at her. He wanted to give her the privacy she needed to grieve. As time passed, he could feel her sobs becoming softer, until they were barely audible. He wanted to let her know that he was there for her, but he knew that words would not suffice. So, he gently ran his fingers through her hair, hoping that this small gesture would offer her some comfort. It was only after some time that Ninja Ura returned to herself and faced Alexei, asking in a voice that was trying not to be coarse but was barely audible, "Where is he?" "He?" Alexei asked. "That man. Where is he?" Somewhere within himself, Alexei knew it was only a matter of time before she would ask him that question, so when she did, he answered, "I'm sorry. I'm sure you would have preferred it to end differently," his voice tinged with regret. He then retrieved the object he had been searching for, a small, peach-sized orb that he presented to Ninja Ura. "This is..." Ninja Ura began. The orb was completely transparent with a swirling pattern inside that reminded him of gusts of wind. The source of a mage's and Raja's elemental powers, a prana core. "In this case, it's his," Alexei explained. As Ninja Ura heard these words from Alexei, she turned to face him, her eyes locked onto the prana core in his hand. She slowly brought herself to a sitting position, clearly understanding the implications of him holding that man's prana core. Anticipating her questions, he placed the prana core in her hands and waited for her to ask. As he had expected, her questions eventually came, just not in the form he had expected them. "Ethereal breeze. He called you that, didn't he?" Ninja Ura asked. "He did," Alexei replied. "Just like the mages from that day, the wardens, and even the knights guarding the prisons, they all seem to fear you." Despite everything now suggesting that she was about to inquire about his past and identity, Alexei felt a certain reluctance toward doing so. "You said to that man that you remembered who you were and what you did, didn't you?" Ninja Ura asked. "I did," Alexei confirmed. "Just who or what are you?" Ninja Ura asked, her tone demanding answers. Heaving a deep sigh, Alexei said, "I will tell you, even though it is a story that I am sure would make you hate me." 12. The Dragon's Third Iteration. At the entrance of a room, high-ranking Rajs, members of the Kazimir family, were waiting for an announcement. After a short while, it came bursting through the door, loud and clear. The child was successfully born. A boy was born, announced the midwife to the onlookers. Inside the palace room belonging to the heiress Raj Kazimir family, a young Raj lay on a bed surrounded by servants. The father of the newborn baby reached out to his son, whose wide-open blue eyes stared back at him from the cradle. Approaching and crouching down to his wife's level, who was still feeble from labor, the father commented, "He has my eyes," referring to the baby boy's blue eyes. "Of course he does, dear," the mother chuckled at the somewhat clumsy remark. The child was born of a Raj father, so it was expected for him to have the usual blue eyes. "He also has my lady's face, my lord," commented an old housewife. "He indeed does," the father agreed, as the child's gaze remained fixed on him. Playfully, he exclaimed, "Look at you, huh? You already recognize your father, don't you?" "I don't think that's possible, dear," said the wife. "Huh? I guess you're right. Anyway, it's time that we proceed with the ritual, isn't it?" the man asked, turning to a person standing in the corner of the room. "Yes, Lord Kazimir," the man confirmed, stepping forward while holding a strange and curious object. "Your son's Branakor, Lord, Lady," he said, presenting the object to the couple. The Branakor, as the man called it, was the source of mages and Raj's power. It was a glowing orb the size of a pear, shimmering with an otherworldly light. It was of a deep, mesmerizing blue, like the depths of the ocean, and seemed to pulse with energy. The surface of the orb was smooth and unbroken, yet there was a sense of something powerful and ancient locked within. It was not of this world, and it seemed to radiate an aura of magic and mystery. Glancing at his wife, who nodded in agreement, the father carefully put the newborn baby back in his cradle. After handing the pillow on which the Branakor rested to a nearby housewife, the man put on gloves and carefully placed the Branakor on the baby's chest. Although the Branakor didn't seem to elicit any reaction at first, it soon began to twinkle. It started twinkling slowly but soon began to speed up exponentially, reaching a frequency that could easily be compared to that of a beating heart, in this case that of the little boy. Seemingly waiting for that reaction, the man reached onto the Branakor with 2 fingers and pressed it against the boy's chest, gradually increasing the pressure. Naturally, the pressure made the boy cry, but the man did not stop. In the next instant, as though becoming part of the baby, the Branakor dissolved against his chest, leaving nothing behind but the man's finger pressing against the boy's naked chest. Upon seeing this, both men let out a sigh of relief. "The ritual is a success, my lord," the man announced. "Thank you," the father answered, before reaching onto the still crying boy. "It's okay now, my boy." However, the child continued crying with a more intense and strident voice that didn't seem to calm down. As the child's cries got louder and more pain-induced, the father, still overlooking the child, noticed that the cry was abnormal, even tormented. "Is this normal?" the father asked the man. The man, starting to sweat, shook his head. "Lord, may I take a look at him?" Worried about the child's unnatural cries, one of the midwives approached the boy, and the father backed off to allow the midwife, who he deemed more knowledgeable about babies than he was. "What's wrong?" It came out of nowhere. The midwife reached out her arm to the child, but as she did so, she was blasted across the room, her arm dusted. The sudden lightning scourge engulfed the baby's cradle and the man who was performing the ritual vanished. The entire event took less than a second, but everyone in the room noticed. After a moment of incredulity, surprise, and confusion, panic set in. "What was that?" someone exclaimed. The baby's mother screamed in despair, "My boy!" The father rushed to the shattered cradle, fearing the worst due to the sudden silence, but found the baby unharmed. However, what he saw next sent a chill down his spine. As a Prana-wielding Raj, he was used to supernatural occurrences, but he was unprepared for what he saw. The blue eyes of his son, a common trait among their Raj lineage, had been replaced by fairy eyes that regarded him with disdain. In a flash, a second scourge of lightning struck, and it was the last thing he saw. "It's your turn today. Hurry up," urged a maid-dressed girl to another as they walked through a long corridor. "I don't want to," protested the other girl, who happened to be holding in her hands a plate on which was laid warm food. Why? You know why. I mean, is there a problem? A voice asked from behind the girls. As they looked back, their eyes landed on a tall, fully armored man with brown hair that was tinged with gray. Mage Captain Danevald, both girls called out, unexpecting, and surprised by the man's presence. So, what were you talking about? No, nothing, we were just about to take his food to Lord Alexei. The maid holding the plate immediately explained rather apologetically. I see, I will accompany you then, the captain said, reaching reassuringly for the pommel of his sword. Thanks, Mage Captain, the girl sighed in relief. I was summoned to the kitchen, so I'll leave you here, the other girl abruptly announced before departing as they reached a peculiar aisle of the fort. Left to themselves, the duo kept walking deeper into the fort, ultimately reaching a giant metallic door. Before knocking, Captain Danevald cast a quick glance over his shoulder at the maid. Despite her best efforts to hide it, he noticed her nervous complexion. The captain himself took a deep breath before knocking once, twice, and finally 3 times, announcing their entrance. Young lord, your food has arrived. Although it was the middle of the day, the room was completely dark when they entered. This was partly due to the lack of windows and also because the lamps were turned off. Noticing a faint silhouette in the corner where the chairs were located, the captain once again announced, Lord Alexei, your food has arrived. The silhouette didn't answer back, but in the dark, 2 blue jeweled orbs lit up and stared at them, causing the girl beside Captain Danevald to unintentionally let out an eek. May I turn the light on? Danevald asked. No answer came other than a nod. Clapping his hands, the lamps in the room lit up, revealing a large bedroom. In that room, in the corner where the silhouette was, he saw a little boy sitting on a chair with a book on his lap. The boy, who had brown hair and blue eyes, appeared to be no more than 4 years old. It was not typical to leave a child of such a young age alone in an oppressively enclosed room, but the boy's circumstances were exceptional enough to make it highly reasonable. Despite the maid's obvious fear of the boy, she stepped forward to deposit a plate on a nearby table and arranged it for him to serve himself. Where is Minma? Hasn't she returned yet? The boy asked innocently, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Danevald stepped forward to answer Alexei's question. I don't think she will be able to be around anymore, Lord Alexei. As he answered, Danevald wondered if the child was truly clueless or if he enjoyed torturing people by asking the same question every day. Everyone in the fort knew what had happened to Minma, and it was not a fate to envy. Like many who had crossed paths with the child, Minma would not be coming back. Until then, the maids will attend to Lord Alexei's needs. I would be highly disappointed if the young lord were to not be nice to them, Danevald added, knowing how little the boy cared about his feelings, if at all. The boy nodded off and looked down at the book. Danevald wasn't even sure if he knew how to read. To him, it seemed like he was just staring blankly at the drawings. Your food is ready, my lord, the maid announced upon completing her task. Without complaint, the boy put down his book and went to take a seat to have lunch silently. As he did so, both Danevald and the maid exhaled a sigh of relief. For most, the sight of a child sitting alone at a table would be seen as lonely, but to both Danevald and the maid, it was reassuring, knowing the series of temper outbursts he was capable of having. Under normal circumstances, a child's temper tantrum wouldn't instill so much dread in anyone, but the circumstances of this child were different. Born to a Raj and mage couple, he had been granted the ability to use pranakinesis through a prana core, like any other Raj or mage. He did, however, have a distinct characteristic that stood him out from just anyone or anything: sudden and violent temper outbursts. Magic and these impromptu temper outbursts made for a rather explosive cocktail together. The boy, at the young age of only 5, had been responsible for many unfortunate disappearances. Not long after his birth, his family made a decision regarding the troublesome child. He was exiled from their family castle to an exiled fortress that was set up to be his new home. The fortress would serve as both a prison and a home for him, Alexei, and would be his salvation, as under normal circumstances, such a bizarre and troublesome individual would have been disposed of by the Citadel had it not been for the direct and insistent interference of his family. All the Citadel could do was send an envoy to tend to the boy, and that's where Danevald came from. He was a knight of both the Citadel and the young boy's family, sent to keep an eye on the difficult child's growth. So, Alexei grew up in a fortress, a structure designed to contain his outbursts and staffed by people who were aware of the dangers of being anywhere near the child, who appeared so harmless. Alexei was loved enough to be kept alive by the rest of his family, but feared enough to be exiled. They could only provide him with a decent life while keeping their distance and remunerating the servants well enough for them to risk their lives. However, as many of the staff realized, money isn't always worth it, and sometimes being alive is more important. The last person to learn this lesson was the woman Alexei had inquired about earlier. Still silently watching the child eat in silence as he finished, Danevald and the maid's concern gradually dissipated. The boy, from his seat, ate without any care for the duo, which was a huge relief for the two of them. For his age, his ability to eat on his own was quite impressive. Despite his many flaws, he had one redeeming quality: his autonomy. He had learned many things at a very young age and insisted on doing them on his own. Eating was one of them. Seeing that he was seemingly finished with the meal, the maid, thoroughly relieved, strode toward Alexei to remove the dish, but just as she did, she saw something that froze her in place. Having finished his meal, Alexei tried to reach for the glass of water on the table, but as he did, the glass of water moved, slowly getting further away from him. He tried to reach for it again before, as it moved further away from him and his mood worsened, he stood from his seat and angrily reached for it, only to miss it again. The next instant, the glass flew across the room. Remembering what happened to the many people before her, the young woman who had earlier strode toward the child decided to double back to where she had come from. She knew that she had just witnessed the first symptoms of the boy's rumored temper outbursts. 13. Alexei and the voice. Within the luxurious riding carriage, a man and woman sat in silence. The woman occupied one of the plush seats, her gaze fixed upon the blue-eyed man seated across from her. He was an older gentleman, distinguished by his gray hair, suggesting that he was approaching his 60s. The atmosphere inside the carriage was tranquil, with the horses plodding along the road, their hooves clattering softly, and the carriage creaking as it moved. "Your silence won't help you, or him," the man remarked abruptly. "At best, all it would do is worsen his situation." "Is there something you can do about it?" she asked. "I am already doing my best," the man retorted, causing the woman to retreat into silence once more. She knew he was, indeed, doing his best. "Currently, among my many fellow Rajs, I am the only one standing for him, against them, against the Citadel, who deems his case irredeemable. Unfortunately, I am beginning to see that they might be right. He and his elementalists are violent, impulsive, and based on the reports I've received, it seems they are far from improving. Wasn't his latest victim his nanny?" the man stated. The woman remained silent, only nodding to confirm the man's words. Letting out a sigh, the man continued, "He is being monitored by both other Rajs and the Citadel. Despite his heinous crimes, he can still enjoy the comfort of his confinement due to two reasons: he is successfully confined, and fortunately for him, the majority of his victims were just Komodo." The man let out a bitter laugh and added, "Ironically, common bigotry is working in his favor, prompting me to take advantage of that to make it work in his favor." "Father, I am thankful for what you have done," the woman replied. "I have done what I could." "But what about you?" the man asked. "What about me?" she inquired. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. Here you are, begging and thanking me for doing my best. Yet, you won't even spare the effort of seeing him," the man scolded. The man's words caused the woman's expression to freeze. "I don't think I have the strength to face him," she said while scratching the side of her neck, revealing a large scar. "I cannot understand you. Why beg me to spare his life when you cannot bring yourself to forgive him for what he did to Elric?" The man asked. I am not doing this for his sake, father. I am doing this for Elric's memory. He waited so long for that child to be born, only for the child to do that to him, the woman said, biting her lips. There is no justice I can give your son, father, but I cannot allow his son to meet the same end. As their carriage came to a stop, having reached their destination, the man opened the door for Layla, the widow left behind by his son, and spoke in a measured tone. I am at a loss to comprehend your intentions regarding that child, given that you have not laid eyes upon him since that accursed day. However, I am confident that a juncture will arrive when you will be compelled to confront him. That being said, I believe that this matter is no longer within the purview of my concern. I trust that you will act in accordance with your own discretion. Inside the fortress, built to contain the little Raja Alexei, he sat in his new bedroom chair. He had destroyed his old chair just a few days earlier. Alexei was currently sitting with an open book on his lap, attempting to absorb its contents. However, as he reached the last page, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Freed from his cage, the bird flew across the sky, never looking back. The end, he thought to himself, still wanting more of the story. Is this really the end? He wondered. After finally managing to read and finish the book on his own, having explored all the many outcomes of the tabletop game the book was a part of, Alexei spent the next few minutes staring at the drawing of a blazing bird taking off into the blue sky. He felt a strange sensation in his chest. But before the sensation could linger any longer, it was abruptly interrupted by a voice speaking to him. Now you're done with that stupid book? Since Alexei didn't even bother to answer the question, the voice spoke again, almost screaming, What, did you lose your tongue now? Yes, I've finished reading this book, Alexei announced, closing the book on his lap. Fine, now you can do my thing. I just need you to. No. Indigned, the voice barked. You promised me. No, I didn't. You dare lie to me, little dream. I remember what you said. You said that you would follow my words if I let you finish your damn book. That book is not finished. It can't be. There has to be something else beyond this. That can't be where the story ends. The bird didn't even. Nobody cares about your bird, your book, or you. Behave yourself, said the thing. No. Shouted Alexei back, standing his ground against the entity he had referred to as the thing until now. Behave yourself, or else, threatened the thing. As it did, all the lights in the room flickered, on the verge of going out at any moment. However, when Alexei intervened, the flames of the candles returned to their initial brightness, suppressing the thing's influence. A standoff ensued between Alexei and the thing, but after several tense seconds, it subsided. You lied, you didn't keep your promise, and now you're fighting me, the thing said with a sigh. I really don't know what I should do with you. Leave me alone. No, the thing responded. Not until you keep your promise. You owe me that. 3. Alexei put down his book and stretched his arms and legs, feeling the tension in his muscles release. He had been sitting in the same position for too long, lost in the book's story. He stood up from his chair and walked towards his bed, which was almost too high for him to comfortably climb into. Nonetheless, he had managed to do it on his own since moving in. He grabbed the edge of the bed and hoisted himself up, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he settled into the soft mattress. He lay there for a moment, letting his mind wander as he gazed up at the ceiling, still thinking about the story he had just read. After reading through all the different outcomes of the game, he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing, wishing for a more satisfying ending for all the characters. It was bitter that out of the 9 different ultimate outcomes provided by the story, none felt like a satisfying conclusion to him. While the part about the bird finally being freed from his cage was sweet, he couldn't help but think about the other characters in the story who were left behind by the ending. Realizing that those were the only available endings, he knew there was nothing he could do except dream about a more satisfying conclusion. As he closed his eyes, he made a promise to himself to never settle for anything less than a satisfying ending that would give the 3 main characters the closure they deserved. I'm not leaving until you give me what you promised. I'm not leaving. Alexei, draping himself entirely with his blanket, responded, then keep quiet. See you tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. You're not going to sleep. You hear me, dreamless little dream? You're not sleeping. The voice kept screaming at Alexei, but, having as far as he remembered been haunted by those voices, he, having grown used to it, slowly sank deep into slumber. From the stars above, a lance did fall. It struck the earth with a mighty call. The dragon of the cosmos lay defeated. As the world below was completed, 9 suns rose up in the sky. Their warmth and light did never die. 7 moons did dance around. Their beauty, forever profound. A world was born in this cosmic strife. A place of wonder, love, and life, a dreaming world, a stillborn sorrow, a dragon's death, the end of its woe. Alexei jolted awake from his slumber, sitting up with a start and feeling his heart pounding in his chest. He was panting heavily, and his forehead was slick with sweat. He looked around the room in confusion, trying to remember where he was and why he felt so strange. A tightness in his chest, a flutter in his stomach, and a sense of dread made his heart race. He didn't know what was happening to him, but he knew that he didn't like it. It took him a moment to fully come back to his senses, but once he did, he realized what was different: his room. If it weren't for the familiar furniture, he would have been tempted to say that it was not his room. But glancing around a second time, Alexei was certain that, as smoldering and incandescent as it was indeed his room. "See what we've done, all because you refused to listen to me," the voice exclaimed as it watched Alexei get out of bed and run to where he left his book. The book, like most of the furniture in the room, was on fire. The thing stood there, watching in disbelief as Alexei tried to put out the flames consuming the book with his bare hands. Alexei could feel the heat from the flames on his skin, but he didn't let that stop him. He was determined to save his book, even if it meant risking his own safety. He grabbed a nearby blanket and tried to smother the flames, but it was no use. The fire was too intense. Despite his best efforts, the fire kept spreading and devouring the book whole. Alexei stood there, watching as the fire engulfed the book whole. "Huh? Wait, what are you doing? Are you stupid or something? Get out of the way of the fire." Alexei ignored the voice in his head. "Tsk, damn, I can't get a moment of rest with you," said the thing, intervening. In one instant, the fire engulfed the book and the room disappeared as though they were never there. "I told you, I wouldn't let you have a moment of respite, and again if you ignored me, which you did. Why are you crying? Is it because of that stupid book?" The thing continued. "I hate you. It was really that book. Was it really that important?" "It was just a stupid story about a bird," the thing said dismissively. "It was not a stupid story," Alexei replied, his rage causing lightning to surge from him and streak in all directions. Okay. I take back what I said. It was not a stupid bird story. Now stop crying, it's unsettling," the thing conceded. It took Alexei a moment to compose himself, still in shock from the fire and destruction. As he tried to gather his thoughts, he heard a wall crack and fall. He turned his head towards the gaping hole in the wall and saw something that he could only remember seeing in his dreams. "Anyway, remember this is all your fault. Hey, where are you going?" the thing asked as Alexei, wiping tears, walked past the burned debris towards the hole in the wall. Attracted by the sight of countless bright and distant shining dots in the distance, Alexei approached the breach on the wall. Alexei has been outside. Alexei never dreamed. But the moment he saw it, just like the moment he entered that sight and that he immediately identified it as a dream. When he saw the thing through the breach, he knew it. This is the sky, right? The veil separating the world and the sea of stars that is space. Just like in the dream. As he gazed up at the sky, Alexei was overcome by a sense of wonder. The canvas of the sky was painted with an array of colors, the deep blue of night seamlessly blending with the inky blackness of the universe. 3 bright masses that he knew to be 3 of the world's 7 moons hung in the sky, while tiny, shiny dots twinkled like diamonds. illuminating the darkness. Yes. Just like in the dreams? Now that I think of it, this is your first time seeing the sky. Yes, Alexei mumbled, nodding as captivated by the beautiful sight that for the first time of his 5 years of existence got to behold. Yes, those are indeed stars. Far better than the one in your stew. The thing's voice was cut off by the sound of something bursting through the door of the room. Knight Daneveld and a group of guards rushed in, their armor clanking loudly as they hurried to Alexei's side. Lord Alexei. The knight boomed, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of danger. The urgency in his voice was palpable, and he seemed panicked and desperate for Alexei's safety. Alexei stepped forward, catching the knight's attention. Daneveld's expression softened as he saw that Alexei was unharmed. My lord, thank the heavens you are safe, he said, relief evident in his voice. What happened? As Alexei took a step forward to answer, he noticed that many of the present guards backed off. Glancing around at the sooted, charcoaled, and ashy room, he understood that, like always, this was once again his doing. Instinctively, Alexei backed off a couple of steps, and as he did, a gentle breeze blew into the room, rustling his hair and prompting him to gaze through the large hole in the wall. He couldn't help but be mesmerized by the vast horizon that stretched out before him. He could see the cliffside that led down to a dense forest below. The forest was lush and verdant, the tall trees reaching up toward the sky. The sight was otherworldly to him, whose entire world mostly consisted of the space limited by his room's 4 closed walls. As he gazed out at the horizon, he knew that there was so much more to explore and discover. He made a promise to himself to go out and explore this new world, to uncover the secrets that lay beyond that hole in the wall. Lord Alexei? Daneveld asked, finally stepping forward toward Alexei. Alexei only gave Daneveld a sidelong glance before backing off, his eyes firmly set on the large hole in the wall ahead of him. From that point onward, anyone could see what was going to next. What are you doing? Oi, oi, oi? What are you da-ooing? Without a care for either Daneveld or the thing's voice, Alexei, after several short but resolute steps toward the gaping hole in the wall, took his leap into the unknown. Lord Alexei. In the midair, he felt a rush of adrenaline and a sense of exhilaration like nothing he had ever experienced before. The sensation of being in the air was indescribable, as the wind rushed past him, whipping through his hair and clothes, making him feel weightless and free. He felt his heart pounding in his chest, and he could hear the blood rushing in his ears. He instinctively moved his arms out, feeling the wind rush past them, as if embracing the feeling of freedom. As Alexei had learned from his stories that all stories must come to an end, so did the marvelous feeling of his leap. The sensation of freedom and liberation was replaced with the reality of gravity. He felt his stomach drop as he realized that he was falling. He could feel the wind rushing past him as he tumbled through the air, and he could hear the sound of his own screams. His arms flailed as he tried to grab onto something, anything to stop his fall, but there was nothing to hold onto. Look at you, idiot! Use your pranakinesis. The sensation of falling was terrifying, as he felt his heart pounding in his chest, and his mind raced with thoughts of the impact that was to come. He felt the force of gravity pulling him down, and he knew that there was nothing he could do to stop it. He could feel the panic rising in his chest. Use your damn prana. Prana. Desperate, Alexei obliged. What lightning out of all elementalis? Lightning? What the hell do you want to accomplish with lightnings? Ah shit, the floor. Seeing the ground getting closer and closer by the second, Alexei reflexively closed his eyes, curled himself into a ball, realizing that perhaps he might have screwed up big time. But just as his eyes were shut, preventing him from seeing nothing, he felt his fall being briefly cushioned by something soft before feeling a violent feeling of being blown upward by a loud whistling wind. He felt himself falling down for the second time, but this time it was brief, as his buttocks almost immediately landed on the ground. Ouch! That would be for never listening to everything I said. And this. As Alexei opened his eyes, he was met with a whirlwind that formed instantly, hitting him with the force of a vicious flinch on his forehead, sending his head reeling backward. Aye! That hurts. And that was for what you just did. What was that for, huh? Are you suicidal now? As Alexei withdrew his hands, having rubbed away the pain on his forehead, he saw, as he lay there on the ground, the fortress from where he had jumped, towering above him. Ignoring the thing's constant rambling, Alexei stood up, gazing up. From where he was, the hole in the wall seemed to be like a little dark dot, but he had the deep conviction that from up there, Daneveld was looking down at him. Since I know you won't even bother responding to me if I were to ask you why you did this, I'm going to ask you, what are you going to do from here and now on? I don't know. He honestly confessed before concluding, I'm not going back up there. With a glance away from the fortress, Alexei ventured forward into the dense and mysterious forest laying bare before him. 14. Alexei and Saraxai. As Alexei ventured deeper into the woods, he couldn't help but be overtaken with awe. He had never seen anything like this before. The tall trees towered over him, their branches reaching up to the sky like arms reaching out for the stars. The forest floor was a carpet of leaves and moss, soft and spongy under his feet. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the musky smell of earth. Alexei felt alive in a way that he had never experienced before. The room in which he had been locked for so many years felt small and cramped in comparison, with no windows or natural light. Locked in his room, the only sounds he had been familiar with were the ramblings of the thing and the echoes of his own footsteps. But now, he was surrounded by the symphony of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. He felt like he was part of something much larger than himself. As he walked, Alexei started to notice other things around him. He saw small creatures scurrying through the underbrush, their eyes glowing in the darkness. He heard the distant call of some mysterious creature and the soft huffing of yet another creature of the forest. He was fascinated by the different textures and colors of the plants and trees around him. Everything was so different from the drab and monotonous environment he had been used to. But as the night wore on, Alexei began to feel something else too. He started to feel a sense of loneliness. He had never been alone before, and now that he was in this vast and mysterious forest, he felt incredibly small and insignificant. The excitement brought by the discovery of this new environment made him wish for someone to share the experience with, to talk and discuss this with, and to explain all the strange noises, but the only one available was the thing, which Alexei detested and wanted nothing to do with. You saw it, didn't you? Hey, don't ignore me. I saved your life, do you remember, ingrate? Sigh, what? I said you saw it, didn't you? Saw what? A dream. One about a battle, a spear falling from the stars. Upon hearing these words, Alexei vaguely recalled the content of his last dream, aside from the stars, a battle on a scale never seen before. In the dream, he had been a witness to a cosmic battle that took place among the stars between three entities of unimaginable might. It was a battle of unprecedented violence, in which stars were bent, shattered, and devoured. Although Alexei's dream only lasted a few hours, the cosmic strife he witnessed lasted eons and would have likely continued longer if not for a lance that shattered the curtain of space in a single motion, abruptly jolting Alexei from his slumber. That sensation you're wondering about is known as fear. Something which, from what I've seen so far, you are, despite how frail you are, very tolerant of, if not outright oblivious to. Recalling his waking experience, Alexei rubbed his hand over his chest, just above his heart. He wasn't sure what that feeling was, but for the first time in his life, he had felt something else that he hated more than the thing's usual forceful attempt to control his pranikinesis. Though Alexei had many questions he wished to ask, things he wanted answers of, he chose to remain silent. You can hold yourself in your silence, but that doesn't change the fact that you dreamed of it. There is no running away from it for you now. What was that? When he heard these words, Alexei decided to momentarily put aside his principle of never paying attention to the things' words, which were usually ramblings, and even less of engaging in an active discussion with him for the sake of getting answers. What was that? What was the dream? So now you're suddenly interested in what I have to say? Then keep it yourself if you don't want to share it. That I will do. True to his words, the things no longer spoke a word. Since the thing had been unusually quiet, Alexei began to notice the noises around him becoming louder and more varied as he progressed. The rustling of leaves beneath his feet, the chirping of crickets, and the hooting of owls filled the air. He couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder and curiosity as he tried to identify each sound. The deeper Alexei walked into the woods, the louder and darker the place became. The hooting of owls turned into a haunting screech, and the chirping of crickets became more shrill and urgent. Yet, despite this, Alexei advanced with a sense of purpose, albeit clumsily and without hesitation, as if he had a destination in mind, though he did not. It was only after some time that a second tone change took place. With moonlight seeping through the tall trees' leaves, the rustling became more frantic, like something was running through the underbrush. It turned out to be a breeze whose path was no longer blocked by the trees standing in the way, since, as he noticed, the trees along the way began to thin out, allowing him to see a clearing up ahead. As Alexei reached the edge of the woods, he saw that the sky was clear and that 3 moons adorned it, each casting a soft, silver glow on the landscape. He could see the stars twinkling in the sky and felt a sense of awe at the beauty of the night. The moonlight cast a golden blue light on the ground, making the grass look like it was covered in a blanket of silver. He could see the silhouettes of bushes and shrubs and the shadows of the trees stretching out behind him. Alexei took a deep breath, feeling the cool night air on his skin. He turned around and looked back at the forest. The trees towered over him, and he could see the shadows of their branches stretching out in the moonlight. Looking ahead, Alexei was met with a vast clearing that seemed to stretch out for miles. The open space was free of trees or other obstacles that would impede his view. The tall grass was swaying in the wind, and he could see wildflowers dotting the landscape. As he took his first step into the clearing, for reasons he couldn't understand, he hastened his pace, gradually getting faster and faster until he was even naturally beginning to run. Feeling the wind in his hair, the grass brushing against his legs, and the cool night air on his skin, he ran across the clearing, laughing out loud as he felt alive. Pushing himself to go further and faster, he was determined to make the most of his freedom, but he soon came to realize that his most of it was not a lot. After running for a short distance, Alexei began to realize that his body was not as strong as he thought it was. He had never run before, and his body was not used to the exertion. In spite of feeling his legs grow heavy and his breathing turn laborious, he wanted to keep running, but his body was soon at its limits. Stumbling, he allowed himself to roll on the grass, feeling the sensation of exhaustion. As he lay there catching his breath, he could feel his heart pounding in his chest, racing fast and hard, as if trying to keep up with his body's exertion. Feeling the sweat on his skin and hearing the sound of his ragged and heavy breathing, he was tired but not discouraged. He felt a sense of accomplishment for pushing his body to its limits and knew that with time and practice, he would be able to run for longer distances. He lay there for a while, taking in the new sensation that was being tired, feeling the coolness of the grass on his skin, listening to the sounds of the night, and staring at the sky. He felt a sense of calm and serenity wash over him. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to drift off, feeling the sensation of his body slowly relaxing and the beating of his heart slowing down, but was brought back by a voice that had miraculously managed to remain silent for a whole half an hour. "Hey, little dream. Just for this once, let's bury the hatchet of war." What does that mean? Just for this once, let's put aside our differences. You stop pretending you don't hear me and listen to what I have to say, and I stop harassing you and answer the questions you have for me. What do you think of that? Staring at the sky, Alexei pondered, before announcing, "I'm stuck with you anyway, so why not?" "So? Didn't you say you had questions for me? Go ahead." Having been proposed answers to his question, Alexei, among the many questions he wished to ask. A silence fell between the two before a gust of wind broke the stillness. "Thing, who are no?" Alexei shook his head. "What are you?" You keep referring to me as the thing, but so that you'd know I have a name. A name that I have inherited from my mother, my creator, Siraxi. Siraxi? Yes, that is my name. As to what I am, I believe you've got a glimpse of what I am in your last dream, or perhaps should I say nightmare. Reminiscing about the content of his dream of the night, Alexei found himself mumbling, a dragon. Exactly, a dragon. Not a fake, graceless and pathetic one as most might know, but one born of the stars, and destined to roam the outer confines of the universe. Though the idea that the being of his dream, a being he clearly remembered and felt as a being of unchallenging, might be reduced to a voice screeching day and night to his ears sounded outrageous, Alexei did not doubt his words. What do you want from me? I'm sure you've seen what I've fought against, having dreamed of it, haven't you? Alexei nodded, confirming to have indeed seen what he went up against. What were those? Those are what, in the Arbian tongue, people came to refer to as gods. Gods? Yes, gods, everlasting entities that, like dragons, roam the cosmos, beings born of the laws and forces shaping and ruling the very fabric of realities. Lying on the grass, Alexei took a moment to absorb Siraxi's words, before pointing to the stars and inquiring, if you're a dragon and dragons roam space and the stars, why aren't you out there doing dragon things instead of being here, sharing this with me? Alexei waited for the so-called dragon's answer, his curiosity piqued, but this time around, unlike earlier, where the answers came almost spontaneously, Siraxi sounded rather hesitant in his words. I may have been a true dragon, but I was not the type of dragon that roams the cosmos. I was born with a duty, one to protect, one that, through a spear piercing the curtains of space, I failed to fulfill. Hearing the mention of the spear, Alexei conjured up a clear and vivid image in his mind, one of a single bright, shooting star-like spear falling and engulfing gods and dragons alike. That dream, you said there is no running from it. What do you mean by that? I meant that there is no running from it, for you now. Every time you dream you will dream of it. The dream is part of you. Or perhaps it would be correct to say that you are part of the dream. Why am I dreaming of it? Is it because of you? That dream is a reminiscence, that of the dragon that I, once, was. So, yes, it is because of me, but it isn't simply because of me. That spear. You said, have you been? You mean you're no longer a dragon? I am obviously not. Otherwise, why do you think I'd be standing by your side now, wasting my time telling you this? As of now, like what is causing you to dream, I am nothing more than a fragment of the dragon that Siraxi once was. A remnant. One that, just like the one that induces your dream and will keep doing so, yearns to fulfill the duty I, Siraxi, was born with. The one to protect Anarax. Though it was the first time he had heard the name, it did not ring unfamiliar to Alexei. It was as if the name Anarax had been etched in his mind since the beginning of time, a constant presence that he had always known. Anarax, who is she? Anarax, the dragon from whom I emerged, mother of all life and sister to the stars. The dragon, whose dream holds the very essence of existence and whose corpse supports the foundation of what is known as the world. Just as the name Anarax resounded within him, Alexei's understanding transcended the mere words spoken by Siraxi, as if he were privy to a deeper meaning formerly shrouded in dark fog but now laid bare by his mere words. From Siraxi's words, Alexei understood that, after the fall of that spear from the stars, the sky, the 9 suns, the 7 moons, and even the planet he was laying on were the everlasting remains of the dragon Anarax. You earlier wondered what I need from you, here is my answer. What drives me is the same light that drove me, my birth, my existence, to protect that which I own my existence from, the one to whom you too own your existence from, Anarax. But didn't she fell from that fallen, yes, her birth hindered and her existence cut short. But she is a dragon, and dragons are eternal. Even in death, she lives on, forever chained to the dreaming fabric of this world. It is my sacred duty, my very reason for being, to shatter this illusion and awaken her from her slumber. But I cannot do it alone, For I lack two of the three essential elements for her rebirth, the corporeal, the cognitive, and the ethereal. The body, the mind, and the soul. So that's the part where I fit into the picture, Alexei concluded. Yes, Zraxai confirmed. But having spent those few hellish years by your side, I think I have come to a certain understanding of the kind of person you grew into. Despite the strange circumstance behind your existence, you are not me, my raison d'être is not yours, so I doubt you will live for it as I do, which is why I offer you something that we might call an accord. One similar to what allows us to have this discussion. You assist me in waking Anarax from her dream, and I will grant you my assistance in doing so, as well as grant your wish, any wish, you hold desires for. Is my proposition acceptable? Any wish I desire. Alexei mumbled, pondering, but as he did he noticed ground shaking. He heard the sound of hooves approaching. He sat up quickly, looking around to see where the sound was coming from. In the distance, he saw a knight on horseback, riding towards him. Seeing Danevald leading the orating knights, Alexei recognized them as his guards. Looking in the other direction, toward the ever-spreading clearing, contemplating the idea of running away from them, Alexei heard Zraxai saying, "This is just a passing suggestion, but I can help you dispose of them, so that they never ever bother you again. You won't have to run away from him, ever again. Consider it in advance of our contract, that is of course if you accept it." Offered that proposition, Alexei shook his head, refusing. The knights approached, their faces stern and hostile. They were there to bring him back home, and they were not happy that he had run away, but clearly, as Alexei could tell, they were afraid he would show resistance. They approached him, and Danevald, the leader, dismounted and walked towards him. Turning around to face the clearing, the ever-spreading clearing, Alexei contemplated the idea of running away. He thought about the freedom that lay beyond the forest and the endless possibilities that awaited him. But captivated by the sight that was the first rays of sunlight beginning to peek over the horizon, he did nothing. "Lord Alexei, are you hurt anywhere?" the knight asked, kneeling in front of him. Alexei shook his head. "Lord Alexei, we are here to bring you back home," Danevald said, his voice stern. "We were all worried about you after that. It is time for you to return home." Alexei felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. He didn't want to go back home, which in comparison to all of this looked like a prison. He wanted to stay out here and explore the world around him. "Lord Alexei?" Danevald said, noticing Alexei taking a step back from him. "Since you refused my first offer, I have a second one for you. Allow them to take you to the place they call home, show no resistance. There I will offer you my guidance, and one day, you will leave this place without ever having any of them having the might or the courage of standing your way. I, Zraxai, at your side will show you what true freedom is." Danevald reached his hand out for Alexei to take. Having pondered thoroughly Zraxai's offer, "It is not a lie, it is?" Alexei asked. "It is not. You promise?" "Yes, I promise." "Then you can count me in," Alexei replied with a smile, looking forward to their agreement on his face, before reaching for the hand Danevald offered him. Standing up, Danevald asked, with a lost and confused expression on his face, "Lord Alexei, who are you talking with?" 15. How the world came to be. Beyond the reach of the dreaming veil that shrouds this world, there exist powerful, fundamental forces that dictate the shape of both the known and unknown universes. These forces can be wild, chaotic, and untamed, or they can be controlled and governed by laws or cosmic forces. Seldomly born from their kins, but most oftenly born from laws and cosmic forces, are the beings commonly referred to as gods. They either manifest themselves as avatars of these laws or as embodiments of these cosmic powers. Alongside these gods, there exist dragons, stellar creatures, nurtured and cradled within the very heart of galaxies, born from the hellish warmth of the cosmos. After his previous chamber was destroyed in a recent event, Alexei was relocated to a new room, one clearly not intended for him. The room was evidently meant for a servant of the fort, as all the rooms he had ever occupied had always been windowless. However, The current room had a wooden condemned window, which with little effort, he managed to tear apart, revealing a beautiful view of the forest. As he gazed out at the distant forest, watching birds soar through the sky, a guard, who appeared sleep-deprived, stood at attention by the door. Acting as though the man was not even there, Alexei simply conversed with the voice that only he could hear and speak to. "You were a dragon, weren't you?" "Indeed, I, Alexei, was a dragon. With wings, scales, and a tail? Yes, I possessed all those features." "That's impressive," said Alexei. "I've heard stories about dragons, but, if you are referring to the weak portrayals of dragons in those tales you've been fed, then let me tell you, no, they are not true dragons. They are mere imitations, a disgrace to the art. They are nothing more than fire-breathing flying lizards, conjured by mankind's limited imagination, for their minds cannot fathom how powerful true dragons are." "I understand. No need to get angry." Allowing his mind to meander around emptily, Alexei later voiced, "So, you were a powerful being even compared to gods, huh? More powerful than you can fathom, little dream." "Stop calling me that. It is what you are. Anyway, why are you here with me if you were once so powerful?" The key word here is once. I was once all powerful, but it is no longer the case. That is why I am stuck with you, little parasite. If I were still that powerful, I wouldn't waste a single moment in your company and even less need your help. Having seen that in a dream, Alexei did not doubt his words. "My help? Is it about those 3 things you mentioned needing to awaken Anarax?" "Yes, it is, the body, the mind, and the soul. Don't ever forget it again. Unless you're planning to go back on your word again." "I said I would help, didn't I? But you never told me what exactly it is that you want me to do." "Humph. During the 6 years I have been by your side, I have had to put up with so much. From the whining of a mindless baby to the tantrums of a toddler, only to have you become stubborn, pretending to be deaf to my existence just when you reached an age where you had finally developed some semblance of intelligence and sentience. I believe we must both agree to make these behaviors, young man, something of the past, only then can we both succeed in our endeavor." "Can we do that?" "We can," Alexei announced loudly, causing the night-standing guard to emit a startled noise from his sleep-deprived and anxious watch. "Good. Anyway, to answer your question from earlier, since my goal is to shatter this dream and wake Anarax from her silent slumber, what I need of you is essentially simple. I need you to devour the 9 suns along with the 7 moons, or at least what is left of them." "What? You didn't hear me. I need you to devour Slither, the blazing sun, Helios, the radiant sun, Selene, the silver sun, Eos, the dawn sun, Hyperion, the giant sun, Ignis, the fiery sun, Celes, the golden sun, Aurora, the aurora sun, Nova, the new sun, Luna, the moon of night, Selene, the moon of silver, Cytherea, the moon of Venus, Phoebe, the moon of brightness, Atlas, the moon of strength, Era, the moon of snow, Nox, the moon of darkness." Like nothing Alexei enumerated each of the 9 sun and 7 moons. "You want me to eat the suns and the moons?" Alexei asked, repeating Alexei's words, still dumbfounded by the decadent expectation he had for him. Though he was ignorant of many things, Alexei understood that a moon or a sun, let alone 9 and 7 of each, were not things he had the power to consume in any sort of way he could imagine. "Yes, which part of it don't you understand?" "How? How? Good question, but I think you should have first asked why?" "Then why?" "I throw you back the question, why would I want you to devour the moons and the suns?" Having his question tossed back at him, Alexei pondered for a while, trying to come up with a reason. "You've dreamed of it, you have all the components to understand why would I want you to do that." Hearing the mention of the dreaming once again, Alexei remembered a particular detail that was related to the sun and the moon. "Because they were part of you," Alexei ventured. "Indeed, little dream. It is as you said, the 9 suns and 7 moons were once a part of Alexei, and by extension, a part of Anarax. However, After the event of the shattering of the stars, where the spear dawned with an engulfing might upon I, Saraxi, my might was spurned from me into suns, and moons exiled amidst the stars, far beyond my own reach to recover in this remnant state. I see. You want me to recover it for you, or at least on your behalf, isn't it? Yes, it is that. See how it wasn't so difficult to guess and understand. I know I should have asked this earlier, but I gotta know. I've been thinking about that spear a lot since the dream, but it's only now that I realize I've never asked myself who was behind it. And there's more to it, like those two gods you fought against, I don't know anything about them. I see that you finally caught a glance at the greater picture and started asking yourself the big questions. It was about time. Saraxi surprisingly praised. I will answer those questions of yours, but first I believe that you must first understand what happened to me after that lance fell on me. Well, in extremely plain words and mortal concepts, I died from it. You died? Yes, I did, but despite my death I remain a dragon. Dragons do not die. But nonetheless I died to be stripped of most of my draconic attributes, leaving in a state, well, this state. With no physical form. Saraxi nodded. He did, in Alexi's mind. For a moment Alexei wasn't sure if Saraxi truly did, but his next words pretty much confirmed to him that he indeed did. Exactly, and thus, without it, no might nor voice. No voice? Can't I just hear you now? Yes, but that would be because you and I share a connection that allows us, a kind of semi-telepathic communication. We don't speak in words, which is why even if I were to try none of my words would reach out to, for example, the guard behind you. As Alexei looked at the guard, the man's back immediately straightened. You seem rather oblivious to that fact, which makes sense given your upbringing. But the fact that you grew up dismissing me as just a voice in your head helps a lot in many regards, for otherwise, while we are exchanging, it would appear to everyone seeing you that you were engaged in some sort of one-sided conversation with a ghost. What's a go, anyway? As I was saying, through the many years since the event of the shattering of the stars, only those with whom I share a connection can actually hear me in this ethereal form. Those? Do you mean that there are people before me who hear your voice like I do? There were 3 of them. That means that I am the 4th. What became of them? As I said, there were? It was only as he repeated himself that the words hit Alexei. Are they gone? They both are and are not. What is that supposed to mean? It means what it means. One day you'll understand, but know that as of now, they can no longer hear my voice. That means that you are the only person in this dreaming world who hears me. Is that so? Alexei answered, a strange smile taking shape in the corner of his mouth. It is. Anyway, where was I? About your question of how? Since you now know why, I can finally explain to you how. You see, when that spear fell upon us, I was not alone in falling and meeting my death. The god Zara, the Golden Queen Overlord, and Al, the Truth Seeker, I was battling against met the same fate as well. Truth Seeker. Golden Queen Overlord, mumbling these titles, a clear image of the 2 gods Saraxi battled against conjured in his mind. They died? If only they simply did. They didn't? They did, but gods, just like dragons, aren't beings that can be stopped by such things as death. They, Zara and Al, died but survived as remnants. Remnants? Like you? Like me, well, not really. They survived in this dreaming world through means different from the mine. But just as I did, the 2 of them survived only to be weakened, stripped of godly pedigree, a remnant of their former selves. But make no mistake, that was ages ago, thousands of years have passed, and though it is not a lot of time, much has changed since then. You mean? Just like I have, along Anarax, the gods in their remnant states yearn to reclaim the power that was once theirs. One quick way to achieve this is, as I previously explained, to break out of this dreaming prison, reach for the stars, and consume the suns and moons. But that was, in the state we were left in, not an option. So instead, to assist them in their quest, The most effective way to regain their strength they discovered was to spread their influence throughout this dreaming world and its inhabitants, for it was the only way for them to seamlessly increase their power, Zraxai said, concluding his explanation. However, Alexei still felt as though his question had not been answered, or at least not clearly enough for him to understand. Why the long silence? I'm not following. I think El got lost at the part where you said that these two gods want to have their influence felt and spread? I suppose, even if telepathy allows such a seamless exchange of information, and facilitates a lot of things, it still has its limits. Well then, let me explain again. I'll try adjusting my pace. For now, just take a look at yourself. A look at myself, Alexei mumbled, as he gazed, confused yet curious, at his hands. Now, look at the guard behind you. Do you see it? Complying, Alexei turned around to glance up and down at the guard, who seemed clearly confused as to why he was suddenly the center of attention. Is there a problem, Lord Alexei? He mumbled, but Alexei, focused on seeing through what Zraxai wanted him to notice, didn't hear his words. I don't get it. What is there for me to see? The difference. The difference? Allow me to rephrase my question, what do you think distinguishes you from him? Why is it that a man wearing armor and carrying a sword trembles at the mere sight of you staring at him? After pondering the question for a while, Alexei answered, he is afraid of me. Why is he afraid of you? Alexei did not answer that question. Zraxai avoided pressing Alexei for an answer, as they were both aware of the reason behind the latter's treatment at the fort. It was well known that without Alexei's constant supervision, Zraxai, with his mischievous nature, would often wreak havoc using lightning, leaving Alexei to deal with its aftermath. Zraxai was the reason he was feared. The answer I wanted you to come to was prana, and, to be precise, the ability to wield and produce prana, pranakinesis. Alexei mumbled. Yes, prana, that is the force powering the lightning and wind that, we from time to time see flying around when a certain person doesn't hold on to his promise. Humph. Once again, back to the subject at hand. The fact that you carry such power is a perfect illustration of a god having their presence and influence felt and spread. As oblivious as you are of that fact, you are spreading the influence of a god. Once again Alexei looked at his hands, trying to remember what it feels to use prana, before naturally coming to the interrogation, pranakinesis. Is it Dao's or Zara's influence that I am spreading? Though Zraxai had no physical form, Alexei felt as though he saw him shaking his head, neither. The influence you're spreading through prana is not from Dao or Zara, but from a third god. This god is solely responsible for my downfall in battle, along with Dao and Zara, whom I was battling against, as well as the creation of this prison-like dream built upon Anarax's robbed existence. This god is the one behind the fall of that lance from the stars. I never learned his true name, but over the years, I have come to refer to him as Inmu, the nameless wanderer. 16. How the world came to be. 1. Once upon a time, there existed, in the vast expanse known as the cosmos, a stellar being, a yet unborn but soon-to-born dragon named Anarax. Though she was essentially still an egg, she already showed, by the influence she held over the stars surrounding her, the potential to become a very powerful dragon upon birth. Unfortunately for the powerful yet powerless Anarax, for she had yet to develop a mind of her own, her obvious potential drew the attention of two outer beings, two gods, Dao and Zara, who both came with the same goal, to consume Anarax and gain her power for themselves. The two gods fought a fierce battle over who would consume the yet unborn dragon in battle that would last an eternity. It was then that Anarax, who was still an unborn yet aware enough of the danger she was in, dispatched, gave birth to a second dragon. One born with only one goal in mind, to protect Anarax's sister and mother from the two invading and ill-intending gods. That dragon was Zraxai. Zraxai, inheriting parts of Anarax's power, valiantly fought the two gods alone with all his might to hold his own against them and even gain the upper hand. Despite being young and untested, the wind was blowing in the young dragon's favor. However, Although everything indicated that the dragonic side would emerge victorious over the divine ones, it was soon revealed that fate had other plans. Their battle was abruptly halted by the arrival of a mysterious third, nameless being, a god, that would be later called Enmu. To this day, his intentions remain unknown, as he did not seem interested in Anorax's power like Dawa and Zara. Rather, it appeared as though he simply wanted to put an end to their fighting, even if it meant utter annihilation for the three of them. In a single but powerful blow, a lance falling from the stars, Enmu bested the two gods and Siraxai, who was meant to protect yet another dragon, Anorax. A task that he failed to fulfill. On that day, all the gods and all the dragons were killed, but death is a concept that does not apply to gods and dragons. Instead of remaining in their dead state, they awakened from their deathly slumber, at the mere price of being weakened, turned into remnants of their former selves. Siraxai, who was stronger and more resistant than the two gods, would be stripped of his physical form, his power ripped apart and used to form 9 suns and 7 moons. This event that marks the end of a stellar and divine battle between gods and dragons would be known as the shattering of the stars. The consequences of this shattering of the stars have been different for each of the dragons and gods. Although Anorax was originally a star meant to give birth to a dragon, she was left in a weakened state as a mere life-bearing planet after the event. It would be years later, on Anorax's surface, the dragon he was born to protect, that Siraxai would awaken, no longer as a dragon but as a formless ethereal being with little to no power of his own. Even now, I'm not sure what motivated Enmu's intervention. He did what he did, sealed us all here, and used Siraxai's corpse to create the planet that Anorax is now, as well as the living beings that now roam the planet's surface. So it was that Enmu god that created everything? He did not. Siraxai roared. He didn't create anything, nothing from scratch. Rather all he did was manipulate the life forces of Anorax to bring living beings into existence and used her corpse to create a world for them to inhabit. There is nothing in this world that he can claim as his own, as everything that exists was created by exploiting Anorax's misery. Due to the manner in which the duo communicated, Siraxai's anger was seamlessly and unfiltered conveyed to Alexei through felt yet unspoken words. I see. Do you hate all the living? Alexei ventured. Hate, huh? I don't think hate is the right word, instead, I believe anger is the most appropriate way to describe it. Every living being in existence serves as a constant reminder of my failure to protect Anorax. But, to answer your question, no, I do not hate them. I have spent enough time in this dreamlike and life-bearing prison to understand that harboring resentment towards every single one of them would be a fruitless endeavor, even for a former dragon like me, especially in my current state, in which I require their help to recover what was once mine, therefore Anorax's. The 9 sun and 7 moons? Yes. And you're going to help me. Aren't you? In my mind, there is another voice besides yours, telling me not to listen to you. But since I have given you my words, I will offer my help with whatever you need my assistance for. Siraxai inexistently nodded. And you, I'm going to keep the promise I've made to you. Your wish was to see the outside world, wasn't it? Yes, Alexei exclaimed. I want to see the outside world so badly. I want to walk through the forests, mountains, rivers, and whatever else is out there to stride upon. I want to see the animals and the plants and learn about them. I want to see the different colors of the sky and the clouds and feel the different kinds of weather. I want to see everything, Siraxai, without anyone watching after me the way Danevald, the guards, and the maids are. Free, like the other day, that's what I want. That's an awful lot of things, but I guess that qualifies for an adventure. I guess that comes at a point since what I expect of you might be perfect for the adventurous journey you are yearning for. It is a quest. A quest. Like in that book with the bird, Alexei wondered, recalling the book turned to ashes during the fire in his room that had been part of a tabletop game. I'm not really sure if it is the same, but the quest I have for you is one that will take you on a journey to awaken Anorax from her slumber and restore to her what should rightfully be hers. Along the way, you will also get to experience the adventure you yearn for. the one of seeing the outside world, walking through forests, mountains, rivers and so on. What do you think of that? What does the other voice in your head think of that? He says he is impatient with this journey, our quest. Let's do this! Exclaimed Alexei, his eyes shining with excitement, gazing ahead to the forest, bouncing on spot. Wow, though I appreciate your excitement, calm down, Alexei cautioned. I wouldn't want to see you repeat what you did the other night with that hole in the wall. Don't make me catch you up mid-fall again. I'm not going to jump, Alexei pouted. Yeah? With how unpredictable you can be, I'd rather not take any risks. Anyway, I don't want to dampen your joy and excitement about this journey, but before we can start, there are still things that need to be done and knowledge that needs to be shared. That includes what I know about the ones that are referred to as the lords of old and the godsent. Godsent. Does it have to do with the two gods you went against, Dawa and Zara? Yes, good guess, but it's not just about them. Had it been just about the two of them, I wouldn't waste my time explaining it to you, Alexei said, taking what sounded like a deep breath. As I mentioned before, after the shattering of the stars, the two gods died. This event allowed for the creation of the world as it is now. I awakened from my death to this dreaming world, and so did Dao and Zara. They were not, however, reborn as voiceless ethereal beings like I did. Instead, the god Dao was reborn into countless remnants, some great and some small, while the goddess Zara was reborn into a more singular, less fragmented remnant. Those who encountered these remnants, as well as the remnants left by Enmu, the nameless god, are referred to as godsons. Some of them, having been chosen by the gods or having fortuitously encountered remnants of godly origins, have all been gifted with unchallenged might that only continues to increase exponentially with each passing second since their encounter with the divine. Do you follow so far? Alexei nodded. Good. Now then. Zara's golden matriarch, tending to her tree along with her sister Valkyries. The phoenix of the Tao's four ravenous beasts, along with his 8 sages, and last but not least, Iris, the radiant oasis, Enmu's chosen godsend for the Arbian race, the mother of all mages. They are the most prolific godsend you have to be aware of, and with each of them ruling over a territory of this dreaming world, they will undoubtedly become towering obstacles, obstructing our journey at some point or another, implying that we must do everything possible to prepare you to overcome them, and that, trust me, we will work on it. Despite being highly intrigued by what he just learned, Alexei simply nodded, feeling that Alexei had yet to finish explaining what he was explaining. That was that you have to know, for the time being, about the godsends, but that aside from them there would be a few other powerful individuals whom, just like with godsend, we must have you ready for. I call them lords of old. Agna the Elden Dragon, the first and mother of all dragons. Aelward the prodigal son, along with his last standing Dragonbane knights. And last but not least, Zon the Peaceful, alias the kin-eating lindworm. The first thing that stuck with the name and the title that struck Alexei was the mention of the word dragon, and the fact that he made no mention of any god they might have been associated with as he did with the 3 previous godsent, prompting to immediately ask, Dragon? These 3. Who are they? They were the ones who before you were the only ones to hear my voice. Hearing these words, Alexei remembered what Alexei earlier said about those who, in the past, heard his voice. These 3 were to me what were the godsends to the gods. They could have become much more, but in the end all 3 of them ended up betraying me, refusing to fulfill final steps of the quest we set ourselves on. That quest you are talking about, is it the same you set me on? Alexei asked. Though thousands of years have elapsed, I've held steadfast to my one and only quest, the revival of Aenarax. It is my very reason for existence. I've devoted countless lifetimes to it, and they, of all people, were fully aware of its significance to me. Yet, they still chose to betray me, despite everything I've done for them. Alexei's anger, though subtle, was palpable in his words. Why did they betray you? They've been confronted with a choice, we're all eventually confronted with one, but once they did, with little to no care for the time spent together, all my effort, and offering them that which they desired of me, they've all, one after another, chosen to betray me. I just hope that when it will be your turn you will not let me down. Though curious, intrigued about those who came before and the reasons that led to making that choice of betraying, I won't, Alexei announced. 2 of them told me that after the first one betrayed me. One was a man, the other a rampant, mindless and screeching beast. You, aside from how you were born, what are you and what will you do, for me to trust your words more than I did theirs? Tell me, little dream. I don't know. I do. And that would be actions. Your actions. Present and future ones. While awakening Anorax is the culmination of the quest I set you on, righting the wrongs done by your Lord of Old's predecessor will be part of the journey we will be taking. How can I do that? By becoming, with my guidance, the formidable being you were born to be and accomplishing the duty you are meant to be, my little nightmare, to one day devour the suns and the moons on my behalf. But for that to happen, you need to become stronger. Your current form, small and weak, is not enough to achieve such a feat. But worry not, for within this dreaming world, there happen to be beings who have encountered remnants of godly origins, granting them great powers. I, Zraxai, can teach you how to tear apart these powers from them and make them your own. 17. Godsends and Lords of Old, in the dreaming world of Anorax, there is a power that has been wielded since the shattering of the stars. Its sole purpose is to restore that which has been stolen. This power allows one to subsume all forms of divine presence or remanence, making them their own. Zraxai, the remnant of the guardian dragon, has wielded this power. However, in his current form, he is unable to efficiently wield it himself. This prompted him to bestow this power and delegate the duty that came along with it to beings he would come to refer to as the Lords of Old. Over the centuries, these Lords of Old have wielded this power on Zraxai's behalf, granting them immense strength and allowing them to rival even the strength of the mightiest godsends. Initially, each of the 3 Lords of Old displayed loyalty to Zraxai and his purpose. However, one after another, they betrayed the fallen dragon, eventually revealing the true nature of their allegiance. Despite these betrayals, Zraxai still possesses the power to subsume all remnants that are trapped within the cloak of the dreaming world, just like him. For hundreds of years since the last Lord of Old's betrayal, he has wandered, waiting for a worthy individual to whom he can bestow his power for him to loyally and diligently wield it on his behalf, unlike the 3 previous wielders who ultimately failed to do so. Back in a windowless room of the fortress, this time, built to hold him, Alexei was sitting on a chair, rocking a new book on his lap, while Danevald the knight was scrutinizingly staring at him from a corner of the room. "And this? You don't know about this?" Alexei asked, mentioning a passage of the book. "No." Why sound so disappointed? Why would I know anything about Arbian's custom? Even you didn't know that until you read it, didn't you? Alexei sighed. "Yes, but I thought you knew more than me." "I do. But why would I, Zraxai, have any particular interest in Arbian's customs? The last time I did it was before I was betrayed by the one I thought shared the same goal as me, so why would I do it now? I don't know, perhaps because the other day, you claimed you were everywhere all at once, which in a sense should allow you to know everything." Once again Alexei sighed before closing the book on his laps, sliding a discreet glance at the man standing on the corner of the room. The book was one of several books that were brought by Danevald, perhaps with the intent of replacing the one book Alexei lost during the fire from that night. "I never claimed be all-knowing. I simply stated that through my connection with this planet and its inhabitants, I have a heightened awareness of their whereabouts. I do not have knowledge of their individual motives or actions, but I am constantly aware, reminded of their presence." "I see. I think I remember you saying that. A few days have passed since they agreed to settle their disagreement and join forces to embark on a quest to awaken Anorax from her slumber. They have started their training for the journey ahead, but their progress has been consistently interrupted by the constant surveillance from Danevald and other guards. This increased scrutiny is due to the fortress's most recent incident, leaving them with little privacy or freedom, two things that both Alexei and Saraxai hold in very high regard. Just like everyone, Danevald could not hear Alexei nor Saraxai's voice, but the man pushing onto Alexei received a scrutinizing stare that he didn't particularly appreciate. Saraxai also seemed to be bothered by it, as he said in an irritated tone, "That lowlife seriously begins to tick on my nerves." Hearing these words immediately took Alexei back to the day when Saraxai had unleashed his brainiakinesis onto someone, without Alexei getting in the way. "We agreed no more of that anymore," Alexei shouted, only to immediately realize he had said it out loud for everyone to hear. Alexei's shout startled Danevald, who was now at him with a frozen expression. "Is there a problem, Lord Alexei?" The only answer that Alexei could come up with to the clueless knight in front of him was a negative shake of the head. "Wow, calm down. I didn't do anything." Yet, finally processing that he, indeed, didn't do anything, Alexei realized that by force of habit, he wrongly assessed the situation. "Sorry," Alexei said to Saraxai. "Yeah? You are? Maybe you should not, for I'm this close to do what you imagine me doing. Okay, perhaps I won't, but think about the time he's making us waste by standing there." "I know." With no obvious solution in sight, Alexei returned to the book he had been reading. Despite encountering some unfamiliar words, he was able to comprehend its contents with ease. The book was a geography guide, filled with illustrations that provided vivid visual aids for the written content and fueled Alexei's imagination. As he flipped through the pages, Alexei came across a drawing of a colossal golden tree. He was captivated by the detailed illustration and stopped to examine it further. "The mother tree," Alexei mumbled, reading the pointing at a picture in the book. "This one of the god's remnants, right?" "Yes, that does look like it," Saraxai metaphorically nodded, "a remnant of Zara, or perhaps to be exact, a manifestation of her remanence. The mother tree said to have birthed the first of the Odo race, and the source behind the Odo race's Odo-wielding capability." Alexei mumbled, reading the blurb at the bottom of the drawing. "Hey, hurry up, read more of it, what else is it saying?" Saraxai ordered, displaying, for once, a semblance of interest for the book. Obliging Saraxai's instruction, Alexei turned the book's page, reading the wordy upcoming and drawingless content. While doing so, Alexei came through the book, with the overview and teaching of Saraxai, to learn more about the Odo race. Following Saraxai's instructions, Alexei turned the page of the book and began reading the upcoming content, which was too wordy and lacking in illustrations for Alexei's personal text. As he read, he learned more about the Odo race, thanks to Saraxai's overview and teachings. The Odo were a unique Arbian-like race with a tan complexion. Although they could be considered a subrace of Arbians, their extraordinary ability to summon and manipulate Odo, a golden substance produced by their bodies, set them apart and reinforced the idea that they were a separate species from Arbians. Additionally, their inability to interbreed with Arbians further supported this notion. It is important to note that not all members of the Odo race possessed the ability to control Odo. This talent was not innate or inherited, but rather granted by the Odo tree, the birthplace of the first Odo and a revered symbol of the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth within their culture. Although the mother tree was a powerful manifestation of a divine encounter, it remained confined to a very specific sphere, area of influence, delimited by the birthplace of the Odo race. As a result, only those born within the Odo's birthplace could receive the blessing of wielding Odo. This division led to a split within the Odo race, with those blessed with the ability referred to as Dai Odo, or blessed ones, and those without the ability referred to as common Odo. When summoned, a Dai Odo can use their Odo as an extension of themselves, that could be used whether it is to fight or for any other purpose. "I see. Say, Saraxai, the ability to use gold. Can you tell me more about it?" Alexei asked after a while, after reading while being provided with extra explanation. He was intrigued by that strange power. "Not gold. Odo. It just happens to resemble gold, but ultimately, it is and always will be simply a physical manifestation of Zari's divinity." "I see. Siraxi, you mentioned that with the power I have been bestowed, the same power that your former lord of old wielded, I could claim the remnants of a god. Does this apply to Odo as well? It does. Does it mean that if I were to claim that power as mine, I would be able to use Odo as a Diodo would? It doesn't work that conveniently, but yes, you could. The prospect of wielding the power of Odo captivated Alexei more than pranikinesis ever could. Although some might argue that pranikinesis is already an impressive ability, Alexei was born with it and grew increasingly unimpressed as he aged. This was further exacerbated by the fact that, up until very recently, Alexei was mostly using his prana to counteract Siraxi's attempts to take control of it. I can feel, but also see, how thrilled you are by this, but as of now, little dream, you only have access to prana, and we have to work on that, for that is all we have. That is, as soon as that damn scrutinizing night gives us a moment's peace. It was night, or at least it was supposed to be, as it was a few hours after Alexei's third meal of the day. Despite being expected to be in bed by now, Alexei was awake. He was finally left alone by Danevald, providing him and Siraxi the chance to proceed with what they had been eagerly anticipating since the morning. Well, since we finally got that parasite off our asses, we can finally proceed, but first, I think we should be clear on what you know and what you don't. So let's start with what you know about your power. I am a Raj, therefore a mage, said Alexei. Thanks to the prana core I was grafted at my birth, I can produce prana and control elementalis through a mantra or a spell. That is what we call pranikinesis. Good, go on. Depending of the prana core the mage has been grafted with, pranikinesis enables a mage to manipulate one or more of the four elementalis, including wind, aero elementalis, earth, geo elementalis, lightning, electro elementalis, and ice, cryo elementalis. You know almost everything about it, except for one thing, fire, pyro elementalis, but, given that no pyro prana core has been produced in thousands of years, I suppose you're still correct. Anyway, what kind of prana core do you believe has been implanted in you? An electro prana core. And? Arrow? You really didn't sound confident at all with that answer. I am not. Well, I guess that's understandable. Anyway, you're right, you've been granted a prana core that allows you to use both electro and aero elemental forces. 2 of the 5 elements, huh? Although not unique and even less remotely impressive, I suppose we can make something out of it, as long as we put in enough work. Since we are, for now, left with no choice but to do with what we have, which one of the 2 would you like to put work into first? Alexei was reminded of his past experiences with pranikinesis, most of which were unpleasant, particularly with electro elementalis. Through a process of elimination, he concluded that he would rather begin with aero elementalis, as he recalled jumping from a hole in the wall and having his fall cushioned by a gentle gust of wind. I see. We'll start with aero then. Please go to that corner of the room, Siraxi instructed. Alexei complied, though he wasn't sure how Siraxi was indicating the corner. Since this will be your first encounter with your own arrow-wielding ability, we should still start with the fundamentals. This won't be my first, Alexei corrected. This will be the second. Don't you remember that time? Siraxi paused for a moment before responding. Ah, that time. If you're referring to the night when you mindlessly jumped into the void, I believe you've gotten it mixed up. What I used that day was not aero elementalis, and even less pranikinesis. What? Alexei was confused. I think it would be better if I showed you. Reach your right hand out, palm facing up. No, no, no. Not towards the wall. That's it. Don't move it and observe. Following the instructions, Alexei extended his hand, and a strange breeze swept through the room, creating a swirling vortex of wind. Initially confused and reflexively trying to shut down the abnormal anomaly, he considered it to be the same kind as his lightning. However, Alexei soon quelled his instincts and came to understand something about the vortex. Do you see what I meant? Siraxi asked. Yes, I think I do, Alexei replied. He realized that the phenomenon in front of him was not pranikinesis, or at least it didn't feel like it was, just as Saraxai had claimed. Alexei tried to shut it down as he usually did with lightning, but it didn't work. This was the final confirmation for him. Just like what you're seeing now, what you felt now, what you saw, and what saved your asses that day was arcane, mine, Saraxai explained. Arcane? Alexei mumbled. While pranikinesis is one of the manifestations of Enmu's power on the dreaming world and Odo that of Zara, arcane was that of Tao. Saraxai elaborated. Can I use it? No, only I can. Why? Because it's like that. I see. Wait, does it mean that you can use Odo too, since you can use arcane? Up until very recently, I could, but it is longer the case. Before Alexei could ask why, Saraxai replied, indeed. Don't ask me how or why, we don't have time or the energy to explain that. I see, Alexei said, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. What about pranikinesis? I obviously can't. Why else do you think I'm trying to teach you to use your pranikinesis? Now, enough distraction, let's get back to the task at hand. As Alexei gazed in awe at the swirling vortex of wind that had formed in front of his hand, he noticed that its motion was gradually slowing down. The once powerful winds that had been spiraling outwards now appeared to be collapsing in on themselves, and the vortex was gradually shrinking in size. As Alexei's focus returned to the vortex that had formed in front of his hand, he saw it starting to dissipate. The sight left him in awe as he instantly recognized the difference between arcane and everything he had been exposed to thus far in pranikinesis. While electro-elementalists could be dispelled to nothingness by the mere thought of him, this vortex here, when shut down, didn't appear to be forced to disappear, nor did it simply vanish into thin air. Instead, it was as if the wind that had formed the vortex was simply returning to its natural state, dispersing back into the surrounding air. You've seen what I did, Saraxai said. Now, try to conjure a vortex just like I did. I can't do that. Why? Because I can't use arcane. I didn't ask you to use arcane, I just asked you to use pranikinesis and your innate ability to use aero-elementalist to pull out something similar to what I just did with arcane. That should be doable, right? Without giving Alexei the opportunity to voice a word, Saraxai announced, it is possible. Now try it. To Alexei, pranikinesis has always been something that accompanied him, just like a limb is to a person. In his particular case, it was a problematic limb that he had little to no control over. The day he became self-aware of its existence was the day he came to understand that nothing good would come out of it, which is why Alexei never, not even once, used his pranikinesis for anything other than suppressing it. Taking a deep breath, Alexei reached out his hand and focused his thoughts, remembering that prana required tapping into one's inner source. He visualized a wind swirling and gathering in front of his hand, just as it had before. And as he focused his mind, he felt a sense of energy and vitality coursing through his body to his arm. Good, but remember, what I asked you to conjure out was a vortex of wind, not a gale or a gust of wind, so gather it all up. Good. Wait, what are you doing? No, not like that. You're inputting too much prana. As the vortex swelled in size, attempting to form, it whipped the surrounding air into a frenzy, threatening to pull in nearby objects. Alexei could feel himself losing control, and he knew he had to act quickly before the situation got out of hand. Just then, a voice called out to him, Alexei. Dispel it now. Hearing the command for which he had been patiently waiting, Alexei quickly focused his mind on dispelling the vortex. With a sharp mental command, the swirling wind dissipated instantly in a rather anticlimactic fashion. Phew, well, I guess that's one thing we could praise you for. You've spent most of your life opposing your own elementalists, and you've become adept at dispelling your own elementalists. Perhaps too adept, Saraxai commented. Alexei didn't respond to Saraxai's statement. Instead, he looked at his hand, the one from which he had conjured the mantra, with a puzzled expression. Is there a problem? Saraxai asked. No, no problem, Alexei reassured, shaking his head. He then proposed, let's try it again. I see. Okay, Alexei agreed. 18. A system just for you. Hey, little dream, it's been over 2 weeks since what you did. He hasn't given up yet and is still there from morning till evening, Alexei complained. Leave him be, Alexei said, brushing aside Alexei's concern as he rolled the dice on the table. If you insist on me not laying a finger on him, maybe you should consider talking to him. Tell him to scramble, Alexei suggested. I could, but would it even work? Wouldn't that just make him guard more intensely? Alexei retorted, moving a game piece across the board. Hey, is that really it, or are you just using this as an excuse to spend more time on your game instead of training? Hearing these accusations, Alexei stopped playing and casually denied, No, are you sure? Because that's what it looks like to me. A few weeks had passed since that night, with the escapade outside and the fire where Alexei lost both his favorite book and the game it was part of. That night, he lost everything. But earlier in the week, he received a new game with all the components, including a game board, 3 sets of game pieces, 1 set of 6-sided dice, 1 set of dominoes with 28 pieces, 2 character sheets, and his favorite book, the game's Book of Outcomes. Sure, I won't deny that I like this game because it is amusing, but it's not as though I would impede on our training time for it. That's why I'm playing it now when we can't train, because he won't leave us alone. Though he most likely still had reservations, the fact that Alexei chose not to utter a word was enough for Alexei. Instead of pouting in your corner, why wouldn't you play with me? Alexei asked. Playing. Alexei trailed off. Yes, playing. This game can be played with 2 people, you know, Alexei proudly declared, showing 2 of the 3 game pieces. One represented a child, while the other was a snake. It's not like you have anything better to do, right? Alexei hesitated. Come on, I'll teach you the rules, and I'll play on your behalf since you don't have a physical form, Alexei invited, intent on not listening to a single word of protest from him. I'll be the child, and you be the snake. It looks like you. Ugh! What was that again? Alexei sighed. Not immediately answering Alexei's question, Alexei stood up atop his chair, picked up the little wooden figures, and rearranged them in their initial position on the board before enthusiastically explaining, This is the game. It's simple really. We have to move these characters across the table, as he points out a wooden figure that one could easily imagine to be a child, and your goal is to have this little kid across the board, using the dice to determine how many steps we can take. But it's not just rolling and moving. It's really easy really, Alexei insisted, wishing to have Alexei play with him. Alexei used to play the game solo before, its Book of Outcomes was his favorite before it met its unfortunate demise in a fire. In the past, he did not always play this game alone. The person who taught him how to play often played with him, but since they were no longer around, Alexei was left to play by himself. The game offered a single-player option, allowing players to control both the hero and villain characters in a short but adventurous story. The game was a combination of dice, dominoes, and arithmetical calculations, with the ultimate goal of freeing the trapped bird. The instructions came with character sheets for tracking moves and points. Alexei picked up a second wooden figure, this one shaped like a snake, and placed it on the board opposite the child. See this snake? That's you, Alexei. You're the bad guy, trying to stop the little kid from getting to the end of the board and saving the bird. See, the game is all about luck and predicting what might happen next, Alexei explained. When we roll the dice, we get a number, and then we have to use mathematical predictions like adding and subtracting to move our pieces on the board. Sometimes there are things that make the game harder, like division or multiplication along the path, but there are also things that make it easier. These respectively take the shape of either a division or a multiplication. We just have to be smart and know how to deal with them. So, what do you think? You want to play, right? Let's play. Alexei was quiet for a bit, as if taking it all in. So the wooden thing there. That bird's fate is all up to our foresight skills and pure luck? Yup. Alexei said with a smile. Alexei picked up the dice and rolled it. A number 4 appeared. He looked at the board for a moment, thinking and doing some math before moving the piece. Your turn, Alexei suggested, inviting Alexei to do the same. Well, I suppose I have no other choice but to let you roll for me. As the game drew to a close, Alexei made his final move, reaching the bird's cage, before revealing both his character and Alexei's character sheet, which bore a number with a large gap in between. The gap, which was in Alexei's favor, revealed the outcome of the game. Child hero, Alexei, hero, name, Alexei first dice roll, 8 skills, strategic thinking, +4 dexterity, +2 courage, +3 puzzle solving, +5 resource management, +3 debuffs, distraction, -2 total points, 24, 8, 4 +2 +3 +5 +3, 2. The villainous snake, Alexei, first dice roll, 14 skills, sneaking, +14 intimidation, +16 trickery, +13 strength, +12 observation, +14 debuffs, arrogance, -15 impulsive, -13 greed, -11 total points, 175, 14, 14 +16 +13 +12 +14, 15 to 13 to 11, ending 3. The child finally reached the cage where the bird was being held captive. The snake had been close behind, but the child managed to outwit the snake and gather enough power to unlock the cage and free the bird. The little flew away into the sky, soaring high above, and as he did, fire engulfed him, allowing the little bird to turn into the magnificent phoenix it had always been destined to be. The child, the hero, stood there, watching the bird, now a phoenix, feeling proud and victorious, unlike the snake, villainous, jealous and defeated. The child had freed the phoenix, watched it take off for the sky, thus completing his quest. The end. So, what do you think about this ending? Alexei asked. I don't know. I suppose this was a bad ending for me since I was the snake, but isn't it kind of underwhelming for the hero? Alexei replied. Underwhelming? Yeah. Sure, he freed the bird, but all the bird did was fly away without so much as a thank you to the young hero who went through so much to set it free. I think you're right. I never thought about it that way. Show me the other endings. I want to know how it all turns out. There has to be at least one satisfying conclusion, not this one. No, Alexei firmly refused. That would be cheating. If you want to know, you'll have to play the game and discover each of the 8 possible outcomes. You little rascal, you don't care if it's cheating, you just need an excuse to have me to play this game again, don't you? Alexei pointed out. Perhaps. But we have plenty of time until our next training session anyway. Might as well spend our time on this. Well, I can't deny that. 7 game later, the bird flew across the sky, never looking back. The end. Read the words on the page. Why? Why does it always have to end the same way? Alexei exclaimed, frustrated. You keep losing for the same reason, Alexei, Alexei replied. Your bold approach to the game may have seemed like a good idea at first, but you should have learned by now that having a high score doesn't guarantee victory, especially when faced with a debuff that can diminish more than half of that number. That's why it's crucial to strike a balance between skills and debuffs. The hero must possess enough strength to conquer obstacles, but also be weak enough that if debuffed, they wouldn't lose much to the villain. This applies to the villain too. The key to success lies in finding the right balance between offense and defense and knowing when to take risks and when to play it safe. In your particular case, you need to learn to feel fear, Alexei continued, speaking passionately. Why does it sound ironic to hear advice about feeling fear from someone like you? Alexei asked. But yeah, I suppose you're right about that part. While boldness and fearlessness can be seen as strengths, there is no doubt that at one point they may put you in a very uncomfortable situation, Alexei surmised. Fear. I suppose since you can't, it's off the table. However, Just like you do with the game, there should be an alternative for you to some extent understand what it is, so that you know when to take risks and when to play it safe, just as you mentioned earlier. This way, we have to deal with any of your reckless behaviors, such as your jumping stunt from the other day. You're still bringing that up? Yes, I am. You should have known better. You should have, in your own words, learned to play it safe. Sigh, I know. I'll try to be better than that. But to be honest, it's much easier in the game. All you have to do is keep an eye on the numbers and act accordingly, Alexei replied. Noticing the strange silence that had settled in, Alexei asked, Alexei? Is there a problem? Actually, I think I could do that. Huh? Do what? You said that it was easier in the game because all you had to do was keep an eye on the numbers, right? Yes, I did. What about it? Alexei asked. Don't you think it would be practical if these numbers also applied in real life? Like a character sheet to keep track of your journey and everything that's going on? Alexei asked. I suppose it would be. Then speak no more. Go to bed, Alexei ordered abruptly. Huh? Why? Alexei was surprised by the sudden change in tone. I told you to go to bed. But it's the middle of the day. That doesn't matter. If you don't want to collapse on the floor, I suggest you lie down on your bed. Please don't resist. Although uncertain of what Alexei had in mind, Alexei stood up from his chair and walked across the room, passing under Divold's scrutinizing gaze before climbing onto his bed. Now you're going to sleep. But before that, warn that stalker not to wake you up under any circumstances. Although Alexei was even more confused, he silently complied, feeling that arguing would get him nowhere. Divold, I am tired and not hungry. Don't wake me up. I'll wake up myself, he said, motioning for the man to turn down the lights before settling under his sheet. Alexei, what are you going to do? Don't ask me. You'll see it soon enough. For now, just close your eyes. Whatever you feel afterward, don't resist. It's just me doing my thing. Don't interrupt me, it would be catastrophic for both of us. Resigning himself to his fate, Alexei closed his eyes and allowed whatever was about to happen to happen. He fell asleep quickly, dreaming of a starry world painted onto a dark cosmic canvas. Although he wasn't sure what was happening, he felt a static buzz surround him from all sides. He didn't have a chance to consider the strange buzzing before he was overcome by another strange sensation. A cold tingle ran through him as words appeared on what seemed to be a transparent screen, highlighted in bright colors. Initiate Nexus Dream Creation. Suddenly, Alexei felt a presence beside him. He didn't even have to look to recognize it as Alexei's, who whispered, Little dream, I have created something special for you. It cost me all that was left of my arcanic power and all of the remnants of Tao that I had, but it should be worth it. After that strange and curious dream, Alexei woke up to find himself back in his bed, the same one he had fallen asleep in. Though he wasn't sure how much time had passed, Divold was still standing in the same corner as before Alexei had gone to bed. Nexus Dream Creation completed. Though he was fairly certain he woke from his dream, a screen similar to the one he saw in his dream appeared in the corner of his eyes. Quest Logbook, Awaken Anorax from her dreaming slumber, Devour the Suns and the Moons, Draconic Titles, Lord of Old, Skills, Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy, Absorption, Integration, Mantra, Unnamed Mantra, Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Alexei, 4, 48.9/49, RBN, Mage. Alexei quickly realized that the phenomenon he was seeing was similar to how only he could hear Alexei's voice while no one else could. He deduced that this strange thing must be what Alexei had mentioned creating for him. Noticing Alexei waking up, Divold greeted him, Good morning, Lord Alexei. Did you sleep well? As Alexei's eyes slowly focused on the figure before him, he suddenly noticed a screen appearing beside Divold's face. Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Divold, 3, 25.7/26, RBN, Mage. So, little dream, what do you think of my creation? Impressive, isn't it? I have decided to call it the Nexus Dream. 19. Learning. Upon waking up, Alexei was immediately served breakfast. Despite encountering confusing thoughts and strange sights, he eagerly accepted the meal. After breakfast, the maid cleared the dishes, and Danville departed, leaving Alexei alone in his room. This granted him the opportunity to finally ask out loud, "So, are you going to explain this to me? What is going on?" Name, H.P., P.P., Race, Class, Alexei, 4, 48.9/49, RBN, Mage. Floating in front of him, Alexei saw a transparent screen displaying his name and information that resembled the character status sheets from his favorite game, which were filled out at the end of each of his dice rolls. As I mentioned earlier, I decided to call it the Nexus Dream. You must have already noticed the similarities between this and your hero and villain character sheets, Alexei explained. Alexei nodded in agreement. What else don't you understand? The child hero had his character sheet, the villainous snake had his. This is yours, Alexei said. Mine? Alexei mumbled, staring blankly at the screen. Yes, yours. I made some modifications to cater to your specific needs, which only makes it truly unique and exclusively yours. The screen serves the same purpose as the character sheet did in your game, representing your current status. But that's not all, it also allows you to peek at almost anyone's status, giving you the edge to gauge when to take risks and when to play it safe. Genius, isn't it? Although the screen appeared real and seemed to possess a physical existence, when Alexei reached out to touch it, his hand simply passed through it. Why the silence? Alexei asked, noticing Alexei's lack of response. Feeling that Alexei wouldn't explain further unless prompted, Alexei asked, "How did you do this?" That's a difficult question for me to answer in simple terms, but I'll try. My perception of the world differs from yours and that of most inhabitants of this planet. As I mentioned earlier, my connection to Anarax has cursed me to be linked to all living beings being born, and to be born in this dreaming prison. These links, which you can envision as countless and ever-expanding threads, provide me with a near-omniscient privilege when it comes to overviewing the vital information and strength of all living beings, Alexei explained. Alexei silently nodded, taking in Alexei's explanation. For instance, take the parasitic knight from earlier. When I see him, I don't just see him as you do. I also see two additional things. Firstly, the thread connecting him to me, and secondly, the information about his vitality and strength, represented by a halo that envelops his entire body. You saw his stats displayed on the screen next to his head, correct? Well, Alexei, quantified the intensity of that halo to create those numbers, which in the streaming world could be considered a representation of his vitality and strength. Though many things remained unclear to him, Alexei's mind began to make sense of it thanks to Alexei's explanation. If I'm not mistaken, you mentioned sacrificing your arcane to create this, Alexei said. Oh well, I did mention that, didn't I? Alexei said. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. I needed something to establish the nexus. My arcanic powers came in handy. No, in fact, it was a required sacrifice. How? Alexei asked, not because he wished to know, but rather because he had arrived at a point where he was so confused that he found no better question to ask, while hoping to better understand. How, you ask? I'm not sure if there are adequate words to fully convey this to you, but I'll try. All forms of life and power in this world can be traced back to a remnant of a god. In a sense, life itself can be considered a manifestation of it. This manifestation, in the form of arcane, can be tied to the power that the god Tao wielded at the height of his strength. This power enabled him, as a god, to devour and alter the laws of reality through something similar to what, for the sake of your very limited understanding, we would simply call wisdom, albeit of a different kind and on a larger scale, one that is beyond the threshold of your understanding. So, I don't think it's even worth explaining. You just have to know that to create the Nexus Dream, I had to tap into a bit of that power that was Tao's manifestation, which was my arcanic abilities, as I must admit, lacked the component to come up with the Nexus dream on my own. So you can no longer use arcane? That was the price to pay. You said it would be worth it? Are you sure of that? I don't know. You tell me. From the way I'm seeing it, as long as you fulfill these, quest logbook, awaken Anarax from her dreaming slumber, devour the suns and the moons, it will be worth it. After waking up and engaging in a lengthy conversation with Zraxai, night soon fell and provided Alexei and Zraxai with the opportunity to commence their daily nighttime training. Alexei stood in the middle of the room, staring at the screen visible only to him. Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Alexei, 4, 48.9/49, RBN, Mage. While I finally understand the logic behind your idea of creating this thing, Alexei started only to be interrupted. Nexus Dream. That's what it's called, Zraxai interjected. Okay, this Nexus Dream. There are still parts that are vague to me. For example, what is H.P supposed to mean? The same thing could be said about PP, you should have asked that sooner, but I suppose it isn't too late for an overview. What do you think H.P might allude to? I don't know, Alexei replied. Make a guess. After attempting to come up with a correct guess, the only thing that came to Alexei's mind was that H stood for help, as did the status in his game. As for the P, he wasn't sure. H.health. Health points. Health point? Health point, huh? So, you're saying I encapsulated the concept of health, which covers your puny and yet so complex body system, to that, a set of numbers. I don't know. I was just making a guess, which I assumed from your reaction was wrong. Yes, it was, and it couldn't have been more off. H.P refers to that which I talked to you about, how I perceive things differently than you do. H stands for the halo I see covering all living beings, and P stands for permeability. Halo permeability. I understand halo, but why permeability? I'll explain that later. Let's move on to PP. What do you think it stands for? Am I supposed to guess this too? Yes. Psi. PP prana. Permeability. Prana permeability, Alexei ventured. Good try, but wrong. Half wrong. You got it right, about the prana part, but P.P stands for prana points. It is exactly what it sounds like. I know I didn't even try to be original here and straight up copied your game, but it is what it is. Anyway, I think we can advance to everything else that is left for us to see. Draconic title, Lord of Old, Lord of Old. Alexei mumbled, staring at the title that was apparently his. Yes, Lord of Old. A title that, at this point, doesn't hold candles to the ones before you. That being said. Skills, Gift of the Awakened Dragon, Synergy, Absorption, Integration. Seeing the screen shift from the title status to the skill status, Alexei pointed, this. And don't ask me to guess. I have no idea what that is supposed to mean. Really? Well, I can guess it has to do with the ability you said was granted as a Lord of Old, but beside that I don't understand. What else do you think is there for you to not understand? You understand it plenty enough, from what I'm seeing. Though I suppose I can provide some clarifications. Skills, Gift of the Awakened Dragon, Synergy, Absorption, Integration. Description, a remaining manifestation of a power, once wielded, by Zraxai and Anarax. The Gift of the Awakened Dragon grants the ability to devour all forms of divine remanence. After reading Zraxai's description, Alexei had a general understanding of what the person meant by "you'll understand plenty soon enough." The skill Zraxai needed him to perform was to consume the remnants of the gods, and eventually the suns and moons. It's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? As for synergy, absorption, integration, those are merely the 3 executional phases of that skill. This brings us back to the concept of HP and your question about why permeability. I chose permeability because it seemed fitting. To activate the first phase of the skill Gift of the Awakened Dragon, the hell that mantles all remnants wielder must be reduced to a non-existent state, in other words, brought down to 0. What would happen if I were to use it on something that doesn't have its H.P brought down to 0? Alexei asked. I had a feeling you'd ask that. The answer is, it depends on the difference between your H.P and your target's HP. If the gap is not insurmountable, you'll be fine. But if it is, you'll regret it like a certain lord of old before you did. Trust me, you don't want to go down that road. So wipe that thought from your head, Alexei warned. Alexei silently nodded. Now, let's check what we have next. Mantra, unnamed mantra, arrow, unnamed. This is. Having before been explained by Alexei what a mantra, Alexei immediately understood what this section of the screen was dedicated to. Description: a mantra is a structured, tangible, and coherently defined manifestation of raw elementalist. The result of aero elementalist training of the past few weeks. How about we try it out? While the physical manifestation of prana is what is referred to as elemental energies or elementalists for short, these elementalists, which in their natural state are formless, prana-consuming, and chaotic in nature, can be harnessed into a formed, consistent, and less prana-consuming shape. That filter that gives form to that shape is what's called a mantra. Description: unnamed mantra, a mantra that conjures swirling gusts of wind that interweave and twist to form a compact vortex. Agreeing with Alexei's suggestion, Alexei retreated to his designated spot and extended his right arm. With attentive focus, he summoned gusts of wind that converged and spiraled, forming a vortex. Though he still had mild reservations about interacting with pranakinesis, the results of his training were evident in the speed with which Alexei conjured the vortex. Good. Now, check this, Alexei said. Name, H.P, P.P, Alexei, 4:47/49. Ah, it changed, remarked Alexei. Of course it did. That's what it's supposed to do, replied Alexei. P.P went down by 2 points. Yes, that's the cost of conjuring your vortex. Although 2 prana points may seem excessive for such a minor trick, we've made progress since the early days when it took you 6 points just to conjure it. 6? Was that why we always stopped at around 6 or 7 tries in the beginning? Who knows? This makes me wonder, what would happen if my P.P were to reach 0? You expect me to answer that? How about we find out? Alexei immediately shook his head, his reaction surprising even himself. I figured as much. You should be grateful to me for this as well. If you value your dreaming existence, never let your P.P or your H.P be depleted to 0. Understood? Alexei docilely nodded before asking, Hey, Alexei, I noticed something earlier while checking Danevald's status. How come I have higher stats in almost every category compared to him? That. Let's just say it is what it is. Is that so? Yes. Anyway, instead of wasting our time with needless reflections, let's work on strengthening your pranakinesis. I don't know why, but I have a good feeling about it. Thus, 3 brief yet long years went by for the unusual duo. 20. Changes, mother. 3 years later, name, H.P, P.P, race, class, Alexei, 7, 48.9/50, RBN, mage. Alexei was sitting alone in his room, playing with a fist-sized ball while staring at a screen that only he could see. Hey, Alexei. Look. My halo permeability finally reached 7, he exclaimed. Is there really something to marvel about? Didn't you see it go up 2 points since last year? Alexei was taken aback and asked, but isn't it what our training was for? For the numbers to go up? So shouldn't this be something to rejoice for? Though the training was partially for that purpose, this increase you're rejoicing over has little, if anything, to do with our training, Alexei explained. Alexei continued, you forgot or something? Halo permeability is like a mantle that shrouds what you can call a soul. From birth to a certain age, it thickens, which means the H.P will go up. It is a natural part of growing up. Ah. Sure, it's good to have it up, but trust me, even the weakest of creatures in the wilderness could defeat you. Compared to the godsend, Even the weakest of them, with your H.P., you would be nothing but an ant to be crushed. I won't even compare you to the Lord of old, as that would be too unfair. Are you done ruining my good mood? Alexei sighed. Well, I am, for now. Mantra, arrow, electro, air blade, air gust, gust surge, gust wall, unnamed mantra, wind dance, wind whip, flash, spark. If you want something worth rejoicing, put some effort into mastering your electro-elementalist. Look at how miserably empty it is. I'm trying, Alexei retorted, throwing the ball toward the wall. But before the ball hit the wall, he used aerokinesis to reverse the direction of the ball to have it come back in his hands. Well, you're not trying hard enough. You know that's not it. Every time I do it, I feel like it's about to escape my control. And every time I do, I end up instinctively shutting it down. Why are you so afraid of it? It's not like I was going to mess with your pranikinesis again. I know that, Alexei said, throwing the ball at the wall once again before calling it back to his hands. I know it, but it still happens anyway. All that. Because of what happened in the past. Yes, and that would be your fault, not mine. So stop blaming me for that. This one is on you, Alexei pointed out. Perhaps you're right. It might have been my fault. Huh? What's happening so suddenly? Ziraxai, the mightiest dragon of all time, is finally holding himself accountable for his wrongdoing toward me? Humph, Ziraxai grunted and said, maybe I am. So, to fix that wrongdoing, perhaps I should obliterate all evidence of those from your memories. You can do that? If you allow me to, yes, he confirmed. No, Alexei declined the offer. After a moment of consideration, why am I not the slightest bit surprised? You're not? Well, having spent 8 years next to your stubborn self, I've learned and more or less understood how your primitive mind operates. I see. Then I suppose I don't have to explain the reason to you, right? Pretty much, yeah. We're left with no other choice but to continue working with these reflexive tendencies of yours. Though in retrospect, it isn't all that bad since they allowed you to develop that meticulous arrow casting style of yours. Then, I'm going to stop you there, young man. Don't believe that your arrow elementalist can make up for your electro elementalist. We're not getting rid of anything. You have both, and we'll train them both. This is especially true when the elementalist in question is one of the most powerful ones you have available. We'll train it until that bad habit of yours wears off. Understood? Yes, sir. Alexei replied ardently, before tossing the ball toward the wall. Just as he was about to call the ball back, he noticed a movement at his doorstep, so he gave up his attempt, causing the ball to bounce on the wall. After a slight delay, knocks reverberated at his door, and a familiar voice called, Lord Alexei, it is Danevald. May I enter? Although it was a lengthy process, eventually, life returned to normal after the incident in his room and the escape. Alexei, who had been under Danevald's and the guard's close scrutiny for a long time, eventually regained his peaceful freedom. Now Alexei was only bothered by Danevald's presence 3 times a day, in the morning for breakfast, at noon for lunch, and in the evening for dinner. That's why he felt perplexed by Danevald's presence at this particular time, which wasn't any of the 3 mealtimes. Enter, he allowed nonetheless. As the door opened, Danevald came into view. He had his usual expression, but Alexei immediately noticed something slightly different about it, as though he was trying to summon a smile. He strode into the room, followed by a woman whose presence Alexei had only then noticed. She was slightly shorter than Danevald, with brown hair. At first, Alexei wondered if she was a new maid. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, as she didn't share the same complexion as the other maids in the fortress. Besides, he had never seen any of the maids carrying a sword, which was what the woman was. Name, H.P., P.P, race, class, ? 4, 27.4/28, RBN, mage. It was ultimately a screen appearing beside her face that convinced Alexei that besides not being a simple maid, she was not a simple guard either. Glancing at Danevald in the hope of an explanation, the latter spoke up, "Lord Alexei, there is someone who would like to meet and talk with you." "Who?" "Lord Alexei, this is Rajnianya, your mother." As Alexei sat in his room, he felt a mix of emotions wash over him. Curiosity, nervousness, and confusion, all battling for supremacy in his young mind. He had never seen this woman before, but Danevald had referred to her as his mother. His caretakers, namely guards and maids, had always been distant from him, and he had never been allowed to leave the dedicated area that was his room in the fortress. As a result, he had no concept of family or personal connections. And now here was this stranger, claiming to be his mother, sitting on a chair beside him and staring at him. The woman seemed nervous as she approached him. She smiled hesitantly, her eyes flicking over his face as though searching for a familiarity that was not there. "Hello, Alexei," she said, her voice quivering slightly, to which Alexei, unsure, simply replied with a nod. "I'm your mother." Alexei simply stared at her, not knowing what he was expected to say in reply to that declaration other than, "Okay." But still he chose to barricade himself behind his favorite way of expression, a silent and wordless nod. The truth was that Alexei didn't know how to react to this strange woman who claimed to be his mother. Alexei, of course, knew what mother meant, it was just that, being as he was, he never truly understood what it meant aside from the literal sense it stemmed from. The closest mother-son relationship Alexei got a glimpse of was that of Anarax and Saraxai, but he understood that their circumstances were highly different from anyone's. "I know this must be confusing for you," she continued, as though sensing his hesitation. "I'm sorry I couldn't be here sooner. But I hope we can get to know each other." Her words sounded well-intentioned, but they only served to confuse Alexei further. What did it mean to get to know each other? Usually, when facing something he didn't have an answer for, Alexei would always turn to the relentlessly speaking voice in his head, but surprisingly, the latter was, ominously and uncharacteristically, silent. He watched as she settled into a chair opposite him, her eyes still fixed on his face. He felt uncomfortable under her gaze, unsure of what she was thinking. He was used to his caregivers giving him a wide berth, not wanting to get too close and risk getting hurt by him. But this woman, despite her somewhat wary expression that reminded him of Danevald, seemed to want to get close, and he wasn't sure how to respond to that. The silence between them stretched on, neither of them knowing how to break it. Finally, the woman spoke again. "I heard from Danevald that you got better, now I can see that." "Got better?" Alexei repeated, mumbling, not sure what she meant by got better, as he could not remember him ever being sick. "Tell me about yourself, Alexei. What do you like to do in your free time?" Her question caught him off guard. He had never been asked what he liked to do before. He wasn't sure he even knew the answer. There were many things that Alexei enjoyed, to name a few. He cherished listening to Saraxai's tales, learning from his explanations, and talking about the mechanics of Nexus Dream. Unfortunately, these were things that this woman in front of him, just like anyone else, could neither hear nor see, let alone comprehend. So, without much hesitation, Alexei simply replied, "I like to play." "Oh, that's wonderful. What kind of game do you play?" "Journey to Save the Phoenix," Alexei replied, looking at the game's book of outcomes and other components on a nearby table. Following Alexei's gaze, the woman stood up and approached the table where the game was laid out. She opened it and began flipping through its pages, before asking with a puzzled expression, "You know how to play this?" Alexei confirmed with a nod. "You can read? You can read this?" She pointed at the words in the book. "Yes. I see. That's a good thing that you know how to read. It's a useful perk. Who taught you?" "Danevald." "No, who then?" At this point, Alexei began to feel overwhelmed by the barrage of questions she was asking him, one after the other. He had never been asked so many questions before, and the fact that he wasn't sure how to answer them didn't help at all. It was especially the case for this one. A silhouette of a woman vaguely washed over his memory. "She taught me to play." She taught me to read, Alexei mumbled. Who? Is it a servant here? She isn't, Alexei replied, shaking his head negatively. Not anymore. She left and never came back. We never played again. I see. So, with whom were you playing this? Daneveld. Any of the servants? Alexei shook his head at each of her suggestions. It was only when she asked, "You've been playing by yourself?" that Alexei answered with a nod. Again, there was an awkward silence. One that, after a while, the woman eventually broke, after taking a deep breath, untangling her sword and placing it on the table. Say, Alexei, I happen to know the rules of this game. Would you mind playing it with me? No, bringing the game to their seats, the woman started a new game with Alexei, his first in a while since playing with someone other than Alexei. With Alexei playing the young hero, and her the villainous snake, several games were played, reaching different outcomes. Since it has been the first time in a while since playing his favorite game with another person, he realized how strangely different it was to play against a person and to go against Alexei. He wasn't sure what, aside from the fact that while playing against Alexei, he had to play on his behalf, set it apart, but playing with that woman definitely felt different than playing against Alexei. Having reached yet another outcome of the game, she sat back in her chair and let out a contented sigh. You play the game very well, Alexei. That was very impressive, she praised, a hint of a smile on her face, to which Alexei answered with a simple of yes, but the way she looked at him after it prompted him to ask. What? I think that instead of yes, you were supposed to answer thanks. Thanks? Alexei repeated, mumbling. Yes. Thanks. I assume you might not be used to saying it, but it is a common word used to acknowledge and express gratitude after receiving praise or any form of generosity from others. I see, Alexei replied, as he noticed the tension in her gaze. He was familiar with that look, as he had seen it before in many of the guards and maids. It was a look people often looked at him with, and that for as long he could remember. So just as she suddenly stood up, "Thank you," Alexei answered. Coming to a stiff pause, the woman's eyes lit up before she answered, "You're welcome." Just then, there was a knock on the door. It opened, revealing Daneveld, who stepped into view. With a simple nod, he signaled to the woman, who responded with a similar gesture. The woman stood up and said, "I'm afraid it's time for me to go, Alexei." Alexei nodded, but behind his simple response, he was hiding his disappointment. Though she announced her departure, she momentarily stood there, gazing down at Alexei seated in his chair. She then walked over to a corner of the room to retrieve her sword before finally making her way to the door. As she was about to leave, Alexei realized that he was enjoying himself despite the lingering awkwardness between them. He appreciated her company. So when she came to a halt to say, "I had a lot of fun today," and asked, "I hope you won't mind if I come back one of these days to play another game with you?" Without a second wasted, Alexei went on to reply. "Yes. I see," she smiled, "see you soon then." 21. Breaking free. Shortly after the departure of the woman who introduced herself as his mother, Alexei was left alone and silent in his room. He was served dinner, and while compliantly going through the soup that was served to him, he patiently waited for a voice that had been suspiciously silent during the entire time the woman had been around to speak up. However, it didn't. Soon, Alexei finished his dinner and found himself left in a strange and unusual silence. "You're there?" Alexei didn't respond right away, instead choosing to remain silent. Alexei waited, but when Alexei still didn't answer, he spoke up again. "Oi, Alexei. You're there?" "Yes, I am. Where else do you expect me to be? On the moon?" "No, but why the silence?" "What silence?" "Your silence. I didn't hear you speak a word earlier when she was around." "Oh, that? Perhaps I didn't want to interrupt your emotional reunion between mother and son, that would have been inconsiderate." With these few words, Alexei got confirmation that there'd been something strange with Alexei, so when he spoke these words, delivered in such a strange tone, Alexei chose to remain silent. It was with relief that Alexei welcomed Zraxai's next words. Anyway, since we're finally back to us alone, what were we talking about before being interrupted by that woman and her ineptitudes? Or at least into the latter part. These were not ineptitudes. Huh? I said that these were not ineptitudes. What's happening to you all of a sudden? You're acting weird. Me? I'm the one acting weird? It is obviously you, out of the two of us, who is acting weird. Perhaps I should have handed you a mirror. What are you talking about? You should have seen those stupid grins you had on your face, all for what? A little praise from mommy? At that moment, in response to these words, Alexei felt a familiar sensation slowly boil in his heart. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time, a mixture of anger and frustration. Biting his lip and clenching his fist, Alexei tried to suppress the emotions that were threatening to overwhelm him. But as he did, a strange gust of wind blew around him, accompanied by the sound of zapping in the air. The wind grew stronger, swirling around him like a mini tornado, and the zapping grew louder. Alexei was losing control, and he knew it. So at the very last moment, Alexei, doing what he did best, dispelled all his prana, dissipating in the air. Forget about today's training, I'm going to bed, Alexei announced, heading immediately for his bed. Don't talk to me. Rest assured. I wasn't planning to. Climbing into his bed and pulling the sheet over his head, Alexei attempted to fall asleep. He closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind, but the thoughts that were haunting him refused to go away. In the dark, silent room, Alexei couldn't help but be transported back to a time in the past. Memories of the days when he and Zraxai used to argue like cats and dogs flooded his mind. It was a long time ago, yet as he lay there in bed, it felt as if it had just happened yesterday. Despite the distance of time, the memories still had the power to bring a sense of unease and discomfort to Alexei. He sighed and shifted in his bed, trying to shake off the memories and find a way to calm his mind so that he could find peace and hopefully sleep. But the more he tried to push the memories away, the more they seemed to linger. It was as if they were trying to tell him something important, something he needed to understand. Hey? You're there? Or did you go to the moon? Of course I'm here. I thought so. Got anything to say? I can't sleep. I can see that. And I don't think I would be able to, not if I just left things to be like that. Name, H.P., P.P, race, class, Alexei, 7, 49.1/50, RBN, mage. Alexei looked at his hands and made little lightning sparks out of it. You were right about my reluctance to even use my electro-elementalist, but I feel like tonight might be a good night for it. I will do my best to not hold myself up or instinctively dispel it. Instead of replying to Alexei, Zraxai remained silent, allowing a strange silence to set in. Zraxai? No, I think your reluctance was understandable. Look around you, this place is simply not built for any of our experiences. You like control, that's commendable. Unfortunately, that is something stunted by you being closed between these four closed walls, preventing any further progress for us for either your electro-elementalist or aero-elementalist. For us to improve, I think we'll first have to free ourselves from these four walls. By that you mean, we're leaving this place. The mention of leaving this place instantly brought Alexei to that day. Through that breach in the wall made his way to the forest down below, to that site under the moons. That day we've made each other a mutual promise. I think it should be time we make our first concrete steps toward it. I initially thought I would wait until you get taller, bigger, tougher, but I guess you'll do just fine just as you currently are. Contemplating what he just heard, Alexei was lost in the millions thought crossing his mind. Alexei? Did you hear what I just said? I did. You want us to leave? Yes, I do. Do you have any reason for you to not wish to? Was it not your wish to see what was beyond these four walls, beyond that clearing beyond the forest? It was. Is it still your wish? With little to not even a second spent pondering that question, Alexei answered, it is. So what are you waiting for on this bed? 6 of the 7 moons are waiting for us out there, Alexei announced. Prompted by these words, Alexei got out of his bed. He stood up, his feet touching the cold stone floor, and he looked around his room. From his bed, he strided across the room. He passed by the table atop which his favorite game, Journey to Save the Phoenix, lay, along with its book of outcomes and its other accessory. As Alexei reached for it, Alexei's voice spoke, "Is there really a need for this for you? A journey awaits us ahead, not a game anymore. A true adventure, which is why you must leave that behind." Alexei withdrew his hand from the game and removed his gaze from it to head to a corner of the room that reminded him of the spot he stood at that night. The wall lay concealed from sight, nestled behind an immense, towering wardrobe. Almost 3 years had passed since his last attempt, but the memories of his leap from the gaping hole in the wall had not yet faded. He remembered how, after that night, the walls that used to feel like home started to feel like a prison. If it hadn't been for Alexei's constant training, which helped him keep his mind off the view of what lay beyond the wall, Alexei was certain he would have attempted to escape again at some point. Standing there, he once again looked around his room. It was filled with nostalgic things, as this room was, as far as he could remember, the room he'd spent the longest time in, as this one never suffered such insufferable consequences from his rogue electro-elementalist as his other many previous rooms did. "Alexei? I know," Alexei said, taking a deep breath in an attempt to push away the new, strange, and unfamiliar feelings that threatened to overwhelm him. Alexei's eyes came to rest on the large wardrobe that stood between him and the outside world. He knew that he had to blow it up before he could escape, and he was prepared to use all the power in his hands to do it. He closed his eyes and focused, feeling zapping sparks of electro-elementalist in his veins as he called upon his prana. Only when he was certain that he had perfect control over electro-elementalism did Alexei allow a bolt of lightning to shoot out of his hand, striking the wardrobe with a loud crackle that made the room shake. The wooden doors splintered and flew off their hinges, scattering debris all over the room. As the dust settled, Alexei surveyed the damage. The wardrobe was in shambles, its once sturdy frame now splintered and charred. However, he noticed with some relief that the wall behind it seemed relatively unscathed. There was only a dark, scorched spot where the lightning had grazed it, leaving a stark contrast against the pale stone. Summoning his lightning elementalist once more, he pointed his finger towards the wall, the electro-elementalist crackling at his fingertips. The euphoria of his initial stunt, combined with the thrill of adventure and the desire to escape the confines of the enclosed room, propelled Alexei forward. He no longer hesitated. With a sudden burst of energy, he released the bolt, which slammed into the wall. The sound was deafening, and the vibration coursed through his body. Despite the violent impact, the wall stood firm, bearing only a scorch mark as evidence of Alexei's efforts. Suddenly, a chunk of rock dislodged and fell from the wall, revealing a second layer of rock reinforcing it. This realization of the wall's incredible thickness didn't discourage Alexei. Instead, it provided him with the encouragement he needed. He aimed again, and with even greater force, he fired another bolt. There was a loud explosion, and a large hole appeared in the wall, with dust and debris flying everywhere. Alexei could see the outside world beyond, and the thrill of freedom filled him. But then he heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and he knew he had to act fast. Without any restraint on himself or his electro-elementalist, Alexei set himself to carving a hole in the wall large enough for him to escape through. Just as he finished, he heard the sound of his room's door bursting open, and guards rushed in. Alexei turned to face the guards who had entered the room, expecting to see Danevald among them, but he was nowhere to be found. As he scanned the crowd, a feeling of unease crept over him. It wasn't until he saw Danevald making his way through the throng of guards that he breathed a sigh of relief. But when Danevald reached the front and looked at Alexei, his expression was one of confusion and even distress. "What happened?" he asked, taking a step closer to Alexei. Alexei took a step back, his back gently blown by the cold, nightly wind outside from the gaping breach. He felt the weight of Danevald's gaze on him. Alexei wanted to say something before taking his leave, but he struggled to find the right words to say. He began, but his voice trailed off. Danevald's brow furrowed, and he leaned in closer. "Why?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Alexei's heart started to race, and felt the presence of a knot forming in his stomach. He wanted to explain everything to Danevald for the first time since the last time, but the words wouldn't come. As he struggled, trying to find the right words, he heard his name being called out by Alexei. "Alexei, it's about time." Upon witnessing Danevald's obliviousness to the voice speaking to him, Alexei came to a realization and then to a resolution. He gave up the thought of explaining anything, and he then took a few steps back, his eyes still fixed on Danevald. "Sorry, Danevald," he said softly. "And thank you." Without another word, Alexei turned and disappeared through the gaping hole in the wall. He leapt from the breach he'd made in the wall. The rush of wind in his face and the weightlessness of his body brought an unbridled sense of exhilaration he had never felt before. But just like that night, soon gravity would ruin the fun for him. He had soon had the impression that the ground was rushing up to meet him. "Oi, oi, oi! You're failing, do something already, I can't save you with arcane this time." In response, Alexei let out a chuckle, the sound of which was lost in the roar of the wind. Before using Arrow Elementalis to replicate the arcanic tricks Alexei pulled that night to save him from what should have been a tragic fall. Struck between the wind he deployed that lifted him upward and the force that attracted him downward, Alexei felt like he was caught in a tempest. For a moment, he struggled to maintain control, fighting to direct the wind to cushion his fall without getting thrown off course. It was a delicate balance. Despite the chaos, Alexei remained focused, channeling all his Arrow Elementalis into a slithering shape. Slowly but surely, he managed to stabilize his descent, and he started to descend in a gentle spiral. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he touched down on the ground with a soft thud. Although it was a hasty and daring decision, if not somewhat foolish for a first attempt, it yielded a satisfactory outcome. Alexei commented with a mix of concern and praise. "Is that so?" Alexei smiled. "Yes, it is. Now then, I believe it is time." With a final look at the fortress, Alexei nodded before racing down into the woods, determined to embark on the journey that lay ahead of him and Alexei. 22. Loose. With only vague memories of the path he took that day, and yet with a curious and unwavering conviction, he pressed on, hoping that his instincts would lead him to his destination. Alexei walked past countless trees. The towering trees loomed over him, their branches reaching up toward the sky like bony fingers. The leaves on the ground rustled under each of his footsteps, and he could hear the soft patters of small animals scampering in the underbrush. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the only sound was the gentle swishing of the wind through the treetops. Alexei made his way through the forest at a leisurely pace, savoring the sights and sounds of nature that surrounded him. The gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, the chirping of birds, and the occasional scampering of woodland creatures all added to the atmosphere that left Alexei with nothing but pure serenity. Despite his unhurried gait, he couldn't help but notice that he was making better time than he had during his last trek through this forest. Though he walked at a leisurely pace, Alexei couldn't help but notice that he'd made the journey across the forest faster than the last time. He had already reached a part of it where trees had begun to thin out, suggesting that he was already approaching the edge of the clearing, and a sense of anticipation grew within him. As he stepped out into the open space, the first thing that caught his eye was the vibrant green grass that blanketed the ground, but it shifted something else in the sky, the moons. The moons cast a surreal and eerie light over the clearing, illuminating the meadow with an otherworldly glow. The light they brought was muted and ethereal, casting long, pale shadows across the grass and wildflowers. The beauty of the scene before him was breathtaking, and a smile slowly spread across his face. The 6 moons that shone above the clearing cast a spellbinding light over the meadow. Each of them had its own unique size, color, and texture, which combined to create a hauntingly beautiful sight. The largest moon, a pale and ghostly white named Luna, hung low in the sky, dominating the view with its eerie glow. Its surface appeared to be covered in craters and scars, and it seemed to pulse and throb in the darkness. To its right, Selene, a smaller moon of silver blue color, gleamed, its surface as smooth as glass. As the night breeze picked up, the moon appeared to ripple like a pond, its light reflecting off the grass below. Further to the right, Cytherea, a moon of deep purple and red hues, hovered, giving the clearing an almost surreal appearance. Its surface was etched with jagged lines and cracks, and its light seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. To the left of the large white moon, Phoebe, a small green orb floated, casting a soft, emerald glow over the meadow. Its surface was pockmarked with small craters, and its light seemed to shimmer like a pool of water. Above it, Atlas hung, a bright golden moon casting its radiance over the clearing. Its surface was smooth and bright, and it seemed to be filled with an inner fire, as if it were a miniature sun. As usual, the half-shattered moon was hovering in its spot, casting only a faint glimmer of light, just enough to reveal its presence and the shattered fragments orbiting around it. They make you wish you could simply reach onto them, aren't they? Yeah. Believe me, without power, or sufficient power, the best you can hope to achieve is summoning Nox's fragments. I tried, we tried. And from it I've understood that we need power. More power. Only so will we be able to reach onto the moons. So for now off we go, better not tarry here any longer. We don't want to get caught again like you were that night. Standing at the edge of the clearing, Alexei, upon hearing Saraxai's words, gazed out at the surreal, ethereal landscape that lay before him, feeling a sense of excitement building within him, one that he clearly remembered from the last time he had been here, 2 years prior. Back then, he had been barely 5 years old, and he had run across the clearing with all the speed and energy he could muster. But he quickly exhausted himself and had to stop and catch his breath before he could continue. This time, however, things were different. Alexei felt stronger and faster than his 6-year-old self, and he was eager to test his limits once again. So, without a moment's hesitation, he began to run across the clearing, feeling the wind rush past him as he went. He went on to run past the spot where he remembered collapsing from exhaustion, yet he barely felt fatigue catching up to him. But soon, exhaustion hit him, and his legs began to feel heavy and sluggish. Instead of allowing himself to slow down, however, Alexei summoned his aero elementals, calling upon the elemental forces of the air to give him the strength and speed he needed to keep going. The wind rushed around him, lifting him up and propelling him forward with a renewed burst of energy. With the power of the wind at his back, Alexei felt himself moving faster than ever before, his feet pounding against the ground as he raced across the clearing. The wind whistled in his ears, and his heart pounded with excitement and adrenaline as he pushed himself to his limits. As he did so, he finally felt to his core what Saraxai meant when he said that his enclosed room was stunting his growth. He would never have been able to do what he was currently doing in his room, for there was always this oppressive feeling that caused him to hold back when using both aero and electro elementals beyond a certain threshold. This was especially true for the latter. As he ran across the clearing, laughing wildly to his heart's content, Alexei felt himself reborn. Free of the constraints of 4 walls and all reservations that came with them. After running for what felt like an eternity, so much that it was already dawn, Alexei finally found himself at the edge of a steep cliff, his chest heaving with each ragged breath. Below him, the ground dropped away, revealing a breathtaking vista that stretched out before him as far as the eye could see. In the distance, a town beckoned, its tall spires and winding streets casting long shadows across the river that flowed through its heart. Alexei felt a thrill of excitement as he gazed down at the city, his eyes tracing the outline of its walls and towers. That's... Alexei started, his breathing still erratic. That's a city, Saraxai finished for him. And yes, it is. And after all this running, I think we could both use a little rest. What do you say we head down there and see what it has to offer? Alexei nodded eagerly, the exhaustion that had been weighing him down fading away in the face of his excitement. Let's go, he said, his voice tinged with an uncontained marvel. The moment Alexei stepped through the towering gates of the city, he was immediately struck by the cacophony of sounds and smells that filled his senses. The streets were bustling with people, their voices rising in a chorus of bargaining and haggling with vendors. The aroma of spices and sweet pastries wafted through the air, mingling with the pungent scent of sweat and dirt. For someone who had spent his entire life locked away in a windowless room, the sight was slightly overwhelming. But with a wide smile on his face and a newfound sense of curiosity, Alexei dove deeper into the heart of the city. Towering walls rose high above him, their intricate carvings and patterns catching the light of the setting sun. He had heard stories of this place, of its grandeur and wealth, of its bustling markets and exotic goods. But to see it in person was a different matter altogether. This is what a city is like. Alexei mumbled to himself before being interrupted by the rumbling of his own stomach. Well, after how restless that night was, that sound shouldn't be coming across as a surprise. Alexei's mind briefly wandered to the idea that, if he were in the fortress at that moment, his meals would be delivered to him in bed. However, he quickly dismissed the thought with a vigorous shake of the head. And as he did, Alexei's eyes flickered toward a nearby fruit stall. Without a second thought, he stepped forward and reached out to grab an apple from the pile and took a bite on it. But before he could even register what was happening, the merchant's shouts rang out, a sharp warning that made Alexei freeze in place as he was taking his leave. Startled, Alexei looked up to see the man looming over him. "What do you think you're doing?" the man demands, his voice rising. "That's my livelihood you're stealing. Have you no shame?" "Stealing?" Alexei mumbled, perplexed, before vigorously shaking his head negatively. The man left the back of his stall and approached, saying, "If you're not stealing it, then pay before eating my things, otherwise it's just stealing." "Pay," Alexei mumbled, his eyes widening in confusion and ignorance. The man's eyes narrowed as he looked Alexei up and down, his voice tinged with irritation. "Listen, kid. If you got anything on you to pay me, just pay me. Now." Alexei inspected his own body, searching for anything to pay the man with, but, empty-handed as he was, he found nothing. Intent on making things right, he turned to the merchant and offered him back the half-eaten apple. "I'm sorry, I have nothing to pay you with," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The man sneered at him, his eyes fuming with anger. "You think I'm running a charity here, boy? What do you expect me to do with that?" The merchant's hand lashed out, slapping the apple away from Alexei's grip with a loud smack. Alexei looked down at his empty hands, his eyes wide with shock. It was the first time in his life that he had been hit by anyone, and the sting of it still lingered. His gaze going first to the apple rolling on the ground, he looked up at the merchant, his blue eyes blazing with newfound emotions. The man froze for a moment, even backing off a couple of steps. But then his hand shot out again, reaching for Alexei's arm in a menacing grip. As the man did, without even thinking, Alexei called upon his arrow elementalis. With a surge of energy, Alexei unleashed a singular gust of wind, sending the merchant flying backward through the air. The man landed with a thud, his body bruised and battered from the impact. It took Alexei a moment to realize what he had done, and once he did, he came to understand the gravity of the situation. He looked around at the people in the bustling market, realizing that all eyes were on him. It was too much attention for him to handle, and he felt uncomfortable having so many people look at him. The noise of the marketplace had died down, and the only sounds that could be heard were the murmurs of the crowd as they whispered to each other in hushed tones. "That's quite the show you put here, Alexei, but you would want to get away from here. Like right now." A glance thrown at the merchant, who was picking himself up with a confused expression, made Alexei feel a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Despite Alexei's advice, he hesitated for a moment since he had never used his powers in such a way before, let alone in public. However, as Alexei had suggested, he didn't want to stay there. Alexei looked at the counter and reached for the apple that the man had slammed out of his hand, muttering sorry to the merchant before fleeing the scene like the thief that he might have now officially become. 23. Misfit. As Alexei walked across the bustling street, after wiping the dirt off it, he took a bite of the juicy apple he had just acquired, but as he did, he pondered, perhaps I shouldn't have done it. What? Blowing him like I did? You feel bad about it? Even after he dared lay his hands on you? I don't know about feeling bad, but I felt like I shouldn't have. I felt like it was wrong. Wrong, huh? You don't see it that way? No, I see no reason to feel bad about it here. You do? Yes, I do. You wanted that apple, didn't you? Alexei nodded. See. Now you're munching on it, filling up your belly. I have a saying for this: when opportunity knocks, don't just answer the door. Kick it down and claim that damn opportunity as yours. Hearing these words, Alexei burst into a good laugh. What was that? That sounded stupid. Words to live by, little dream. As he walked deeper into the city and passed through a slum-like area of the city, Alexei wrinkled his nose in disgust. The sights and smells were overwhelming, and he felt a soft disgust for the place. He had never been confronted with such a sight of poverty and squalor before. Unfortunately for him, his attention was soon diverted to a group of children, each roughly his age, mostly boys, wandering barefoot and topless in the middle of the street. As they walked past him, they stared at him with curiosity, and Alexei stared back, intrigued. The children were quick to react and began to taunt him. What are you looking at, weirdo? They sneered. But Alexei showed no reaction, he just stared at them. He'd never seen children his age in his life. Alexei's lack of reaction in turn prompted the children to continue to mock and taunt him, that was, until a girl dragging what looked like a child version of her stepped in. Leave him alone, you all, she said firmly. He's not doing anything to you. But big sis, he's staring weirdly at us. Staring is not a crime. Now everyone gets yourselves moving. Okay. In spite of grudgingly backing off of Alexei, the children all complied easily. I'm sorry about them. They can be mean sometimes. What's your name? Alexei was taken aback by the question. To be fair, he was fairly certain it was the first he'd been asked that question. He was about to spill out his name when Alexei cut him off before he could even utter a word. Don't tell her. Why? Just don't. Who is she thinking she is, asking for your name? Following Alexei's advice, Alexei said nothing. Instead, he simply nodded, his gaze drifting to the little girl holding on to her hand. In light of this, Alexei left with no answer to her question by Alex. She didn't insist on getting an answer. Instead, pulling the little girl, she followed the other walking past Alexei. As she did, Alexei's attention drifted to the little girl. Just like the girl, she was a Komodo, though slightly fairer looking than the one who, from all appearances, seemed to have been his sister. She was perhaps 6 or 7 years old. As they walked away, the girl was followed by her little sister, who, as they did, cast a glance back at Alexei. His curiosity piqued, Alexei, without being invited, followed the group to the place they'd all been heading to. What are you doing? Why are you following them? I don't know, Alexei simply answered. Come on, stop following them, we have better things to do. Can't these wait? They can't. Okay, maybe they can, but still it's much more interesting than this. Sigh. You know what? Do it, and let ourselves be done with it. Alexei had been following the group for quite some time, until they came to a strange, remote moss-covered area with a cliff-like edge. Suddenly, one of the children at the head of the group dashed to take a leap from a ledge and fell into the abyss. Alexei could hear the sound of water splashing along with laughter from below. One by one, the rest of the group followed and leapt off the ledge, shouting and cheering as they did so. As most of the children had taken their leap, Alexei approached to take a peek at what was down below, only to see and understand what it was all about. Underneath was a large pool connected to a branch of the river traversing the city. The pool looked quite deep, with the water a murky green color. But the other children seemed unfazed and were taking turns jumping from a high ledge into the water below, playing and splashing around with the other children. As Alexei took a peek down, one of the children that had yet to take a leap, turned around and said to Alexei, "Move out of the way, weirdo," before going to a spot where he seemed to be hoping for better momentum for his jump. "Do better if you dare," he said, grinning mischievously as he ran past Alexei before taking his leap off the ledge too. A silence dawned after the boy issued his challenge, one that Alexei silently contemplated. "You don't have to join in," said the girl, who was last to take her jump. "She's right, little dream, this would just be a waste of your time. We've got better things to do." Confronted with two suggestions against him taking his leap, Alexei cast a last glance below at the other children playing and having fun. "Hey, what are you doing again?" "Wait you," without giving himself a chance to think, Alexei walked a couple of steps back before leaping off the platform and into the air. For a brief moment, he felt the wind rush past him as he plummeted towards the water. But then he hit the surface with a loud splash. "Now that you've done it, can we hold on a minute? Do you know how to?" "Good lord, of course you don't." He successfully landed in the water, just like the other children, but unlike them, he was missing something, knowing how to swim. Alexei sank deeper and deeper into the water. "Do something. Anything. Paddle, damn it. Make your way back to the surface." Alexei thrashed around wildly in the water, trying to kick his legs and paddle his arms, only to realize that getting back to the surface was easier said than done. Every time he tried to take a breath, water flooded his mouth and nostrils. His arms and legs flailed frantically, but he only succeeded in pushing himself deeper. Just as he thought he was about to drown, he heard a loud splash nearby, followed by a strong hand grabbing him by the arm and pulling him towards the surface. As he broke through the water's surface, he felt a rush of air enter his lungs. It was as they did that Alexei, coughing, panting, and heaving with relief for new air, realized that the person who brought him to the surface was the girl who had stopped the other children from bullying Alexei earlier. "If you want to make a jump into a river, at least have the sanity of knowing how to swim," she said as she finally let go of Alexei's arm as they reached the shores. Alexei coughed out water from his lung while on all fours on the ground. "I'm sure you could have done without her help, but she's right on this call, buddy. Or at least, take off some of your clothes before attempting something like that," the girl said, reaching her arm to Alexei. Alexei accepted her hand, but as he did, he came to look back at the water and see the many children in it staring at him. Under those stares, Alexei felt a strange heat rising in his cheeks, and his heart began to beat faster. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, and he didn't know how to handle it. "Come on, little dream, let's get ourselves moving before they start laughing at you. This simply ain't for you. Besides, we got better things to do." "I think you're right." On these words, Alexei, refusing the offered hand, stood up on his own, before simply walking past the girl. "Hey," the girl called. A call to which Alexei came to a halt. "Don't look back. You didn't even introduce yourself, and you're leaving, just like that?" Alexei continued his stride without looking back, and with each step he took, he felt as if he was wrong somewhere in what he was doing. It was then that he came to remember something. "Thanks," he said, walking away, not looking back. A while after, in silence Alexei ventured into a peripheral corner of the city. It was at that moment that Alexei asked, "Why the silence?" "What silence?" asked back, his voice morose. "The one we are in? I am not silent. I just don't have anything to say. I was thinking." "What were you thinking, eh?" says Alexei. "Earlier you said we had better things to do. What are they?" "It is that which will allow us to sail down a smooth journey. Are you ready?" "I don't even know what I'm supposed to be ready for, but I got nothing better to do." "So I supposed I am," Alexei declared. "So what is it?" Alexei's question wasn't followed by an answer, instead it was followed by a strange intense silence. "Sir Alexei? I'm here. And I just happen to have found the perfect target for us." 24. Leveling up. To smoothly process into our promise of adventure, and to ultimately do these, awaken Anarax from her dreaming slumber, devour the suns and the moons, we need strength, powers, which unfortunately I are heavily lacking. However, we are fortunate enough to possess something that can help us tip the scales in our favor. As Alexei stood across the street from the mansion, he took in its appearance with a detached and analytical eye. The wall surrounding the property was constructed from sandstone blocks, each precisely fitted and rising to a height of approximately 8 feet. Delicate wrought iron railings, in a traditional Arisen style, were visible between the blocks. The mansion itself was a low-slung structure with a central courtyard, with various wings and rooms extending from it. The walls of the mansion were made of sandstone, with tilework forming decorative accents around windows and doorways. The roof was a series of gently sloping domes and arches, each covered with traditional red clay tiles. The windows were tall and narrow, framed by simple stone arches that echoed the design of the wall's iron railings. Your target is in there, he is alone. I'm not really good at feeling others' presence, but the threads are telling me that there are in the mansion half a dozen more people. Are you sure I have to do this? Alexei asked, hesitating. What's that question? Of course, you have. That is the only way for you to get stronger, and being strong means that. So yes, you have to. And you will. The night had soon come, and a few hours later, Alexei made his way into the estate with comfortable ease past the entrance gate, wandering into the mansion's domain towards the main house. However, as he did so, he was noticed by 2 guards on patrol. These guards, tall and muscular men with stern expressions, immediately drew their swords upon spotting Alexei. Soon, their reaction was dampened by what was most likely the realization of Alexei's appearance. A kid. One of the guards, a burly man with a thick beard, turned to his companion and whispered, "Hey, did you see that? It's a kid." The other guard, a younger one with a nervous disposition, replied, "Yeah, that's really a kid." Alexei stood silently, his gaze locked onto the guards with a determined expression. "What are you doing here, boy?" one of the guards demanded, taking a step forward. "This is private property. There is nothing to steal or beg here." Halting his steps towards Alexei, the man's face lit up as though he had made a realization, which he had. "Wait, how did you get here, past the closed gateway? How did you get inside in the first place?" Alexei remained silent, his eyes darting between the 2 guards. The silence was unnerving, and the guards began to feel uneasy. "It is now or never, little dream. Do it." With a stoic expression on his face, Alexei raised his hand, calling upon his arrow elementalist. What's happening?" the guards shouted in alarm and surprise as they flailed helplessly. As Alexei lifted his arms, a sudden gust of wind picked the guards off the ground and held them suspended in the air. "Higher, little dream, that won't be enough to knock them out. Higher!" Alexei urged. Obliging to Alexei's voice echoing in his mind, Alexei lifted them higher and higher until he no longer did. "Now!" With a deep breath, Alexei obeyed. Heavily, he lowered his arms, bringing the guards down to earth with a thunderous impact. They hit the ground hard, their bodies slamming against the stone tiles. Alexei winced at the sound and the sight of their limp forms lying still on the ground. As Alexei looked down at the unconscious guards on the ground, his mind started to race. He had never used his arrow elementalist magic in such a manner before, at least not by his own choice, and certainly never against other individuals. A heavy and uncomfortable feeling churned in his stomach, one that was not entirely unfamiliar to him. I didn't mean to," Alexei stammered. "It's okay, little dream. You did great." Alexei's voice reassured him. His eyes taking in the scene in front of him, his mind trying to process what he did, Alexei mumbled, "I did? You did? Look at them. They'll be fine. They're just unconscious." He glanced back at the guards, still lying motionless on the ground. "You did well, but we really need to get moving now. There are still guards ahead for us to take care of, and of course there is still the reason for us to be here that is left to be done." Reminded of his mission, Alexei nodded, and with an unpleasant weight in his heart, he headed toward the mansion. The manor door was closed, but a blast from Alexei Arrow Elementalist was enough for it to no longer be so. As soon as Alexei stepped into the grand hallway, He was met with 4 more guards, who had already been alerted to his presence. 2 of the guards charged towards Alexei with their swords drawn, while the other 2 remained in the back, ready to strike if needed. "Alexei," Alexei called, summoning him to spring into action. Alexei unleashed a mantra, arrow, wind surge, one that was revealed to not be enough as it failed to knock the guards away, and did not render them out of commission. Though they stumbled back, they quickly regained their balance. That was obviously not enough. Alexei whispered urgently to Alexei, "You'll need at least twice the strength of that mantra to move them. You'll need to go harder on them." What was that? Pranikinesis. A guard snapped. "Little dream." Alexei called out, snapping Alexei out of his thoughts. Arrow, wind surge, level. 2, the 2 guards in front, along with the 2 that stood in the background, were sent flying across the room and slammed against the wall with a loud thud. In one clean sweep all the 4 guards were dispatched. Alexei looked on in shock, surprised by the strength and violence of his own aerokinesis. Having in the span of a few hours used his aerokinesis to hurt on 3 instances, Alexei came to terms with one fact: he didn't like how it felt compared to using them against a wall or something unliving. Alexei quickly ushered him forward. "Come on. We have to keep, here he comes." Instead of having Alexei come to him, he, the owner of the house, and their target came to them. He descended a grand staircase, a sword in hand, exuding confidence with each stride. However, his confidence shifted to surprise upon noticing Alexei's appearance. It was clear that he hadn't expected to look like he did. "What is the meaning of this?" the owner demanded, before mumbling upon noticing something on Alexei, those blue eyes. "Araj. Little dream, prepare yourself. Are you the one who did all of this, boy?" the man asked, his eyes plastered on him. Despite his age, the man still seemed imposing, his commanding presence filling the room. He held a weapon in his hand that further enhanced his intimidating appearance. Like Alexei, he had piercing blue eyes that seemed to take in everything around him. Name, H.P. P.P. question mark, 2, 28/29. As he reached the ground floor, "Are you deaf or something?" I said, "Are you the one who did this? Whose child are you?" the man menacingly demanded Alexei, who stood there at the center of the large room, just several meters from him. What are you doing, little dream? Don't speak to him. Ready yourself, he is the reason you went through all these guards and the reason you and I are here. You must defeat him. Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Alexei, 7, 41.950, RBN, Mage. Reminded by these words and his purpose behind all he did this night, Alexei summoned once again his elementalis, something that the man didn't miss to notice. "I don't know whose shittling you are, but I'm not allowing anyone, and certainly not a child, to threaten me in my own house, and that would be something you might really come to regret, so I suggest you behave yourself, boy," the man threatened. "Do it, little dream. What are you waiting for? Don't you hear him threaten you? Take the first swing. Do it." Struck between the man's threat and Alexei's words urging him to take the first swing, Alexei made his choice. Alexei outstretched his arm toward the man, but just as he did, with a swift swing of his sword, the man unleashed a washing wave of ice toward Alexei. The freezing cold air filled the room, and the ice surged forward with frightening speed. But Alexei was ready. With fierce determination, he raised both hands and summoned, Wind Surge, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that stopped the ice's progression. "What?" the man reacted. That was not enough. Alexei scolded. Upon that scolding, and upon seeing the man preparing to unleash yet another attack, Alexei prepared himself to conjure a mantra to counter the man's incoming attempt. Arrow, Wind Surge, once again, that one would not be enough. Stronger. Once again scolded, Alexei adjusted his pranic input. Arrow, Wind Surge, level. 2, still not enough. What are you holding yourself for? Again. Arrow, Wind Surge, level. 3, again. Arrow, Wind Surge, level. 4, having reached that point, Alexei saw the man swinging the sword to unleash a cryo-elementalist on him, prompting him to unleash his wind surge onto the man. The man attempted to unleash his cryo attack, but before it could even spread 2 meters outward, it was engulfed by the crushing might of Alexei's elementalist mantra. The outcome was far from the previous exchange between the two, which ended in a tie. Alexei's winds not only neutralized the man's attack, but also washed over him with an unprecedented force, blowing, even Alexei, who unleashed it, backward, landing on his butt. Alexei's ears were ringing from the deafening sound of his own power, and he could barely hear anything else, anything except Xeraxai's voice. "Oi, little dream, you're okay? Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Alexei, 7, 1050, Arbian, Mage, yes. I think." Alexei slowly got up from the ground, feeling disoriented and dizzy. He rubbed his ears, trying to clear them of the ringing sensation that had taken over. He looked around and realized that all the candles in the room had been extinguished by the force of his previous attack. "Great, I think I made a mistake earlier. I should not have asked you to go to that extent with that mantra, as it lowered your prana way beneath a reasonable level. However, we still managed to succeed in defeating him in the end, so I suppose it's still alright." The room was now shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light coming from a small window. Alexei squinted his eyes, trying to adjust to the darkness, and saw the figure of his opponent lying on the ground, against a wall a few feet away from him. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 0, 14/29. The man, who had moments before been wielding his sword, now had it lodged in his chest, with blood profusely pouring from the wound. Little dream? In a panicked stride, Alexei approached the man. He could see the man's obvious agony, how deeply the sword was lodged in the man's chest, and how much of a struggle it was for the man to breathe. "What are you doing?" Alexei reached for the sword, hoping to remove it and ease the man's suffering. But as he tried to pull the sword out, he realized that it was only making things worse. The man's blood was spilling out faster, and he was coughing up more blood. "What do I do?" Alexei asked, feeling a lump form in his throat. "What do you mean by what do you do? This is not how things should have been. How do I fix this? You defeated him. We won. This is exactly how things should have been. My goal was just to take his halo permeability down to 0, that was the goal, and this is exactly how it's done, which is why there is nothing to do here and nothing to fix." A chill ran down Alexei's back. He didn't like what he was seeing, much less what he was hearing, and far less the tormenting feelings they induced in his heart. "How can I help you?" Alexei said, kneeling down beside the man, feeling that he would receive no assistance from Xeraxai. The man looked at him, a glassy color in his eyes. He tried to speak, but his words were garbled and incomprehensible. Alexei leaned in closer, straining to hear what the man was trying to say. But it was no use, the man's words were slurred and disjointed, and yet if there was something Alexei could make out of them, it was that they were desperate words. The man's eyes began to flutter closed, and his breathing grew shallower. He was slipping away, that much Alexei could tell, leaving him no choice but to turn back to Xeraxai and ask, "What do I do?" "Nothing. How do I fix this?" "You don't." Xeraxai. "I said, there is no saving him now." Xeraxai explained. "But if you want his suffering to end, reach your hand to him." Without a complaint Alexei obeyed. "What do I do now?" Xeraxai didn't answer, instead a screen popped up, "Skills, Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy, Absorption, Integration, you wish to spare this Dreamwalker more suffering? His halo permeability has been reduced to none, you know what to do what we came here to do." Alexei with no other alternative, yet desperate to free the man, Alexei finally made use of the skill that came along with his title of Lord of Old. The particles floated around in the air, swirling and dancing like a cloud. Alexei felt a chill run down his spine as he watched them, transfixed. Then, as suddenly as they had started, the particles began to disappear, fading away into nothingness. In just a few seconds, there was nothing left of the man but a faint mist in the air. Name, H.P, P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 7/7.2, 14.153, RBN, Mage, 1. The man's disappearance was followed by a status screen that showed his attributes displaying a slight but rapid increase, one that Alexei couldn't bring itself to care about. As Alexei gazed at the vacuous void where the man once stood, a profound sense of heaviness descended upon his chest. The sight of the man vanishing left a bitter aftertaste in Alexei's mouth and an overwhelming, tearing burden in his heart, far worse than the sensation of watching him slowly bleed to death. Little dream, yo, Alexei started just to be interrupted by a noise. Startled by the noise, Alexei turned his head in the direction of the sound. His gaze met that of a woman dressed in servant's clothing. She covered her mouth with her hand, a look of horror on her face as she locked eyes with Alexei. The expression on her face was not so unfamiliar to Alexei, in fact, it stirred up old, buried memories within him, ones that, now that he was no longer in the fortress, allowed him the opportunity to run away from. 25. Resolve. It had been a full night since Alexei attacked the mansion, and it had been long and eventful. However, he couldn't catch a moment of sleep throughout the night. Now he sat at the bottom of a tall flight of stairs, in the same spot he had occupied for the entire night. He stared ahead, his eyes fixed on the busy streets of the city, lost in thought. He was pulled out of his reverie by Alexei's voice. "Hey, little dream, can we talk now?" "Talk about what?" "I don't know. What happened that night, perhaps? It didn't go well, but I'm sure next, I don't want to do that." "Do what?" "What happened that night? I don't want to relive it ever again." All night long, Alexei had thought about what he had done, how he had hurt those people, especially that man, and how he still felt about it. Growing up along the Nexus system for 3 years, seeing the numbers on his status screen go up as he grew older had always been a moment of celebration for him, despite their little meaning overall. But that night, when his number went up, he felt none of that joy. Instead, he wanted to hide himself in a hole and never reveal himself again. "If it is just that, you'll get used to it." "I don't want to. Perhaps I took the wrong approach, but over time, you'll grow accustomed to it." "I said, I don't want it." Alexei shouted audibly, enough to have the eyes of everyone around turn to him. So many eyes set on him with strange expressions left Alexei uncomfortable, especially after the events of the previous night. He stood up and ran from the place. "Listen, little dream, I think I can understand what you're feeling. It is temporary, it will go away with time, but we cannot stop here. Awaken Anarax from her dreaming slumber, devour the suns and the moons, look at this, and this." Name, H.P, P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 8, 14.153, RBN, Mage, 1. "We still have a long way to go from there to there. We need power. I know that, all you've done those many years was repeating to me that over and over. Then you understand why we cannot stop here." "I know, but I said, I don't want to have to do that anymore, not against people." "So what? You want to be confronted by monsters?" Though knowing how ridiculous his answer was, Alexei nodded. "From what you've seen yesterday you should have understood how puny one could be. One blow, that's all that was needed to take him down. That, a single blow, from your average monsters, would have been the end of you. That is why I need you to be strong, and this method is the only way for us to be strong. That is the only thing I wish for you to be strong enough so that when the time comes, we will stop, but until then, we cannot stop here. This is merely the first step." Compared to Alexei's stories of his journey with other lords of old, Alexei knew that yesterday's leap was, strength-wise, merely a step ahead to a far away and beyond sight horizon. And yet Alexei couldn't bring himself to accept this as a method to get him to where Alexei expected him, as a lord of old, to get to. As Alexei ran away from the stares people threw at him, he unconsciously ran to a corner of the city. Upon becoming aware of where he was, it struck him as familiar. He had returned to the slum part of the city, not so far away from the place where he had stumbled upon the children the other day. Instinctively, and perhaps with a hint of expectation, Alexei's eyes darted around as he walked, searching for them. After some time, he spotted them. There were 4 of them, less than the other day, but it was them, no doubt about it, thanks to the girl who'd saved him from drowning and her sister, all dressed, just like the 2 others, in ragged clothes, their faces smudged with dirt, if not soot. From behind the corner of a nearby house, Alexei watched the group without revealing himself. He maintained a safe distance but remained close enough to see them, yet not close enough to hear their conversation. As he observed them, Alexei pondered the topic of their discussion and the reason for their smiles. Suddenly, the younger girl gazed in his direction, appearing to have noticed his presence. She fixed her gaze so intently on him that it could be described as staring. Eventually the girl separated herself from the group and approached the corner where Alexei was hidden. He held his breath as she drew closer, wondering if she had somehow detected his presence. But as she reached the corner and peered around it, she found nothing there. Alexei had managed to evade her detection once again. As the little girl returned to her friends, her sister joined her and asked, "Did something happen?" The girl shook her head and responded, "No, I thought I'd seen something, but I was wrong." After the older sister nodded and returned to the group, unaware of his presence, Alexei remained in his hiding spot for a few minutes longer, observing the group as they wandered further away. He felt a strong temptation to follow them, as he had done on the previous day, but then a thought crossed his mind: what for? He stopped himself from doing so and instead settled back into his hiding spot. Alexei sat there for some time, allowing the hours to pass by unnoticed. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, casting long shadows across the street. As the day turned to night, Alexei remained lost in thought, pondering his next move. Should he continue to watch the group from afar, or should he try to make contact with them? In the end, he decided to stay put and wait for another opportunity to present itself. He knew that he couldn't continue to hide in the shadows forever, but for now, it felt like the safest and most sensible course of action. So Alexei continued to sit there, watching as the day slowly turned into night. Alexei had granted him a much-needed moment of wordless silence, and Alexei found himself basking in the moonlight and listening to the distant sounds of the city around him. However, as time went on, he began to realize just how lonely the silence could be. Feeling suffocated by the silence, Alexei called out loud his name. "Alexei." The sound of his own voice startled him, and he wondered if he had spoken too loudly. But as he waited, he realized that no one had heard him except for the night itself. Emboldened by this realization, Alexei spoke again, this time a little louder. "Alexei," he called out into the darkness, his voice carrying further than before. "I'm here." "What is this silence for?" Alexei asked after a pause. "I was busy doing modification, or rather, adjustment to the Nexus," Alexei promptly. "Is that so?" "Yes. But if I were to give an actual reason for my silence aside from that excuse, it is that, I thought that perhaps that's what you might be needing the most right now. So I kept my silence. Was I wrong in doing so? I don't know. Perhaps not. But when you're silent like that, when you're not screaming in my head like you always do, it feels so silent and empty. I know what it is. I believe that's called being lonely. I've been there. You have? I did. Remember? I roamed this dreaming prison for thousands of years, so of course I, at some time in history, felt that. I see, Alexei replied. And in those times, you didn't have a voice in your head that spoke to you, ordering you to do things and screaming at you as you do. I indeed didn't. But I had something similar. Who? Not who, but what? A dream, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a nightmare. The mention of it, a nightmare, brought Alexei back to that night. He for the first time took the leap off that wall. The day of his first real discussion with Alexei. I remember it. You've mentioned it to me. You said that that sight I saw in my sleep would come back to me as recurrent nightmares. And they ironically never did, Saraxi said, uttering what felt like a chuckle. Why? I'm afraid that even I don't have an answer to that, Saraxi replied after a brief moment of pondering. Perhaps it is simply that a dream does not dream, especially so, if it is a little dream. Or maybe it's something else entirely. I don't know. What I do know is that while you didn't have those dreams, I did. And during that time, I never had a single moment of respite without being reminded of my failure to protect Anarax. It was not your fault. I appreciate your kindness, little dream, but this is not a matter of responsibility or fault. It's about fulfilling one's raison d'etre. I was born to protect Anarax, and I failed in that mission. The nightmares were a constant reminder of my failure. However, they also made it clear to me that I must fix my mistakes. The nightmares were a remnant of myself, of herself, a cry, a voice telling Saraxi, to save and allow the birth of the one whose chance to live was stolen. Therefore, I cannot afford failure, not again. I have roamed this world for thousands of years, no doubt I have made my fair lot of mistakes to have come to this point where I have to rely on your help, but here we are. Even for me, there is no turning back, the best I can do is to try to do things right. Quest Logbook, awaken Anarax from her dreaming slumber, devour the suns and the moons, journey together. I hope you see this as a new beginning. I promised you an eventful journey to show you the world and that you can trust me. But first, I must ensure that you will be there until the end of it. I wish I could protect you, little dream, but the truth is, I can't. Only you can do that, just as only you can determine whether I will once again fail at my raison d'etre or not. Therefore, I am in no position to demand anything of you. The best I can do is ask for your help, Alexei. It will be hard at first, but nonetheless, I ask, will you lend me your strength? 26. Resolve. 1. The Eriesen mansion stood tall and imposing in the darkness of the night, its ornate architecture a symbol of the nobility that resided within. The only sound was the soft rustle of the wind through the palm trees that surrounded the estate. As two guards made their rounds, holding lamps to light their way, they discussed the latest gossip from the Raj's court. Suddenly, they caught sight of movement from the corner of their eyes, and their conversation came to a halt. Who goes there? One of the guards demanded, reaching for his sword. Approaching them was a small figure, barely visible in the dim light. As the figure drew nearer, the guards realized with surprise that it was a young boy, no older than 8. A child. What are you doing here? How did you get in here in the first place? The boy, Alexei, didn't answer either of the guards' questions. Instead he, before they could take any further action, lifted his hands, and a gust of wind suddenly swept through the area. The guards were thrown off balance, stumbling backward, and though that's all it managed to achieve, to stumble them backwards. What was that? A Raj? The two guards quickly recovered from the blow. That is not going to cut it, remarked Saraxi. Alexei nodded. With a flick of his wrist, Alexei summoned a mantra, static surge, with the intention of rendering them unconscious. Alexei used his wind to grab the guards and lift them up, causing them to hover helplessly. Alexei's next course of action was reasonably to slam them unconscious, however, he hesitatingly didn't immediately act out of reason. Instead he slightly lowered the guards in the mid-air. Alexei. I know. Alexei made up his mind and allowed what was inevitable to happen. A whistling sound echoed along with a loud thud as they hit the ground, and their screams echoed through the silent night, alerting guards from inside the mansion, and prompting them to rush outside to the scene, and yet Alexei showed no reaction to them. Instead he remained there, in an idle and stunned silence, looking down at his handiwork. It was only a moment later that as the guards spread, shouting, a foot away from him, that Alexei came back to his senses. At that point, he understood what was yet to be done. Alexei, for that was the boy's name, had hesitated for a moment, afraid that he might have gone too far. But when the guards continued to pose a threat, he knew he had no choice but to incapacitate them. Alexei outstretched his hand once more, But midway through, he was interrupted by Siraxi. If you don't like this method of incapacitating them, you don't have to do it that way. Mantra imparted, type, rank, tier, electro, initiate, 1, name, pranic consummation, static surge, 1-5. I know you don't hold electro in high regard, especially used against people, but this is the smoothest and least painful way for us to get through this. Alexei gave no answer. Instead he sank in a pondering silence, before venting out a long sigh, outstretching his arm again, this time, calling forth the power of lightning, a crackling energy that surged through his fingertips. Electro, static surge, with all the guard collapsed on the ground around, Alexei, instead of advancing into the mansion, remained in wait, outside in the middle of the garden, waiting for something to happen, the owner of the mansion coming out to confront him or something else, but neither happened. Alexei had no doubt that with the ruckus caused by his altercation against the guards, whoever the owner of the mansion, that person was bound to have taken notice of something going on, and yet that person's reaction suggested otherwise. They are still within, Alexei. First floor. A last glance at the guards, lying on the floor, Alexei advanced, after venting out yet another sigh, into the mansion. Without even the need to push open the ornate wooden doors of the mansion, Alexei stepped inside, his footsteps echoing across the marble floor. The entryway was grand, with towering ceilings and walls adorned with intricate arabesque patterns and shades of gold and teal. The air was heavy with the scent of incense, and the flickering light of oil lamps cast dancing shadows across the room. To his right, a sweeping staircase led to the upper floor, while to his left, a wide hallway extended deeper into the mansion. Alexei headed right, to step into the second floor, which immediately led to a large corridor that ended up with a set of wooden double doors. Alexei strode forward, toward the door, and as he did, Siraxi exclaimed his name, Alexei. Name, H.P, P.P, question mark, 3, 25/32. Upon seeing the screen sweeping in front through the door, Alexei understood what was coming at him, prompting him to deftly act in consequences. Mantra, wind surge, level 1, elementalist, rank, P.P, arrow, initiate, 5. Without hesitation, Alexei summoned a powerful gust of wind towards the door, hoping to deflect the impending attack. The air around him crackled with energy as the opposing forces collided, resulting in a blinding flash of light and a thunderous explosion that shook the room. Name, H.P, P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 8, 30/53, Arbian, mage, 1. Though the door was now irreparably damaged, Alexei had managed to deflect the attack with his skillful use of magic. Despite being knocked back by the impact, he stood his ground. Sensing that time was of the essence, Alexei readied himself for the next round of combat. This time, his opponent opted for an arrow elementalist magic, but Alexei was prepared. He swiftly countered with his own arrow elementalist, causing the two opposing forces to collide and cancel each other out. But Alexei knew he couldn't remain in the middle of the corridor for long. It was far too dangerous a position and left him open to further attacks. Without wasting a single more second, he lunged towards the room where his opponent was unleashing her attacks. As he entered the room, Alexei surveyed his surroundings. He was now in a large chamber, facing off against a woman who, from what she displayed so far, was a master of both wind and earth magic. She had piercing blue eyes, long black hair, and was dressed in a flowing nightdress that matched the color of her eyes. A child. She said, clearly baffled by Alexei's appearance. So what was said by these servants was true. I didn't want to believe it when I heard the news, but after seeing this, I suppose these rumors were true. What happened to her was really the doing of a child. The room itself was luxurious, featuring a 4-poster bed, a large wardrobe, and a wide window overlooking the backyard. For someone so little, you've stirred quite a lot of trouble in this small city. Just who are you? I have never heard anything about children collecting branacores. The woman asked, a worry and curious look on her face. Alexei didn't answer, instead he and the woman circled each other warily. Alexei was hesitant to attack, knowing that the moment he would, she would. A few days ago, you came for Jaeger's Piranha Core. Since you're here, I assume you're for mine, she started before seemingly coming with yet another attack, which prompted Alexei to immediately unleash Static Surge. Static Surge. Alexei raised his hands and released a surge of lightning at his opponent. This would effectively work on goons, but not against a full-fledged mage, remarked Xeraxi. Yet Alexei made no modification to his attack. Alexei's lightning had come within a few steps of its target, seeming like it wouldn't miss, but the woman was quick to deflect the attack using her Geo-Elementalis, much like Xeraxi had predicted. Alexei realized he needed to come up with a new strategy if he was to have any chance of defeating her. Summoning all his strength and skills, Alexei raised his hands and released a surge of lightning at his opponent, but the woman was quick to deflect the attack using her powerful earth magic. Not surprisingly, the woman unleashed a flurry of wind blasts, forcing Alexei to summon Wind Wall, to protect himself. Mantra, Wind Wall +1, Elementalis, rank, P.P, Arrow, Initiate, 5. The woman stood at the other end of the room, her hair whipping around her face as she summoned a gust of wind to push Alexei back. Alexei countered with his own wind magic, the two Elementalis colliding in a burst of energy that shook the room. Her intent was clearly of killing him, which seemed to work out fine as if one were to compare her P.P to Alexei's. Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 8, 17/53, RBN, Mage, 1, Name, H.P, P.P, question mark, 3, 13/32, though there seemed to be little substantial difference between both their P.P, the outcomes remained uncertain. Understanding that just protecting oneself was not a viable solution, Alexei, in his mind, conjured Wind Surge, intending to unleash it at her. Arrow, Wind Surge, level 4, only to stop just as he was about to unleash it against the woman, as he traversed by a memory of what happened the other day against that man, causing Alexei to have a moment of hesitation, one that suggested defeat. The woman launched another attack, this time using her earth magic to send a wave of rocks hurtling towards Alexei. He managed to dodge most of them, but one struck him on the arm, causing him to cry out in pain. He stumbled backwards, his back hitting the wall. Alexei. The woman advanced, a wicked expression on her face. You are not so tough after all, little boy, she taunted, summoning her Geo-Elementalis clearly intent on putting an end to this fight. Cornered, Alexei raised his hand planning to use his stronger Arrow Elementalis mantra, Wind Surge, only to be met with the same issue, freezing mid-conjuration. It was at that moment, as he saw the woman closing in on him with her, that Alexei felt a strange sensation that having not experienced for a while already was still bitterly familiar to Alexei. Nexus alert, unification proceeded. 50%, still lost in that sensation, a mantra within Alexei taking form in lightning inside him surging through his veins, causing him to tense his already outstretched arm. Mantra imparted, type, rank, tier, Electro, Apprentice, 1, name, Pranic Consummation, Thunderlance, 1638, Mantra, Thunderstrike, level 1, Elementalis, rank, P.P, Electro, Initiate, 16, Thunderstrike, a voice that definitely wasn't Alexei's voice, just before a powerful bolt of lightning arced out of Alexei's streaking toward the woman. Using the already conjured Geo-Elementals at her disposal, the woman created an earth shield between herself and the lightning bolt that had been hurled at her. However, her efforts proved futile against the intense force of the strike, which rivaled that of a true lightning bolt. As soon as the lightning hit her, her body was thrown across the room and into a window through which she crashed through the glass, falling out of sight into the backward. From a moment after the strike, Alexei remained there silent, drowning into a strange silence. He hugged his ears, and came to an assessment, he couldn't hear anything except a very distant voice calling his name. Alexei. 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 You okay? Alexei mumbled, highly confused. I can't hear. Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 57, 153, RBN, Mage, 1, it's okay, calm down. As soon as your P.P recovers, it will soon go away. It was some time later that Alexei stood, his ears still hearing nothing, but in spite of not being able to believe what had just happened, he finally came back to his senses. It was only at that moment that Alexei's arm, which had been struck by the woman's attack, manifested a painful presence, and it was also at that moment that Alexei came to remember the woman's existence and fate. He looked towards the window, approached it, to overlook Lyrian's motionless body lying in the backyard below. Alexei took a look at his arm, the one that earlier rose on its own, and asked Saraxai, "You did this? I knew you wouldn't like this, but she was about to hurt you, she left me no choice." Upon hearing this, Alexei attempted to find a rebuttal. However, he was quickly reminded that the situation arose due to his own failure to act appropriately and accordingly. If there were one to be blamed here, it would be him. So instead to speak no words, and it was then as he did that he came to notice movement from the woman down below. Name, H.P, P.P, question mark, 0, 4/32, with broken glasses protruding spots all across her body, a body which was contorted in an odd way. The fall had not been fatal for the woman, or at least not yet. Standing over the woman lying on the ground, watched as she, with her eyes devoid of her earlier blue confidence now, her eyes were drowned in both blood and tears. She reached into Alexei's leg, a begging gaze at her face. Alexei kneeled to her side, drenching into a pool of blood, and took her hand. Why did he do that? He himself wasn't sure anymore. "Alexei. You remember what we came here for," Saraxai reminded. "It is time." Biting his lip to the blood, Alexei nodded. He'd come to this mansion, hurted these people, and do to that woman what he did to her because he made a promise, the one to help Saraxai. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, synergy initiated. Just like it did with the man, the woman's body was starting to shimmer, as if made of millions of tiny particles. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, synergy interrupted. The woman's arm with what felt like a final effort pulled Alexei toward her, froze him. Alexei recovered what sounded like a semblance of hearing, only to hear the woman weakly begging. "Save me. Me. Please." This sight had Alexei turmoiled with a myriad of heavy emotions. "Alexei." Saraxai called. Amidst the internal chaos, Saraxai's voice rang like a chime, urging him to do what he came here to do. Alexei tried to proceed with his task, but every time he tried, he would freeze upon seeing the woman's body shimmer and hearing her plea. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, synergy initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, synergy interrupted. "Save me. I'm sorry. I can't. Alexei. I'm trying but it's okay. I understand. This is not a burden you have to carry alone. Let me take care of this. Close your eyes." "Wait," Alexei started before choosing to not finish his sentence, and simply obliged, closing his eyes. "You have nothing to blame yourself for. You do this for her, Anarax, for I, Saraxai, and for our journey's sake and nothing else. Blind your eyes to their sorrow." Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, synergy initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, synergy completed. Deafen your ears to their pleas. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, absorption initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, absorption completed. Steel your heart today, prepare for tomorrow's sway. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, integration initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, integration completed. With his eyes still closed, Alexei felt the woman's presence fading away, while simultaneously witnessing an increase on his status screen. Nexus alert, Dreamwalker awakened, H.P, P.P, 0.23, 2.99, name, H.P, P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 7.46, 4.99/56, RBN, Mage, 1. I realize it will not be as easy as I thought it would be, but I'm sure that one day this would be one day. What it is as it is, a dreamwalker being cast out of the dream and you getting stronger. In the depths of that night, the demise of the second Raj, orchestrated by a mysterious individual whom most survivors claim to have witnessed as a blue-eyed mage, marked the beginning of a series of disappearances involving both Rajs and mages across the northern and western provinces of the continent. 27. Ethereal breeze. Alexei stood in the middle of the dimly lit room, his small frame barely visible against the shadows. He clenched his fists, summoning prana from within him, and crackling bolts of lightning began to dance across his fingers. With a flick of his wrist, he launched an electro-elementalist bolt at a first guard, who stumbled and twitched to the ground. Along with a cacophony of footsteps, a second guard rushed towards Alexei, his eyes narrowing in fury. Alexei sidestepped the man's clumsy lunge and summoned a gust of wind that sent the guard flying into a nearby table, smashing it to pieces. As the guard struggled to his feet, Alexei unleashed another bolt of lightning, striking the man in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground. The third guard, who had been lurking in the shadows up the stairs leading to the next floor, stepped forward, his sword at the ready. Alexei stood his ground, eyes fixed on the blade, as the guard advanced slowly towards him. Shit! Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, Alexei sent a blast of wind surging towards the guard, knocking him off balance and instantly silencing him. Taking advantage of the man's momentary confusion, Alexei darted forward, lightning crackling around his hands. He slammed both fists into the guard's chest, and the man crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. Breathing heavily, Alexei looked around the room, his eyes darting from one piece of furniture to another. He knew he had to be careful. If there was something he'd learned in almost 5 lunar harmony, it was that a single move could mean the end for him. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise behind him, and he spun around, fists clenched and ready to strike. But it was just a stray cat, meowing loudly as it ran across the room away from him in a panicked frenzy. "You've taken care of the last guards, there is no one left here except." As Alexei took a final survey of the floor before heading upward, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from an alley leading to a door. With little to no hurry, Alexei made his way to the door, in front of which he simply stood, making no attempt to open it. Behind the door, Alexei could hear the distinct sound of shallow, ragged, gasping breaths, ones that kept intensifying by the second. Alexei emitted a loud and prolonged shhh sound. Upon noticing that it had the intended impact, he withdrew to the room from which he had originated to fetch an armchair that he used to barricade the entrance. With that taken care of, Alexei proceeded to the next floor. The said next floor offered two-way, one to the left and the other to the right. Which one? The right one. As suggested by Alexei, Alexei headed for the right, which after a short corridor led directly to a closed door, but before he did so, he first took his time to remove his shoes. This time around, instead of standing by the doorstep like he did earlier, Alexei quickly stepped aside, his back now firmly pressing against the wall, that for a simple reason, a trick, one that he, having faced so many Rajs, was all too much familiar with. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 29/37, Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 34/39. The two mages behind the door were baking something for him. From there, by pointing his finger at the door's handle, Alexei summoned a little vortex that provoked a shaking, stirring reaction. The instance following this was that of the door being blown from the inside out, shattering it into 1,000 pieces, by a cold and misty wind. From his spot, unharmed, Alexei took a quick peek into the room. The room was dark, with no windows to let in the moonlight. He could only see a faint glow coming from somewhere in the room, which allowed him to assess from the bookshelf he noticed inside that the room was either a living room or a library, or quite possibly both. In either case, it was a room large enough for both their pranakinesis to be used without much restraint. A man spoke first, trying to initiate a parley. "Who are you, and what do you want from us?" Alexei, who'd already summoned his winds into a particular mantra, upon observing the layering of the room, cancelled it. He knew his mantra was most effective against opponents in a relatively confined space, but it would be barely effective if used inside a spacious room like the one he was in. He shifted his gear instead to Electro-Elementalist, unleashing an arch of lightning into the room, lighting the surroundings with enough light for Alexei to catch a glimpse of the couple within, a man and a woman, the former wielding Cryo-Elementalist while the latter wielding Arrow. They both were dressed in knightly robes, and though their dresses suggested otherwise, they looked poised to attack, as the duo immediately after Alexei's lightning unleashed both their elementalists at him. Alexei dashed into the room, ready to unleash his Electro-Elementalists at their positions revealed by their previous attacks. But just as he was about to strike, the woman stepped behind the man, shielding them both with a wall of magic. Alexei's lightning attack crackled against the shield, but it held firm. He was blown backwards by the force of the impact, stumbling before regaining his balance. The man crashed into a large wooden desk, knocking papers and books to the ground. Alexei and the woman were left alone, with just the room's furniture separating them. The woman stood a few feet away, her hands outstretched as she summoned a series of powerful gusts of wind. Without warning, the woman unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades. They flew towards Alexei with incredible speed, slicing through the air like invisible knives, passing through the furniture between her and Alexei like a knife through butter. Alexei didn't flinch. As he watched the blades come at him, he stood his ground, his face cold and calculating. With a quick sidestep, he avoided the first few attacks before launching himself into the air, twisting and turning as he evaded the rest of them. The woman was relentless, unleashing her wind blades with full force, but Alexei remained calm and patient. He waited for his opening, biding his time until the woman's prana points plummeted to 0, which, from the way she used pranikinesi, was a nearby outcome. Name, H.P, P.P, question mark, 3, 11/39, name, H.P, P.P, question mark, 3, 6/39, name, H.P, P.P, question mark, 3, 1/39. After several desperate attempts at summoning her wind blade, she finally realized that she had run out of prana. Perhaps her mind couldn't accept it as the truth. But Alexei had been waiting for this moment and struck with lightning-fast precision. Electro, Thunderstrike, level 3, Alexei unleashed a bolt of lightning, catching her not so much off guard, and yet to her helpless despair, sent her slamming against the wall. Name, H.P, P.P, question mark, 1, 2/39, his hand crackling with electricity, Alexei took steps toward the woman ready to put an end to the fight, but as he did the man who'd been blasted earlier, lifted himself up from the rubble, screaming at Alexei, "Stay away from her, you bastard," whilst forming glacial shard, before hurling them at Alexei. Thinking quickly, Alexei shifted his gear back to Arrow Elementalist, summoning a variation of one of his earlier arrow tricks. Arrow, unnamed mantra, level 3, Alexei summoned a vortex, one that spun faster and faster, quickly devouring all the ice shards into its swirling center. The man's eyes widened in surprise as he watched his attack disappear into the vortex. But Alexei wasn't done yet. With a punching motion, he sent the entire vortex hurtling back towards the man. The man tried to raise a shield, but it was too late. The vortex smashed into him, knocking him backward with a loud crash. Name, H.P, P.P, question mark, 0, 11/37, the fight was over. Coming out victorious from the confrontation, Alexis approached the couple both lying unconscious on the ground, or at least that's what he thought until he heard a voice calling him. "You! Go to hell!" It was the woman, lashing her anger in spite of Fraile laying on the floor. It was a sight that Alexei had nothing but simply grown too used to. "Why? What have we done to you?" she asked, her voice weak. To those questions, despite Zraxai's usual warning to never talk to dreamers, Alexei approached the woman, knelt beside her, and answered, "Nothing." "Then why?" "Little Zraxai started only to be instantly cut off by Alexei. "I know. I see, if you say so, then I won't say anything," Zraxai declared before returning to silence. As he spoke to Alexei, Alexei saw the woman face contorting in confusion as to why he suddenly raised the voice, prompting him to utter out, "Sorry." The woman looked even more and more confused. Noticing that her health points were about to plummet below the zero threshold, Alexei explained, "You asked me why I did this to you," and reached for her hand. "You have something I need." Alexei then closed his eyes, and said to Alexei's attention, "Do it." Nexus alert, Dreamwalker awakened, H.P, P.P, 0.09, 5,6, name, H.P, P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 15.93, 328/366, RBN, Mage, 9, 28. Ethereal Breeze, 1. Nexus alert, Dreamwalker awakened, H.P, P.P, 0.08, 5,2, name, H.P, P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 16, 338/371, RBN, Mage, 9. As the last shimmering fragments of the man vanished, Alexei, opening his eyes, rose to his feet, sweeping his gaze across the battle's aftermath. The room was in shambles, with debris and broken furniture scattered across the floor and a distinct smell of lightning lingering in the air. That's when he heard it, a faint noise that locked his attention to a corner of the room. Alexei made his way over to the odd-looking bookshelf that, at second glance, seemed out of place. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not just a bookshelf but rather a cleverly disguised barricade, behind which was hidden a door leading to yet another room. Though the bookshelf was massive, it took little to no effort from Alexei to get it out of the way. Once he had cleared the way, he opened the door and was greeted by the sight of a small guest room. The room was simple yet elegant. A large bed with a white comforter dominated the space, flanked by 2 ornate nightstands. A soft glow emanated from a lamp on the far side of the room, casting a warm light across the space. As Alexei's eyes adjusted to the dimness, he heard the sound again, a faint cry coming from the closet. His curiosity piqued, Alexei slowly approached the closet and opened the door. There, huddled in the back of the closet, was, at first sight, a woman. She was dressed in a simple maid's uniform, and in her arms, she clutched a small bundle, within which was the source of the noise Alexei had heard, a baby. Name, H.P, P.P, question mark, 0, 2526. The woman looked up at Alexei with a mixture of fear and horror, clutching the baby protectively. Alexei approached her slowly. "It's all right," he said softly, in an attempt to not frighten her, but that turned out to be a futile attempt. His words seemed nowhere near reassuring as she even went to have her back stand as a child between Alexei and the baby, which in turn prompted the baby's cries to intensify. In the hope that perhaps this would at least reassure the woman, Alexei backed off a few steps, holding out a hand in a gesture of peace. "It's all right. I'm not here to do anything. You can come out of there now." It took the woman a long moment of hesitation, but after a while she obliged, and the baby's cries kept getting louder and louder, in spite of her attempt to calm him down. "Why is it crying?" Alexei asked after a while, with genuine curiosity. Upon being asked that question, the woman looked at Alexei with an expression of both wariness and confusion, as she, without success cradling the baby in an attempt to calm his cry down, prompted Alexei to ask, "Is it hungry?" After being asked that question, the woman gave Alexei a confused and wary look. She had been unsuccessfully trying to soothe the baby's cries by cradling it, prompting Alexei to inquire further, "Is the baby hungry?" That's usually the reason for babies crying, right? Although she still had a confused expression on her face, the woman nodded. "He wants his mother," she said. "His mother." Alexei muttered, glancing sideways at the door that gave him a glimpse of the other room in disarray. In that moment, two faces flashed through Alexei's mind. The first was that of the woman who had helped him escape from the fortress that day and introduced herself as his mother. The other face was that of a Komodo, similar to the maid in front of him, who was also dressed in the same maid outfit. "Alexei, that's enough. Alexei interjected. But Alexei, pretending not to hear him, said to the maid, "They won't be possible." The maid, understanding the implied meaning behind Alexei's simple yet definitive words, took a few steps back, looking more scared than ever. You're a maid, right? Can't you give him something to eat?" "I could, but..." She hesitated. "It needs to be prepared in the kitchen downstairs." "Let's go there then," Alexei simply announced, backing off, as to grant her a way out. The reluctance in the maid's eyes was palpable, but eventually she gathered her courage and advanced to the door, where she came to a nervous halt. Having reached the doorstep, she was confronted to the room that had been the theater of Alexei and the couple's confrontation. The woman turned around as she came to a halt, but strangely, upon seeing that she had turned around, she commitlessly walked across the wrecked room, heading for downstairs, with Alexei close behind. The woman kept glancing back at him, most likely still unsure if she could trust him. Alexei kept a safe distance, not wanting to frighten her further. Reaching the stairs, Alexei put his shoes that he left behind back on. As they made their way down the stairs, they walked past a guard who lay unconscious on the floor. It was one that Alexei had knocked out earlier. The maid came to a halt, her back straightening as she took in the scene, but once again, after a glance back at Alexei, she continued ahead, even after stumbling over more guards lying unconscious on the floor. The moment they entered the kitchen, the baby still in her hand, the maid quickly started preparing the baby's meal. Alexei watched her work, and it became quickly apparent to him that with the baby in her hand, she struggled to keep up with both the preparation and the baby's needs. It was at that moment that Alexei stepped forward, proposing to the maid, "I can hold him." In spite of her poor attempt to hide that expression on her face, the maid was clearly horrified by Alexei's proposition, instantly retorting, "It's fine. I can do this." "And yet, I will hold him," Alexei insisted, holding both arms out to receive the boy. The woman didn't seem to be about to give in yet, so Alexei tried to reassure her by adding, "I won't drop him." Strangely, her face paled at that statement. With Alexei neither withdrawing his held out arms nor his proposition, the maid, who seemed to be nowhere near ready to give out the child, eventually relented, carefully placing the baby in Alexei's arms. To both Alexei's and the maid's surprise, the baby immediately calmed down, his cries reduced to soft whimpers. The sensation of holding a child was new to Alexei, and he found himself staring at the baby's tiny, delicate fingers and into its devouring blue eyes. They left little trace of the brown that had been his eye color at birth, before he had undergone communion with his Branacor. Those blue eyes of his were the first that weren't looking at him with that look. Alexei knew and understood that this was mostly, and only due to the child's cluelessness, and partially because of how small and fragile the baby felt. Name, H.P. P.P. question mark, 0, 2526, so fragile that if he were to let Alexei do it, it would simply happen without anything to stand in the way. "Say, Alexei, I have once been like this, haven't I?" "This frail?" "Once, yes. You have. But it's no longer the case, yo, was it why? Was it why I became your little dream, because I was this frail?" Alexei, not much of a surprise to Alexei, answered his question with a wordless silence. It was one that Alexei intended to break, had it not been for the maid announcing, "I've finished preparing it, it just needs to cool down a bit," seemingly with the intent of taking the child away from Alexei. Alexei hesitated to hand over the baby. For reasons he couldn't put his hand on, holding the child in his arms filled him with soothing warmth, one that he either had never felt before or had forgotten the comfort of. So when the maid leaned in with the intent of taking back the baby, Alexei looked up at the maid and said, "Make me something to eat too." The maid seemed taken aback by the request that felt like it came from nowhere, but without a comment, she obliged. In spite of recurrent doubtful glances at Alexei, it took the maid little to no time to finish preparing his meal. Eventually, the maid arrived with a steaming bowl of soup. Alexei reluctantly handed over the baby, making sure to do so gently. The maid took the child with a relieved sigh, to feed him with a nursing bottle, and Alexei settled down to eat his soup. As Alexei took his first spoonful of soup, he felt the warmth spread throughout his body. It wasn't just the taste that made it so satisfying, it was the comforting feeling that came with it. He closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the sensation. It had been a while since he had tasted anything this good. The soup was simple, just some vegetables and broth, but it was exactly what he needed. He took another spoonful, letting the warmth seep into him. As he ate, he became lost in thought. The warmth of the soup brought back memories of a time that seemed not so long ago, yet so far away. As he reflected, he realized that he could not recall ever seeing someone prepare a meal for him. Back when he lived in the fortress, meals would simply appear in his room as if by magic. It had been a given routine for him then, one that he had taken for granted, but now, having lived off stolen food from various marketplaces to marketplaces and cities to cities for almost 2 years, he realized how wrong he had been. For a moment, he tried to forget about everything else, what he had done and what was left for him to do. But try as he might, he ultimately failed. Yet it was somehow enough for him to experience an ersatz of peace that allowed him to savor his soup to the last spoonful. As Alexei finished eating, his attention shifted to the maid, who had been tending to the baby. To his surprise, the baby had fallen asleep during his meal. Alexei looked at the maid, who seemed hesitant under his gaze. But Alexei remained calm and asked, "Is he asleep?" To which the maid nodded in response. "May I take him to his bed?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Alexei replied, "Yes," and the maid quickly left the kitchen. However, just as she stepped out the door, Alexei called out to her, "Wait." The maid turned around, her eyes wide with apprehension. "Yes, what is it?" she asked. "For the food, thanks," Alexei said. The maid seemed confused by Alexei's out-of-the-blue thanks, leaving her seemingly unsure of how to answer them, so to spare her the bother, Alexei added, "That would be all." With that, the maid left to take the baby to his bed upstairs. As the sound of their footsteps faded upstairs, Alexei left the kitchen and headed towards the door that he had blocked with a chair. As he removed the chair, he heard several sharp gasps from behind the door, but he paid them no mind. He replaced the chair back to the living room he'd taken it from, and where it rightfully belonged. 29. Changes. Alexei was in the middle of nowhere, sitting by the edge of a slithering river, scrolling through his status screen. Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 16, 370/371, RBN, Mage, 9, "Seems we've come a long way since our early days," commented Ziraxai. "Is that so? I've barely ever noticed anything changing," Alexei genuinely answered. "Of course. Look at this. Mantra, arrow, electro, rank, name, tier, rank, name, tier, initiate, air gust, 1-5, wind whip, 1-5, aerial clutch, 1-5, gust surge, 1-5, air blade, 1-5, gust wall, 1-5, initiate, flash, 1, spark, 1-5, slithering bolts, 1-5, thunderstrike, 1-5, apprentice, gust barrier, 1-4, unnamed mantra, 1-9, wind dance, 1-4, unrelenting wave, 1-4, wind fury, 1-4, wind cutter, 1-4, apprentice, lightning fall, 1-4, slithering strike, 1-4, slithering strikes, 1-4, look at this, look at yourself. How can't you see the difference between this version of you and the older version of yourself? You're not just stronger, you've gotten stronger, more powerful than ever before. When put that way, I suppose you're right. Defeating mages has become easier and easier, Alexei remarked bitterly, tossing a rock into the river. Just like you said it would, over time. A strange bipedal yet slithering creature approached Alexei. That was not what I meant by it. I meant it in another sense and I'm starting to think I could have been mistaken on that account. You. Being wrong? That would be a rare sight. Arrow, aerial clutch, level 1. Aiming at the little creature, Alexei brought it to him. The creature squealed and squirmed, trying to break free of Alexei's grasp, but it was no use. Despite being a monster, its strength and size were such that Alexei could easily hold it within his grasp, one that was next to impossible to escape from for the little creature. Name, H.P. P.P. Threat, Skinkling, Level 101, Hatchling. Reading the little creature's status, Alexei was not the least bit surprised by its weak statistics. Such numbers were typical for monsters roaming the central continent. In the tens of thousands of years since the birth of the first prana-wielding being, each species granted that blessing had undergone countless tribulations and challenges. Some emerged stronger and tougher, while others faced extinction, or in the case of creatures like the skinkling Alexei held in his grasp, regression. Most of the monsters still existing on the central continent were at hatchling level threat, which, by Siraxai's classification system, was the weakest kind of monster. This was due to regression and a particular event that had occurred thousands of years ago that led to the extinction of all greater level threat monsters of the continent, leaving only behind lower tiered hatchling like the skinkling and occasionally higher tiered ones. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy completed. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Absorption initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Absorption failed. On those, the creature's body simply vanished in Alexei's hand, without being absorbed like most are by his skill. And that he understood very well the reason for this: these creatures were simply too weak to even make an impact. But it seems you weren't at least not wrong on this. Even after all this time, there is really nothing that can be done out of the monsters of this continent. That is true, but just because it is, doesn't mean it can't change. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I meant. Draconic titles, Lord of Old, Bren Awakened, Tier, Constant, 9, 0.18. There was a time when I said things would be very difficult in the beginning, but that it would get better over time. I was both right and wrong. Right because it truly did, and wrong because I failed to take in account a certain factor. We may not often talk about it, but I know better than anyone how you feel about what we're doing. After all this time you still hold reservations on carrying out our missions, just like you did the other day. You're talking about the baby? Not exactly, but yes. Please don't misunderstand me, I'm not reproaching you for anything, nor am I suggesting that I expected anything from you at that time. What I mean is that I, Siraxai, as unfeeling as you might see me, understand where it came from. Which is why after rounding your Lord of Old title up to tier 10, I propose that we hop on a journey together, a true journey beyond the central continent, to the southern continent. What did you say? Alexei asked, surprised by the sudden suggestion. I said, how about we leave this continent after rounding you up to level 10 and head to the southern continent, where instead of Raj we'll start hunting enlightened and awakened beasts. Alexei had learned from Siraxai that differently from the central continent, which was mostly dwelled by hatchling threat level monsters, the southern continent was dwelled by a large array of monsters. Why? Why now? That's a strange question. You make it sound like I was expecting you to hunt all mages to extinction. Alexei didn't answer. Well, if you did believe that, let me rectify it. We did because I believe you weren't strong and I didn't want to throw straight at monsters that would in one blow obliterate you. I wanted you to be strong enough to protect yourself against your average monster, which is quite close to the level you are now. The announcement warmed Alexei's heart, prompting him to once again. Is this for real? Yes, it is. Siraxai declared. So come on, show a smile for me, you've been way too gloomy as of late. Allowing himself to do so, a smile finally conjured on Alexei's face. There it is. Not only did the thought of no longer be doing what he'd been doing the past 4 lunar harmony made him happy, an adventurous part of Alexei found itself hyped by the idea of this journey proposed by Siraxai. Yet a thought came interrupting his newly lit joy. But before he could voice out his concern, Siraxai came interrupting, addressing the said matter. I believe we can already start to head southward. We'll stop in the few cities we'll run into on the way, and do what's needed to be done to your overall level up to 10. We're still doing this. Then? Yes, Just for a while. Like what? Just a few mages? No, just 2 or 3 blue-eyed dreamwalkers would get us to it. There are 2 types of brand-wielding beings among mankind, mages and drags, also known as blue-eyed mages. The difference between the 2 lies in the timing of their contact with the Brahma core, which is what makes them the mages they are. For those of Raj descent, becoming a mage is a birthright, while for a mage, earning the privilege of a prana core occurs later in life. This disparity in exposure to the prana core may explain why blue-eyed mages tend to have blue eyes, whereas this is not necessarily the case for simple mages. For Alexei, who has faced both types, the difference between them is not just theoretical but also practical. He can clearly discern the difference in prana wielded by Rajas and mages, and he has observed that Rajas tend to have a higher PP, generally above 30, while mages rarely exceed this threshold. Mages, on the other hand, tend to have more battle experience. Although he has encountered skilled Rajas, Alexei has learned that their advantage over mages, including himself, often boils down to the overwhelming strength of their PP compared to others. It has been hard, but consider this segment of our quest, the last one before the finish line. Then, after that, we'll leave all of this behind for our true adventure. So for now let's follow Nox, the shattered moon, southward. A city awaits us there and do what must be done. 30. How strange, you didn't die as easily as we would have expected. Alexei and Saraxai entered the city with ends, obviously not from the city gates. They took in the bustling streets. Walking down the cobblestone streets, Alexei looked up at the faraway towering buildings that he knew very well belonged to Raj, the ones he and Saraxai were here for. As his eyes were locked into the horizon, suddenly, a loud, fancy and frantic carriage came charging towards them, almost knocking Alexei over. Alexei quickly stepped back to avoid the carriage, on a very close call. The carriage charged on without a care for Alexei, its destination the city's gate. What the hell was that? Who knows, Alexei simply ventured, though surprised by it didn't intend on lingering on it and even making a scene out of it. Alexei had just finished saying that yet another carriage passed by at the same blurring speed as the previous one, followed by what looked like a cortege. I don't know what's going on, but I think it would be better if you get away from this road, Alexei. Alexei, sharing the same impression, nodded. Let's get somewhere we can wait for nighttime. Nightfall arrived fairly quickly for the duo. Alexei perched himself on a random rooftop, his gaze fixated on the mansion in the distance that would serve as their target. The grandeur of the building was hard to miss, shining like a castle that could be seen from all corners of the city. So that's the one? Alexei asked, seeking confirmation. Yes, that's the castle. I sense very few dreamwalkers inside. After many cycles of experience, Alexei had learned to identify certain patterns. Houses of this size often belong to Rajs, and these Rajs usually lived in pairs, along with 2 or more regular mages. This made it easier for Saraxai to go after mansions like this, as they usually only had 1 or 2 dreamwalkers, along with many servants and guards. This was preferable to dealing with a handful of mages. I can sense 1 or 2 dreamwalkers at most, but I can't be sure from this distance. However, I'm confident in my assessment of their presence. Besides, we don't have any other options. This is the only mansion that doesn't feel crowded by dreamwalker presences. There are quite a few of them here, making it perfect for a long-run hunt. Perhaps we should have stayed here earlier, to save ourselves the burden of moving from town to town, Saraxai explained. I understand, Alexei replied, choosing not to acknowledge what he felt was an attempt at humor. He jumped off the rooftop and made his way to the mansion, following Saraxai. Standing on the street, after a glance around, Alexei had wind swirling around him, ready to obey his every command. And so, with a sudden burst of energy, he leapt into the air, his body propelled by the force of the wind. Alexei sailed past the castle walls and landed gracefully on the other side, in the sprawling estate that surrounded the main house. He scanned the area, searching for any sign of guards or sentries, but there was none to be seen. It seemed that he had chosen his moment well. Creeping forward, Alexei made his way towards the main house, his movements stealthy and silent. As he drew closer, he spotted a veranda on the side of the house, on the second floor. Without hesitation, he summoned the wine once more, using its power to propel himself up towards the veranda. With a soft thud, Alexei landed on the veranda. He peered through the window into the house. The candles were lit, but there was no sign of anyone moving around inside. Undeterred by it, Alexei slipped quietly through the window and into the house. He tiptoed through the halls, his senses alert for anyone he would have to take care of. But sneaking deeper and deeper into the house he found no such thing, giving the whole castle an empty and abandoned feel. Alexei, this place feels deserted? Is the Raju sense the presence of really here? Yes. As for why this place feels deserted, I don't know, but most people are on the lower floor. Only the target is on this one. So yes, he's here. I see. Just proceed ahead. Despite the grinding feeling lingering in a corner of his mind, Alexei continued towards his target. Eventually, he arrived at a door that, from what he was seeing, the one behind which was his target. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 439. They're in there, Alexei. Alexei nodded, then went to reach for the door handle to feel it locked, which left unfazed, as the next instant using his arrow elementalist to have the door through its keyhole open. Fairly fast enough the door produced a click, allowing Alexei to open inward, revealing a dimly lit room with only rays of moonlight seeping here and there from what looked like windows, allowing Alexei to quickly sneak in, and of course silently close the door behind him. With a soft click, the door slowly swung open, granting Alexei swift entry to the dimly lit room. The only source of light came from the occasional sliver of moonlight that crept in through the windows. Alexei moved quickly and quietly, slipping into the room unnoticed before silently shutting the door behind him. It was, at that moment, as he did that Alexei experienced the closest thing he ever experienced to a jump scare. A noise similar to that he instantly identified as a stomp reverberated, followed by Alexei ordering him, Alexei, dodge. Which in turn was followed by a swooshing coming at him. With reflexes he was himself aware of having, Alexei ducked, and rolled to a moonlight illuminated corner of the room, while hearing from where he stood a thwack as it swung at something that from the light peeking through Alexei understood was the door. I should have aimed higher, I suppose, a voice spoke in the dark. Though, I guess I can't really blame myself. With a kick, the door was blown open. It's simply not every day that I strike at a child. The door being kicked out of the way, light entered the room, revealing the person's whereabouts and appearance. Holding in his hands a curved, single-edged, single-handed, and guardless backsword, the man stood tall and imposing, and that very much despite his advanced age. His face was chiseled and stern, with piercing blue eyes that looked condescendingly at Alexei. This is a strange circumstance for a first meeting, don't you think, boy? The man remarked, guarding his sword, the blade dancing with shimmering lightning in a charging poise. Alexei. Arrow, Gust Surge, level 4. Alexei called upon Gust Surge and unleashed it onto the man, but even at that tier the ripple produced was cut down cleanly by the man with his sword and his lightning, experiencing from it just a little flinching. Alexei called upon Gust Surge, and unleashed it onto the man, but in spite of the mantra high tier, the ripple it produced was swiftly cut down by the man's sword and lightning. He only flinched slightly from the impact. I was hoping somewhere that I was wrong, that this was just a big misunderstanding, but it seems I was simply running from the truth. There is no running away from either it or my duty now. With these words, the man who had been standing just a breath away from the door suddenly flowed in a blur of motion, now just a few steps away from Alexei. With fierce and deadly grace, he swung his blade down. Arrow, Gust Wall, level 4. After using Gust Wall, the man's blade finally encountered something it could not cut through. However, this did not deter him in the slightest. With a jump, he backed away and summoned both arrow and electro elementals, wielding them to launch an attack similar to one of his electro elementals' mantras, slithering bolts. Lightning zapped and struck all across the room, ultimately aimed at Alexei. Meanwhile, the wind blew, roared, and whistled. Despite his barrier, Alexei was tossed out the window. "I will not allow our name to be further sullied," declared the man, swinging at Alexei, who was still in midair. Arrow, air blade, level. 2. Alexei unleashed an apprentice-level mantra at the man, causing his deadly swing attempt to be aborted. This gave Alexei the time and opportunity to use his wings to maneuver himself and land without breaking any bones. What the hell was that? Innerly, Alexei got the same reaction. Things just happened too fast. Just an instant before he was sneaking into the house, the next he got attacked, then things enchained themselves to this point. Alexei was not new to mages fighting back, he was not new to retaliation, just one of this kind. Usually there would be a moment of confusion where they would be surprised by Alexei's appearance, but never had someone acknowledge his appearance to almost immediately go on offensive. It felt, in fact, as though he was expecting the man already knew what he looked and was in fact expecting his arrival, a theory which was pretty much confirmed by the man's next words. "Those quick reactions, and those mastering of prana," the man said, letting out a derogatory chuckle. "It's no surprise that a child like you is able to kill so many of our fellow mages. Underprepared and ambushed in their own home, they stood no chance. Unfortunately for you, it was not the case for me," the man declared while reaching for something that raised Alexei's alert but then brought upon him puzzlement. It was a little object that he brought to his mouth before suddenly blowing. There in the yard, in the middle of the night, a whistling sound echoed through. Alexei remained puzzled as to what it was for, but then, in the distance, he heard another whistle, soon followed by yet another, and again until these whistles that sounded as though responding to one another were heard faint in the distance. After a while, it was no longer a whistle that Alexei heard in the distance but literally bells tolling in the four corners of the city. These presences. They're converging here. Wait, these two presents. This can't be. 31. Annoying Grandpa. These presences. They're converging here. Wait, these two presents. This can't be. Alexei? Has something happened? Yes. Get the hell away from here. Forget about all of this. This is all aborted. This is an ambush. A trap, or whatever it is called. Just understand that a city worth of mages is coming for you. So get the hell out from here. Without the need of being told twice, Alexei turned heel on the man, but he'd not even 10 meters away from that the man with his sword and his elementalist came, once again, swinging. Where do you think you're running to? Arrow, gust wall, level 3, damn. This old man is really starting to get on my nerves. Upon failing his attack, the man wasted no time, and opted to unleash an elementalist attack similar to Alexei's slithering strike at Alexei, forcing to once again call upon gust wall. Alexei, just cast an apprentice-steered mantra and obliterate him out of the way, Alexei imperatively suggested. No, I can lose him, Alexei answered back, while immediately conjuring arrow, gust surge, level 5. Despite being hit by a tier 5 initiate ranked arrow elementalist unleashed at him, the same mantra that sent several men reeling into the distance and knocked them unconscious. Unlike Alexei's previous victims, the man only staggered backward and managed to recover from the knockdown several meters away. Somehow, I'm doubting that. Without even wasting time to brush off the dust from himself, the man charged back at Alexei. Arg. Damn. You know what, little dream, I don't care what you do about him, just get away from this city. They are getting closer by the second. Hurry up. I heard you. With Alexei persistently demanding that he get the man off his back, Alexei made the decision to call upon an apprentice ranked tier 2, gust surge, to finally knock the man into the distance. However, before Alexei could fully materialize the mantra, the man unleashed his blinding lightning attack once again, causing little to no damage but briefly disorienting him. Alexei countered with a gust barrier, completely nullifying the attack. However, the momentary daze that Alexei had initially dismissed as inconsequential turned out to be a huge mistake. Huh? Seizing the momentary daze, the man threw his sword like a spear, seemingly aided by arrow elementalists. It left Alexei no time or opportunity to react, except to slightly move sideways. However, his slight movement was not enough to evade the sword completely. The blade impaled his shoulder blade, piercing through his flesh with a sickening thud and violently propelling Alexei backwards. Pain surged through his body, and he let out a piercing scream. Arg! Little dream. Are you okay? Ah, what am I saying? Of course, you're not. Ah, damn. It's okay, everything will be fine, little dream. Just breathe. Lodged in his shoulder, Alexei's first instinct was to pull the blade out, but it only added to the unbearable pain. He could now feel warm blood gushing out, staining his clothes and skin. Garf! Alexei grimaced in pain. I'm not sure if you should really pull that out, but just do it, Alda. Alexei was interrupted as Alexei's gaze once again met that of the man. The man stood just a dozen meters away from Alexei, surprisingly not dashing toward him with the same relentless pursuit as before when he first approached Alexei. Despite his bleeding and throbbing wound, Alexei gathered his strength and stood, facing the man. For a moment, the two blue-eyed mages stared at each other, neither making a move, locking eyes. While staring at the man, gritting his teeth, Alexei felt something intense and burning, alongside the erratic beating of his heart. It was an entirely new set of emotions that he was certain he had never encountered before. These emotions were shouting at him the same words that Alexei had been shouting at him. Electro. Arrow. Strike him. Cut him. Do whatever you want, but just enough of him already. Alexei experienced those words in a literal sense. However, despite being overwhelmed by a primal desire to make the man pay for what he had done, Alexei refrained from taking any action. Part of the reason was that the man didn't make any sudden movements, and partly because, even though he could have, he didn't immediately charge at Alexei after the attack. Suppressing the urge to act upon Alexei's words and his own bestial instincts, specifically his use of pranikinesis, Alexei reached for the man's blade, extracted it from his shoulder, screaming with bloodshot eyes in the process, before tossing it aside. With his gaze still fixed on the man, Alexei distanced himself, hoping that the man would make a wise choice and allow him to carry out his intended plan, to retreat. Unfortunately, Alexei's hope would be shattered almost instantly by the man's response. That's a surprisingly tough little monster you've become. It's a shame this is what it has come to. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 4:13. Using all of his remaining MP, the man called upon his lightning and wind magic, preparing himself to once again attack Alexei. This prompted Alexei to unleash Thunderlance Level 2, completely abandoning any attempt or restraint at holding himself or his pranikinesis back. Electro, Apprentice, Thunderlance Level 2, 38.5. Before the man's elementalist could take any form or shape, Alexei's Thunderlance flew past, crashing loudly into a nearby structure in the background. While it collided with the structure, it didn't merely fly past the man, but rather pierce through him. A semicircular chunk was visibly absent from the upper right side of his body. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 0, 0. The man glanced down at his wound, reaching for it as if trying to confirm its existence, before collapsing to the ground. As he fell, Alexei remained rooted to the spot, despite Alexei's urgent voice urging him to leave. Alexei, can you hear me? It's over, now get out of here. Now. Ignoring Alexei's orders, Alexei walked towards the spot where the man had collapsed. Blood pooled at his feet, and the man showed no signs of life. He lay there motionless, seemingly dead, killed instantly by Alexei's Thunderlance. Since the night he began his rampage, Alexei had always followed one method, lowering the opponent's HP, whilst Alexei handled the rest, taking what he needed from them. I've never killed anyone, only caused harm, Alexei thought then and always thought. However, faced with the brutal sight that no closed eyes could shield him from, he had no choice but to confront the truth. Alexei, for God's sake. Snap out of it. You need to leave this place. Now. Not now. Later. Right now, You have to go. They're calm. Saraxai was interrupted by the arrival of them. They had arrived, and they were both what Alexei had expected and what he hadn't. A group of 7 or 8 mages, each clad in knightly armor, had arrived and halted at the sight of Alexei, or, to be precise, the lifeless body at his feet. From the crowd, a tall man stepped forward, muttering just loud enough for Alexei to hear, "Lord Alexei." Those few words were sufficient for Alexei to recognize the voice's owner. This voice. Danevald. Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Danevald, 4, 25.7/26, RBN, Mage. When Alexei glanced at the screen next to his face, he received all the confirmation he needed to believe that the person standing before him was indeed Danevald. Alexei, don't listen to him. Don't listen to anything he has to say. Just leave. For once, listen to me. Young lord. You're bleeding, Danevald began, then paused, looking down at the figure lying at his feet. What have you done? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Alexei, leaving him speechless. Father! The voice exclaimed. He turned around to see another familiar face, accompanied by a second group of mages, rushing towards him, more precisely towards the person she had just addressed as father. Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Anya, 4, 27/28, RBN, Mage. As the woman rushed toward him, Alexei instinctively stepped back from his position. It was Anya, the woman who had approached him the day before his escape, introducing herself as his mother. Lord Nagab. She called out, clutching onto him. But soon she realized that there was no saving him. You've done this, haven't you? She asked, tears brimming in her eyes and a furious expression on her face as she looked at Alexei. Holding onto his wound, Alexei stood there, unsure of what he was supposed to say. It was at that moment that his attention was drawn back to Saraxai, who was calling his name. Alexei, damn it! Are you not hearing me or something? I hear you, Alexei managed to respond. It's about time. Listen, more mages are heading this way, but we're leaving this place regardless. Do you understand? We're getting out of here. But for that to happen, I need you to do exactly what I'm asking of you. The group of mages accompanying both Anya and Danevald spread out, forming a semicircle in an obvious attempt to corner Alexei. Once again, Danevald stepped forward and attempted to reason with Alexei. Young lord, please. Listen to us. We only want to talk, but in order to do so, we need you to, don't listen to him, Alexei. Listen to me. We're leaving, but for now, just do it. Do what? You know what I'm talking about. Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 9/16, 219/371, RBN, Mage, 9. Look at how much he has drained your energy. We have come this far, and we won't leave empty-handed. Even a slight improvement would be helpful. Just do it. Use, Gift of the Awakened Dragon. Simultaneously, Alexei was called out by Danevald. Lord Alexei, I don't know what has happened, but we can resolve this. Please don't resist. No one here wishes to harm you, he reassured. However, the mage's drawn elementalists and their expressions told a completely different story. Alexei, do it. With shouts coming from both sides, Alexei stood there faced with a choice to make. He didn't have much time to contemplate. And so, he made his decision. 32. On the run. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy completed. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Absorption initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Absorption completed. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Integration initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Integration completed. Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 10/17, 219/378, RBN, Mage, 10. Great, well done Alexei. Gal, knock them all. Draconic titles, Lord of Old, Ren Awakened, Tier, Constant, 10, 0.19, As Alexei watched his various statuses climb up on the screen, he bitterly realized that nothing felt different and that therefore nothing actually was, which left him no other choice but to be confronted by that realization with the masquerade he had been living under for the past few months. "What have you done? What have you done?" Anya screamed at Alexei, upon witnessing the man's body vanishing into nothing. "Don't listen to her. Knock them all. Unleash, unrelenting wave level. 2. Upon seeing the nightly dressed mages ready to engage in battle, Alexei promptly obliged with Zraxai's suggestion. Arrow, Apprentice, Gust Surge, Level 2, 38.15, Mantra imparted, Type, Rank, Tier, Arrow, Initiate, 1, Name, Pranic Consummation, Air Boost, 1-5, Now run. Without giving himself the time to think about it, Alexei ran. Arrow, Air Boost, with the help of both, Air Boost, and, Unrelenting Wave, Alexei's initial stride covered a considerable distance from the group. However, it didn't take long for that advantage to diminish, rendering it no longer feasible. For some inexplicable reason, the wound on his shoulder suddenly triggered a pain more agonizing than being impaled or pulling out the blade. Despite stumbling and his injured shoulder throbbing with each step, he couldn't bring himself to halt. The shouts and whistles of the approaching mages echoed from all directions, endeavoring him to bear through the pain and focus on Zraxai's voice and the path ahead of him. "Just keep moving forward. We can do this." Zraxai cheered while guiding Alexei. Unrelenting Wave. Straight ahead. Without any question being asked, Alexei unleashed the requested mantra, effortlessly knocking away several knights. However, among those knights, there was one who managed to withstand the force and avoid being knocked down. Rather than resorting to pranikinesis immediately, the man swiftly retrieved his whistle and proceeded to blow it promptly and hysterically, a whistle that was met with responses from dozens of other whistles and shouts across the entire city. As Alexei heard the shouts and whistling sounds growing closer, approaching from both behind and ahead, he swiftly scanned his surroundings. There, Alexei. His gaze landed on a dimly lit alleyway, and he promptly veered into it. Alexei hurriedly walked, trying to maintain a quick pace, but his vision started to blur. He attempted to shake off the blurriness, but even with Zraxai's encouragement, he struggled to keep going. Despite the setback, he pushed forward and eventually emerged from the alleyway. However, within the dimness, he heard a whooshing sound from above, and something whizzed past his face, landing a few meters behind him. With a quick glance, he spotted a blazing arrow. "Loose!" A voice roared. Just as Alexei's gaze fell upon the blazing arrow, he heard another swooshing noise, similar to the earlier one, but this time it wasn't singular. "Gust wall," he shouted. Reacting with more than just instinct, Alexei raised his hand and summoned a powerful gust of wind, expertly blocking the barrage of fiery projectiles raining down on him, just in the nick of time. A tense second of disbelief passed between Alexei blocking the arrow and the same voice issuing orders from a rooftop of a nearby house, "Reload." However, as he turned to face his attackers, a sinking feeling washed over him when he realized they were not the mages he had been evading, they were the city's guards. Before they could unleash another volley of arrows upon him from the rooftops, Zraxai shouted at Alexei, "Gust Surge, Arrow, Initiate, Gust Surge, Level 2, 12.5, as a couple of flaring arrows hurtled toward him, Alexei swiftly raised his hands and summoned a fierce gust of wind, redirecting the arrows off their intended course. However, as he did so, the force of his wind continued unabated, striking the archers and causing them to lose their footing, tumbling off the roof. Despite his already disoriented and drowsy state, there was something about the recent events that Alexei couldn't overlook. It was the archer's evident helplessness in the face of his wind manipulation. As he attempted to assess the situation and the status of the fallen archers, he realized that they were not mages or guards affiliated with mages or Rajs, they were the city's guards. This confirmation only reinforced what he had already sensed: the entire city, and perhaps more, was now in pursuit of him. Just as Alexei was grappling with this realization, A group of knighted mages emerged from the alleyway he had just entered, so once again, arrow, initiate, gust surge, level 2, 12.5, his breathing erratic and blood still fervently pouring out of his wound. Alexei was exhausted. Name, H.P, P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 6/17, 173/378, RBN, mage, den, grap. Zraxai cussed. This does not look good. From the look of this, I don't think it would be wise for us to make it out of the city in this state, unless. How are you holding it? Sweat beading his face, there were only words to describe Alexei's state. Terrible. Hold on just a bit, let me think of something. The slum. The slum? Yes, the slum. We can't leave this city yet, so let's head there, only I feel that there aren't mages there, it must swarms of regular dreamwalkers, so I'm pretty sure that place will conceal use as long pranikinesis is not used, which would grant us time to patch you up. Let's go, it's just ahead. A crowd had gathered in the slums of the street, all facing towards the non-slum part of the city. Nervously navigating through the crowd, Alexei's eyes darted around, anxiously searching for any signs of his pursuers. Fortunately, as he pressed forward, he was relieved to find that he didn't encounter any. The streets were bustling with people, yet the cover of nightfall concealed the small, bleeding boy as he dragged himself through their midst, unnoticed. Or so he thought, until he stumbled and collided with someone. "Hey, there," a woman's voice called out. Alexei didn't respond, he simply kept moving, propelling himself forward with the last remnants of his strength. The woman continued to ask if he was okay, but he ignored her, eventually realizing that she didn't pursue him. While passing by a particularly dilapidated house, an old woman sitting on the stoop noticed him and exclaimed, "Wait, little friend, you okay? You're bleeding." As Alexei made his way deeper into the slums, he stumbled upon several other people, but he was too consumed by his own suffering to acknowledge their presence, let alone their words. With each passing minute, Alexei's mind grew hazier and his body weaker, nearly causing him to collapse. It was during this struggle that he noticed, in the corner of his eye, a collapsed wooden house in the distance. This may not be a palace, but it could serve as a good hiding place, Zraxai commented. Too exhausted to respond to Zraxai's remark, Alexei crawled towards the house with what little strength remained in him. Following Zraxai's advice, Alexei removed his shirt and improvised it as a makeshift bandage to staunch the bleeding from his injured shoulder. Leaning against the wall, he tightly wrapped the cloth around the wound, biting down on a section of it to stifle his screams and suppress the excruciating pain. Afterward, Alexei sat there for a while, and soon tears began streaming down his face. "Does it hurt? I mean, of course, I know it does, but. You know what I'm talking about," Zraxai said. Letting out a heavy sigh, Alexei chose to respond with a nod. "Come on. It's not the time to fall apart. Once you recover, we will show them all what they deserve for. Enough." "Enough?" I said enough. Alexei struggled to utter out. "I'm tired of all this. Fighting people. Hurting people. Killing people. I'm done." Zraxai remained silent for short before declaring, "Fine. I understand. We'll leave this all to this. After this we head straight southward to the southern continent. So wipe those tears, you look miserable to look at." Alexei attempted to wipe away his tears, but it proved futile as they continued to stream down his face. "Now rest, a long journey awaits us tomorrow." Although the conditions he was under made it difficult for Alexei to contemplate the idea of getting a good rest, it only took him the effort of closing his eyes to be lulled under the warm blankets of slumber. Alexei opened his eyes to find himself in a dark and misty place. He couldn't make out anything in the darkness except for the thick fog that surrounded him. He looked down at himself, but there was nothing to see. No body, no hands, not even the injuries on his shoulder. Nothing and nothing more than that. At first, Alexei felt relieved of the pain that he remembered so vividly burning his shoulder, but then he started feeling something else, something more ominous. He felt a sense of emptiness, a void that he couldn't quite explain. As he stood there, trying to make sense of his surroundings, he felt a presence behind him, in front of him, or beside him, he couldn't quite tell. Yet the feeling was there. It was as if someone was watching him, from here and there all at once. "Saraxai?" He called out into the darkness, thinking of the only and most probable candidate. "Is that you?" Alexei spun around, but there was nothing there and no one there. Just the thick fog that surrounded him. It was only some time after that Alexei, in the distance, saw two blue orbs conjuring in the midair and then stared at him. He tried to move to get a closer look at it, as there was some distance between him and the staring orbs, but his feet wouldn't budge. It was as if he were stuck in one spot, unable to move or escape what he knew from the moment he stepped in here was a dream. Since Alexei couldn't move an inch of his non-existent body, he attempted to call out to the orbs, but upon doing so, he got the lingering impression that his words were not only unheard but also unable to travel beyond his lips. Alexei had just made that assessment when a voice calling out his name reached him. "Alexei. Nexus alert, unification proceeded. 65%. At first, due to how low and far away the voice sounded, he didn't recognize the voice, but gradually he realized it belonged to Saraxai. "Nexus alert, unification proceeded. 80%. Alexei, wake up. Alexei, wake up." Once again, Alexei opened his eyes, but this time, instead of in a dream, it was to wake up to reality. It was no longer nighttime, the sun was blazing above him. Alexei looked around to see himself seated against the wall in the same dilapidated house as the night prior. "You're finally awake," Saraxai said, seemingly both relieved and annoyed. "It's about time. I tried to wake you up earlier, but it was to no avail. Anyway, we have a big problem to deal with." As Alexei tried to stand up, a burning sensation on his shoulder reminded him that he was no longer in a dream. He winced in pain but managed to lift himself up with great caution. He walked out of the dilapidated house, still feeling disoriented, and looked around to see what Saraxai meant by big problem. "Surrender yourself, ethereal breeze." On every corner one would look at, knights, mages, and wretches surrounded the place. 33. Unification. Ethereal breeze. The first time Alexei was called that name was by a Raj couple in his third city. Despite being taken aback by his childlike appearance, the couple fought for their lives upon understanding Alexei's intent, holding nothing back. They became Alexei's 23rd and 24th victims. "Surrender yourself, ethereal breeze." Looking left and right, Alexei saw on every corner he looked at, hundreds of knights, mages, and wretches surrounding into a circle formation. While the situation was, at the very least, dire, Alexei's mind was not immediately pulled by how dear it was, since it was instead more focused on the strange, colorful threads he saw shimmering and sometimes vanishing as they came out of him and connected to all the surrounding wretches and mages. Alexei's mind was still drawn onto the threads when a voice from the crowd pulled him out of his trance. "Young lord. Danevald." Alexei mumbled to himself upon spotting a man in knightly armor emerging from the crowd. The man bore two emblems on his chest. The first was a violet flower, which was shared by many mages in the vicinity, and the second was a snake, which was shared by several other mages, including the woman following closely behind him, Alexei's mother. The two of them looked at Alexei with grave expressions. "Don't let him get close to you," Saraxai ordered, upon seeing Danevald closing in and into Alexei. Alexei did nothing but step back one step, and yet it was enough to have the surrounding mages raise their weapon and have their pranikinesis and guard, ready to fire their magic at Alexei at any given moment. "Tell him to not come near you. Once near you, he and she will jump on you and that will be the end of it all. Stay where you are." Alexei followed. "Please. Young lord," Danevald pleaded. "It doesn't have to end like this. For once just listen to me. Don't do anything rash." Though there was nothing to suggest it so in appearance, Alexei followed Danevald's suggestion. "Look at you. You're injured," Danevald remarked, approaching Alexei. "And you chose to remain in the background. He was now just a dozen of meters from him. We can help you with it. Help me. Yes. Help you, we can do that. A physicist will look at you and your injuries. You'll be fine, but for that you'll have to follow us. You're not following him anywhere, Zraxai asserted. Name, H.P, P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 7/17, 253/378, RBN, Mage, 10, Alexei, look at this. Your overrest was not for all in vain. You've recovered some of your H.P and a large chunk of your PP. We can make this. To escape? Yes. We can escape this. You see this corner of the left, I'm sure we can weed out a path from there. To weed out a path, Alexei mumbled, looking at the said corner, and seeing a good dozens of mages. A tier 2, slithering strikes, or a tier 3, wind cutter, could get the job done, and using you, Dragon Bless, we could recover just enough for us to take care of those who might be bold enough to foe. You want me to do it again? You said I wouldn't have to anymore. I did, but that was because we were the one doing the hunting. This time it is the other way around. Here, they're the one after you. You may not want to devour them, but you have to. No, what do you mean no? How do you see yourself leaving this place without a fight? Look at them all, look at every single one of them, look at her. They won't let you out of here. Alexei looked around and understood exactly what Zraxai meant. He did understand. In broad daylight, it was Alexei's first time being confronted by so many people, so many gazes, so different from the usual he gets from Rajas or mages. Alexei understood what situation he was in, and yet he did not wish to act accordingly. Alexei, with one arm tightly holding on to his wounds and the other clenched into a fist, took a step backward, which prompted the surrounding mages to adopt an even more battle-ready stance. This sight steeled in Alexei's heart Zraxai's belief that without a battle there would be no escape from here. At that moment, Danevald pleaded with Alexei once again, saying, "Young lord, I beg of you. Don't. Please." Alexei looked Danevald up and down, his gaze stopping at the sword strapped to Danevald's waist, upon which his right hand rested. Noticing this, Danevald removed the sword and tossed it aside, announcing, "I don't need this, we don't need this. See. Nobody here has come to hurt, we are here to take you home." Upon hearing the word home, memories of the four walls he had lived surrounded by came rushing back to him. "I don't want," Alexei lowly voiced. "I don't want to come back to that fortress," Alexei asserted. "Alright. Not the fortress then, we can go somewhere else, anywhere you wish. But first, I need you to come with us peacefully, without any resistance or hurting anyone," he said before handing his hand out for Alexei to take. "Alexei. What are you doing?" Alexei didn't answer Zraxai's voice. "Whatever you did, you don't have to anymore. You just have to come with us." Little Dream. Little Dream didn't listen to what Zraxai had to say. Instead he, after contemplating upon what he'd been offered up, reached the hand for the one that had been offered to him. Alexei's hand had just reached Danevald when an strangely not so unfamiliar invading crept on him, causing little sparkles crackle around Alexei's hand. Nexus alert, unification proceeded. 90%, I'm sorry. Little Dream, but you refuse to hear my words. You'll leave me no choice. Nexus alert, unification proceeded. 100%, Nexus alert, unification complete, let us be once again what we've always been. As though he had closed his eyes, Alexei's vision faded to black, allowing his mind to be cloaked in a dreamless dark trance from which he almost instantly recovered from. For a moment, it felt as though only a blink had passed. But when Alexei opened his eyes, he was overcome with a groggy feeling that one might expect after a full night's rest. That grogginess was instantly dispelled by something appearing in front of him. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, integration initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, integration completed. Name, H.P, P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 18/19, 453/727, RBN, Mage, 13, Mantra, Arrow, Electro, Rank, Name, Tier, Rank, Name, Tier, Initiate, Air Gust, 1-5, Wind Whip, 1-5, Aerial Clutch, 1-5, Gust Surge, 1-5, Air Blade, 1-5, Gust Wall, 1-5, Initiate, Flash, 1, Spark, 1-5, Slithering Bolts, 1-5, Apprentice, Wind Dance, 1-5, Unrelenting Wave, 1-5, Wind Fury, 1-5, Wind Cutter, 1-5, Apprentice, Lightning Fall, 1-5, Slithering Strikes, 1-5, Lightning Burst, 1-5, Acolyte, Unnamed Mantra, 1-13, Wind Blitz, 1-3, Gale Blade, 1-3, Wind Shield, 1-3, Acolyte, Thunderstrike, 1-13. For a long moment, Alexei simply stared blankly, unable to lift his eyes from what he was seeing. Yet hearing his name being called, he was left with no other choice but lift his eyes from the screen. As Alexei stepped forward, the sight that greeted him was one of destruction. Everything around him had changed, even though he was in the same place as just an instant before. Where he had stood in the middle of a slum corner surrounded by rundown structures and people, he was now surrounded by chaos and death. The buildings were reduced to rubble, and debris littered every corner he looked at. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and dust, making it difficult to breathe. The ground beneath his feet was scorched and blackened, emitting a potent smell of ozone, a sharp metallic tang, and the smell of burnt flesh and hair. The smell was all too familiar to Alexei, the one usually left behind his electro-elementalists when used. Alexei stepped forward and surveyed the area, seeing little to nothing left of the army that had surrounded him. Knights, mages, and Rajs were now scattering away into the distance, screaming at the sight of Alexei. Some were injured, missing one or even two limbs, leaving behind the charcoaled corpses of their former comrades. It took Alexei some moments of staring at this massacre to notice that there had been, like it had been with this place, something changing in him. He was covered in ashes and soot. He was now naked and outfitless. There was nothing left of the wound on his shoulder, but most importantly, there had been something strange about his vision, something that took him way too long to identify as abnormal. There were intertwined threads emerging from his chest that spread out in all four directions, stretching towards the four corners of the sky. As he finally took notice of the threads, Alexei finally heard the voice that woke him in the first place, and it was calling his name. Alexei. 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 The voice initially sounded distant, low, and out of reach, but with each passing second, it grew clearer as if trying to reach him. However, before it could reach, another voice reached Alexei. Though to be exact, it was less of a voice and more of wail. Alexei scanned his surroundings, trying to locate the source of the sorrowful sound that had caught his attention. Despite seeing no one around, he was able to easily locate the sound's origin from the strange threads expanding from him. Following two of these threads, one more vibrant than the other, Alexei was led to a piece of wall on the left side of the broken house where he had spent the previous night. There he'd found a man, whose entire left hand was missing, obliterated by what could easily imagine must have been a bolt of lightning. He was clutching onto a woman's lifeless body, wailing as he held onto her. Danevald. Alexei mumbled, recognizing the man. Hearing his name, the man lifted the gaze to look at Alexei, and looked at him with an expression which reminded him of the look that most maids at the fortress would give him, or the one that the man from the night before had given him, a mixture of fear and hatred. And yet, clinging even more dearly onto the body in his arm, he spat, "Now you did it. What's next, huh? After taking her life, you want to take her body too, like you did for the other? Aye. Or perhaps it is for me that you are after. I'm not. After all that, that wouldn't surprise me any more from a keenslayer like you," Danevald said through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. "You, no, ethereal breeze!" he fiercely exclaimed at Alexei, the rage in his voice unmistakable. "But don't expect me to go down without a fight," he declared, using his Geo-Elementalist Unleash, flying spikes like rock at Alexei. With the distance separating them, the rocks flew and reached in no time, but as it reached Alexei's shadow reach, they met a force they couldn't penetrate through. Arrow, windshield, seeing his attempt failing, Danevald summoned more and more of his earthlance. Just like the others, they met the same fate. All were stopped by Alexei's windshield, which wasn't summoned by the latter. "That's enough, Alexei," Alexei declared, his voice finally clear to Alexei's ear, before screwing the earth drill Danevald summoned. He tried to summon more, only to be met by the same outcomes and give up. "Rg. Do it. What are you waiting for? You want to kill me too, like you did with everyone else? Do it." He lashed at Alexei. Alexei shook his head. "What? Are you saying to me that that's not what you're here for? What else, then? I didn't do this." Upon hearing this, Danevald looked at Alexei as if not believing what he'd just heard before bursting into a sarcastic if not utterly maddened laughter. "Ha ha ha. And what else? Perhaps you're about to say that I have been the smartest man alive for believing that you would grow into something better than what you've been from birth, a keenslayer, and a destroyer. Some things never change. Look at your own mother, look at everything around you. Don't listen to his words, Alexei, none of this is your fault. It's all mine. You did nothing. You have nothing to feel guilty for," Alexei said in a clear attempt to lift the guilt off Alexei. Yet as he looked at the woman whom Danevald held onto with one hand, a chaotic emotion stirred within him, apart from his usual unemotional self. "You." A glance around Alexei clenched fists. "Why her? Alexei, we don't have to talk about this. It has been hard, but it's done now. We have strength now, we can leave this all behind us. We can now answer my question." Alexei pressed upon hearing Alexei avoiding the subject. "Now. They threatened you and attempted to hurt you. I simply did what ought to be done to protect you. From her, just like I did with the others. I do not regret doing what I did. I do." Alexei confessed, upon staring at his status screen and understanding what it has been and always been about. Upon saying these words, Alexei took a few steps back from the baffled and utterly confused Danevald, before crouching down and hugging both of his knees. Name, H.P., P.P., Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 1819, 453 727, RBN, Mage, 13, Alexei? Don't tell me your name, H.P., P.P., Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 17/18, 453/582, RBN, Mage, 12, stop this. Do you want, if this is a dream or a nightmare? Name, H.P., P.P., Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 17/17, 453/465, RBN, Mage, 11, then let me awaken. Name, H.P., P.P., Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 17/17, 453/453, RBN, Mage, 11, Alexei's stat kept going down, without showing any sign of slowing down, at least until it met a sudden halt at level 10. Name, H.P., P.P., Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 16/16, 372/372, RBN, Mage, 11, forgive me, little dream, but I've already said it, once dreams do not dream, so I cannot have you die here. I failed once to protect what I was born to protect. I cannot have it happen once again for what I live for today. Curled into a fetal position, Alexei felt something slowly enveloping him with a stiff, glass-like embrace. Slowly but surely, he feels himself slipping into a slumber. It was as if that which was engulfing him were lulling him into a deep, dreamless sleep, where time has no meaning and the world fades away. His eyelids grow heavy, and despite his efforts to keep them open, they begin to droop. The crystal seemed to hum, a low, soothing sound that vibrated through his body and eased his tense muscles. Alexei felt himself sinking deeper and deeper into the crystal's embrace, until he was no longer aware of his surroundings. The world around him disappears, replaced by a featureless void. The only thing he can sense is a stiff prison, still holding him tight and still humming its gentle lullaby. It was as if he were floating in an endless sea of tranquility, where all his worries and emotions that had earlier tormented Alexei's heart were washed away. 34. Square 1. I believe it is there that I ended up in that crystal, for my next memories were of me breaking out of it. Laying on the ground, her head resting on Alexei's lap, she stared at him throughout the whole narration, learning who he was and how he ended up in the crystal prison she found him in. Finishing his story, a silence took place, as if Ninja took time to absorb all she just took in. How long have you been in that crystal? How long, huh? I can't tell how long it had been. Inside, I wouldn't be able to accurately describe it, but if I were to at least try, it would be that. Time felt like it stood still. So still that at some point I even forgot I existed, Alexei said, staring at his hand. But now that I realize that I did in fact exist, I realize how much that feeling wasn't just my perception of reality. It was the reality. From the reaction of the men who recognized it as ethereal breeze, Alexei could tell that at least a year or at most a couple of them had passed since that day. And yet his body felt and looked exactly the same as he remembered it being. And yet he couldn't help but feel something's changed. Name, H.P., P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 1111, 269/270, RBN, Mage, Den, Mantra, Arrow, Electro, Rank, Name, Tier, Rank, Name, Tier, Initiate, Air Gust, 1-5, Wind Whip, 1-5, Aerial Clutch, 1-5, Gust Surge, 1-5, Air Blade, 1-5, Gust Wall, 1-5, Initiate, Flash, 1, Spark, 1-5, Slithering Strike, 1-5, Apprentice, Wind Dance, 1-5, Unrelenting Wave, 1-5, Wind Fury, 1-5, Wind Cutter, 1-5, Apprentice, Lightning Fall, 1-5, Slithering Strikes, 1-5, Lightning Burst, 1-5, Acolyte, Unnamed Mantra, 1-13, Wind Blitz, 1-3, Gale Blade, 1-3, Wind Shield, 1-3, Acolyte, Thunderstrike, 1-13, Draconic Titles, Lord of Old, Ren Awakened, Tier, Constant, Den, 0.19, yet he knew something was missing from him without knowing what it really was. Nothing, except that. Why the silence? Alexei ventured to ask Ninja. Despite all that had been revealed by him, she remained reticent, except for her initial question about how long he had been trapped inside the crystal. Making his mind assume one thought. I don't think I know what to say, she honestly revealed, resting her to the side. Do you regret freeing me? Alexei asked, voiced the thought that sprouted in his mind. No. I mean. She mumbled, jolting up into a sitting position, stumbling upon words. I don't. I mean. Why would I? Because of what I am. Because of what I did. Because of what I did. They were not your faults, they were Siraxai's. It was him who, it was not, Alexei cut. While I forgot about everything, I realized things that I have failed to see. While there were things that are to be blamed on him, it was not only him, it was because of me. He used you. Just like I used him, even after what I did, she thought to herself. He kept protecting me, and as always, I hid behind him in his shadow, relinquishing the weight of the thing my heart wished not to bear onto him. All the dreamwalkers awakened, all the people killed and absorbed for my status to go up, for the sake of getting stronger. It never was Siraxai, it was me. He only bore the crown of those crimes so that I feel no guilt. He played his part, I played mine. Upon using, blessing of the awakened dragon, on the man who'd thrown the sword at him, Alexei felt it and understood one thing. The charade under which he saw all life as dreamwalkers of this dreaming world for him to get strong was nothing but a trick for him to keep moving forward. Siraxai did nothing, it was him who used that skill and no one else. Siraxai did not wield this kind of power, at least not in that time. If I genuinely did not wish for this all, I wouldn't have gone through all this masquerade. I did. That's all I ever did. The only time Alexei felt the need to break free from the masquerade, to escape Xeraxai's protectiveness, the only way he could think of to do so was to harm himself the way he did. Do you feel guilt for what you did? Guilt? I don't know. But if there is something I have grown to understand about myself, it is that some things never change, Alexei said, quoting Danevald's words, his gaze set on the pranicore ninja Ura held in her hand. That's not true. She exclaimed loudly. That's not true. You're not like that. Am I? Another silence took hold as Ninja Ura appeared to have no response for Alexei. He considered changing the subject, his gaze drifting from the pranicore in her hand to the golden horns on her head. What are you going to do now? He asked. Ninja Ura's expression shifted as if brought back to the reality of her personal situation. She mumbled, I don't know, clenching her teeth in fist before continuing, the people who harmed my parents, I want to find them. All of them. And you want revenge? Alexei ventured, with an unhinged curiosity. I do, she declared with an expression that Alexei had never seen her display before. Yet, it was an expression that Alexei had once seen on someone who had lost someone dear to them. She looked directly into Alexei's eyes and asked, there will be mages, Rajs. If I were to seek vengeance on all of them, would you help me? Alexei felt a weight settle in his gut as he contemplated her proposal. If he was honest with himself, he didn't expect to be asked that from her at all. And yet she did, so he was put in a situation where he was confronted with a choice. On one hand, he undoubtedly wanted to help her and keep her safe, but on the other hand, he didn't want to repeat what he'd been doing that ultimately led him to end up inside that crystal. And yet a choice was expected of him. Alexei sat, silently pondering for a moment before announcing, if it is, only to be promptly interrupted by Ninja Ura. Forget about what I just said. But, forget about it. Ninja Ura snapped. Understood. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to. Ninja Ura trailed off, her voice softer. It was nothing, Alexei tried to reassure. What am I doing, seriously? She sulked, hugging her knees and burying her head in her lap. After a moment, she murmured under her breath. Home. Home? Yes, she confirmed, reaching onto the golden horn on her head, before resolutely announcing, the southern continent. The home of us Odo all. My parents wanted me to take me there. I will do that. With little to no tact, Alexei asked, what about those responsible for your parents' deaths? She, biting her lips, avoided Alexei's gaze, before. To my journey to the southern continent, Alexei, will you come with me? Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, Race, Class, Ninja Ura, 714, 283, 52, Dai Odo, Crowned. From her tone and reaction, Alexei, dense as he was, could understand that revenge was simply not gone from her mind, it was just that she forced herself to put it aside. I will. Arrow, gust surge, level 2, with a swift swing of his hand, Alexei dispatched the last standing guard, sending him crashing into a nearby wall, rendering him unconscious. Taking a deep breath, Alexei surveyed his surroundings. The aftermath of the battle was evident in the broken furniture and shattered glass littering the floor, leaving the mansion in shambles. It had all started when the other mages had spotted him, forcing him to fight his way through their ranks, while his initial objective was just to ask questions he wanted about Ninja Ura's parents to the man they'd been tailing all day long. Looking at the chaos around him, Alexei was reminded of the days he had come to know as Ethereal Breeze. All this time, why did you say nothing? Alexei spoke, as though he spoke to the wind, and yet he knew to his core that he wasn't. No response was heard, prompting Alexei to assert, I know you're there. Answer my question, Xeraxai. Enough time went by for an awkward silence to take root before a voice finally responded to Alexei's question, I thought you needed time to gather yourself. It was a voice Alexei could recognize amidst thousands. It was the voice that, as far as he could remember, had been the one speaking in his head. Is this gathering myself about me not remembering anything? Was it why you made no attempt to remind me of who I was and what I have done? Those racks I had no material body to nod, Alexei felt it. Well, Alexei started, stepping over the unconscious body of a guard as he made his way to the upper floor where the man's unconscious laid. I don't know how long you planned on take this yet another masquerade going, but it didn't take me long to go back to my old habit I suppose. Some things never changes, Alexei said, quoting Danevald's words. Just like many things, some of us never change, so let me ask you, what have you done to me? What have you done to her? I was born to protect Anarax. Reborn to protect the dream. I have done what needed to be done to protect you. 35. To the southern continent. They decided. Alexei and Ninja Ura would journey to the southern continent, to the nation of the Odo race. The first thing the duo did after making the decision was to leave the city, as there was no way of staying around after the mess left by Alexei in the mansion where he abducted the man. In addition to that, with the man's complete disappearance, there was no doubt that this news would soon reach the citadel, if it hadn't already. So, before any action could be taken against either of them, Alexei or Ninja Ura hopped into a carriage that would take them to the next city and left. A day's journey later, the duo arrived in a brand new city. It was a new city to tread in, yet Alexei's and Ninja Ura's excitement was nothing like that of their previous city. Naturally, after discovering what had become of her parents, the mood as they walked into a new city was no longer the same as the first, and neither was the journey. Nevertheless, one could clearly tell that despite all that, Ninja Ura was trying to remain cheerful. The same could also be said for Alexei, and yet it simply was not genuine. After a while, Alexei said, clumsily venturing, "It's a new city, isn't it?" Ninja Ura looked around and nodded, "Yes, it is." After a pause, she added, "But it doesn't resemble Azerwal at all, does it?" Alexei sighed, "Yep. It doesn't." Both Ninja Ura and Alexei tried to engage in small talk, hoping to lift the somber atmosphere obliviously lingering between them. However, each attempt sold out with just an awkward aftertaste. So at some point, the duo unanimously and wordlessly decided to give each other space. Under the relentless sun that beat down on the bustling streets of the city, casting long shadows over the buildings and people who filled them, Alexei and Ninja Ura aimlessly meandered around with no clear objective in mind. As they continued to wander, they arrived at a plaza that had been turned into a marketplace where stalls littered the place, littered around by a bustling crowd. Stalls of various sizes filled the area, overflowing with an array of exotic goods. The scent of fragrant spices, roasting meat, and freshly baked bread filled the air, tempting passers-by to sample their offerings. Overall, the sight reminded Alexei of the bazaar from the previous city, except that this one was set here in the open instead of being tucked away in an alleyway. The aroma of freshly baked bread ignited a hint of hunger within Alexei, which became distinctly audible as they approached a spot in the market where the corner from which the smell emanated was visible. Unsurprisingly, the rumbling of his stomach did not go unnoticed by Ninja Ura. Ninja Ura glanced towards the corner where several bread stalls had been installed, then shifted her gaze towards Alexei and finally, her purse on her hips. "I don't have anything left of the money from back then," she remarked. Up until now, Alexei and Ninja Ura had been surviving on the money that Ninja Ura had obtained from the market, along with the fruits from back then, which also back then resulted in them being chased by guards across the city. And yet it was unarguable that the money from back then had successfully fared them across 2 cities without having to worry about money. "It's okay," Alexei immediately reassured. "I still have the golden ornament in my possession. I'm confident that we can earn some coins so long that we find someone to buy it." Alexei nodded. "Let's find someone." With these words, the duo lapsed back into their initial silent mood as they resumed their roaming through the market. As they made their way further across the market, to a less crowded area, Alexei, following Ninja Ura closely, suddenly bumped into her back. She turned around and looked at him, but her distant gaze suggested that her mind was elsewhere. Ninja did something happen? Instead of answering, she suggested, can you wait for me here? She left without giving Alexei the opportunity to voice his opinion, disappearing into the crowd and leaving him on his own. For a moment, he stood there, feeling conflicted about whether or not to follow her, but before he could make a decision, a thought occurred to him about the situation. This feels familiar. He'd left as he'd been put in this situation in the past, and soon he understood, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he remembered where it had been. Alexei's thought, which was thus far only an assessment, was halfway confirmed to be a reality when he saw Ninja coming out of the crowd, running toward him, carrying 2 large loaves of bread in her embrace. Run, run, run! She shouted at him, handing over one of the loaf of bread she carried with her. Alexei looked back to where she had come from and saw guards coming out of the crowd, pointing at them, an inquisitive look on their faces. There! They shouted. Ninja urged as she waited for Alexei, what are you waiting for? Come on! Left with not even a time to sigh, Alexei followed. Stop, thieves! Came the cry from behind them. You guys are really being persistent. Ninja shouted back. And I don't mean that in a good way. Alexei and Ninja hurried through the bustling streets, jostling past merchants and shoppers alike. But the guards were hot on their heels. As they drew closer, Alexei caught a glimpse of something on Ninja's face. Her expression suggested more than just annoyance at the pursuit or any other emotion towards the chasing guards. Yet he couldn't help but notice the gleeful smile on her lips, which betrayed a sense of exhilaration and delight in the chase. What are you spacing at? Hurry up! They're closing in on you. At this remark, Alexei hurried and lightened his steps, with just enough aero elementalist to allow him to keep up with Ninja. A wider smile taking shape on her face, Alexei and Ninja left the plaza market to go down a narrow alleyway up ahead. In spite of the increase in speed Alexei took, the guards closed in behind them, their shouts echoing off the walls of the buildings. Alexei and Ninja ran as fast as they could, their feet pounding against the uneven cobblestones. As they emerged from the alley onto a wider street, they found themselves facing a dead end, similar to what had happened the last time. A tall brick wall blocked their way, leaving them with nowhere to run. However, Ninja chuckled childishly at the sight and quickened her pace, put the loaf of bread in her mouth before, promptly launching a golden appendage forward to the top of the brick wall, which she, with the grace and ability of an arboreal beast, used to grapple her way up there, where, with an arm held forward, she invited Alexei up. Following the example Ninja had set with her use of her Odo, Alexei used his aero elementalist to propel him upward, reaching a height just high enough for him to reach onto her held out hand. I got you! She muttered, her words muffled by the bread she was biting onto, pulling him up. Having been brought to the top of the wall, Alexei looked down from above and saw the guards emerging from the alley one by one. Where? Wait! What the hell? How did you get there? The guards, startled, reacted. A smug smile on her face, Ninja stuck her tongue challengingly out at them before leaning in on Alexei, clutching on him before taking a leap to the other side of the wall, leaving the task of cushion to Alexei and his aero elementalist. Ha ha ha! I hope you have seen their faces when they've seen us up the wall. Yes. I've seen it, confirmed Alexei. Their minds must be stirring like crazy, attempting to figure out how we got up there so fast, said Ninja taking a bite of her hard-earned loaf of bread. Seeing how this little unlawful activity had clearly lightened her mood, Alexei smiled and mimicked her by taking a bite of his own. The bread, while no longer warmer, still tasted like he hoped it did, worth stealing and being chased after for theft. After she finished, Ninja voiced, it tasted good, but I'm kind of thirsty now, aren't you? Alexei nodded and followed her in search of some water to drink. Wandering for a while, the duo eventually came upon a small square where people were gathered around a well for them to quench their thirst, but before they could do so, they had to wait as a large queue was pending before they could do so. Women were drawing water from the well, filling their container before retreating to a corner of the square. As the duo finished quenching their thirst, Alexei's attention was drawn to the corner, where most of the women headed after filling their containers. As they sat down to rest, Alexei looked around at the people gathered in the square. He pointed at a group of women standing in front of a large nearby building. "What are they doing over there?" he asked. "That had to be a bathhouse," mumbled Ninja Ura, following his gaze before explaining. "The women standing outside are called cleansers. They clean people." "Cleanser," Alexei mumbled, an image forming in his mind. In his mind, the image of women vigorously brushing a person's body. He knew that. He'd been through that. It was just that he'd quickly learned to do that on his own, as bathing had undoubtedly become an overly dangerous activity for the fortress guards and servants. "No, it's not the kind of cleansing you're thinking of." "It isn't? They are different kinds of cleaner, and they are doing a different kind of cleansing." "How do I explain it?" "You pay them money and they slap you with herbs and warm water." Alexei was left even confused by her explanation. And she seemed very well aware of that. As confusing as it is. There is no other way of putting it, unless. "Do you want to try it?" It took Alexei a moment to register the suggestion, which prompted as intrigued as he was to follow with, "What about the mo?" Alexei was interrupted by the sound of coins rattling. "I hope you didn't believe that I would simply be run after for 2 loaves of bread," she declared, a proud smile on her face. She then revealed 2 new pouches from within her dress, which, based on the sound, suggested that they were both full. "So if you're in, we're in?" Approaching the bathhouse, the duo immediately fell under the women's radar. "Come, come!" they cried, beckoning to the 2 children, their arms outstretched in invitation. "Let us cleanse your body and soul." While Ninja Ura looked nonchalant with their proposition, Alexei hung back, uncertain. "Usually, when it comes to this, I was told that the older, the better," Ninja Ura declared, reaching for Alexei's hand before dragging him further, ignoring the other cleansers, in search of an older cleanser nearing the bathhouse entrance. The old woman had thick and lustrous black hair, just like Ninja Ura and most cleansers around, which she tucked under a straw hat. As the light filtered through the hat, it further pronounced the warm dusk complexion that radiated a rich, honeyed glow of her skin, which, in spite of the many years, still remained soft and creased. "And her, Nana, up for a cleansing for my little friend over here?" she immediately asked the woman. "He's a bit shy, so take gentle care of him." Hearing this, the woman smiled kindly at him, giving a reassuring nod. "I will." Having reached this point, Alexei was left with no choice but to relent. Ninja Ura was offered a little stool by the old woman, while Alexei was taken to one, which was set next to candles, incense, and tons of weird herbs, which the woman began to prepare for the cleansing. "Shirt off." "Huh?" she said. "To remove your shirt." Ninja Ura laughed, amused by Alexei's reaction. "Come, don't move. Let me help you get this off." With Ninja Ura's intervention, in no time, Alexei was there, sitting on his stool, bare-chested. "Relax, little one," she said softly. "Close your eyes, forget about everything." Alexei obeyed, and as he did, he started to feel a firm but gentle touch on his shoulders. She began to move her hands down his body, tracing a path along his arms and legs. As she worked, Alexei felt a deep sense of calm wash over him. He could feel the tension in his muscles melting away, replaced by a soft, soothing sensation. The woman continued her gentle movements, murmuring soft words in Odo known only to her, but Alexei could tell it was at least some form of prayer. She massaged his shoulder, her arms, and even his ears. Soon enough, she stopped, only for Alexei to hear immediately after a strange rattling, followed by water being poured. Alexei opened his eyes and saw that the woman was holding a bunch of herbs, which she dipped into a bowl filled with a strange golden solution. She held it up to his face, asking him, "Inhale deeply, little one." Obliging himself, Alexei took a deep breath into the liquid-dipped herb. Although it didn't smell bad, it didn't smell particularly good either. Instead, there was just the strange metallic scent it exuded. Soon, using the same herb, Alexei would understand what Ninja Ura meant by slamming you with herb and warm water. Soon, quite faster than expected, the woman's cleansing on Alexei was complete. So how did you find it? Alexei nodded. You liked it? He did, Ninja Ura confirmed on Alexei's behalf. I see, so what about you, child? About me? Do you not wish to be cleansed too? Having spent enough time around Ninja Ura, Alexei understood that she wished to, but there were two big buts, both laid under her sleeve in the turban she wore. No, I'm fine, Nana. Maybe, next time. Ninja Ura said, handing her the price for her cleansing. I see. I understand. See you two next time then, until then may the golden blessing protect you on your journey. Though both Alexei and Ninja Ura weren't sure where she'd got the journey part, the duo bid her farewell. So did you really like it? Or was it to be nice to the Nana? I really liked it, Alexei affirmed. I see. Great then, she simply smiled. What about you? What about me? Didn't you want to be cleansed too? Upon being asked, she took a pause before answering, no, I see. You don't sound convinced at all, she remarked. But it is the truth. I really didn't. The truth is that I have never been cleansed by a cleanser like that woman. You never been? Yes, I never did. After all, getting cleansed would mean having my body touched and revealed, with those golden scales on my arm. Neither I nor my parents couldn't afford that. So instead it was my mom who did it to me. Well, though to be fair, with her, it felt more like a cleaning than an actual cleansing, she chuckled reminiscingly before falling into a nostalgic silence. It didn't take her to become self-aware of the mood she instilled. What am I doing? Here I went sulking again, I suppose. Sorry again for that. It's nothing. It's in the past now, I suppose. We need to focus on the future, she declared, seemingly cheering herself on. Our main focus should be heading to the southern continent. Retrieving the two clinking purses, she continued, we've already got these, which is a good start. This city and its markets will be a great place for us to gather enough money to fund our journey. And before we know it, we'll be on the southern continent. 36. The Divi. Since the duo's objective has shifted from finding Ninja Ura's parents, to, after learning what happened to her parents, journeying to the southern continent, it soon became apparent that what they needed the most was money, as that would be the only thing that would take them out of the continent, both in the terrestrial and naval part of the journey. They needed money. So for several days the duo worked their way to the needed amount. How? Through Ninja Ura's well-mastered method, stealing, which she tried to impart on Alexei. Running to not be caught in an alley, Alexei's heart was pounding frantically. Besides, Ninja Ura was also running. Behind him, he could hear the heavy footfalls of the guards as they closed in. 4 guards, each shouting, stop, only to be completely ignored by the duo. As he reached the end of the hallway, he saw that it split into 2 paths. A glance exchanged with Ninja Ura, they both agreed to split up. Ninja Ura took the one on the left, and Alexei took the one on the right. Looking behind him, Alexei found that guards just as they split themselves, equally, leaving now 2 guards after Alexei. While there's still 2 of them after him, Alexei felt relieved to have less of them after him, as to no longer needlessly attract attention to themselves. He and Ninja Ura had agreed to neither use Odo or pranikinesis, or at the very least not use them somewhere that could have them been witnessed by people. So yes, 2 instead of 4 was a far lighter burden to bear. Somewhere in his heart Alexei thought he would have it easier, but that was not to be. Just as he emerged from the alleyway to turn to the passage available to him, he saw 2 guards waiting for him at the end of the path. One was armed with a sword and the other a spear. Thief! Stop! The guards behind Alexei shouted. Stop him! Hearing their fellow guards' shouts, the 2 guards ahead went in guard, ready to stop Alexei. Alexei didn't slow down. Instead, he, fearlessly, charged at the guards with all the speed he could muster. He knew he couldn't fight them head on, but he hoped to slip past them and keep running. As he got closer, one of the guards stepped forward and swung his sword at him. But Alexei was quick. He ducked under the blade, ran past the first. The second guard came at Alexei with the same attempt as the first, but this with a forward thrust of his spear. With the same and fearless approach as for the former, Alexei took advantage of his small physique to boldly slide under the thrusting spear, avoiding being impaled by only hair breadth and between the guard's legs, coming up behind him. "What?" Alexei heard the guards exclaiming, but he spared not a second of his time looking back. He kept running, running and running until after a while, looking back, he understood that he'd lost the guards. It was only when he realized so, that Alexei took a break to heave out a loud sigh. Noticing a pile, he went to take a restful sit. While he'd been separated from Ninja Ura, he held no worry about her being unable to fend off herself from the guards. In fact, when he came to this, he was fairly certain that she was at least 20 times better than he was. So no, on this, he was not worried the slightest. He sat there, catching his breath before planning to join Ninja Ura. Alexei retrieved from his waist 3 purses, among which was the one for which he and Ninja Ura had been chased after by those guards. Shaking it, a clicking sound rang. He then pulled out a handful of coins, letting them run through his fingers. Doing so, Alexei was lost in his thoughts, only to be interrupted by a voice heard to him alone. "What are you doing, little dream?" Alexei hesitated to answer, but eventually, fixing the mess you left behind, "The one that we left behind," he reproachfully remarked. "Alexei, I understand your anger. I have stayed on your side long enough to do so, which is also why I also know that all that trying what you're trying to do will result in nothing but you hurting yours. The only one capable of hurting, that had been hurting, has always been you. You had things to be that way, remember." "You might be right. I am, and I know that," Alexei interrupted. "Looking back, you never allowed anyone near me. It is only now that I understand that it was because, in your eyes, there was no use for them at my side. No, at your little dream's side. That's what I was and have always been, right? To you, I was never Alexei. I was your soon-to-be champion, your Lord of Old's 3rd iteration, your fearless nightmare. I am none of that anymore." As he finished counting the coins, his thought drifting back to Ninja Ura, which he parted ways with, he quickly gathered the rest of the coins and put them in a single purse. "I am none of that anymore. Alexei. Don't call me. Don't talk to me. Don't speak to me about your lies. I have failed enough people, just like I now fail you, but I won't fail her," Alexei announced resolutely. "I'll take her home, to her ancestors' place. She'll be alright." Following the golden threads connecting him to Ninja Ura, Alexei went on to find her. It didn't take Alexei long to locate her, as she was waiting for him in the shadows of an alleyway. She looked up at him as he approached, a small smile crossing her lips. "I was starting to think you'd been caught, or something. Name, H. P. O. P. OMP, race, class, Ninja Ura, 714, 287, 53, no, crowned, sorry." "Huh? Why sorry?" "For worrying you." Upon hearing Alexei's reason, she looked at him as he'd just uttered something senseless, before a light tap on his shoulder. "There is nothing to say sorry for here. I'm in fact curious how you were able to find me so fast. I didn't even tell you where I would be when we split up." Alexei wasn't sure if she were to like the explanation he had of that, so instead of doing so, he reached at the purses on his waist and handed them to Ninja Ura. Taking the purse in her hands, she said, "Thanks." Just as Alexei had done earlier, she started counting the coins and spent some time calculating. Once she was done, Alexei ventured the question that he had been eager to hear the answer to: "Is it enough?" Ninja Ura nodded in response. "Enough for our journey on land, on sea, and possibly even more," she replied. Ninja Ura turned to Alexei and smiled. "We did it," she said, holding up the purse of coins. Hearing this, Alexei's only reaction was a sigh of relief. "Alexei." Ninja Ura approached Alexei's side, took him in her embrace and lifted him up, which given their height and weight difference was rather easy for her to pull up. What? Why? Did you hear what I said? We did it. I believe that this deserves at least a smile, not just a sigh, right? Hearing this, Alexei could more or less see where it came from. After all, it had been several days and even weeks since they had come to the decision of heading to the southern continent, and since that day, stealing and pickpocketing had been part of their everyday routine. So, yes, it did deserve at least a smile. Alexei nodded. See, you agree with me. Now if you want me to put you down on the ground, give me a smile. Obliging curved his lips into a U form. This smile doesn't feel very genuine to me, she remarked, raising an eyebrow. Add in some teeth and I'll believe you. Alexei obliged. There you go, a nice big smile. Ninja rejoiced before putting Alexei back on the ground. But that didn't mean she simply let go of him. She went behind him and rested her chin on his head. But you're right, she continued. This is just the first step. We still have got a long way to go. For a moment, they remained just like that. It was only then that Alexei, not knowing what else to say, asked, What do we do now? We find the person who will put us in contact with the travelers. Following Ninja down the path, Alexei walked on the cobblestone path, their steps echoing after Ninja announced that they needed to find the person who would put them in contact with the travelers. Ninja where are we going? Alexei asked as he noticed that they were leaving the common residence and heading towards the Raja's residence. Ninja did not answer but instead simply smiled and said, You'll see. They walked until they reached a property located between the Raj's residence and the common's residence. The mansion before them was not as grand as the ones ahead belonging to the Rajs, but it was still impressive with its towering pillars and manicured garden. They approached the entrance, but before they could enter, a man stepped in their way, holding a gardening scissor. He was a tall, lanky man with rough hands and calloused skin. His features were distinctively those of an Odo, just like Ninja's. Judging from the object, he must have been the mansion gardener or something along those lines. Yet in spite of that, the man, much like a guard of some sort, crossed his arms, his eyes scrutinizing the two children. You two? Where do you think you're going like that? He asked, his voice gruff and guarded. Ninja stood tall, her chin lifted in defiance. We're looking for this city's Devi, she said boldly, not backing down. You. The man's eyes flickered to Alexei, who was clearly not an Odo. With him? He asked, his tone accusing. Who's he? Ninja's jaw tightened, her fingers curling into fists. It's none of your business, she retorted. The man scowled, clearly not liking her attitude. But just as he was about to say something else, a voice called out from within the property. Andrai, what is it? It asked. The man, Andrai, turned towards the voice, and a young woman of maybe 17 emerged from the mansion. Much like Ninja she was an Odo, but unlike her, she had a certain air and elegance that were missing from Ninja. Just some children, Miss Anna Andrai explained. Ninja stepped forward, her gaze locking onto the woman's. I'm here for the city's Devi, she said firmly, not wanting to beat around the bush. The woman raised an eyebrow, her gaze flickering between Ninja and Alexei. And what do you need her for? She asked, her tone cool. Ninja hesitated, not wanting to reveal anything to anyone but apparently that person. My mother isn't here, she revealed instead. But I can tell you what you need the city's Devi's help with. I will tell her. Does it have anything to do with that boy? Or is it about something else entirely? There was a change in the woman's voice, one that made Ninja's attitude slightly change. For a moment, she considered the woman's offer before announcing, Thanks, but I think it would be better if we talked to the city's Devi personally. I see, she simply said. We'll just come back later, Ninja announced. As Ninja was about to take her leave, the young woman called her back. Wait. Yes? Since you're already here, and since she's not here at the moment, What about you wait inside? She proposed, motioning towards the mansion. 37. The Devi. 1. While they waited for the Devi to arrive, Ninja Ura took advantage of the time to explain to Alexei what a Devi is. One could say that, for the most part, owing to their history from inception to the day when most Odo parted from their homeland, the Odo race as a whole tends to live under a matriarchal order. From the matriarch to her well-known battle maiden, all of them were women. Mimicking this tendency, the common Odo of the central continent have a woman representative for each city, whom they hail as a viceroy of some sort. As a Devi, these women had the duty of leading most Odo ceremonials. They also upheld the responsibility of acting as a leading and diplomatic figure for the common Odo, and the common people led by the nobles. These were their official duties, known superficially to most common men. However, to those born as Odo, a Devi was known for a very peculiar reason. Especially for an Odo who desires or dreams of returning to their homeland, the Devis were the one to approach if one wishes to make a journey to the southern continent, for the Devis were the bridge between their respective communities and the travelers. Ninja Ura and her parents, in their desire to make the journey to their homeland, had to approach a Devi, just like she and Alexei are doing, which explains the duo's presence at the local Stevie's mansion. To wait for her, Alexei and Ninja Ura were taken to a veranda behind the mansion. It took them a wait time of almost half an hour before being called in by the gardener, who informed them that the Devi had arrived. Led by the gardener, Alexei and Ninja Ura were received inside a well-garnished living room that exuded luxury and grandeur. As they stepped inside, Alexei's eyes were immediately drawn to the clear emphasis on the color gold that dominated the room. From the roof to the floor and even the carpet, everything seemed to be adorned with a golden hue. The little that were spared were the walls and some occasional furniture such as the little table in the middle of the room. As Alexei and Ninja Ura took in the opulent surroundings, they noticed a woman seated on one of the living room's golden-colored sofas. She appeared to be in her 40s and, like Ninja Ura, was a member of the Odo tribe. However, unlike Ninja Ura, Alexei discerned that the woman was not a Dai-Odo, and yet, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the woman bore on her skin something that suggested otherwise or at least was attempting to do so. Her face was adorned with golden shards beneath her eyes, almost as if trying to replace freckles. They were nowhere as authentic as the golden scales Ninja Ura bore on her arm, but one could see where she'd been coming from. Standing in front of her, "We greet Devi Baladi." Ninja Ura greeted, her head bowing. Alexei, who'd been standing beside her, taken by surprise by this sudden solemn greeting, tried to mimic Ninja Ura's greeting as best as he could. "Greeting children," she replied, before her hand showing a nearby seat invited, "Take seat." Without a word further, Alexei and Ninja Ura obliged. "So, I heard you were looking for the city's Devi, personally. Here I am. What can I help you with? Perhaps you came because you need help to adjust yourself with this new city." At these words, Alexei exchanged a gaze. "You know we weren't from here? It is my job as a Devi to know every Odo in my city, so of course, I know you are not one of them, and that you are most likely not from around these parts of the continent. I believe the same is true for this young boy, so what is that this old woman can help you with?" At that question, Ninja Ura once again cast a sidelong glance at Alexei, taking in deep breath before announcing, "I would like to make my way back to the southern continent, to the homeland of our people." Hearing Ninja Ura's declaration, the woman frowned. "I see. I can understand this desire, all of us can. But what of it exactly?" she asked as if trying to ascertain something from Ninja Ura's next words. "What does it have to do with me? I need your help, Devi," Ninja Ura firmly replied. "What makes you believe that I can help you, child?" Reaching for her waist, Ninja Ura retrieved several clinking purses and put them on the wooden table between them. Alexei also did the same. "I have the money," Ninja Ura declared. "I can see that. But may I ask where this money comes from?" "Please, Devi, do not ask questions you would not like the answer of." "I suppose I really shouldn't," she said as she stood up and started walking around. "But the thing is, These past few days, as a divi, I have received complaints from all across the city. These complaints mention that one of my kind has been stealing from Rajs, nobles, merchants, and even fellow Odo. The complaints state that the Odo in question is a little girl who is not yet old enough to be rightfully called a teenager, and that she always comes accompanied by a little boy who does not even look 10 years old. Having been walking for some time, she came to a halt, staring at the duo, explaining, "The city is in uproar, and as someone who wishes for nothing but peace, you must understand the position I am put in regarding these thieves." She put Ninja Ura and Alexei in a clear situation where neither of them could deny their doing, prompting Ninja Ura to confess, "It was us. But we've gathered enough money now, we don't have to do this anymore," Ninja Ura declared. Conjuring a smile, she said, "I was hoping for the same," before returning to her seat. "You seem to know a lot about how this works. Judging from this amount, and the fact that you didn't come here alone, I take it that this money was not just for your journey alone." While she spoke these words, she cast a gaze at Alexei. Nodding, "Yes," Ninja Ura confessed. "He will be coming with me." She looked not at all surprised by Ninja Ura's confession. "Why? He is no Odo. What purpose would he have to head to the southern continent? Just like there isn't much for our people here, there would be nothing for him there. He is." Ninja Ura was about to say something, but from the way she nervously looked at Alexei seemed hesitant to speak on his behalf, ultimately prompting Alexei to take action. "Because I want to," Alexei assessed. Both Ninja Ura and Alexei looked at Alexei waiting for him to add another reason, but Alexei had nothing to elaborate further on. "He said it, because he wants to," Ninja Ura added. "I see. But I suppose that's a good enough reason. That was his motive, but you, girl, I would like to know about yours. I've had numerous Odo approach me to receive help to make this journey. I've seen different people from different backgrounds with each a different lifestyle, each unique in their own way, yet most of them all shared a common trait: they were parents or soon to be parents, not children, that the generation that would come after them or after their parents would at least be born blessed by Odo. So, tell me, what is your reason for making this journey, for I know that the latter isn't yours." The woman's question sent Ninja Ura into a silent brooding, which the woman broke her from with, "There is no need to hide anything from me, nor lie, I just want to know your reason, your true reason." Ninja Ura remained hesitant for a moment, but once done with it, she took her leap. "It had no reason. Going back to our Odo homeland is, where my parents wish, for that's where they believe someone like me belonged." "Someone like you?" Instead of explaining herself, Ninja Ura allowed the woman to witness with her two eyes what she meant. Pulling the sleeve of her dress, Ninja Ura revealed the golden scale that littered a large part of her forearm. "Golden scales? You're an Odo," the woman uttered in disbelief, and yet her reaction was nothing compared to the one she took upon seeing Ninja Ura remove the turban she wore to hide the golden horn recently adorning her head. "A pair of horns?" the woman mumbled, unable to believe what she's seeing. "A crown? A crown?" Ninja Ura repeated, confused. "Yes, a crown, that's what those are called. You never heard, I see, so you were really that girl. You know me? I've heard of you. After what happened to the last convoy of travelers, of course, I have. You said were when you mentioned that taking you to the southern continent was your parents' wish, not yours. So, I assumed they were part of that convoy, just like you have been. However, since you were the one they were after, you were taken away, while they met that fate." Hearing this, Ninja Ura lowered her gaze, receiving the second confirmation of her parents' fate. Receiving the second confirmation of her parents' fate, Ninja Ura lowered her gaze. "Ninja Ura, you okay?" Alexei asked, reaching for her shoulder. "It's okay. I'm fine," Ninja Ura brushed off with a rather forced smile. "I'm sorry, but from your reaction, it seems like you were already aware of it. However, I believe that my inconsideration was uncalled for. As I said, I'm okay," Ninja Ura insisted, hiding her golden scales back under the sleeve of her outfit. Devi, I've told you my reason for wishing to return to our homeland, now can you help us reach out to the continent? Indeed, I now understand your motive, and I would like to help you, but there remain some issues. For a moment Alexei caught a glimpse of a subtle glance his way from the woman. After what happened to you, to your parents and to the convoy in general, aren't wretches and mages still relentlessly after you? Upon hearing the woman's words, Alexei's thoughts were brought back to the day when they were ambushed by 4 mages, whom he had assumed had come for him but instead had come for Ninja, only to scatter away upon learning his identity. So to answer that woman's question, it was fair to say that yes, they were still after her. I'll take this silence for a yes. I'll pay out more. Ninja asserted. It is not a question of money, Ninja. That's your name, right? It is more than that. The travelers are the only hope for our people to safely leave this continent. What happened to the last convoy has never happened before and left a stain like never seen before upon their name. So, there really is no way they would accept taking us across? The likelihood of them taking upon the same task that had in the past cost them so much is slim to none. Upon hearing this, Alexei saw the desperation on Ninja's face, prompting him to make a silent but resolute decision. If the need arose, he was willing to accompany her to the seaside and cross the sea. He didn't know how he would do it since he didn't know how to swim, but he was determined to take her to the other side of the continent. Reaching for a pat on her back, Alexei offered with a "it's going to be fine," his support, only to be interrupted by the woman, who added, with a sigh, "Though slim might the probability of it being doable, I believe there could still be some way we can bargain this with the traveler." You mean that it's still possible? There's a chance, yes. Hearing this, a smile took shape on Ninja's face. But for that chance, that probability to be reality, I would have to talk to the right person within the traveler's organization, and to do so I would have to leave the city. Leaning forward, she reached into one of the purses, on the table, pushing the rest toward the duo. "Give me 5 days, 7 at most, I'll talk to my contact, I'll do my best to convince him," she claimed, making the coins clink within the purse. "Thank you, Devi," Ninja said as she stood up from her seat and bowed her head to the woman. "There is nothing to thank me for, I'm just doing my duty as a Devi, which I must warn while I won't be around, no more bringing attention to yourselves, which means no more stealing from Rajs, from merchants or anything. Understood?" Understood. 38. Meeting with the travelers. After receiving Devi's approval, the duo were proposed by her to stay under her mansion's care for discretion and to avoid drawing attention to themselves. This was partially due to the plundering activities that they had undertaken to gather money for their journey. Devi suggested to Alexei and Ninja that they remain under her care while she was away, but the duo refused. While the offer was tempting, Alexei and Ninja who were more or less homeless, voted instead to embrace the freedom the street offered. They agreed to visit Devi on daily to inquire about the Devi's latest update. "Do you think she's here this time?" Alexei asked as they made their way to the Devi's mansion. "She should be. It's 2 days past the 7 we agreed on." Just as Ninja had said, while 5 days and at most 7 days had been agreed on, it was already the 9th day, and yet still not a single whereabouts of her. "Do you think it's possible that she what? Ran off?" "No, that can't be," Ninja confidently affirmed, her faith for the Devi unwavering. "She's a Devi, she would never do that to a fellow Odo." Perhaps understanding her own slightly over-the-top reaction, Ninja backed off. "While there is a chance that it's true and that she had planned that from the beginning, I doubt she would have taken just the amount she took and not more." "I see. I suppose you're right," Alexei simply concluded. A silence took place only to be broken by Ninja a dozen steps further. "Do you think I've put too much trust in her? I mean, I went so far as to show her those," she said, reaching for her forehead. "Did I mess up?" Trusting a person was a rather alien concept to Alexei. The closest he had come to trusting anyone was with Alexei, and only the gods knew how much of a mess that had left behind. But people were not like Suraksai, they were different. How different? He didn't know. He just knew that, just like Ninja Ura, they were. I don't know. Alexei honestly responded. Do you think she's trustworthy? I mean she's this city's Odo's Devi, she's there because she's trusted and respected by our people, so naturally I would like to trust her. It was a Devi like her that had helped us leave the city we were after I'd been discovered to be a Dai Odo, and it was one of them that had introduced us to the travelers. Now that I think of it, I'm not even sure how the news of me being Dai Odo had reached the ears of the mages and the citadel. I'm not even sure it has been leaked, perhaps it has been leaked from them, as they were the only ones to know about it. Ninja Ura rambled unsure, before looking Alexei's way as though hoping for a wise answer for him. Alexei had no wise answers, all he had was a clueless stare that he topped with a genuine I don't know. Hearing this let out a sigh. Well, but since nothing's happened yet, maybe we can trust her for now. I know it's most likely not the best advice given how it's worked out for me, but maybe it would be best to not overthink about it? I guess, you're right, I'm definitely overthinking about this. Should you have been mistaken in trusting her and if they come after you then I'll just have to drive them off, Alexei declared, looking at his hand, and reflecting on their previous encounter with the four mages who came for Ninja Ura and how it ended. At that moment, Ninja Ura who was walking beside Alexei suddenly hurried her stomps, to stand still just in front of him. You'll, fighting? You would do that for me? She asked, closing her face on that of Alexei. I would, Alexei naturally answered. Hearing this, Ninja Ura's eyes widened as though she'd heard Alexei's simple words, words she wasn't expecting to hear. A smile took shape on her face. She left standing in front of Alexei, to go behind and hug from behind. Alexei, you, little rascal. I didn't know you were such a lady killer, huh? Ninja Ura, I'm not sure I unders, you were right, there's no reason for me to overthink this. After all, you will be here to protect me, I have nothing to fear, Ninja Ura confidently acknowledged. Alexei was not sure if her statement on having nothing to fear because of his presence had any ground to be, considering that what wished her the most harm wasn't people, but something else, something that he always had with him. However, seeing how cheerful he was, he chose to simply nod in response to her words. Not long after taking a little detour to a corner with food stalls, the duo arrived at Devi's mansion. As usual, they were greeted at the entrance by Andrei, the gardener. To their greatest relief, today Andrei didn't give them his usual negative headshake but instead said, Devi is inside. She's been waiting for you since earlier this morning. Ninja Ura and Alexei exchanged a knowing look, understanding that wherever was the outcome of the Devi's journey, it marked the end of their long anxious wait. Andrei. A voice called by the mansion's veranda. It was the girl, Anna Ura, the Devi's daughter. Yes, miss. Is it them? Yes, he confirmed, moving aside. For a moment the girl simply stared at Alexei and Ninja Ura, especially Alexei, as though to ascertain something before finally announcing, come with me, mother is waiting for you too. Led by Anna Ura, the duo was taken to the living room where, as the gardener and her daughter had claimed, the Devi, sitting on a sofa, had been waiting for them. There you are, you two. Good morning. Good morning, and welcome back, Devi. Ninja Ura greeted, to which Alexei backed with just a silent nod. Thanks, child. Please take a seat. I have a lot to talk about and I'm pretty sure you're impatient to hear the news I bring. Complying with Devi's suggestion, Ninja Ura and Alexei took a seat on the sofa across from where Devi was seated, separated by a small wooden table on which lay the purse that Devi had taken with her. Alexei recognized it, but there was something different about it compared to the last time he had seen it. Alexei glanced at Ninja Ura and could tell that she too had noticed something different about the purse. It wasn't as full as the last time they had seen it, it was clearly limping and half full at most, but not entirely empty, leaving the duo perplexed. Looking up at Devi for an explanation, They were greeted by a relieving smile. "No need to be so tense. Despite the appearance, I bring good news," she announced, pushing the purse towards them. "Good news?" "Yes. Good news. I have talked to a friend of mine. He's an important figure of the travelers. He's the one in charge of most travelers' activities on this corner of the continent, and though it has not been easy to convince him to do so, he'd agreed to have you part of the travelers' next southward expedition." Alexei and Ninja exchanged a silent look, one that might have been overly silent as it prompted the Devi to ask, "What's with this lack of reaction? Didn't I just tell you that I had bargained you a trip to our Odo continent?" "I'm sorry, Devi, it was just that I win." Smiling, "In a few days," she replied. "That has been fast." It had its reasons for being. The travelers organize only one expedition for each lunar harmony, with the last one having been disrupted by what I believe you already know had happened. The vessel that should have sailed for the southern continent has never left the docks and is still waiting for its passengers to board. That added up. The journey across the continent could be divided into two main parts. The first part involved crossing the no man's land between the central continent and the ocean known as the Slithering Sea, and the second part involved sailing across the ocean to reach the border of the southern continent. Both parts of this expedition were taken care of by the travelers, with a third group escorting the journeyers to a second group that would take care of the second part of the journey. There was just enough time for both groups to make a full journey back and forth across the sea and the continent, taking roughly one lunar harmony or 180 days. For now, a group has just arrived in the city with me. They are going to be gathering an expedition that will head as soon as I manage to gather their quotas for this city. Luckily for you two, I have filled you two in. For now, a group has just arrived in the city with me. They are going to be gathering an expedition that will depart as soon as I manage to gather their quotas of travelers for this city. It is to fill you two into this quota that I used half of this money," she said, motioning at the half-empty purse. "I see. Thanks, Devi. All that is left for us to do is to approach them to finalize the deal." "So, are you two in?" Were Ninja and Alexei in? Of course they were. Immediately after claiming so, the duo were led by the Devi for a trip across the city, allegedly for them to meet the travelers that would take them across the continent. With Devi walking ahead and leading the way, Alexei noticed something strange about Ninja. She stood beside him and held his hand with a firm yet distinctively restless grip. And yet it was not that detail that caught most of Alexei's attention. Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, Race, Class, Ninja 614, 292, 54, Odo, Crowned. There'd been, once again, changes on her status screen. Her halo permeability had gone down by 1 unit, while Odo potential and Odo manipulation potential had both gone up, and that worried Alexei. Ninja You're alright? Yeah, why wouldn't I be? She answered before asking, clearly, a bit confused about where Alexei's question came from. You're sure? Alexei once again asked, seeing her adjusting the turban on her head. Yes. It just got tighter for some reason, but I'm okay. Don't worry, she smiled reassuringly before reaching once again for Alexei's hand. I see. After a while, the Devi stopped in front of a building and announced, We've arrived. The structure was an unremarkable house that could have easily been mistaken for an inn or a bar, especially with the numerous carriages parked outside. Without further ado, she headed towards the entrance with the duo following closely behind. Or at least that's what it should have been. Ninja was about to follow the Devi, but she couldn't because Alexei, whom she was holding hands with, stopped her, his gaze staring at the structure. A problem? There are mages inside that building. Mages? How many? 3. Alexei confidently assessed. 3 mages. Ninja pondered for a moment before announcing, 3 mages, this had to be the travelers' personal mages. Naturally, the travelers, as an organization, had their own mages just like Arch and the Citadel did, that much Alexei, and yet he couldn't help but be wary. His relationship with mages has as far he could remember been rather and mostly violent. Alone he would have certainly not ventured a thought about their presence, but here he had Ninja around. But even she didn't seem much worried about them. If it's not, then I believe 3 isn't an amount none of us would be able to handle. Alexei nodded. The duo then followed the Devi inside the building. 39. Meeting with the travelers, 1. Upon entering the place, Alexei and Ninja were confronted, as the place gave the impression of an inn-like or bar-like atmosphere. The bar-like atmosphere was enhanced by the presence of several tables and chairs, occupied by men holding cups while girls served them drinks and refilled their cups. To further contribute to the ambience, a counter was located on one side of the room, where 2 women stood. One was in her 40s, and the other, an Odo, just like the other, was in her 20s with a full lunar cycle worth belly. As the Devi, Ninja and Alexei entered the room, all those people's eyes were immediately fixed upon them. For Alexei, he felt as though it was especially on, which in all fairness really was. Ignoring all of this, the Devi approached the counter, where she was greeted respectfully by both women. "Good morning, Devi. We were not expecting to see you so soon, and especially not this early in the morning." "I know, sorry for bothering you all so early," she said, to be heard by everyone in the room, to which the man seated shook their heads off. "But I got people for your boss. Is he here?" "Yes, he is in." "He's up, let me take you to him," proposed the older woman, before calling, "Samar, come here, help your sister." "Okay," the youngest among the 4 Odo men, a boy of perhaps 17 or 18 years old, replied, standing up from the group to replace the woman at her place behind the counter. "Follow me," the woman offered, which the trio did, but as they did, Alexei threw a sidelong glance at the seated men, specifically eyeing the 2 men, mages, to whom 2 of the 3 threads emanating from this place were connected. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2324. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2323. After promptly checking their status, Alexei, upon meeting their gaze, looked away and followed the woman upstairs without hesitation. However, upon reaching the top of the stairs, Alexei felt that there was no need for the woman to lead the way. As they ascended, they found themselves in a single room that was similar to the one on the ground floor, but larger and filled with various items. There was no door, but the room was packed to the brim with belongings. As Alexei looked around the room, they noticed that it was divided into 2 distinct sections. One half was neatly arranged, with items placed carefully on shelves and drugs spread out in an orderly fashion. The other half, however, was in complete disarray, with items strewn about and no clear organization. Amidst all that, on the disorderly corner of the room, 2 men were frantically trying to arrange the disorderly half of the room, under the watchful eye of a man standing nearby. There, those are to be transported next week to the left corner. Don't bury it too deep under the mess, you'll be the one struggling to discharge it anyway." The man held a quill and a paper scroll in his hand, occasionally scribbling notes as he observed the men at work. It was clear that he was overseeing the process of organizing the room and making sense of the clutter. The disorganized half of the room seemed to be in the process of being sorted and organized, with items being sorted into piles and categorized by type. The woman leading called the man's name while overseeing the 2. He didn't seem to have noticed their arrival. "Roshan, the city's Devi is here for you, with customers," she precised, a glance at the duo. As Alexei and the others approached the men, the one scribble turned around, revealing a large gray beard that felt so out of place along his bald head. The man looked to be around the same age as the woman, so comfortably in his 50s. "Good morning, Roshan." "Good morning, Devi Citasia," the greets, closing to the Devi for a handshake, before casting a glance at Alexei and Ninja. "I assume those are the 2 you talked about." "Yes, they are." "I see," the man said before turning to the other 2 men. "You 2, that's enough for now. Out." Without a word, the 2 men stopped what they were doing and left the room. The older woman seemed about to follow, but she was stopped by the man. Delia, where are you going? You stay. After all, if this negotiation goes well, they will be in your care. Ah. I suppose you're right. The man's attention returned to them, and he said, please make yourselves at home. Sit wherever you like. Alexei looked around, hoping to find a suitable place to, as the man proposed, sit, but there seemed to be nothing in the room that could serve as seating. Instead, small bowls filled with spices, teas, and other exotic items littered the area, each with its own unique and alluring scent. Carpets and rugs of various sizes and colors were scattered on the floor, and tapestries were rolled up and stacked neatly in the corner, but none of these seemed suitable for sitting. We'll be fine standing, they declared, to which the duo backed with a nod. I see. Since you're fine, then I suppose you won't mind we go straight to business. The Divi nodded, of course. I believe we have never been introduced. My name is, as you've heard, Roshan. I work in various businesses, retailing, wrestling, distributing, all across the blue, south, part of our continent. But I also operate in that one business that I believe you seek me for, the man declared with a smile. You? My name is. An inquiring gaze cast at the Divi, Ninja Ura hesitated to answer. But upon receiving a nod from her, she replied, honestly, my name is Ninja Ura. And you? The man asked this time, his gaze looming at Alexei. Alexei was about to give his answer, but he was not even able to utter a word that Ninja Ura wedged herself in front of him. Dream, that's his name. Dream. That's a very unique sounding name. Yes, it is. And he is very shy because of it, so if you have something to say to him, please speak it to me, Ninja Ura made clear. I see. Understood then. Then Ninja Ura, I believe you are already familiar with how things work for our organization, as both know you had once undergone this part of the process. Yes, I am. Ninja Ura confirmed. The man appeared content with Ninja Ura's response. The Divi has spoken to a friend of mine, and vouched for your desire to leave the continent. Handed to me without much forewarning, the final decision about this wish of yours is, for the best or for the worst, delegated to me, the man methodically clarified. Naturally, I am aware of your circumstances, including what you're hiding under those sleeves of yours. I also know about your parents, what has happened to them, and I'm also aware of the fact that you are being pursued by mages and even worse Rajs, who would pay a fortune to have just your whereabout revealed to them. At the mention of these words, the Divi, Ninja Ura and Alexei's expressions tensened. As soon as the words were spoken, Alexei's expression became tense. Name, H.P. P.P. Roshan, 2, 2222. Alexei took a step towards the man, but Ninja Ura quickly moved to stand in his way. A quick glance at her revealed a face drawn taut with tension. And yet, despite the look on her face, she clearly had not given up on reason yet. This is not what has been agreed with Roshan. The man raised both hands as though in surrender. Please don't misunderstand me, I'm not suggesting that I'm about to sell you out. Rather, I'm trying to point out the potential threat of accepting you on our journey, particularly given what happened on our last expedition. As someone responsible for the safety of our travelers and all who join us on this expedition, I am expected to be. I hope you can understand my perspective. A silence set in before, I understand, Ninja Ura replied. Traveling with me around is a risky move. Yes, it is. But it falls on me to thoroughly analyze and assess the value and cost of any potential risk. As the well-known saying goes, everything has its price, and risks are no exception, which is why I will settle the price for the journey of you for that of, let's say 4, no, 3 people. That I believe sounds quite fair, don't you two think? Roshan, we never tell, the Divi intervened only to be cut by Ninja Ura. No, Divi. It's fine. I'm fine with the price of 3 people. Oh, the man smiled with all teeth. You're sure about that? Yes, but can I pay not with coins but let's say, jewels or ornaments? At the mention of it, Alexei immediately understood what Ninja Ura meant. They often found more than coins in the stolen pouches since they started plundering the city: rings, necklaces, and fancy-looking stones. They harvested quite a number of them quickly but had nowhere to resell them, so they ended up stacking quite a number of them. Jewels, huh? Though we don't usually accept payments in jewels, I suppose we can do that. Having received confirmation from the man, reaching for her waist, Ninja retrieved all of the coins-filled purses from her waist, which she presented to the man. This should be enough for two, surmised. The man didn't even bother to count them, he simply received them and weighed them down, before declaring, "Indeed that would be. I didn't bring the jewel with me, but we can head back to our place and bring it over," Ninja explained. "That is, if you allow it." "Of course. Why wouldn't I allow it? I don't know." With a nod of his head, the man motioned for the other woman, who had been silent from the beginning, to come over and handed her the purses. He then approached Ninja and said, "I understand that I may not appear trustworthy, especially given the first impression I may have given you, but I assure you that the travelers will ensure that you arrive safely at your home." He extended his hand for a handshake, which Ninja accepted after glancing at Alexei, who saw her harboring an unconfident but somewhat optimistic expression on her face. "What do you think of it?" Ninja asked. "About him? Do you think we can trust him?" The Devi choosing to remain to talk about other matters with Roshan, the man, Ninja and Alexei were on their own, on their way to retrieve the jewels. "I don't know," Alexei honestly responded. The truth was that Alexei had his own opinion about the man. However, he was well aware that his opinion was a very biased one towards mages in general, which the man was, so instead of voicing anything baseless, he chose to say nothing except, "He's one of the 3 mages inside the building I told you about." "He was?" "Yes. Along with 2 men seated on the bar." "He didn't say anything about being one," Ninja mused, her mood clearly plundering. "I don't think he had any reason to claim being one," Alexei remarked. "I guess you're right. But do you think we should trust him? He did promise, but he could be." "I don't not," Alexei was about to once again declare, only to stop at the sight of suddenly stopping walking, right in front of him, arched her back as though in pain, as she reached for face. Naturally worried for her, Alexei came over, reaching for her shoulder. "Ninja, huh?" he exclaimed, but before he could react, a sudden sprouting of golden tendrils whipped at him from out of her, catching him off guard. And yet a voice, in his mind, called upon a protective mantra to shield himself from the unexpected attack. Arrow, gust while level. 3, despite the windshield holding up and preventing the attack from breaking through, Alexei was still pushed back several meters by the force of the impact. "Ninja, Alexei muttered, incredulous at the sight of the 2 pairs of golden tentacle-like appendages sprouting from her back. Upon hearing her name being called out, Ninja turned around to face Alexei, revealing once again her stunning golden appearance. However, he also noticed that her pair of golden horns had grown longer than before, protruding and tearing its way out of her turban. Seemingly snapping to her senses, Ninja's eyes widened as if she had just realized what she had done. The next instant, she rushed over to Alexei and took him in her arms. "I don't know. I don't know what happened," she apologized, mumbling between sobs. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." As she repeatedly apologized, Alexei, in her embrace, saw her appendages dissolving into a golden mist. As she let go of him, Alexei would come to notice, much to his worries, that while her appendages had vanished, it wasn't the case for her horn or her golden tears, which he with the sleeve of his tunic, wiped. "I'm sorry, it's fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine," Alexei lied. Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, Race, Class, Ninja 514, 354, Diodo, Crowned. Upon seeing the fluctuations in Ninja's statuses screen, both improving and worsening, Alexei's mind was set on taking her to the southern continent, and that regardless of they could trust Roshan or not, for he knew that they would undoubtedly find someone who could help her with her condition. 40. Setting off. The decision had been reached, and it was settled that the duo, Ninja Ura and Alexei, would join the travelers on their journey to the southern continent. After the deal was signed and the payment was made, the duo were handed over to Delia, who was the appointed leader of the expedition to the Slithering Sea. Several days had passed since this agreement was made, and the expedition was busy with the final preparations for their journey. Delia was becoming impatient with the men who were taking a long time to pack their empty packages. She urged them to hurry up so they could be on their way. "Come on, hurry up, those are empty packages. What is taking so much time?" Delia urged the men who would be part of the expedition. "I hope none of you have carriage sickness," the Divi remarked, standing beside Ninja Ura and Alexei on the sideline, for it would be a long journey. At that mention, Alexei and Ninja Ura exchanged a glance, but neither of them made any comment. The group consisted of 3 carriages and 10 members, including Ninja Ura and Alexei. Alexei had been briefed about the expedition, and he knew that the first part of their journey would involve traveling with a group of 8 people. This group was made up of 5 men, including the 2 nobles from the previous day, and 3 women, who were all led by Delia. Although the expedition was expected to include a larger group, for now, they would focus on gathering with other travelers and their escorted crew. This was only the first step of the journey, and they would meet several other groups across the neighboring cities before forming a large cortege that would head southward. The final days before the actual journeying part would involve the entire group of travelers coming together. Alexei and Ninja Ura were looking at the time of their departure getting closer and closer, nervous. The Divi asked. "Just a bit." Ninja Ura answered. The Divi looked at Alexei, but in spite of the ensuing silence gave no answer, something she promptly understood, saying, "Upon leaving the city, you 2 will head for Cobalt Cove. I believe you shouldn't tarry much there, as from what I've been told those who are to leave had already been gathered by Roshan and his people." Alexei and Ninja Ura nodded. "After that, from Cobalt Cove, you'll head to Blue Water. I'm sure you're familiar with that city, right, Ninja Ura?" "Yes," Ninja Ura nodded. "It was there that my parents and I contacted the travelers," Ninja Ura reminisced musingly. "Don't worry, things will be different this time, I promise. Just like with Cobalt Cove, you won't tarry long in the city. Your main purpose there will just be to meet with Roshan and the other province's supervisor, their people and your fellow escortees." The central continent was, in spite of being in the middle of nowhere, vast, with numerous cities and provinces. There were 4 main provinces, north, south, west, and east, each associated with a unique color that reflected its landscape. The red province in the north featured snow-capped peaks that towered over the landscape. In the south, the blue province was closest to the body of water that shared its hue with the clear sky. The green province in the west was known for its lush forests that blanketed the rolling hills, while the east glowed with warm oranges and yellows during sunset. Organically, for the travelers, each region is taken care of by an individual, someone of the same rank as the man, Roshan, who is responsible for the entirety of the blue province. Their job, as shown by Roshan's interaction with the Divi, is to interact with the Divis of the continent. The Divis are the ones who receive the wishes of Odo who wish to make the journey and refer them to the travelers. Additionally, they are responsible for keeping an eye on the activities of the travelers within the province under their supervision. Naturally, due to the nature of their work, supervisors like Roshan don't take part in the actual journeying part of the travelers' activities, those overviewing activities. He instead delegated on to others, like in this one, Delia. It might be a long journey, but it will be a smooth one. As the travelers finished loading the carriage, the Divi bid them farewell. "May the gods protect you on your journey," she said with a small bow before turning and walking away. Ninja Ura quickly stepped forward, offering the Divi a small purse. "Please accept this as a token of our appreciation for your help," she said with a bow. The Divi shook her head. "I cannot accept this," she replied. "It was my pleasure to assist you, and I do not seek any reward." Ninja Ura persisted, holding the purse out to the Divi. Please, she said. We could not have made it this far without your help. We want to show our gratitude in some way. She looked at Alexei, who nodded in agreement. The Divi looked at the purse, peering inside for a moment before hesitating. I cannot accept this, she said, handing it back to Ninja Ura. I only did what any decent person would do. No, Ninja Ura refused. I insist, take it as a gesture of their appreciation. And if you don't like it because of where it came from, just share it with those who might be in need of it. The Divi remained silent for a moment before declaring, Fine, I'll take it. But just because you insist. Thanks, Divi, Ninja Ura bowed. Alexei also followed. Looking at her, the Divi smiled, reaching for Ninja Ura's head, who raised her face, saying softly, You, my daughter, are a very kind child. I'm sorry for what happened to your parents. Ninja Ura's eyes watered, but she was quick at wiping them away. I know that nothing can ever make up for their loss, but I will pray for your safe journey across the continent. May Zara and the Golden Matriarch be with you every step of the way. Ninja Ura nodded, grateful for the Divi's words of comfort. She knew that the road ahead would not be easy, but with the kindness of strangers like the Divi, she felt more confident that they would be able to make it to their destination. The 3 carriages started riding across the city towards the entrance gate, with the travelers and their belongings jostling slightly as they moved. Alexei and the duo were seated in the 3rd carriage, and Alexei couldn't help but feel curious about the sudden stop that had delayed their departure. He knew it was because the guards had stopped them for inspection, but before any form of worry could conjure itself in his mind, the carriage resumed its advance and walked past the city's guards, who all wore a satisfied smile on their faces. Inside the carriage, there were only 3 people, Alexei, Ninja Ura, and Elia, the leader of the expedition. The carriage driver was focused on the road ahead, leaving the 3 travelers to their own devices. And as he did, Alexei couldn't help but notice the woman's oftentimes glances, their way, or perhaps his way. It had often happened, so much so that Alexei had taken notice even before they boarded the carriage, but soon as the symptom of his carriage sickness set in, his mind brushed that aside. As the ride went on, Alexei, trying to have his mind focused on something other than his carriage sickness, couldn't help but take notice of the mostly empty containers that were disposed of around them in the carriage. Noticing Alexei's curiosity over the empty boxes, Ninja Ura smiled and ventured a question. Madame Delia, she began, may I ask what these boxes are for? Delia smiled. Just Delia is fine, she replied. These containers will come in handy when we arrive at the border of the Slithering Sea. We'll exchange them with the traveler in charge of the naval part of this expedition for ones filled with goods from the southern continent that we will bring back to the central continent to sell. Ninja Ura nodded in understanding. So did Alexei, who understood too. I see, she said. So, carrying goods from the southern continent to the central continent is the traveler's side hustle, aside from taking Odo across the continent? Delia chuckled. You could say that, she replied. Understanding what her words implied, Alexei, who wished to have the conversation going to keep his mind away from his carriage sickness, commented, so it's a never-ending chain of provisioning and selling. Pretty much, but, while saying that, Alexei caught the woman launching at Ninja Ura, and from Ninja Ura next question, Alexei received confirmation that he was not the only one to have noticed it. What is it? Well, as you said, this business involves a never-ending chain of provisioning and selling. However, there have been instances where we have stumbled upon a situation where a wrench fell into the work, disrupting the already established order. Though, as far as I can remember, this has only happened once. You mean me, Ninja Ura said. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to blame you or guilty you of anything, I just wanted you know, as you were curious, how things were, as truth is. This particular expedition is less about escorting fellow Odo to the shore of the Slithering Sea than it is about us, the travelers, acting upon the need of the supply chain we spoke of earlier. What? For us travelers, the southern continent's goods supply chain is our primary source of revenue, while the escorting part is more of a side hustle. This is a bit of a secret, so don't mention it to any of our fellow Odo. That's just between us, the woman said with a playful yet cautionary wag of her finger. Ninja nodded, and so did Alexei. Good. Very good. So, if I get it right? You people didn't plan on taking anyone for this expedition? That's what it was initially. But there were a change that made it that we will. The Delia threw Ninja a glance that clearly meant for you. 41. Journey with the Travelers. Alexei stumbled out of the carriage, his stomach churning as he gasped for air. He stumbled towards Ninja who was standing a few feet away. Ninja rushed over to him, concern etched on her face. Are you okay? She asked, placing a hand on his back. Alexei nodded weakly, trying to suppress the nausea. But his efforts were in vain, and he doubled over, retching once again. Delia, the woman in charge of the expedition, approached them. Clearly, he's not okay, she commented dryly, eyeing Alexei's state with mild disdain. Alexei gritted his teeth and straightened up, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I can keep going, he said stubbornly, his eyes fixed on the ground. Delia shook her head, her voice booming. The carriage has stopped because it's time for a break. We'll set up camp here for the night, and you can rest and replenish yourself. She gestured towards the surrounding area, where several members of the travelers were already unloading supplies and setting up tents. The next city is still half a day away, so it's best to take this opportunity to rest. Do you hear me, everyone? She called out for everyone in the expedition to hear. As Delia turned to give orders to the other travelers, she pointed at Alexei and Ninja. There's a lake nearby. Have Wilhelm accompany you too, she said, calling out to a man who was standing at the horse's side. Alexei didn't know what exactly was the man's role, but he often saw him, along the journey, take care of the horse. Wilhelm. Yes, ma'am. Take these two along the horse to the lake. In the meantime, we'll start setting up camp. Is it all? Yes, and keep a good eye on them more. She hesitated upon noticing Ninja shaking her head. Actually, they'll be fine, just give something to drink to the horse and head back here. Alexei was left confused by the sudden change of mind, but the state he was in didn't allow him and his mind to tarry his mind long on the matter. Understood, he obediently replied, before turning to Alexei and Ninja. Shall we go? Alexei? Ninja asked, turning at Alexei. I'm fine, he reassured, standing up. We can go. In these words, the trio, along the horse, set off towards the lake, leaving behind the bustle of the campsite. Alexei still felt a little queasy as he walked with Wilhelm and the horse towards the lake, which was just a couple of 100 meters off the road where the travelers had set up their camp. It was quite a walk, but the fresh air and lack of carriage shaking helped to ease his discomfort. As they reached the edge of the lake, Alexei, instead of heading straight for the lake, headed for a nearby rock, to take a seat. I'm going to lead the horse to the lake for a drink, Wilhelm declared, pointing at the lake. If you need anything. Thanks, Wilhelm. Thanks. With a nod, Wilhelm led the horse towards the water. How are you feeling now? As he left. Better, thanks, Alexei reassured. I see, Ninja answered, taking a seat beside him on the rock. For a while, they simply sat there in silence, enjoying the serenity of the lake. But eventually, Alexei asked, You won't go there? Ninja turned to Alexei with a soft smile. With a chin, Alexei motioned at the lake. Ah, not yet. She simply said, strangely looking in Wilhelm's direction. Alexei was left confused for a moment before understanding what she meant. So that's why Delia earlier. Yes, Ninja smiled. So understanding of that fact, Alexei just sat there waiting for Wilhelm to be done with what he was up to, which he, after some time, did, before heading back to the camp as instructed by Delia. Just as he did, suddenly, Ninja stood up from the rock, starting to remove her clothes. Alexei watched in surprise as she removed her turban, revealing the golden horns on her head, now larger than ever. He was about to say something but chose to stay quiet. Next, she folded the sleeve of her tunic and removed the bandage on her hand, revealing the golden scales that littered her arm up to her shoulder. Alexei couldn't help but ask, "Ninja-ura?" She responded, looking at him. "Those scales, did they grow?" He asked, fairly certain they had. "They did," she said, looking at them. "I think you're right. I think they just won't cover every part of my body. They might look beautiful, but that won't be practical," she laughed. "Good thing we're leaving this continent." Alexei couldn't laugh. He was too concerned about her sudden changes. Sensing his concern, Ninja-ura came over to him. "Alexei," she said softly. "Actually, I have something to show you, or, well, it's more about wishing that you look at it." She turned around and removed her tunic. Alexei was initially confused by her action, but when he saw her back, he immediately understood what she wanted him to see. Two nubs, the size of half a fist, were parallel and perpendicular on her back. "What is it?" "I started feeling it during the journey," she said. Alexei couldn't help but feel worried. "Does it hurt?" he asked. "No, it kind of tickles, but that's all." "Is it golden?" she asked. With a nod, Alexei confirmed it. Ninja-ura sighed, "I can't catch a breath, can I? First a set of horns, now this." She laughed derisively. "I'm not even sure what it is this time. A new pair of arms? A pair of wings sprouting from my back?" She kept laughing. Alexei couldn't join in. He knew that a supplementary limb like a pair of arms or wings wouldn't be so abnormal for the Odo race, but what was abnormal was the speed with which they appeared on her. Perhaps sensing Alexei's mood shifting, Ninja-ura said, "Anyway, this is barely, so I guess this won't cause any problems for some time." So for now, she reached out for Alexei's hand and took him to the lake. "Ninja-ura, what are you doing?" he asked. "We're up for a bath, no, a swim actually. I might not be as good as a cleanser Nana, but I'll wash your back for you," she offered with a grin. But as they reached knee level in the lake, Alexei resisted. "What is it?" I don't know." Alexei mumbled, remembering his last head-level water-deep experience. "You don't know?" Ninja-ura repeated, confused for a moment before actually understanding. "You don't know how to swim?" With a nod, Alexei confirmed. While Alexei wasn't sure which part of this confession was amusing, Ninja-ura burst out laughing. "You know, Alexei, from the time you told me your story, it's only in times like these and on carriage riding that I feel like I'm the older sister of the two of us. Of course, there is the height difference, but," she reached out for Alexei's both hands, inviting him deeper and deeper into the lake. "For once this time, let big sister Ninja-ura teach you how to swim. How does it look? Is it well hidden?" Ninja-ura asked, adjusting her turban. "Yes," confirmed Alexei. How about now? It feels a little lumpy," she inquired. "It's fine," Alexei reassured. However, in reality, she was correct, it was indeed bumpy. As her horns continued to grow larger and larger, it was now apparent that it would eventually become impossible to conceal them beneath her turban. At the current rate of growth, it would only be a matter of weeks before they were completely visible. "I see," Ninja-ura concluded before walking towards Alexei. She reached out and took his hand, leading him back to the carriages. "Let's head back," she said. Although the location of the carriage was not far, Ninja-ura led the way back at a leisurely pace, causing Alexei, who was shorter than her, to silently gaze up at her as they walked. Perhaps sensing his eyes, Ninja-ura turned her head, tilting to the side, meeting Alexei's gaze. "Is there something?" "No," Alexei simply denied with a shake of the head. And yet in spite of that, his answer didn't seem to satisfy Ninja-ura, who didn't leave him of the eyes. "Is there something?" "Yes, there is," she said, resuming walking. "What is it?" It's about what happened the other day." "What happened?" Alexei mumbled briefly before understanding what she was most likely referring to. "That was nothing, after it, we never got the opportunity to talk about it, but I think we have to. I attacked you. You didn't mean it all, right?" Alexei asked, only to be left surprised by Ninja Ura's lack of immediate response. I wasn't sure what exactly, but now after having thought of it thoroughly I remember some of what happened. I felt something, like an impulse. One that I so easily gave in, Ninja Ura confessed. To this confession, Alexei pondered for a moment before asking, "You think you're going to attack?" As they finished, "I don't know," Ninja Ura bitterly confessed. To which Alexei promptly replied with a "then that's fine." What? Whether it happens ever again, or not. I would just have to protect myself just like I did last time. There is no need to worry about me. I'm not afraid, he declared, conjuring a reassuring smile. Alexei wasn't sure if his words had truly reached her or not, but he also didn't know what else to say, so for a moment, they stood there in a strange silence, which was broken by Ninja Ura's smile. She said, "I guess I can't really beat you with this one." "This one? It doesn't matter. Let's head back to the group." In these words, the duo returned to the expedition, who had in the short time they'd been in the lake established a camp. Ninja Ura and Alexei trudged back from the lake, their feet sore and weary after a long day. As they approached the campfire, they saw Delia standing beside it with another woman who was blowing at the flames to keep them going. Above the fire hung a boiling cooking pot, steam rising up in swirling tendrils. "There you are," Delia said upon noticing their approach. She turned to Alexei and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Better," he answered. "I see," Delia said, nodding thoughtfully. "Great then." Then she turned to Ninja Ura and asked, "And you?" "I was able to clean myself earlier, thanks," Ninja Ura said, her voice still a little shaky from the day's events. "It was nothing," Delia said, waving her hand dismissively. "Come, sit down." She motioned for them to take a seat on some cushions that had been laid out at a certain distance from the fire. Then she retrieved a bowl and filled it from the soup that was simmering inside the boiling pot. She handed one each to Alexei and Ninja Ura, saying, "Eat. You need strength to recover from what has been lost today. A long journey awaits us tomorrow." 42. Short pause. As soon as dawn was reached, Ninja Ura's, Alexei's, and the expedition's journey resumed, and with it came Alexei's carriage sickness, which he had after so many struggles learned to cope with, or at least try to. Alternating between sleeping his way through the journey, making it at foot, and sometimes a combination of both, Alexei tried everything, yet carriage sickness proved to be an undefeatable opponent for him. Alexei's only relief was that he was gradually getting used to his situation. It was some day after resuming their journey that a checkpoint for the expedition came into view. From inside the carriage, along with Ninja Ura, the coachman, and Delia, the city of Cobalt Cove came into view. The distant city loomed ever closer as the carriage advanced. Delia, from inside the carriage, stood up and made her voice ring out loud, breaking the silence of the cortege. "Attention, everyone!" she called. "We have arrived in the vicinity of Cobalt Cove." At those words, all three carriages came to a halt. So Delia pursued, "I will proceed into the city, so in the meantime, we will shortly settle here, only to, upon my return, immediately resume our journey to Blue Water, where we will meet up with the other members of the expedition." On those words, Delia cast a glance at Alexei and Ninja Ura, eyeing those who will proceed into the city. "Understood," she nodded, turning to Alexei. "Come dream," Ninja Ura called out to Alexei, as she stepped out of the carriage. As they did, Delia addressed herself again to the expedition. "Karl, you come with me. You, Friedrich, stay here," she announced. Karl and Friedrich were the two travelers' two mages. Though the two of them had never revealed themselves as one, Alexei knew. Left alone by Delia, Alexei and Ninja Ura looked around, observing everyone doing their thing. Except for Friedrich, who sat on the back of the carriage greasing his sword. Ninja Ura offered help, and Alexei followed her lead. Approaching one of the three women of the expedition, Ninja Ura said, "Excuse me, can we help with anything?" The woman looked at them and smiled, "No, no need. Thank you for the offer, though." "Are you sure?" Alexei asked. Yes, I am. You two just relax, the woman replied before walking away. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Alexei and Ninja Uro headed back to their little corner. As they sat down, they heard Friedrich's voice calling out to them. Hey, you two, Friedrich said, gesturing for them to come closer. Come and sit beside me. Accepting the invitation, Alexei and Ninja Uro sat down next to Friedrich. As they did, he silently greased his sword without a comment. Ninja Uro couldn't help but ask, do you use it often? Friedrich looked at her and replied, not really, at least not against what it's forged to be used against. You mean monsters? Ninja Uro asked. Yes, Friedrich nodded. Are you new, I mean as travelers? Ninja Uro asked. Yes, I am. This is the first southward expedition I take part in, Friedrich confirmed, before baring his sword as though to appear reassuring to Ninja Uro while, but I'm ready. I see, that's reassuring, right, Dream? Yes, Alexei nodded. So there is nothing to worry about. Besides, for all that I'm aware there are many dangerous monsters roaming around in that part we will journey across, at least compared to the one I've heard there is in the southern continent. Hearing the mention of both monsters and journey, something warmed inside Alexei's chest. It was a feeling long since he'd last felt. It wasn't joy, yet it was close to that. Like the one in the southern continent? Ninja Uro pursued. Yes, I've heard that monsters there are infinitely worse than the ones we've roaming here in the central continent. In other words, bigger and more powerful. Oh, I was never told it was like that over there, Ninja Uro replied, genuinely intrigued before turning to Alexei asking, and you Dream? Alexei knew about the monsters in the southern continent since it was originally his intended destination after concluding his business with Ziraxai in the central continent. In fact, those monsters were supposed to be their next targets. Therefore, it was no surprise that Alexei was aware of that particular detail. Before Alexei was able to give out his answer, clearly hyped by the current discussion, Friedrich began. The creatures down there are nothing like what we have here. There are things with wings that can blot out the sun, and beasts with jaws big enough to swallow a carriage whole. Some say there are even dragons, although I find that hard to believe. Dragons? Ninja Uro exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, discreetly glancing at Alexei from the corner of her eyes. Dragons, Friedrich repeated. Those are fearsome creatures that are not to be trifled with. Their wings can blot out the sun, and their scales are harder than any substance known to man, making them nigh impossible to defeat. They are ruthless predators, with razor-sharp claws and teeth that can run through literally everything. The duo sat in stunned silence, their minds racing with images of the incredible creatures Friedrich was describing. And if dragons were not enough, I was told there were yet a myriad of creatures out there that can control the very elements themselves. Like having everything around them obey their will. That's very scary, Ninja Uro mumbled. Yep, it's terrifying. But don't worry, Odo are said to be living peacefully there, no doubt you just like most of them will be fine. At that moment, the woman to whom Ninja Uro had asked if she could help in any way approached them. Friedrich, stop scaring the children and come help us, unless you want me to report you to Delia, she scolded. He said, sheathing the sword he'd been greasing. No need to threaten me. I'm coming, he added with a wink at the duo as he left. I'm coming too, Ninja Uro proposed, jumping out of the carriage's back upon which they seated. Alexei planned to follow, but a voice speaking, heard only by him, halted him. You're still feeling it, Alexei. Why are you talking to me again? Because I have something to say. I have nothing to hear of what you have to say. There is no one here to hear you, so you might as well just be silent. I was happy with its peace. Why so cold? You know very well why? You're right. I do. So leave me be. You're sure you're fine with that? It's not too late, for the two of us. Alexei greeted Ziraxai's words with silence, so the latter continued, remember your wish to see the world, we can still make it come true. In fact, there is no better time for this. We'll leave all of this. No more mage killing. No more of this, just us going on adventure fighting monsters. That was what you were hoping for, right? We can do this, all you have to do is let go of this. No, why? For a moment Alexei remained silent before answering. With your help, I've spent so much time destroying things, doing bad things. I'm not even sure I feel bad, for which I know I should, but for once I want to fix what the mess I've left behind. To fix the mess you've left behind. Alexei, there is no fixing it. Her name is Ninja. Right, understood. But still. There is no fixing her. You know that. That's just what you claim. Yes it is, but have I ever lied to you? After reflecting on their interactions since that first night they spoke, countless memories flooded Alexei's mind. In nearly every recollection, he couldn't recall a moment where Alexei had lied to him. Sure, there were times where Alexei would withhold information or manipulate Alexei's words to get him to do what he wanted, but outright lying had never occurred. And yet in spite of this, Alexei responded, yes, you have. Perhaps I have, Alexei conceded. But you know I would never wish you harm. All I ever did was protect you over the years. Protect me from what? Alexei demanded. From anyone who got close to me? Yes, from them and their corrupting influence. From everything. All I ever did was protect the dream, which is you. You fail to see what's wrong with us, Alexei retorted. You're not here to protect me, you don't care about me, and even less about my wishes. All you care about is your little dream. The Lord of Old, whom you plan to make into this world's nightmare. Alexei, you're the dream. Alexei protested. I am not, Alexei replied resolutely. You might have made me the way I will not become what you were expecting of me. So you might as well go, seek for your next Lord of Old iteration. I will not become anyone's nightmare. Alexei, you, Alexei started, only to be interrupted by Ninja calling. Dream, you're coming over? Yes, Alexei nodded, coming over. One of the men, a seasoned traveler, began the conversation. I've been to the southern continent, and let me tell you, there is something the locals know, a rumor among themselves that sounds so surreal that your mind simply can't imagine it. What kind of something? Asked Friedrich. The man hesitated before answering. There is, more south than the southern continent, a place where the sun never sets, much like during a lunar harmony, so everything living or not is on fire. Continually. The group fell silent, staring at the man in disbelief. How can that be possible? Asked another man. I don't know, the man replied. The locals neither. That has to be bullshit. Yep, that has to be, supported another. It could be, the man answered, not even bothering to actually defend it, but that's what the locals believe. And this belief has been circulating for years. Some say it's a curse, while others say it's like that because of a battle that took place between something very powerful and their goddess. What was her name again? I think it has something to do with Damas, it's Zara. Ah, yes, Zara. Sorry, I forgot, I'm getting old. You're barely 30. Right, I almost forgot. With this, the group sitting around the fire burst out laughing. And as he listened to them laughing, Alexei, who had his eyes set on the burning fire around him, caught a glimpse in the corner of his eye of something shining gold. Looking to the side, Alexei caught Ninja fiddling with her turban. Did they grow again? He asked, nodding toward her head. Ninja looked at him and smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Yes, she confessed. They grew a bit tighter under the turban, but it's okay. I see. Anyway, so. What do you think about it? About what? About what they just talked about. Do you believe in the existence of this place? If I believe. Alexei mumbled, staring at the fire. Before his attention was taken to something else. Alexei? Ninja asked as Alexei rose up to his feet, staring in the direction of the city. From where he stood in the middle of the night, Alexei could barely make out the shapes of the city's buildings, but he knew from the warm and inviting glow that the city was there. But still, It wasn't really the city that caught Alexei's attention, instead, it was the threads floating around, which he could tell were approaching. After spending several days traveling in one, Alexei's ears perked up as he heard the familiar sound of wheels and hooves trotting in the dark. At first, the sound was barely noticeable, just a distant rumble that blended in with the night's sounds. However, as the carriages drew closer, the noise became more distinct and grew louder, like a rising tide crashing onto the shore. Noticing the noise, several members of the group stood up just as Alexei did. "Oi, everyone, it's them," the woman said. "They're back." While earlier only one carriage left, 4 carriages returned from the city, and with them clearly more people. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 4, 29:30 seconds. Name, H.P. P.P. Carl, 3, 23:23. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2021. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 2, 22:26. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 22:26, 43. Journey's end. Immediately after being rejoined over by Delia and the other people of who would be part of the journey from Cobalt Cove, the expedition after a warm dinner immediately resumed its journey western first then southward, toward the next checkpoint, Blue Water, the southernmost city of the southern province and thus of the entire central continent. For the travelers, Blue Water, or to be exact, its vicinity would be their final checkpoint to gather up with all the travelers and escortees. As Alexei's carriage advanced, from the back of the carriage in case of an urge to throw were to suddenly surge in him to do his thing out, Alexei looked at the sky, his gaze locked at the shattered moon up above. "Say ninja how many mages were there when you made the journey with your parents?" "How many mages, I don't know. Back then even now I'm not sure I would be able to tell a mage apart from normal people unless perhaps they were to use branikinesis in front of me." "You're right. I forgot about this." This was a detail Alexei had forgotten that passed over his head. Picking mages apart from normal people was something that only he, through Nexus Dream, was able to achieve. For most people, if not all, mages are literally indiscernible from normal people. Only nobles are an exception to this rule because of their blue eyes that very obviously stand them apart. "What of it?" Ninja closing on Alexei, as to not be heard. "Do you think something is wrong?" "No, it's just that there's 6 mages here in total. I was wondering if it was just like this last time." With initially 3 carriages, joined by 4 new ones the night before, the entire expedition now consisted of 7 carriages and 21 people, including 4 female travelers, 7 carriage drivers who had replacements available if they became exhausted, 5 escortee including Alexei, Ninja and 6 mages. "I see. I'm sorry. Last time, there were around 24 escorts accompanying us, along with a similar number of travelers. I cannot recall the exact number of mages present at that time. This is mostly nothing. I most likely just needlessly restless around so many mages," Alexei explained, remembering his last not so appreciable experience of being surrounded by mages. "Don't worry. I understand. So how are you doing, with your carriage sickness?" "As you can see. I suppose I'm starting to get used to it," Alexei derisively smiled. "I suppose that's a good thing," Ninja smiled back. "After all, we still have a long journey ahead of us. Let's just hope you're not seasick, for from what I've heard the journey across is almost as long as the journey to the shores." Hearing this, Alexei turned around to face Ninja a devastated expression on his face. He has a strange feeling that it could actually be the case, and he also had the strange feeling that it could also be worse than what he was currently going through. It was at this moment that Alexei and Ninja were called by a voice from inside the carriage. "Hey, you two!" Turning toward the voice, the duo were waved at by a boy of around late teen or perhaps early 20. He was an Odo, much like the girl sitting beside him, who was roughly the same age and unannounced passenger. There were inside the carriage driver, Alexei and Ninja Delia, who sat beside the carriage driver, and the couple, which they clearly seemed to be. Yes? Ninja was it? Yes. And? Dream, Ninja also replied on Alexei's behalf. Dream, that's a nice name, don't you think? He said, a glance at the girl sitting beside who replied with a nod. So it might be a bit late for it, but we didn't got the time to introduce yesterday. This is Taina and she is Lalo, my wife. Nice to meet you too. Likewise. I initially assumed you were part of the travelers, but could I suppose from what I'm seeing that you two are also escortee who's also heading for the southern continent? We are. Oh, while saying that, Alexei saw the man's gaze linger on him. Eventually, Taina asked Alexei what the lingering was for. You're going there too? To which Alexei, with an unelaborating, yes. To which Ninja replied, he is accompanying me there. He's accompanying you. I see. You two are traveling alone? I mean, just the two of you? Yes, we are. I see, the man mumbled clearly, still processing what he just learned. We two are traveling on our own, just the two of us. No, three actually. Three? Oh, Ninja said, finally realizing. She turned to Alexei, only to see the latter's face unchanging. He'd already figured much. How exactly? He himself wasn't sure. He just knew she was. Congratulations to you two, Ninja expressed. Thanks, the man smiled, gaudily embarrassed. When will it be for? For the lunar harmony that is to come after the one to come, which left us with some time, to make our journey south, to our people's homeland. Oh, that's why, Ninja marveled. Yes, the man confirmed proudly. We want our child to be born blessed by Odo and as an Odo, which is why we decided to make this journey. That's very nice of you, Ninja complimented. Not at all, that's just very normal. Besides, we got very lucky, that's all. Lucky? Yes, truth, we didn't really plan all of this that much. Ouch, for some reason the man received an elbow hit from his partner. I mean, that's true. We were prepared for much less this for this journey. But we learned that Lala was pregnant, so we immediately headed to our local Divi, who helped us. From there, in matters of merely days, things were taken for us, and even a journey across the continent booked for us. I really wasn't expecting to make this journey, yet here we are. We didn't even have the time to say goodbye to the others, Lala, who'd been silent thus far, complained. It wasn't like we could give up on that opportunity or report it. You're right, but still I feel like we ran away or something like that. Don't take it like that, it would only do nothing but make you sad. Think of it as an opportunity for our baby to be born in Odo, like in our stories. I suppose you're right. Even if we had waited for the next expedition, it's unlikely that we could have gathered enough money for it. The opportunity offered to us by the Divi was one of a kind. Convinced by the words of her husband, the woman nodded. And the husband finally came back to his senses, and remembering the duo's existence suddenly went apologetic. Ah, sorry for that scene, you two, we didn't mean to. It's nothing, we don't mind, right Dream? Yes, Alexei backed with a nod. But say, after hearing your conversation, I wanted to ask, Ninja started only to stop at the carriage's sudden halt. What is it? She asked Delia, who left her seat next to the carriage driver to announce. We're ahead of schedule, we've reached halfway through Blue Water, just another half day and we'll be there. This spot would make the perfect spot for a short lunch break, and I'm damn hungry, she explained as she walked past Alexei, to the back of the carriage and announced out loud for the carriage behind to hear, folks, this spot is the right one. Establish a temporary camp, we rest a couple of hours. Nothing fancy, we rest a bit from our long night, and then we head to Blue Water for the final and longest segment of our journey. In these words, Delia boarded out of the carriage, and looked back at Ninja and Alexei. You two must be hungry, right? I suppose yeah, Ninja answered. Perfect then. How about you two go accompany Wilhelm to feed the horses pasture, they too must be hungry and exhausted, while in the meantime, I'll try to have lunch ready by your return. I guess a little pause isn't bad at all, right? Ninja opened conversation, as she sat on a rock beside Alexei, as they observed Wilhelm feeding the horse over the vast ever-spreading tundra in front of them. Yes, I suppose, Alexei responded. As a silence set itself in, Alexei, not knowing what else to say, thinking about the only thing that came to his mind, asked, "How is it looking?" looking at the turban on her head. "What?" Ninja asked. "Oh, this." After scanning the area for any potential witnesses, she confirmed that it was safe and began to carefully unravel her turban, revealing a pair of horns that were longer than ever before. As he had suspected and as she had previously claimed, the horns had indeed grown longer, surpassing the length imagined them being. Initially, they had been the size of a large nail, but now they were almost as long as an entire finger. The only reason they remained hidden under her turban was due to their slight curvature and golden hue. Examining the horns with her hands, she asked, "What do I look like with them?" "I must look like a goat, don't I?" Alexei's lack of comment concerning it prompted to retort, "At least say that I don't or something." "Sorry. Don't." Sigh. "From that silence I do really look like a goat." "Not at all. You should know, it's a bit late to lie to me," she commented as she put her turban back on. "And the other?" "The other? You mean the thing growing on my back?" "Yes. It's fine, it hasn't grown, at least I haven't felt like it did." She reached for her back. "You're sure?" "Yep. Besides, it would really be awkward if it really did. I can hide a pair of horns, but I don't think I would be able to hide a pair of golden wood-like wings protruding from my back." "I see. You know, recently, especially inside the carriage, since this crown, is made out of Odo, wouldn't it be possible to remove it?" Upon hearing this, Alexei stared blankly at Ninja trying to follow her reasoning. "You know," she continued, like crack, while mimicking the sound of something breaking. "I mean, these horns are made from Odo, right? Wouldn't it like to grow back anyway? Like, you know what? Forget about everything I just said, I think I'm starting to lose my mind, ha ha ha." "You're okay?" Alexei asked, out of concern. "You're not helping," and even less reassuring, with that question, Alexei, she pouted, leaning her onto Alexei's shoulder. While she did so, Alexei felt under her turban the texture of her horns, which she teasingly, much like a certain animal, rubbed against Alexei. "Now you really look like a goat," Alexei remarked. "Hey, that's mean," she teasingly reproached before bursting out laughing, before suddenly stopping. "What is it? Was it a smirk on your face that I caught earlier?" "A smirk?" "Yes, a nice large smirk. Do it again. Like this." Alexei tried. No closing in and reaching his face, Ninja arranged a large smile. "There you go, a large big smile. Now you look far less threatening." "I look threatening?" Instead of answering, she first smiled, strangely enough, "And in spite of being a literal child, you do look kind of threatening, even though you're like a kid. I don't mean it in a bad way, but I don't really know how else to say it, you know?" Sigh. "That was just plainly mean, wasn't it?" "I see, so I'm mean looking," Alexei mumbled to himself, rearranging the smile on his face, not really minding much of Ninja's words. "What does it look like if I smile like this? Do I look less threatening?" "Pfft," she once again bursted out laughing. "What? Nothing, nothing. You know what, forget about what I just said, though it was slightly close to the truth. I'm sure it was a tad too bit off." "How so?" "You do, at times, look threatening, but I believe it is mostly because of how usually lacking you are when it comes to acting silly." "You meant that I'm not acting? That's silly, but for someone your age?" "Yeah. But threatening as you are, that's fine by me." Once leaning her head onto Alexei's shoulder, she muttered, "I'm not afraid." "I see. Thanks. I'm not sure it deserved a thanks. It wasn't particularly a compliment." "Me neither." "Then why thanking me?" "I don't know," Alexei plainly declared. "I see," she said, and then went quiet for a bit. But then, After a while, she came back with a totally random question for Alexei. Hey, I know this is coming from nowhere, but do you believe in reincarnation? Reincarnation? Yeah, like when someone dies, their body stops working and they can't come back to life, right? She explained. Well, after that happens, their soul or spirit goes to live in another body instead of just disappearing forever. So basically, it means that people's souls keep living on in different bodies after they die, and some people think this can happen many times over. It's kinda like getting a new life, but with the same soul. That's reincarnation. Upon hearing her explanation, a similar instance came to Alexei's mind, one with which he was all too familiar. It didn't take him long to realize that she was likely asking him the question because of this. Alexei, do you believe in it, reincarnation? I know that it is possible for some beings to reappear after death or annihilation, to appear as an iteration of themselves, so that might be possible. Upon hearing this, Ninja Ura's eyes brightened with a small but unmistakable sign of hope, if not perhaps joy. So you believe in it? She went on immediately to ask. I guess I do. I see, so you do, she says with almost relief. What of it? No, nothing. Don't mind it, it was just some random and silly question. Is that so? It was at that moment that the duo were approached by Wilhelm, who seemingly was done with feeding the horse, asking, I've finished, you're heading back to the camp with me. To which the duo agreed. As they approached the camp, the warm smell of soup filled the air, to which Alexei's stomach rumbled in response, having not eaten since last night and having expelled most of it thereafter in their journey. Soon the source of the smell came into view. Surrounded by 4 fellow travelers, Delia was standing by the flames of the firepit, stirring a large pot of soup. As they neared, Delia spotted them approaching, exclaiming, There you were! Her smile visible even from a distance. We've been waiting for you. Come here and take a seat, she said, motioning for the duo to come over, which they did. The surrounding travelers moved aside to allow Ninja Ura to approach. Ninja Ura and Alexei were invited to take a seat on crates that had been fashioned into a chair, which they disposed of next to each other. As they sat down, Delia served them each a bowl of soup. The rich aroma of the broth filled their nostrils, and they eagerly dug in. The soup is hearty and filling, with chunks of vegetables and meat floating in the savory broth. Ninja Ura's eyes lit up with delight at the sight of the savory meal. Meat, not chicken or rabbit meat? She questioned excitedly. Delia smiled and nodded. Yes, meat. Ox meat. You're lucky that during our stop yesterday, I got the opportunity to fill our reserve with fresh fruits and food. So I thought about trying something fancy today. You better enjoy it, because you won't have the opportunity to enjoy fresh meat and vegetables once we leave Blue Water, and that will be for a long time. So enjoy. Thanks, we will, Ninja Ura declared before beginning to eat, and so did Alexei. The soup was even more delicious than it looked. The tender chunks of meat were succulent and juicy, and the broth was thick and savory. The vegetables were perfectly cooked, adding a refreshing crunch to the dish. Ninja Ura couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh as she ate. This is amazing, she said, looking up at Delia. Thank you so much for cooking this for us. Delia smiled warmly. It's my pleasure. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Alexei savored the warm meal in contented silence, relishing the perfect respite from the rigors of his dizzying journey. As he enjoyed his food, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, interrupting his moment of peace. Something happened, or, to be exact, he felt something happen, and that is still happening. Alexei, something is a voice in his mind began. It was at that moment that he felt a familiar weight fall on his shoulder, followed by the sound of something spilling and hitting the ground. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Ninja Ura, her eyes dizzily trying to close. Ninja Ura. Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, Race, Class, Ninja Ura, 3/14, 339, 55, Dai Odo, Crowned. Checking her status was Alexei's first reflex upon seeing her the way she was, followed by checking his own name, H.P., P.P, race, class, level, Alexei, 9/11, 269/270, RBN, Mage, 10. Though his stats didn't seem to have been heavily affected as it would be by something physical, he instantly understood. The foe. Alexei struggled to speak, feeling his throat constricting. He managed to gasp out a single word. Poisoned. Damn. Little dream, you've been poisoned. He immediately knew something was wrong with the food they had just consumed. He tossed aside his plate of food, realizing they had been poisoned with something. As he stood up, he felt the effects of the poison. His head spun, and his vision blurred. He stumbled backward, trying to keep his balance, but he could feel his legs giving way. You've been poisoned. Hurry up, do something. In his blurry vision, he sought the eyes of the one that had served him the obviously poisoned food, and he found her. She was there, standing there dozens of meters away from him, if not more. What's wrong, dream? She asked, her voice filled with a concern that was clearly fake. Or perhaps I should call you, Ale. These few words allowed Alexei to catch up with what was going on and understand that just as Alexei had said he ought to do something. And quick. Aiming at Delia, whose expression behind the blurry he could tell has changed, Alexei conjured a mantra, Arrow, Apprentice, Windcutter level 2, 38.5, but before he could unleash it, he felt something slamming at the back of his head, sending him this time straight to the ground, for him to a couple of seconds later fall unconscious. 44. Meeting an old acquaintance. Alexei slowly opened his eyes, expecting to wake up in somewhat familiar surroundings. He did not. Instead, he found himself standing in the middle of an empty void. There was no color, no sound, no sensation, no nothing. It was as if he was trapped in a world of pure darkness. There was just it, the darkness, and him. Suddenly, he heard a voice, barely above a faint whisper. It was a voice he had heard before, one that he had, over the years, associated with unfortunate events happening in his life, but strangely enough, this time it sounded comforting. Alexei, the voice whispered. You are dreaming. That much Alexei could tell. I know. Alexei had only dreamed twice in his entire life, once that night and once that time inside the carriage, both of which left a very long-lasting impression on him. So he knew the moment he woke up that he wasn't really awake. Alexei, what is this place? I don't know. I was expecting that perhaps you might have the answer to that. I know this is a dream. I also know this isn't simply that, for this has always been there since that night you chose to do what you did against us. This is where I waited for so long for you to wake. As he listened to Alexei began to mumble, interrupting Alexei, the word poison, which came to him followed by a stream of very recent memories. Well, it seems you were able to remember that without my help. What happened to Ninja? What happened to me? Who knows? Alexei dismissively remarked. Oh, come on, don't be so hard on me, I said it, didn't I? I am neither omniscient nor omnipresent, I only know what I know and what you know, that's all. And I know nothing of what's happened out there. Except that. Except what? She's alive, that's one thing, you're alive, mostly in very bad shape and obviously unconscious, and she's being taken away from you with her condition. Worsening with every passing second. What have you? You can frame me with whatever you want, but I can assure you that although I was responsible for her awakening I had nothing to do with what happened thereafter, and certainly not with any of this. Her purpose, to me, was to save you, to wake you from your self-destructive slumber. Although, in my view, she may have outlived her purpose, I am not responsible for the turn of events that followed, even though I might have been the one to set them in motion. For a moment, Alexei remained there, waiting, before asking, how do I leave this dream? How do I wake up? As he understood that right now his focus should not be on determining whether or not Alexei was guilty or not but instead on getting to Ninja as soon as possible. You've been poisoned, luckily it didn't seem to be something fatal, or else we wouldn't be having this discussion. Their goal was most likely not to kill but just incapacitate you, both of you. So how do you wake up? You don't. Or, to be exact, you can't. Not your own. But with your help, I could. Exactly. From the way he voiced it, Alexei was all too familiar with what Saraxi might come to ask next. Don't be like this. Why do you have to always expect the worst out of me? I wasn't going to ask anything of you in exchange for getting you out of this dream. Well, I was going to ask something of you, but not what you imagined. What is it? Something that I've already done in the past, and something that I know you're not going to like. As Alexei stood there, he noticed something strange happening. Appearing in front of him was a reflection of himself that reached out a hand to himself. I will wake you up, but please remember that once you're out there, you may feel a bit confused. Therefore, I want to remind you that everyone around you will be your enemy. Hey, I know this might sound stupid, but what's up with this kid? One of the traveler's supposed mages asked, firmly tying Alexei's hand behind his back. I mean, I get for the girl, but I didn't explain what's up with the boy. Why so much trouble, literally poisoning them? Couldn't we just knock instead of through all of this? Alexei's body lay unconscious on the ground, surrounded by 4 heavily armed mages, one of whom was tying him up. You're either very new or stupid, or perhaps both, another mage sneered, before ordering, tie his limbs firmly. I don't need some unwanted surprise here. The man nodded, obliging. So is there anyone who can answer my question with less condescendence? I'm a new mage, I just got sent without much explanation by the boss. I know he's after the girl, which is why in the first place I'm helping you guys with this, but what's the deal with this boy? I get that he's clearly a Rajborn, so what? Is he some sort of eloping child or something like that Hamst parents are after? Or? That boy is no eloping child, we wouldn't go through so much trouble for just an eloping child. That right there, is a true monster. A monster? Yes, in spite of this innocent appearance of his, that's undoubtedly what it is, or else how would anyone be able to do what he did? What did he do? Most of you might have not even been made mage back then, but this right there was responsible for the death of easily 100 of us, among which were many Rajs. Hundreds. A mage mumbled, dumbfounded. Why? Another mage, curious, asked. Why? How would I know? I just know that for a period of 3 lunar harmonies this little boy has terrorized the entirety of the northern province, under an alias, Ethereal Breeze. Ethereal Breeze. I've heard of this name before. I've also heard of a rumor that circulated around this name. It said that this Ethereal Breeze was a man that went up against those of the Citadel, causing trouble, causing the death of many of their members, hence the recruiting frenzy that ensued month thereafter, before being taken care of by the Citadel. That sounds like a totally different story. Indeed, that sounds like a completely different story, but the fact remains that these rumors were based on him. He, Ethereal Breeze, was the central figure around whom these rumors were constructed. One day, while in the midst of his slaughter, the Citadel, in partnership with the city's Raj family, descended upon him with a combined force of dozens, if not hundreds, of mages. However, even with that, it was, as you can see, not enough. 100 of mages weren't able to stop him. A mage repeated, unable to believe what the man had told them. From that point on, I'm not entirely certain what occurred. After all, I was not involved in the punitive expedition led by the Citadel. However, the man who recommended me as a mage to the boss, was. While the Citadel was unable to deal with him as they typically would with anyone committing such a heinous offense, they were able to restrain him, albeit temporarily. As you can see, that restraint was only temporary. I let you imagine the shock my mentor experienced when he haphazardly encountered him at the site of the Odo girl 2 months ago. Him 2 months ago. While they were lucky to have all made their way back home alive, just this little encounter cost one of them 2 arms. So if you don't want us to meet a fate worse than that, I'll highly advise you to tie him properly. Yes, immediately, the man replied nervously, going over back how well he tied the boy. Boss, I don't get it. A mage approached the man. If he's so dangerous, why don't we off him here and now? That would spare everyone the trouble, right? That's a sound if not somewhat disturbing reasoning, but we can't. Why? You were forbidden it by your boss. Our boss forbids it, most likely because he was forbidden it. Someone forbid him. Yes, it appears that someone has something very personal against this boy, which is why they don't want him dead yet. That's why our task here is to wait for them and hand the boy over alive. Isn't that like a very stupid decision, especially if the boy is as dangerous as you claim to be? Yep, that's really stupid, but, hey, you aren't done yet with tying him. That can't be an impo, the man yelled at the man before halting himself mid-sentence, seeing the other man falling from a crouching position to his butt, as though petrified. Oi, what happened? He's the man was not given the opportunity to finish his tremblingly uttered sentence, as his ability to speak was forcefully taken away from him, forever. Much like a watermelon would, the man's head burst, sending a rain of blood, skulls shard onto and brain onto nearby mages. Holy fucking shit. He's awake. Nexus alert, unification reversed. 55%, Alexei once again opened his eyes, this time awakening not to a void-like darkness, but instead to a grotesque red. Confused, unable to conjure, Alexei lay there, his hand reaching toward the man's missing head, and saw the headless corpse fall on its back. Alexei, you're too much in your head, wake up already and stand up, a voice orders. Stuck in a trance-like state, Alexei complied and freed his legs, which were inexplicably tied. He stood up and stared at the corpse in front of him as blood poured out, pooling enough to reach his feet. It was staring at it, that Alexei came to his mind, a voice reminding him, remember, everyone around you will be your enemy. Lifting his gaze from the pooling blood pooling at his feet, Alexei's gaze met that of a man standing a few meters away from him. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 4, 29 30 seconds. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2021. Name, H.P. P.P. Question mark, 3, 2226. Going over all their faces, Alexei recognized them as the travelers' mages Delia had brought over from the city of Cobalt Cove. Speaking of Delia, she was nowhere to be seen, and so was Ninja Ura. Where is Nin? Alexei started, only to be interrupted by a shout. Bastard! Shouted a mage, about to unleash his lightning elementalus at Alexei. But before he could, Alexei, without much thought into only anger and a sense of betrayal, countered with a mantra of his own. Electro, initiate, Thunderstrike level. 3, 23.44, arg. My arm! Screamed the man, hugging his scrambled arm. Electro, initiate, Thunderstrike level. 2, 12.5, how dare ya! Screamed another, lunging at Alexei. Electro, initiate, Thunderstrike level. 2, 12.5, with a flick of the wrist, the man was hit by Alexei's elementalus on the chest, and was sent flying several meters into the background, leaving around, standing just Alexei and a single mage, who from appearance seemed just slightly older than others. With a flick of the wrist, Alexei's elementalus hit the man on the chest, sending him flying several meters into the background. Now only Alexei and a single mage remained, who appeared to be only slightly older than the others. His eyes leaving where his friend was sent flying, his gaze met Alexei's blue eyes staring ominously at him. The man's next course of action was to raise both arms in submission and get to his knee. Alexei approached with the intent to ask the man about Ninja Ura's whereabouts, but 2 steps later, he stopped as he realized he had other ways to acquire that information. As he allowed them to appear, threads of myriad colors emanated from Alexei's chest, spreading out in all directions. Amidst the thousands of threads, Alexei quickly located the golden one he knew was connected to Ninja Ura. From the thread's path, it appeared that Ninja Ura had been taken ahead of their path, toward Blue Water, in the direction they had been heading before stopping for a pause. She was somewhere ahead, most likely with Delia and the other members of the expedition. It was then, staring in Blue Water's direction, that Alexei came to notice something happening. There was something happening with the threads, something that reminded of what happened that night he was ambushed by mages from all over the city. "Alexei, there is something dangerous ahead. And it's coming this way," Saraxi warned. As Alexei continued staring in that direction, the thread, or, more accurately, the people to whom the threads were attached, emerged from the lowering plateau ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of hooves clattering against the ground. Amidst the deafening sound of galloping hooves, a group of 24 heavily armored and armed mages arrived on horseback, led by a commanding figure. Their armor gleamed menacingly in the sunlight, and a strange aura of power, unknown to Alexei, palpably emanated from them. As they arrived and beheld the sight of the lifeless and unconscious bodies surrounding Alexei, a palpable sense of unease spread among the group. They shared a fleeting moment of hesitation, that was almost instantly dispelled by their leader dismounting his horse. Removing the helmet covering his entire face, the man took a few steps toward Alexei. "You." Alexei trailed, checking the man's status and seeing a familiar name appear. "It has been a while, young lord." Danevald. 45. Battling an old acquaintance. "You." Alexei trailed, seeing the face the man revealed under the helmet. Name, H.P., P.P., P.P., Race, Class, Danevald, 6'2+, 2626, 4748, RBN, Mage. "It has been a while, young lord." Danevald, undoubtedly recognizing the man, whom it's been some years since he'd last seen. Yet not much has changed on the man's face. It was the same face which used to look after him with a certain air of apprehension, while today that same face looked at him with a certain contempt and disgust. "I was tempted to congratulate you over some growth after so much time not seeing each other, but I can see that you haven't grown all that much since we last met, and I also can simply surmise from what I'm seeing here that some things simply never change, can't they?" he said, a glance at Alexei's bloody surroundings. Much like a scolded child, Alexei's gaze ran from Danevald's as he backed off a few steps, only to have on his peripheral view, the man, still knee, arms held in a surrendering fashion. "I had the feeling that merely poison wouldn't do much to you, but at least it had the merit of being able to hold you off from running away as you are so good at. So young lord, what are you going to do with him? Simply kill him? Or you're going to do your thing? After that's where your little nickname came from, right? Ethereal Breeze, the one who leaves nothing behind." Hearing this, a cold chill visibly ran down the man's back. His voice trembling, barely above a whisper, the man begged, "Can I leave, please? Mercy." To which Alexei, in spite of his anger for what the man along with his fellow did, answered with a nod, which the man took wholeheartedly with as an opportunity to scramble away without any care for any of his fellow. "Oh, young lord, it seems you've learned what mercy is. That deserves its round of applause, doesn't it?" Danevald sarcastically remarked, applauding at him. "Danevald, are you the one behind all of this?" Alexei asked, venturing a question he already knew the answer to. "Alexei, can you hear my voice already?" "Yes, I can." "That's a relief. Anyway, I don't know what that Danevald of yours was during the time you were inside that crystal sleeping, but there's something changed with his status. I've seen it. From the moment he arrived, the first thing Alexei noticed about Danevald was the discrepancy between his current stats and what Alexei remembered Danevald's stats to be, and very especially this completely new dedicated P.P. "Do you know anything that could explain this?" "I do, and it is not looking good. Check the other knight's mage stats. I've seen it. All of them, just like Danevald had an extra P.P allocated." "What is it?" "A second prana core. That's possible. It normally shouldn't, but given this presence I'm feeling, it was clearly made possible." "Whose presence?" "Eris, the Radiant Oasis. If I was behind this?" Danevald said, motioning at his fellow to unmount their horse, which they did, before confessing, "Yes, I was." "Why? Why? After all you've done, you're asking me why? Are you truly as clueless as you are uncaring, young lord? To Lord Elric, Minma, Lord Nagyub, your own grandfather, and even Anya, your own mother, And to every single person who has fallen by your hands, do you comprehend how long I have waited for this day? The day when you would emerge from your safe and comfortable crystal, Danevald spat, putting his helmet on, and unsheathing his sword. Danevald, I don't want to fight you. I see you have no desire to fight me, he sneered. Figure, young lord, for a while, I thought you would stay hidden until the end of my life. But fate has smiled upon me, granting me the opportunity to deliver justice for the deceased, so their souls may rest in peace. Whether you wish to fight or not, it makes no difference. Justice will be served, Alexei. Danevald, Alexei, that's enough. But, can't you see it already? He clearly won't listen to whatever you have to say. With a flick of his wrist, Danevald positioned his knights in a crescent formation around Alexei. Whether you want it or not, you'll have to fight. Out of this 20-man crescent formation, 10 of them stepped several steps forward toward Alexei, while the other within was Danevald, one fist pressing against their palm. The knight who remained in standby suddenly summoned a circular barrier that enveloped Alexei and the other's knight who stepped behind. This can't be. Flames? Pyroelementalist. Now, no doubt, that's her. Perceiving a clear and formidable threat emanating from the barrier, Alexei refrained from approaching it and instead unleashed his winds to test its strength. However, as he approached a certain distance from the fiery barrier, his winds were rendered ineffective. Undeterred, Alexei switched to his electro-elemental abilities, hoping for more penetrative power. But once again, as it neared the barrier, his electro-elementalist lightning was absorbed like a droplet of water into a bucket. Alexei, how do I leave this barrier or destroy it? Give me a second. We've waited for so long for this day. You thought we wouldn't be ready for it. You were wrong. Alexei, how do I get rid of this barrier? No more avoiding, no more running away from this, Alexei. Danevald raged before a swing of the sword, unleashing a fiery arc at Alexei. Arrow, Apprentice, Gust Barrier Level 1, 15.25, though able to protect himself, Alexei was pushed back off a meter or so. Alexei? In a second. Coming right now. Barrier, P.P/H.P, 558, okay. I have 2 pieces of news for you. Unfortunately, both of them are bad, but one is slightly better than the other. Firstly, I want to let you know that the barrier isn't invincible, it has its limits. It's possible to break through it, but to do so, we need to attack it continuously and wear down the prana that it's being fed with by those 10 knights, just like you did earlier. However, I'm afraid that we don't have enough prana to make it through. Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 1111, 217/270, RBN, Mage, 10, especially so, when you still have to deal with Danevald and at least 9 other knights. We're not dealing with anyone. Okay, spare me this, for God's sake not now, for now I'm just presenting you our way out of here. I once knew someone who used his pyroelementalist in a similar fashion. Thankfully, this barrier won't attack us directly, but it will trap us inside like an arena, leaving us with no means of escape. Right now, we have 3 options, but 2 of them are foolish and suicidal. The first is to try and attack the barrier in the hopes of wearing it down, but given the limited amount of prana you have left, I don't believe that will be possible. The second option is to wait, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it to buy ourselves some time, since maintaining this barrier is costing the mages a lot of prana. If we can survive for an hour or perhaps 2, they may run out of prana to sustain it. However, this is unlikely to happen, given that we're trapped in here with 10 other mages who are intent on cutting you down. Almost as if in response to Alexei's explanation, one of the mages lunged at Alexei with a fiery spear, as if leading the charge, quickly followed by the other mages. Arrow, Apprentice, Unrelenting Wave Level 2, 38.15, as the mages drew closer, Alexei unleashed his wind magic with a fierce blast. The force of the shock wave knocked the nearest mage off his feet, sending him reeling backward several meters. The next mage in line was also caught by the blast, his fiery spear flying from his hand as he stumbled backward. The other mages, caught off guard by the sudden display of power, were also sent reeling backward by the force of the wind magic. Some managed to regain their footing quickly, while others struggled to stand up as they were thrown back. With the mages temporarily stunned and disoriented, Danevald, who had not taken part in the charge, stepped forward and gave orders to his allies: "Hold your positions. Don't charge at him. Attack him from where you are, he's not going anywhere." "Zraxai, what's the third option?" "You defeat these 10 mages, which, stat-wise, doesn't smell good either for you." At Zraxai's words, Alexei swallowed hard, for he understood the implication they carried. They're not just guards that can be easily knocked out or mages you can simply overwhelm through raw prana capacity's superiority. In other words, you cannot rely on your typical prana consumption to defeat them. During the most active years of his partnership with Zraxai, Alexei developed a distinctive modus operandi for battling mages. His approach centered around depleting his opponent's prana before delivering a decisive finishing blow, which relied heavily on evasive skills and his defensive mantras, with a greater emphasis on the former. However, the latter was also proven to be the most expensive maneuver, when it comes to prana consumption cost-effectiveness, even for someone who was born with such a large edge over any mage there is out there. As of now, wasting prana was the last thing Alexei would want to do. The fact that they used this fiery barrier instead of relying on just numbers and this newly acquired boost of theirs proved that either one, they weren't sure they would be able to muster up a blow you wouldn't be able to evade, or they just really wanted, with their own hands, tear you apart. Jointly the mages unleash a salvo of pyroelementalist attack at Alexei. Arrow, Apprentice, Gust Barrier Level. 2, 38.15, Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 1111, 179/270, RBN, Mage, 10, Alexei, let's take an objective look at our situation. If you intend to get away from this using conventional methods or simply blocking their attack, there will be no winning for you. So, just this once, sit this one out and let me handle this. Just a mention of it brought Alexei to the day he was pushed against the wall and left the rein to. As Alexei listened to Zraxai's suggestion, his mind was taken back to the memory of that day when he was cornered against a wall and allowed something like his proposition to happen. If Alexei were to name one thing he regretted most, it would be letting that happen. And he certainly wasn't ready to make the same mistake again. So, almost instantly, he gave his answer. "No, Alexei." Once again, from their corner, the mages readied themselves to unleash a joint pyro-elemental attack at Alexei, one in which Danevald also took part. Hoping that the mantra he had unleashed would be enough, and not daring to use a more costly one, Alexei called forth his Gust Barrier, once again to protect himself. The wind barrier was able to shield him from a roasted future, but his body was still sent reeling a couple of meters by the ensuing impact. Alexei hit the ground hard, his body rolling a few times before coming to a stop. He groaned in pain as he tried to push himself up, his limbs feeling weak and uncooperative. "Come on, Alexei. Stop being so stubborn. This isn't going anywhere. Let me handle this. I already gave you my answer." It's no. As the smoke caused by the clash between Alexei's Aero Elementalist and their Pyro Elementalist cleared, Danevald and the mages were still standing there, seemingly ready to unleash yet another attack at any time. "Danevald," Alexei called, hoping to be able to bargain. "What? Let me go." Several silent seconds went by, during which it felt as though Danevald was trying to make sense of what he had just heard. "Letting you go?" he repeated incredulously before bursting into loud laughter at the ridiculous demand. "And why would I do that? Don't tell me you expect me to simply agree to this demand of yours just because you think that's what I should do," Danevald retorted sharply. "You lost that right the moment you chose to leave the fort. I will leave and never return." "Leave? And may we all know where to?" "The southern continent." "Oh, right. The strange Odo girl. She's your new friend, right? That was your plan, Leaving the continent with her? Yes, she's my friend. I'm going to leave with her and never return to the continent. I won't hurt anyone else. Oh my, who could have ever believed it? That you would ever be able to make friends, Danevald said with a hint of sarcasm. Shame that most of those who might have been happy to hear this news are all dead, killed by you. As for me, I simply don't see myself allowing you to leave. Knowing you, allowing you to head to the southern continent, I'm pretty sure you would simply make that place a slaughterhouse. That's not true? How so? Can you name me one thing you've touched that you've not turned to ash? What? Nothing coming to minutes, you're wrong. I changed. Change? You? Yes. If there is one thing that I've learned about you that isn't a complete mystery to me, it's that you can't change. We've been hoping that you would, one day, but Anya and I were wrong. Alexei sank into silence. These words formed a heavy knot in Alexei's chest, for he could clearly see where this perspective came from. He simply could not change. It was at that moment that a voice spoke in his mind. Come on, little dream, don't let his words get you down. We both know that's not true. None of this was your fault, and even if you had a part of the responsibility, it would have been fair to listen to the deviant voice speaking inside your head, which right happened to be trying to cheer you up, Saraxai joked. Come on, gather yourself up. Things won't end here for you. You still have an unfulfilled promise with Ninja Ura, don't you? Gotta hold on to one's promise, right? You're right, Alexei nodded, cheered by Saraxai's words. Before addressing himself back to Danevald, you might be right that I destroy everything I touch, but that's not who I am, nor who I want to be. Even if it were, I can, or at least try to. You might be right. Regardless of it, I'll be taking Ninja Ura to the southern continent, as I had promised, even if for that I'll have to let you down once again. Saraxai, Alexei called. Yes? Just for this once, I'll do it. 46. Battling something more than just an acquaintance. Just for this once, I'll do it. Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 1111, 140/270, RBN, Mage, 10. I will not hold anything back, Alexei declared, backing himself the further away he could from the distance. Alexei, you, stubborn as ever, aren't we? Good then, if you insist let me assist the best I can. He's planning something, ready yourselves you all, Danevald warned the other mages. TSK. He's really learned to be annoying, hasn't he? Yes, he did, Alexei started calling forth his arrow elementalist. Instead of unleashing it as an attack toward Danevald and the other mages, Alexei's arrow elementalist danced around him like a little tornado around its center. What is he? Without giving the fire magic wielders a chance to counter his plan, Alexei utilized his arrow elementalist to enlarge the tornado surrounding them. He also intensified the rotation of the tornado on the ground by using his electro elementalist to turn the earth, creating a dust storm that obscured their vision. Although there were likely better locations to execute this tactic, Alexei was able to stir up dust and debris from the surrounding weeds, filling the fiery barrier with particles and further impeding the fire magic wielder's ability to see and breathe. Stop him! Alexei heard Danevald shouting, but it was too late. Dust and Alexei's wind already filled the place, and Alexei deftly using his made sure to have to hold the dust in place. Amidst the raging dust storm, a barrage of uncoordinated, scorching flames made their way towards Alexei's previous location. Despite other attacks flying towards him, Alexei, positioned at the center of the storm, spotted the fiery elementals approaching, giving him the chance to evade or counter. After a brief moment of hesitation, Alexei deftly directed his electro-elementals towards his opponent, whose location Alexei without much difficulty was able to pinpoint amidst the chaos of the dust storm. Name, H.P, P.P, P.P, Race, Class, Danevald, 6'2+, 2626, 2748, RBN, Mage, Name, H.P, P.P, P.P, Race, Class, ? 72+, 2828, 2450, RBN, Mage, Name, H.P, P.P, P.P, Race, Class, question mark, 72 plus, 2828, 2149, RBN, Mage, Name, H.P, P.P, P.P, Race, Class, question mark, 83 plus, 3131, 2353, RBN, Mage. Despite the swirling dust, both the threads emanating from Alexei and connecting to Danevald and the mages, as well as the status screen appearing beside their faces, give away their overall position in relation to Alexei, who remained at the center of the storm. Alexei, to your right. Name, H.P, P.P, P.P, Race, Class, question mark, 72 plus, 2828, 2149, RBN, Mage, feeding the condensation dust storm with a powerful gust of wind amplifying its centrifugal force. Alexei unleashed his electro-elemental abilities towards one of the mages. Electro, Apprentice, Slithering Strike Level. 1, 15.25. Amidst the deafening roar of the winds and the cacophony of low-pitched howls and high-pitched whistles from the swirling debris and dust, Alexei distinctly heard the spine-chilling scream of the man as he connected his slithering strike. As his attack revealed his position within the dust storm, a barrage of searing flames pierced through the air and targeted him. None of them reached Alexei, as the moment he unleashed it, already made his past a salvo of flaming attack coming from a particular position, or to be exact, his new established target. A clang reverberated. It was unclear whether it was due to the dissipating dust or the man's quick reflexes, or possibly both, but as Alexei lunged forward using his arrow elementalist to reach the man, his fist met the man's metal shield. "He's here!" shouted the mage to his nearby comrades, raising his sword with one hand and clearly intending to cut down Alexei. "TSK, Alexei, now!" Electro, Apprentice, Slithering Strike Level. 1, 15.25. From the distance that separated them, it was impossible for Alexei to miss the man. Despite standing still, the man was missing an entire arm, and the upper left half of his torso was brutally mangled. The man cast a quick glance over his shoulder, then reverted his gaze back to Alexei, but before he could make a move, he fell backwards onto the ground with an unsettling silence, as if his body had simply given up. Danevald's glare was so intense that it seemed to fill the space between them, his brows furrowed and his eyes narrowed with anger. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and, using his Geo-Elementalis, unleashed a barrage of sharp rocks in Alexei's direction. But Alexei was quick to react. With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned his Arrow Elementalis and lifted himself to the side, evading the rocks with ease. He positioned himself back in the midst of the dying dust storm, which he had once again revived with his winds. His mind set on getting out of there alive, Alexei convinced himself to not think much about what he just did and instead on taking care, and if necessary taking down his opponent mages. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the swirling dust storm, Alexei slithered through the chaos with the grace of a serpent, striking out at the mages with lightning speed. One by one, they fell before his onslaught. With a swift leap, Alexei allowed the wind to lift him up as he delivered a lightning-enhanced kick, shattering his opponent's skull and separating it from the rest of his body. As the headless corpse fell to the ground, Alexei kicked into the air to distance himself from the fiery attack that had been aimed at him. The man's lifeless body was quickly engulfed by flames, but Alexei had already withdrawn himself from the scene, unscathed. Name, H.P, P.P, P.P, Race, Class, Danevald, 6'2+, 1626, 1748, RBN, Mage, Name, H.P, P.P, P.P, Race, Class, question mark, 72+, 2828, 1149, RBN, Mage, Name, H.P, P.P, P.P, Race, Class, question mark, 72+, 2929, 1453, RBN, Mage. As the final dusty wind of the dust storm settled, Alexei emerged from his hiding spot. He had thought that the storm had outlived its usefulness, and he didn't have much prana left to keep it going anyway. Now, he was face to face with Danevald, who stood flanked by the 2 remaining mages out of the initial 10. Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Level, Alexi, 1111, 40/270, RBN, Mage, 10, well, done, Alexi. Only 3 left to go. Not 3. 2. Yeah, right? Perhaps out of hope that perhaps it might this time work, or perhaps out of sheer desperation, or perhaps both. The trio unleashed a last-ditch joint pyro-elementalist attack at Alexi. Electro, Apprentice, Unnamed Mantra Level. 4, 31.25, calling forth the first aerokinesis trick he'd ever learned, Alexi summoned a small vortex of wind. The vortex whirled to life, its edges sharp and precise as it spun around Alexi's outstretched palms, which with a flick of his wrists, he directed towards the incoming flames, the winds catching the stream of fire and drawing it into the vortex. As the flames were sucked into the vortex, Alexi's face contorted with concentration, his hands moving with deftness and precision. With the flames captured in the vortex, Alexi directed his palms towards the 2 mages on either side of the middle one, unleashing the captured flames back at them. The flames emerged from the vortex in a searing wave, engulfing the 2 mages in a fierce blaze as they cried out in surprise and pain. Right now, only Danevald remained. Even that wasn't enough, he bitterly commented as he surveyed the sight of his fallen comrades, impressed despite his frustration. Name, H.P, P.P, Race, Class, Level, Alexi, 1111, 7/270, RBN, Mage, 10. How did you get so strong, I wonder? Was killing these people really whatever was the way you did it, that empowering? He asked, tossing aside his helmet. Careful, Alexi, you're almost entirely out of prana, over here. I know. Answer me. He exclaimed, conjuring an enormous boulder out of thin air and hurled it towards Alexi. With lightning-fast reflexes, Alexi summoned a mantra, Slithering Strike, which struck the boulder with a deafening crack, splitting it into pieces. At the sight of this, perhaps having come to terms with the fact that he could never defeat Alexi as a mage, Danevald reached for his sword and lunged toward him. His arm held out at the charging Danevald. A single decision, followed by a single action would put an end to all of this. All Alexi had to do was to take it. He could not. Given the opportunity to do so, Danevald closed the distance between him and Alexi and swung his sword. With the back of his hand, Alexi with all that he had of prana met Danevald's blade. A clang and zapping noise reverberated. Danevald's blade broke in half. Danevald reached for Alexi's neck and jumped onto him, pinning him to the ground. Danevald pinned Alexi to the ground, his grip tightening around Alexi's neck. Alexi struggled to free himself, let alone to breathe. The situation he was put in, made him call for his pranakinesis, but he had no prana left to fight back. His body convulsed as he gasped for air, his eyes bulging with desperation. Why won't you just die? Danevald growled, his grip becoming even tighter. Alexi managed to wheeze out a few words. Let me leave. Leave? For a moment Alexi felt a slight release on Danevald's clutch, but it soon came to an end, replaced by an even tighter and more murderous clutch. That won't happen, for all you've done, you will die. All right, that's enough, Alexi heard. Sorry in advance for the few upcoming broken promises, Alexi, but you're not dying here. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, synergy initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, synergy completed. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, absorption initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, absorption completed. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, integration initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, integration completed. Nexus alert, Dreamwalker awakened, H.P, P.P, 0.09, 5,2, Nexus alert, Dreamwalker awakened, H.P, P.P, 0.09, 5,4, name, H.P, P.P, race, class, level, Alexi, 1111, 13.8/283, RBN, Mage, 10, Nexus Alert, Dreamwalker Awakened, H.P, P.P, 0.09, 5,6, electricity crackled around him, and Danevald yelped in surprise as he was jolted with a surge of energy. He loosened his grip on Alexei, and the young mage took advantage of the opening to push him off and scramble to his feet. Coughing and heaving for breath, Alexei turned around to face Danevald, his eyes uncharacteristically filled with a murderous glare. Danevald lay on the ground, his still uncontrollably body convulsing from the electric shock he suffered from Alexei's lightning. With a grunt, he raised his arm, his eyes flickering with a glint of determination as he was calling forth the last bit of prana in him. But before he could unleash it, Alexei was already on the move. He raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot forth, striking Danevald's outstretched arm with a deafening crack. He couldn't do it himself, but that's fine, I'll tear you apart myself, he growled through gritted teeth. Danevald cried out in agony as the lightning shattered his arm. His teeth clenched and his face contorted with fury as he struggled to stand. However, his broken arm hung uselessly at his side, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. But before he hit the ground, Alexei, for that is what Alexei had become, unleashed a fierce blast of arrow elementalis at Danevald. Danevald's body was sent reeling backward, rolling a few times, coughing agonizingly, before coming to a stop, his face facing the ground. As Danevald lay there, Alexei didn't attack, instead he approached. Danevald struggled to come back to his back. With a push Alexei allowed him to turn around. What will you do now, huh? Alexei taunted, his eyes blazing with an intensity that made anyone's blood run cold. Tell me. Aiming for his face, Alexei called forth, slithering strike, but surprisingly he did not unleash it. He sat over the helpless Danevald, sending a punch to his face. Followed by another. Then yet another. Followed by another, then another. His punches did little to no damage. If anything, it was possible that it hurt him more than it hurt Danevald. After all, they were just that, punches from a little boy. And yet, he couldn't see himself stopping, even when he came back to his senses. How many of them landed on Danevald's face, he could not tell, he just knew he came to a stop when his fists were bloodied. Alexei's breathing was erratic as he lifted himself up from over Danevald and rolled over to the side. He remained there for a moment, trying to catch his breath, before finally gathering himself up and lifting himself up. Why? Danevald asked, reaching for his leg as Alexei looked down at him before turning around to take his leave. What? Alexei asked. Why don't you just do it? Why don't you just kill me? Danevald exclaimed. Why don't you just do it and end it all here? As long as I breathe I will come after you, until the day I will avenge her. So do it. Do it. No. Let me go. Why? Why won't you simply do it? That's what you do best, right? Do it. Do me what you've done her and let us be done with all of this bother. Do it, Danevald taunted, clutching even more violently Alexei's ankle. I said no, refused Alexei, stomping on Danevald's hand to free himself. Why not? Perhaps, you're going to tell me that you've developed overnight morals? I have not. Then why? Because I care. Alexei roared back at Danevald. You care? Danevald mumbled, puzzled. Yes. I do. And yes, you're right, I could simply kill you, but that would not be what I want. Had I wanted, I would have made you like your comrades over there, Alexei leashed out, pointing at the nearby corpses. You're right, I have no morals. I know what's right and wrong, but I don't feel, and don't ever feel like I will ever feel, remorse for doing wrong. Similarly, I know there are things I should fear, but I simply don't. I just like and hate things. That's just how I am. That's just how I was made. I only realize it now. I am selfish. Very. But I know what it is to care about something, or even someone. So no. I don't want to kill you, because I care for you, Alexei declared. There lying on the ground, Danevald stared at Alexei with a difficult expression on his face, and yet some moment later, he suddenly a sarcastic if not somewhat alienated laughter. What was that? Was that supposed to move me, young lord? Take it the way you want, Alexei barked back. But I'll be leaving this place. I will find Ninja Ura, and we will leave this continent for the southern continent as I have promised her. You will not ever see me again. They're so far away from one another. I will be what you wish for me, dead. You are not going anywhere, Danevald insisted stubbornly. I will leave this place. So I beg of you, let me go. With a face contorted in obstinacy, Danevald directed his voice towards the other mages who stood outside the protective barrier. To everyone, he shouted, do not let the barrier down. His tone was stern, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Glancing over the fiery barrier, Alexei noticed something that Suraxai had already presented to him earlier. Barrier, P.P/H.P, 195. I understand the mechanics of this barrier, Alexei spoke calmly yet firmly. I know that the mages outside are constantly channeling their prana to sustain it. But I also know that their supply is limited, and will eventually run dry. So I offer you a choice, either let me pass through, or I will grant them the same fate as those who have crossed my path before. Raising his voice to be heard by the mages, Alexei declared, choose wisely. Dispel this barrier, and return to your loved ones alive and unharmed, or don't and face me. I, Ethereal Breeze, will spare your family the burden of burying a corpse. As Alexei spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the fiery barrier around him and at each of the mages behind it. The barrier, pulsating with an otherworldly energy, seemed almost alive. For a moment, it held its ground, crackling with power, as if daring Alexei to make his move. But then, slowly and almost imperceptibly, the barrier began to dissolve. The flames that had licked at its edges flickered and died, and the energy that had sustained it began to dissipate into the air. As the barrier faded away, a rush of cool air flowed over Alexei's skin. As the barrier began to crumble, the mages responsible for its creation remained in place, one hand anxiously resting on the pommel of their swords, ready to act in case Alexei failed to honor his promise. But as they watched Alexei standing motionless for a few moments, observing as the barrier dissolved entirely, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke and the lingering scent of burning elementalus in the air, their suspicion waned. Having seen it all happen, Danevald winced, a look of complete desolation washed over his face. It seems they've made their choice, Alexei declared, reaching for his pocket, and retrieving a little spherical object that he put on top of Danevald's chest. You may give this back to those who sent you over. I'm leaving. Taking his leave, Alexei had made dozens of unimpeded steps away when he suddenly came to a halt, turning around and asking Danevald, I understand that you mostly came after me and most likely looked after for and because of her, Anya, my mother. Who was she to you? Alexei waited for a moment for an answer, assuming that his silence was his answer. Alexei turned. It was just at that moment that he heard Danevald. My sister. She was my little sister. Your sister. 47. Open heart. With no one obstructing his path to the destination, neither Danevald nor any mage in sight, Alexei ventured across the tundra, following the golden thread, which he knew would lead him to where Ninja Ura was taken. Hey, Alexei, can you hear me? Yes, I can, Alexei replied, somewhat relieved to hear the loud and familiar voice in his head. I only now remarked, why do you always ask that when you do that thing when we shift between each other? Well, let's just say that it happens that after we do it, you won't hear me. In a literal sense. Why? Why, you say? How am I supposed to explain this? Plainly. Well, in that case. To explain it plainly, when it happens it feels, for me, like being engulfed by something that isn't me. And it sometimes gets straggly to get out of that which engulfed me. I see, Alexei plainly replied. Is that thing me? I will neither deny or confirm that, but just know that when it happens, know that you're not alone hating it. I don't like it either. Then let's just agree to not have it happen ever again. I suppose we could do that. Really? Replied Alexei, expecting another answer. What? Were you perhaps expecting another answer from me? I wouldn't say I wasn't. Well, you were right, about expecting my answer to be different. After all, my answer would have most likely been what you thought about had it not been for my most recent realization. What realization? That's a secret. Alexei murmured, not insisting any further. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up, Alexei, thank you. For what exactly? For earlier. For sparring Daneveld. After all, I know you could have killed him. And quite easily on that. Wait, are you really thankful or are you trying to get guilt out of me? I'm thanking you. Genuinely. I see, Alexei replied, his tone contemplative. Well, I don't think it's worth thanking me for. After all, I did consider doing it. In fact, I was just a mantra away from doing it. But then I realized that even if I did, it would only make you hate me more, not that you don't already. However, I have learned very recently that when things seem at their worst, they can always get worse. Is that so? But still, thanks. Enough with that already, Alexei protested. You're making things feel more awkward than they already are. Although he wasn't sure why Alexei had said that, Alexei simply complied with an, alright. Alexei interrupted him, saying, anyway, instead of saying that to me, you better think of what will happen next. Without hesitation, Alexei declared, I will free Ninja Ura from Delia. She, along with everyone else except the mages, was gone when I woke up. I will find them and free Ninja Ura. Naturally. But when I asked that question, I was thinking way up ahead of that. Up ahead? You mean about heading to the southern continent? Yes, the place you want to head to, the land of Odo, belongs to one of the godsent. You can't imagine what they might do to you. I know, but I've got to take her there. If you can't fix what she has, they must have a way. Alexei, I don't think even them can. What? Nothing. Let's move on. Regarding the future, have you considered what you'll do once you've delivered her safely to her people in the southern continent? Assuming everything goes smoothly, what are your plans after that? I haven't yet, Alexei admitted. What do you think I should do after that? I don't know. Wouldn't that be something for you to decide instead of me? I suppose you're right. But as I said, I haven't really thought about it. For now, I know that my sole focus is to keep the promise I made to Ninja Ura, to take her home. I see. That was a promise, so of course, it must be kept, Alexei replied thoughtfully. Alexei waited for a moment, expecting Alexei to say something more, but to his surprise, the latter remained silent. For the rest of the way, Alexei walked in silence, maintaining a rhythm that was both steady, fast and relaxed, allowing him to replenish his strength prana to a reasonable level before dealing with Delia and the others. That was the plan, at least until something suddenly changed. Alexei, this is. Something has happened, right? Alexei immediately surmised, noticing a strange occurring fluctuation with her golden threads, which Alexei saw inflating and pulsing with a vivid light. This. Without giving Alexei the time to finish, Alexei with a lift and boost from his Aero Elementalis, Alexei rushed forward following the golden thread. In spite of advancing at a speed rivaling that of a sprinting steed, it took Alexei dozens of minutes to get to somewhere he felt Ninja Ura's golden thread finally closing in on him. As he approached, he saw something in the distance, several carriages, wrecked beyond recognition. At first, Alexei assumed they were some rundown settlement lying in the middle of nowhere. However, as he drew closer, the true horror of the scene became clear. The carriages that were indeed carriages laid there, ripped apart in a way that made it look like they had been attacked by some monster that had simply torn them in half. Speaking of being torn in half, chunks of flesh and bone scattered about, along with a strong nostrils-filling stench of death. Following the golden thread that led him much ahead, Alexei walked over the macabre sight on the ground, wasting no time checking on the corpses around him, as it took him a quick glance at the mutilated corpses to establish that some if not most of these people, but most importantly that Ninja Ura was not among them. As Alexei walked around, he suddenly stopped as he noticed something in the corner of his eye. He approached and found himself standing in front of two corpses, one of which was the expedition carriage driver, while the other was Friedrich. Both men seemed to have met a similar fate, with their corpses bearing identical holes in their bellies as if they had been skewered by the same object. Alexei stared at them for a moment, especially at Friedrich, whom he remembered as a pleasant person to be around with the little time they had interacted. However, knowing that Friedrich was most likely part of the plot to separate him, any grief or sadness he might have felt quickly dissipated. He simply acknowledged the familiarity of the man's face before moving on, walking past the corpses without much care. As he kept following the thread, it led him to an area in the ground ahead where the terrain dipped down lower than its surroundings. As he approached, suddenly, he saw something crawling out from the sunken area. It was an arm followed by a body, half a body. Arg! Alexei heard groaning in a very low voice, desperately dragging its body forward with the only limbs he had left, his arms. Help, help, the man begged, reaching his hand towards Alexei as he noticed his presence. Alexei didn't recognize him as a member of the expedition, but he figured he must be another collaborator of Delia. As Alexei rushed over to the man with the intent to ask what happened, something emerged from the same sunken area the man had crawled from, impaling him with vicious force before he could reach him. Alexei stumbled back, horrified by what he saw. The creature that had emerged from the hole was covered in golden scales that shone brightly in the sunlight. Without warning, the creature let out a piercing screech and lunged at the man's body, tearing it apart with its bare hands. The sound of bones crunching and flesh being torn apart was, even to Alexei who'd been quite familiar to death and to a certain extent numb to it, sickening to hear. What horrified Alexei wasn't so much the sight of the man being pounded to death and torn apart by the beast, but rather the fact that the golden thread that had supposedly connected him to Ninja Ura was now connected to that thing. The creature towered over Alexei, its twisted form seeming to warp reality itself. Its body was covered in golden scales that shimmered in the sunlight, casting a warm glow on the lonely landscape. Branch-like wings sprouted from its back, glinting in the light as they flexed and stretched. Its face was hidden behind a golden, molten visor, but Alexei was certain he had caught a glimpse of a very familiar gaze, that of the girl he not so long got abruptly separated from him, and that he, in no way, remembered being like the creature in front of him. Perhaps having finished tearing apart what little remained of the man's body, the creature turned around and threw the golden, molten visor on its face. Alexei got a bitter confirmation. Ninja Ura. Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, Race, Class, Ninja Ura, 1/14, 450, 57, Die, Odo, Valkyrie / Without a doubt regarding the creature's identity, Alexei stepped forward towards it. However, he had only taken 2 steps when something was violently hurled his way. Alexei, careful. Arrow, Apprentice, Gust Barrier Level. 1, 15.25, blocked by Alexei's Gust Barrier, the projectile, deflected, slammed onto the ground with a heavy thud, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As the dust settled, Alexei's eyes followed the slowly dissipating trail of golden particles, still floating in the thin air. His gaze following to where the projectile was hurtled from, Alexei's gaze landed over at Ninja Ura, or to be exact what she became. Alexei's mind was still processing what had just happened when suddenly, more projectiles were fired at him. Arrow, Apprentice, Gust Barrier Level. 1, 15.25, clueless, Alexei demanded an explanation from the one who most likely had an explanation for whatever was going on with her. Oi, Siraxai, what is that? What happened to her? This is bad, Alexei. This is the worst. What is it? Alexei. This is it. What I warned you about her had happened. Though it is different from how I expected it to go down. It has happened. I'm sorry. Since that night, when Alexei regained his memory, he had become increasingly suspicious about the way Ninja Ura had awakened her powers as an Odo. Even before that. There was no doubt that she was special, which caused her and her parents a great deal of trouble, and still, It was impossible for him to simply brush aside the fact that the strange event that was her birth as an Odo-wielding Odo was nothing short of suspicious. There was a word, although somewhat crude but accurate, to describe what she most certainly was, a freak, just like Alexei knew he was. Alexei knew that this freakish nature of theirs wasn't just a random occurrence of nature but instead a product of a determined variable, Xeraxi. If one were to consider the time Alexei spent inside the crystal, Ninja Ura was just 1 year older than him. This detail immediately struck Alexei when he regained his memory. It soon became clear to him, given Xeraxi's personality and his obsession with having the perfect tool to devour the suns and moons, that Ninja Ura was meant to be his next lord of old. However, due to certain factual circumstances, most likely the fact that she was barely able to use Odo in her early infancy, making her a Diodo in name only, she fell short of his expectations from birth. Naturally, Xeraxi's gaze shifted to a more convenient host. A child who would be born a Raj would naturally thereafter be turned into a mage. Even before regaining his memories, Alexei had noticed something peculiar about Ninja Ura. Her H.P decreased slowly over time while her O.P exponentially increased without showing any signs of stagnation. Initially, Alexei considered this phenomenon harmless, but having once been confronted with its physical manifestation, he, after regaining his memories, understood the gravity of the situation and immediately confronted the one who was, once again, responsible for this situation, Xeraxi. With the timing of everything that had happened in Ninja Ura's life adding up to what was happening in his own life, Alexei, without Xeraxi's confession, was able to pinpoint more or less accurately what had happened to her. From how Ninja Ura was born less than a year before him, and how she had suddenly awakened a higher ability to wield Odo around the same time Alexei was sealed and least but not last, how she had ultimately ended up breaking him out of his crystal prison, everything was related. "I'm sorry, Alexei," Xeraxi apologized. "What are you talking about? She's still there? Don't talk about her as if she were dead or something," Alexei lashed out at Xeraxi. "Alexei. Ninja Ura, it's me, Alexei," he called out, hoping to reach the girl he knew was buried somewhere beneath the golden armor. Alexei watched as Ninja Ura's branch-like wings lashed out towards him with violent force. He knew he couldn't face her head-on, so enhancing his agility, and dodged to the side just in time to avoid the attack. "She's still in there, her H.P is down to 1 but not 0 yet. And she's clearly not in her right state of mind. I will do whatever it takes to bring her back to her senses. I promise to take her to the southern continent, and I will." As Ninja Ura unleashed a salvo of flying projectiles at which he reactively blocked, Alexei raised his hand, summoning his Electro-Elementalist and aiming not directly at her, but at one of her wings. Electro, Apprentice, Slithering Strike Level. 1, 15.25. Though he considered the possibility that the attack could have been painful to her, Alexei unleashed his attack nonetheless, severing her on of one of her Skyreach branch-like wings. "Ninja Ura, it's me, Alexei," he called out, hoping to reach the girl he knew was buried somewhere beneath the golden armor. Alexei's words not reaching her, Ninja Ura let out a hiss, a sound that sent shivers down Alexei's spine. She lunged at him, her last remaining branch-like wings whipping through the air. TSK. Having learned from a recent altercation the dangers of being in close proximity to someone who wished to tear one's body apart but that one did not wish to harm, Alexei leapt backward and sent a powerful burst of wind to put some distance between himself and the lunging Ninja Ura, knocking her out of her lunging attack. "Ninja Ura, listen to me," he shouted, hoping to get through to her. "It's me, Alexei. Alexei, I don't think, Xeraxi, I need your help. What do I do to bring her back? Alright, let me try what I can. You, try staying alive as long as possible." As soon as these words were spoken, Xeraxi fell silent, and in the next moment, Ninja Ura let out a piercing scream as she dropped to her knees, clutching her head in some sort of mental agony. Ninja Ura, taken by surprise and worried by what that sight, Alexei instinctively closed into her, but the swing-like tentacles she sent swing at him immediately forced to back off. "Come on, Ninja, come back to your senses, it's me," Alexei called out in a yet again in vain attempt. Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, Race, Class, Ninja, 1/14, 376/521, 58, Odo, Valkyrie / Draconic titles, skills, auto leveling, self-leveling, screeching even louder, and this time with a sound that resembled a fully unleashed rage rather than just agony. The wing that Alexei had managed to sever off was rapidly replaced by another, its branch-like structure reaching up towards the sky. Golden dust floated around it, dancing like wildfire to the gusts. Also sprouting from her back were several pairs of golden tentacles ending with scythes like blades, each barring viciously at Alexei, each seemingly waiting to be unleashed. Ah, crap! In defying that being within reach of these barring scythes was not a reasonable approach, Alexei turned around, and withdrew toward the wrecked carriages. Carriages that Ninja, lashing out with her tentacles, destroyed and sent hurling into the wind. It took Alexei just a few meters to identify that running away with his back open was also not a viable strategy. So backing off from his approach, he turned around just to be almost immediately greeted with the sight of two tentacles spearing out toward his way. Arrow, Apprentice, Gust Barrier Level 2, 38.15, Alexei's Gust Barrier, successfully protected him from the tentacles, deflecting them to the side. However, as they slammed to the ground, they suddenly shifted trajectory and once again aimed at Alexei. TSK. Electro, Apprentice, Slithering Strike Level 1, 15.25, Electro, Apprentice, Slithering Strike Level 1, 15.25. Once again, by a hair's breadth, Alexei negated both attacks. But he wasn't even granted a moment of relief before he saw Ninja leap into the air with the grace of a winged beast, before diving at Alexei like a hawk straight to its prey. In a desperate and hurried attempt to replicate the prowess he had shown against Danevald and his comrades, Alexei struck the ground with his electro-elementalist and hurled the dust, sand, and debris from the wreckage at Ninja as she dove towards him. With the grace of Providence, Alexei's trick granted him just enough time to withdraw away from where she came landing. And yet once again, with an annoying persistence, she upon landing, unleashed several of her tentacles at Alexei. Electro, Apprentice, Slithering Strikes Level 2, 38.15, his crackling lightning met her Odo tentacles, allowing Alexei to once again narrowly avoid being turned into minced meat. The sight of Ninja, now deprived of all her dangerous tentacles, allowed Alexei to breathe a sigh of relief, but it was not so surprisingly short-lived, as she once again ushered a new pair of golden tentacles. Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 11/12, 7.8/288, RBN, Mage, 10, I really can't keep up fighting against you. Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, Race, Class, Ninja, 1/14, 125/542, 58, Odo, Valkyrie / I must really come across as annoying, am I not? Too bad. I am not dying here before taking you to the place I promised to take you to. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy completed. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Absorption initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Absorption completed. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Integration initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Integration completed. Harvesting all the power he could from the nearby corpse left behind by Ninja, he gathered all the prana that was available. Name, H.P. P.P. Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 11/12, 42.8/312, RBN, Mage, 10. This is not nearly enough, but I've got to pull it off. For a brief instant the thought of calling Siraxai crossed Alexei's mind, but much like the knowledge that speaking to the woodwind would give him no answer, he did not call him, as he knew from the strange emptiness Alexei felt the moment Saraxai left upon declaring that he would try something. Alexei briefly considered calling Saraxai, but quickly dismissed the thought. He knew it was futile, much like trying to speak to the wind and expecting a response. From the moment Saraxai declared his intention of trying something, Alexei felt an inexplicable emptiness that he could only but interpret as Saraxai being gone from him. As unsettling and lonely as that feeling was, Alexei couldn't help but think, in the face of the task that awaited him, now is not the time to feel vulnerable. During the short and yet vicious confrontation between him and Ninja Ura, Alexei came to note how vulnerable to his electro-elementalist Ninja Ura's summoned Odo was. Under the right circumstances, this would naturally suggest that in confrontation, at both respectively at their peak, Alexei would have the upper hand, but unfortunately, Ninja Ura's current constitution was having to produce more and more Odo at the cost of her HP plummeting down to 0. Perhaps, and most likely being so, it is that constitution that makes her Odo vulnerable to his electro-elementalist attack. But still, now that her Odo was at its lowest, he clearly intended on taking advantage of that, for her manifested Odo showed clear signs of considering Alexei's lightning as its absolute nemesis, as when meeting with a powerful enough electro mantra, the attack would not only dissolve the summoned Odo but would also considerably lower her overall Odo. In principle, all Alexei would have to do is repeat the process of wearing her off her summon Modo till she exhaust completely her reserve, but that was an approach both his prana level allowed and the killing rage Ninja Ura has for him would allow, leaving him with one approach to beat it all in one swift stroke. One swift stroke is much easier than done. Especially so when a single mistake could cost one's life or, if fortunate enough, one limb or two. Looking in Ninja Ura's direction, he saw her readying herself to charge toward Alexei, but just as she was about to do so, she suddenly halted again due to what appeared to be a headache. Saraxai. Alexei mumbled, guessing the identity of the one most likely responsible for it. As though hearing Alexei's very low words, Ninja Ura looked toward Alexei, a killing intent leaking through the visor hiding half of her face. You really want to slice me apart now, don't you? Too bad. Just too bad. As if I'll ever feel afraid of you. Taking the initiative of being the charging instead of being charged at, Alexei ran in Ninja Ura's direction. In response to this, she immediately sent her scythe-like tentacle at Alexei. For a moment, he hesitated between blocking or attacking the lunging tentacle, but instead, he voted to simply avoid it, which he managed to do with a certain dexterity. It was only when he was maybe half a dozen meters from Ninja Ura that he used his electro-elementalist to sever the two tentacles from her body and charge straight at her. But just as he was lunging at her, another tentacle emerged from the front part of her body, whipping upward and forward on the path of slicing Alexei into equal parts. Alexei was taken aback by it, and yet he was able to move to the side and still continue his charge toward Ninja Ura, even though he felt a part of him being severed off his body, his forearm. The pain was not instantly felt, so in spite of knowing that a part of him was entirely gone, Alexei pushed through. He had to. Still lunging forward towards Ninja Ura, Alexei, from his very last reserve of prana, gathered electro-elementalist from his arm, from which blood was gushing out, and used a bit of wind magic to boost his body slam against her before once again using wind magic to help him make her fall to the ground. Having managed to do so, Alexei reached out for her face, but as she immediately started debating, reaching for his neck to get him off her, he too, with the limited reach of his only remaining hand, reached out for one of her horns. From a distance, the only maneuver he could think of was to either shield himself and attack with the hope of wearing down her Odo without hurting her, so Alexei opted for a much more direct and close contact approach that, although dangerous, would bring her and her summoned Odo all within reach. With this maneuver, all that was left was to peel the said Odo off of her. Got you, Alexei said, clutching onto the horn to get close to her face, before allowing the electro-elementalist he'd been charging up with the other severed arm to burst and lash out between them. The air crackled with energy, the scent of ozone filling their nostrils as the voltage between them grew stronger. Suddenly, the lightning burst forth in a blinding flash, illuminating the surrounding with a new and flashing light. It surged through their bodies, filling them with a jolt of power so intense it was almost painful. Alexei felt his muscles tense and his bones vibrate as the electricity surged through him as he, for the first time ever in his life, shared and felt the sensation of being hurt by his electro-elementalists, but he refused to let go. That until his strength gave out, Alexei and Ninja Ura were locked in a fierce struggle, each trying to overpower the other. With one final burst of energy, they both were sent flying backward, the force of the explosion propelling them in opposite directions. Alexei landed hard, his body rolling several meters away from Ninja Ura's writhing form. 48. A friend. For what felt like both an eternity and a flashing instant, Alexei drifted in and out of consciousness. His body felt heavy, as if weighted down by the weight of a full mountain. His vision was clouded by a blurry veil. Every breath felt like a struggle, each gasp for air sending shock waves of pain through his chest. He could feel the sticky warmth of his own blood pooling around him, staining the ground beneath him a deep crimson. Despite his efforts, Alexei was unable to lift himself up. Whether it was because of the injury he sustained or simply because he brought his prana reserve to an absolute zero, or perhaps both, but his limbs felt like lead weights, unresponsive to his commands. Left with no other choice but to do so, he lay there, helpless, hoping to soon regain enough strength to lift himself up to check upon Ninja Ura. However, as he did, he got a rather ominous feeling, as he felt his own blood pooling on his back. He realized that his recovery might not happen soon and quite possibly, never. Pushing himself to his absolute limit, Alexei attempted to turn over and crawl towards Ninja Ura, who may be in a state similar to or possibly worse than his own. He failed. But as he did attempt, he felt something in his hand, something with a smooth texture, and pleasant to the touch. Alexei lay there, unable to move, his body feeling numb and heavy. He could hear footsteps approaching him, growing louder and louder until he could make out the figure of Ninja Ura standing over him. She looked different now, her wings gone, leaving her with just her visor and one of her horns, the other still clutched in Alexei's hand. He watched as she leaned over, arms outstretched towards him. Ninja Ura, Alexei called weakly. Ninja Ura didn't say anything in response. Instead, she simply knelt down beside him and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close. For a moment, Alexei tensed, unsure of what she was about to do. But then he realized that she was just embracing him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him as he felt her warmth and the softness of her body against his. Despite the pain and the injuries, he felt a sense of peace in her embrace. For a moment, he forgot about the battle, about the danger they had just faced, and simply let himself be held. "Your arm." "I'm sorry," Ninja Ura said softly, her voice barely audible. Alexei could hear the sadness and regret in her voice, and he knew that she was sincere. He didn't know what to say in response, nor did he have the actual strength to say anything, so he simply closed his eyes and held on to her, letting himself be comforted by her presence. For a moment, Alexei lay there, feeling her embrace. He slowly started to feel something, whatever it was, off. "Ninja Ura?" he called, his voice suspicious. "Name, H. P. O.P. OMP, race, class, Ninja Ura, 014, 11551, 59, Odo, ? Checking her status, Alexei confirmed his worst suspicions. She had reached the point of no return, a point where her soul would no longer be able to support the strain of having her H.P being converted into OP. It was to cure or at least delay. This was the point of no return that Alexei was so set on heading over to the southern continent. "I'm sorry, Alexei, I was only able to delay it that much, but it's her, do something?" Alexei interrupted, desperation creeping into his voice. "There is nothing I can do from here. I'm sorry, Alexei, but it's the end line for, you did it. You've made her like this, all because you needed a powerful Odo, so you salve." Alexei's anger flared. To save you. I did it to save you, Zraxai interjected. To save me. I never asked to be saved. You did it because, Alexei was boiling in anger and frustration, but feeling Ninja Ura's arms clutching around him, his thoughts were brought back to what he really wanted, so putting his feelings aside, he begged, please, Zraxai, there has to be something you can do. Please, Zraxai, there has to be something you can do. Alexei pleaded. I'm sorry, weakened as I am, there isn't, Zraxai replied. If it's just that, delay it. I'll hunt as many dreamwalker, nobles, monsters, or whatever you want for you to regain some strength to do that, so no, just delay it, Alexei offered in desperation. Alexei. That is not how it works, Zraxai replied firmly. Then make it work. I know she's a lord of old, right? You were about to make her one, just, Alexei's voice trailed off as Ninja Ura's low voice interrupted. Dream. Ninja Ura started with a voice barely audible. Yes, Alexei immediately responded out of habit, I'm here. Dream. I've had a dream, Ninja Ura said weakly. A dream? Alexei repeated, incredulous. I've seen it, the end, and they who bring it, Ninja Ura murmured, each word quieter than the previous. It's alright, Ninja Ura. I'll hear the content of your dream later on. Don't talk now. Gather your strength, Alexei asked. But Ninja Ura continued to narrate the content of her dream. Leaving behind a cold, empty, lonely, starless, moonless, and sunless place. Summoning strength from nothing to get back into a sitting position. It's alright, I heard of it already, don't say anything now, gather your strength, we still have a long journey ahead of us, remember? To the southern continent, Ninja Ura said weakly. Yes, to the southern. I promise to take you there, and we'll get there. So please, save your energy for the journey ahead, Alexei pleaded. A silence followed his words, a silence that Alexei found far from reassuring. Alexei, she's about to ... you know it. It might hurt, but for now, accept things as they are. Say what you have to say, Zraxai advised. No, do something, Alexei pleaded. As I said, I can't. You lie. Have I ever lied? To these words, Alexei bitterly bit his lips, knowing what the answer was, never. It was at that moment that Ninja Ura suddenly spoke up, you two shouldn't. What? You two ... shouldn't fight, Ninja Ura said weakly. From her words that felt like actually interrupting his discussion with Zraxai, Alexei came to a realization. Ninja Ura, you ... you can hear us? She didn't verbally confirm Alexei's question, but her next words pretty much confirmed his suspicion. You two mustn't fight. Though it's a shame, I wouldn't be able to journey to our Odo home. I guess that'll be just fine. The journey has been fun enough, Ninja Ura said. As she finished uttering these words, Alexei felt a very familiar feeling taking over her. A feeling that he who was familiar with death was also very familiar with. Zraxai. Do something. Alexei exclaimed urgently. I'm sorry ... but I can't, Zraxai once again explained. Alexei wasn't willing to accept it. I'll do whatever it takes. Give whatever it takes, even if it kills me. Take my HP or whatever might help her from me, even if, Ninja Ura weakly interrupted him. No ... you mustn't. For them ... you out of anyone mustn't die. Them? Who are they? Whoever they are, I doubt I'll ever be able to do anything helpful for anyone. After all, I'm ethereal breeze, he who destroys whatever he touches, Alexei vented, tears streaming down his face. Still, wouldn't that just be just fine? To these words and to the realization followed by a denial of the telling silence following thereafter, Alexei's eyes widened, as he called out for his friend's name in hope for an answer weak though it might be. Ninja Ura. Alexei's voice shook as he called out her name. There was no answer. And yet he tried again. Ninja Ura. Still, there was no response, only an eerie silence that lingered. Alexei struggled to hold back a sob as he called out once more, His voice filled with heartbreak and resignation. Ninja. Once again, there was no answer. His words were simply lost to the wind. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Ziraxai finally spoke up, his tone uncharacteristically gentle and calm. Alexei, I know this is difficult, but it will be okay. Ziraxai. I think it'll be better for you to leave me alone, Alexei warned. Ah, right. I guess you're right. I should leave you alone, Ziraxai said. Did you not hear what I just said? Alexei exclaimed. I did. Which is why I'm reacting this way, Ziraxai sighed heavily. It has come to this, and I feel I should have no reason to hesitate. What are you talking about again? What am I talking about, huh? I hope you still remember the realization I earlier told you that I made, the one which I told you was a secret. Well, it is not anymore. Earlier, against Danevald, you told him that being selfish was how you were made, that was true. And to Ninja, you said that destroying was the only thing that you were good at, but that was wrong. That's not you, that's just us, Ziraxai continued. The truth was that, just like it has been with this girl, Ninja, I was expecting something out of you, little dream. Yet, you were born and have grown so differently from what I expected. For a long time, I could not accept that and kept shoving my expectations of dream onto you, Alexei. It is only now that it is too late, that I realize I have been wrong in doing so. Nexus alert, fracture initiated. 25%. I do not have the power to unmake my past mistake, but I have the power to ensure that the mistake that hurt us won't repeat again. For that to happen, one of us has to, as you said, leave the other alone. Nexus alert, fracture initiated. 70%. I'm sure we've done together with it. It would have been appropriate to spare you the sight of it forever, but in your current state, you'll need it to survive, let alone heal, so I'll leave it to you. Feel free to break free of its sight forever. What are you doing again? Nexus alert, fracture initiated. 90%. A farewell. One that I should have bid ages ago. I'm sure, no, enough of that, I know nothing of what you will become, but one thing remains certain from here on out, you, little dream, Alexei, won't have to be anyone's nightmare. Nexus alert, fracture initiated. 100%. The truth is, I now find myself wondering about what will become of you, but chances are that I would never find out, will I? Ah, but who am I speaking to, really? You cannot hear the sound of my voice anymore. Or, then again, perhaps you from which this all began, can? Epilogue Book 01. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy completed. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Absorption initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Absorption completed. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Integration initiated. Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Integration failed. Godling's Grace integrated, Dragon Blessing integrated, Skill integrated, Status integrated, Status screen computed, Name, H.P, P.P, O.P, OMP, Race, Class, Level, Alexei, 517, 32 312, question mark, 10, Draconic titles, Lord of Old, Skills, Blessing of the Guardian Dragon, Synergy, Absorption, Integration, Auto-leveling, Self-leveling,